It was the summer of 2025 in Jiangqing. In a cramped rental apartment that felt as sealed as a pressure cooker, sweat had matted his cheap t-shirt to his back, and his skin burned with an incessant itch. An old-fashioned ceiling fan turned lazily above. Ye Xiao unlocked his phone, and as the screen lit up, the glaring logo of Tianyan Pin momentarily stunned him. In his inbox, the sixth thank you letter lay quietly. You are excellent, but we have a more suitable candidate. Despite being a mechanical engineering graduate from Jiangqing University, he couldn't even secure a job to make ends meet. Reality hit him like a bucket of ice water from the crown of his head all the way down to his heels. A heavy sigh caught in his throat spoke of his despair. He turned off the app, planning to go downstairs for a bowl of 5 yuan vegetarian noodles to fill his stomach. Then inexplicably his phone screen began to flicker. Buzz, a mysterious blue beam shot out from the center of the screen, instantly engulfing him. A cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized voice suddenly exploded in his mind, detecting critical life signs. Bug compensation mechanism activated. Commencing first, force teleportation. What is this? Before Ye Xiao's brain could even process the question, everything plunged into darkness. It was as if an invisible hand had yanked him into an abyss, his consciousness ripped away in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, a stench like burnt wiring mixed with the odor of rust assaulted his nostrils. Ye Xiao propped himself up on the ground and looked around, utterly dumbfounded. He found himself in an endless metal graveyard. The sky was an eerie dark purple, and in the distance hung 2 ghostly white suns, one large and one small. Beneath his feet lay layers upon layers of twisted metal wreckage, with some pieces resembling half-molten airlock doors. This was not Blue Star. No sooner had the thought emerged than a shrill roar of engines echoed from the distant skyline. Several shabby pirate spaceships marked with skull insignias hurtled in with savage ferocity. The cannons beneath them spat scorching beams of light that seared molten trails into the debris mound below. Not far off, terrified shouts erupted from several figures as they crawled and scrambled for cover. Pirates! In that moment, Ye Xiao's mind went blank and instinct drove him to flee. He plunged into the panicked crowd, racing toward the massive shadow of wreckage. Within a few steps, the burning pain in his lungs told him his limits. A pirate spaceship had taken notice of him, the solitary target lagging behind. An energy beam shot straight his way, and the specter of death seemed to envelope him like a tangible force. He could clearly see the beam growing larger in his pupil, while his body froze locked in place and unable to react. It was over. Just in the critical moment, that cold mechanical voice rang out once more. Host's life in critical condition. Bug compensation mechanism activated. Prop Shanghai Maodian core has been bound. Data incomplete. Starship blueprint has been injected. Teleportation cooling countdown 10, 9, 8. Before the message could finish, a thumb-sized silver-gray diamond crystal materialized out of thin air. It behaved as if alive, instantly clinging to his left wrist, its touch sending a chill down his skin. There was no time to ponder its nature as pure survival instinct took over. Block it. Suddenly, with a buzz, the diamond crystal flared to life, and an invisible barrier silently unfolded before him. Boom! The energy beam slammed into the barrier and dissipated into nothingness, leaving Ye Xiao completely unscathed. The pilot of the pirate spaceship appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that this seemingly insignificant bug could actually deflect an attack. After a brief moment of astonishment, an even denser barrage of firepower began to pour forth. At the same time, a massive flow of information surged into Ye Xiao's mind. Bidirectional teleportation technological analysis. 3, 2, 1. At the very moment the countdown reached 0, Ye Xiao even caught a glimpse of the furious expression on the pirate's face. Under the impact, he was thrown backward. As he tumbled, his right hand reached blindly into the metallic debris beneath him, and the crystal on his wrist erupted in a burst of light. In the very next second, he vanished from that spot. The pirate's second wave of targeting left only a deeper searing scorch mark in his place. Huff, huff, huff. Ye Xiao sprang up from the floor. The familiar stifling air, the familiar clamor of the city, the familiar ceiling of his rental room welcomed him back. He was back. His heart thundered wildly in his chest, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. Everything that had just happened felt like an extraordinarily vivid nightmare. Was it merely the pressure causing hallucinations? He tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked down in disbelief. His pupils suddenly fixed wide, and in his right hand he clutched a palm-sized, sharply edged metal fragment. The fragment was bizarrely shaped, covered in intricate patterns unlike anything he had ever seen. Its dark golden surface reflected a cold, forbidding light. This was unlike any known material on Blue Star. It was proof. Undeniable proof. It wasn't a dream. Ye Xiao's breath hitched dramatically. He immediately looked at his left wrist. The diamond crystal was securely attached to his skin, resembling a futuristic tattoo. Soon a translucent pale blue panel unexpectedly floated before his eyes. All-people survival lone walker system. Attributes strength 55, speed 44, constitution 23, spirit 16 database. To be unlocked. Tip 2 new messages. At the mere thought, he tapped to open the prompt. Tip 1 detected secondary civilization energy conduction metal fragment. A special material that can be used for specific device charging or as a basic material. It is recommended to keep it. Tip 2 detected incomplete Starship blueprint Thunder God Type 1 assault ship obsolete version. This blueprint originates from decommissioned high civilization technology, yet it holds revolutionary guidance for the current Blue Star civilization level 1. Strongly recommended share it with your civilization to receive substantial survival point rewards. Base reward 50 points, plus an additional 50 bonus for civilization sharing. Secondary civilization. Blue Star level 1. A Starship blueprint. The onslaught of information made Yexiao's head buzz. Stumbling, he walked over to the table, grabbed a cold water bottle, and took several large gulps. The cold liquid sliding down his throat momentarily calmed his chaotic thoughts. As an avid enthusiast of aerospace technology, he clearly understood the significance of a Starship blueprint. Even if it was incomplete or obsolete, it signified controlled nuclear fusion. It meant an anti-gravity engine. It signified a quantum leap in materials science, a breakthrough that could liberate the great Xi'an nation from the constraints of energy and aerospace technology, enabling it to soar to unprecedented heights. Monopolize it. The thought surfaced for only a split second before he dismissed it with a bitter laugh. What a joke, a penniless student trying to build a starship. Could a print shop owner really produce an A4 paper model? Even if he possessed the genius to build it, exposing such a creation would make him a living target for all-powerful forces. Individually, he was insignificant when measured against true behemoths. The risk and reward were utterly disproportionate. Besides, he was a citizen of Great Xia. Having grown up watching Shenzhou launch Tiangong enter orbit and Zhuru explore the fires of space, that sense of pride was etched deep into his bones. He could never allow such a treasure, one that could change his nation's destiny, to gather dust in his hands. An individual's strength was always no match for the backing of a nation. Hand it over. Exchange it for the state's protection, support, and unimaginable rewards. Then watch with your own eyes as your homeland soars to untold heights. This was the safest and most exhilarating choice. A bold idea took root in his mind, flourishing with relentless determination. No longer hesitating, Yexiao picked up the forgotten phone by the door, unlocked it, and opened the browser. His fingers trembled with excitement as he solemnly typed a phrase he never imagined he would search for. The National Security Department's tip-off hotline. A bright red number materialized on the screen. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the dial key. Do. The call connected, and a calm, composed male voice greeted him. Hello, this is the National Security Affairs Center. Clenching his fist and summoning every ounce of strength to steady his voice, Yexiao spoke the words that would forever change his destiny, and perhaps the fate of the entire world. Hello, I have found a Starship design blueprint, and I want to hand it over to the state. On the other end of the phone, silence fell. 3 seconds later, the receiver emitted rapid gasps as a composed male voice shifted in tone, trembling, as he asked, "Are you referring to the Starship design blueprint?" Yexiao relaxed his throat and responded clearly, "That's correct. A fragmented Starship blueprint and a piece of metal that does not belong to launching. I cannot explain the origin, but the item is right here in my hand." He refrained from mentioning Shanghai or the system, choosing instead to let the facts speak for themselves. The phone fell silent once more. In the background, the sounds of chairs colliding and urgent commands echoed, followed by the clacking of keyboards. A few seconds later, a man's voice resonated with solemn seriousness. "Stay where you are. Do not move. Do not contact anyone," he ordered. "Keep the phone line open. Our people will reach you as swiftly as possible." The call was then abruptly terminated. Yexiao exhaled a murky breath, leaning against the wall, his back drenched in cold sweat. He knew his judgment was sound, as the state mechanism had already sprung into high gear. He was acutely aware that in the face of overwhelming power, individual might was trivial, and binding his extraordinary encounter with the nation was the only win-win choice. Soon a rhythmic knocking echoed. Yexiao opened the door to find 2 men in dark jackets waiting outside. The leading middle-aged man presented a deep red ID, stating National Security Department Li Jinghua. Following him, his companions swiftly entered the room, scanning it with instruments to ensure safety. Li Jinghua fixed his gaze on Yexiao and asked directly, "Where is the item?" Yexiao extended his right hand palm up, where a dark golden metal fragment lay silently. Li Zhengguo's gaze narrowed as he gestured for the 2 scholarly-looking individuals behind him to step forward. They donned specialized gloves, carefully picking up the fragment and placing it into a transparent sealed box. An expert then retrieved a portable spectrometer and directed it at the fragment. The instrument's screen lit up, emitting a shrill, piercing tone. The expert stared at the fluctuating data stream, his expression shifting from meticulous focus to shock, exclaiming, "Impossible. This is utterly impossible." Li Jinghua asked in a deep tone, "Lao Zhou, what is happening?" At these words, Lao Zhou suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze with fervor. He pointed at the screen, declaring, "The atomic structures and elemental ratios are unheard of in our database. No known alloy could possibly match these figures." The internal energy reaction was steady, yet its magnitude was at least several thousand times that of a military-grade high-energy battery of equivalent mass. Another materials expert stepped forward, gasping in astonishment, "It completely defies our current understanding of physics. This is beyond what our era can possibly manufacture. It is at least centuries ahead of us." The modest dwelling fell silent in an instant. Li Jinghua, witnessing the experts immersed in academic fervor, had his demeanor completely transformed. His prior doubts were shattered by the facts, replaced by shock and exuberant joy. He gestured for the security personnel to escort the two experts aside. Li Jinghua stepped up in front of Yi Xiao, leaning forward with a grave tone, "Comrade, Yi Xiao, what else have you discovered?" Yi Xiao slowly raised his left hand, revealing a silver-gray rhombus-shaped mark seamlessly fused with his skin on his wrist. This is the key." He knew no further explanation was necessary. 3 hours later, a report stamped with "Top Secret" bypassed all standard procedures and was directly delivered deep within the red walls. In a solemn conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. A spry, gray-haired elder dressed in a Zhongshan suit lightly tapped his knuckles on the table as he perused the report displayed on the screen. The astonishing data of that metal fragment, along with close-up photographs of the rhombus mark on Yi Xiao's wrist, resonated in the still room as Li Jinghua's voice echoed through the silence. "Old Yan, the expert's preliminary assessment indicates that this technology is at least 500 years ahead of launching. It might even represent a millennial leap. The material science and energy technology it represents are part of a revolutionary field that could upend the very foundations of our civilization." Upon review, Yi Xiao's background is spotless, a fresh graduate from Jiangxing University's Department of Mechanical Engineering with a passion for aerospace technology. Comprehensive behavioral analysis shows his likelihood of deceit is less than 1%. And most crucial of all, Li Jinghua paused, emphasizing his tone, he claims to possess a Starship blueprint. Furthermore, he is capable of deciphering this metal. The conference room fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, a seasoned member lifted his head, and in his eyes, witnesses to countless tempests, a sharp glimmer shone. His voice was not loud, yet it carried tremendous weight. "This is not a mere technical discovery. This will determine the fate of our nation and even the future course of human civilization." He stood up, pacing a few steps, then abruptly stopped to issue a series of succinct and decisive orders. "First, initiate the highest level of confidentiality protocol. Everyone involved must remain under lifelong secrecy. Second, immediately transfer Comrade Yi Xiao to Base No. 7 in the outskirts of Beijing. Security and accommodation are to be provided at the highest level. Third, immediately assemble an expert team in aerospace physics energy. Every field. I demand the top-tier specialists to immediately report to Base No. 7. His voice grew unshakably resolute, imbued with unquestionable authority. "We shall not inquire about origins or methods. We demand only results. Tell those old-timers to put everything aside. Abandon all stubbornness and prejudice. At all costs, seize this opportunity and hold it tightly in your grasp." That very afternoon at Base No. 7, a heavily guarded underground facility on the outskirts of Beijing, Yi Xiao, now in plain clothes, stood within a colossal laboratory large enough to accommodate a football field. Before him stood a group of elderly individuals with graying hair and keen eyes, each one having once graced the podium to receive the highest scientific and technological awards of Daxia. At the forefront was none other than Qian, the chief designer of Daxia's aerospace engineering. At that moment, these national treasure-level scientists observed the remarkably young man before them with a complex blend of scrutiny, curiosity, and intense yearning. Li Jinghua stood aside, nodding solemnly to Yi Xiao. "Comrade Yi Xiao, you may begin." Yi Xiao steadied himself. Under the gaze of dozens of anxious eyes, he walked steadily to the central workbench of the laboratory. He extended his left hand. The rhombus mark on his wrist gently made contact with the metal fragment. A lohum ensued. A blue panel, visible only to him, unfolded silently before his eyes. Secondary civilization energy conducting metal fragment detected. Technoplunder analysis function activated. Analyzing substance structure. 10, 30, 70. The assembled scientists could only observe as Yi Xiao pressed his wrist against the fragment and then closed his eyes, remaining motionless. "Is this sufficient?" a hasty physicist muttered under his breath. "What principle? Remote sensing? Or is it some form of quantum information transmission beyond our understanding?" Qian raised his hand, and with a composed gesture he silenced all further murmurs. Time ticked by inexorably. In the laboratory, only the faint buzzing of instruments prevailed. Just as some began to fidget with unease, Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide. In those eyes a brilliant light shimmered. Analysis complete, he declared. His voice was soft, yet it reverberated with a shock that struck every heart. The entire laboratory fell into an instant profound silence. Every breath ceased in that moment. Yi Xiao's gaze swept past the onlookers, directly meeting Qian's as he slowly uttered his first words. This is the core conduction unit of an energy shield generator. Though damaged, its technological structure remains complete. He paused momentarily as everyone nervously swallowed before delivering his second and most crucial statement. In my mind, I possess its complete blueprint. And he articulated each word, carefully delivering his final conclusion. A complete manufacturing process that with Langsing's current industrial level can enable mass production. Moreover, it is one of the core functionalities in constructing a starship. In the headquarters of the nation's highest decision-making body, the lights in the conference room remained lit throughout the night. The metallic fragment submitted by Yi Xiao along with the blueprint it pointed to quickly relayed its implications to the highest levels of the DCA. A series of top-level closed-door meetings were held continuously. Aerospace and energy, two fields where DCA had been striving for years yet remained troubled by critical technological hurdles, now saw a glimmer of hope for solutions. An unprecedented opportunity. Days later, the official media platform released an important announcement. The National Strategic Project, Southern Sky Gate Plan, was officially launched. The public rhetoric was aimed at integrating resources to accelerate the leap in aerospace technology and clean energy. However, the true core was known only to a select few to digest, absorb, and replicate that gift from the future. The national institutions began to operate in a highly efficient manner. Relevant research institutes, key laboratories, and strategic resource reserve departments almost simultaneously entered a state of maximum responsiveness. Yi Xiao became the sole and absolute core of the Southern Sky Gate Plan. He moved from a stifling rental in Jiangxing to Base No. 7 in the outskirts of Beijing. This was a place that did not exist on the map. He settled into a standalone, intelligent living area equipped with the highest level of access permissions. Senior scientists who had previously only been admired from afar in news and documentaries became his colleagues working alongside him. The chief designer of DCA's aerospace engineering academician, Qian, an elder who dedicated his life to the aerospace cause, would remove his reading glasses to personally pour him a cup of hot tea, listening as Yi Xiao shared his concepts for technologies beyond comprehension. The nation bestowed upon him an almost limitless trust and support. When data was needed, the supercomputer cluster was on standby, 247 for him. When materials were required, no matter how rare the elements, they would be delivered to the base in the shortest time possible. No one questioned the source of his technology, as if it were an unspoken secret. Everyone cared about only one thing: results. This sense of being fully supported by the nation finally provided Yi Xiao's heart, which had been strained from surviving alone, with a firm reliance. His choice was undeniably correct. Besides participating in scientific research, his schedule was filled with another task: physical training. The special operations instructor, old Zhao, a very silent man, became his dedicated coach. Your brain is very important, but your body cannot become a burden. Old Zhao's words were as straightforward and practical as the training regimen he devised. Every morning before dawn, Yi Xiao's breath echoed in the comprehensive training ground. Weighted endurance, running combat, grappling, extreme environment survival. Each time he was drained of his last ounce of strength, his muscles screamed in agony. But he never stopped. As sweat dripped down, the translucent panel that appeared in his mind was his most direct motivation. Power 567, speed 456, constitution 345, spirit 67. He understood that the training on Blue Star was merely a simulation. In the perilous metallic wasteland of Shanghai, any enhancement of physical condition could save his life at a critical moment. The energy shield generator was the first small goal of the Southern Sky Gate Plan. Academician Qian personally took charge, gathering the top experts in materials science, high-energy physics, and energy engineering from across the country. The blueprint provided by Yi Xiao contained profound and complex content. The mass-producible technology from Blue Star, transformed by the system, was the only way to interpret it. Even so, the team faced unprecedented challenges. Many unfamiliar alloy formulas and unheard-of energy conduction models posed significant difficulties. Time passed amid countless simulations and material tests. 2 months later, in the core laboratory of the base, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Everyone held their breath, staring at the massive device the size of a truck's head, wrapped in countless wires and cooling pipes. Academician Qian's bloodshot eyes fixed on the data screen, his hands trembled slightly as he issued the final command. Start. A low rumble resonated, and a faint smell of ozone filled the air. At the center of the instrument, a visible translucent force field with a water ripple texture unfolded silently. A high-energy laser beam shot out from the side, striking precisely on the force field. There was no explosion, no loud noise. The beam completely vanished without a trace. It succeeded. In front of the control panel, an elderly researcher with graying hair could no longer contain his excitement, suddenly standing up from his chair only to sit back down again due to his legs going weak. The entire laboratory instantly became very excited and lively. Although the size, energy consumption, and strength differ significantly from the original version. Academician Qian looked at the stabilized data stream on the screen, his voice hoarse, yet filled with strength and determination. But we have forged a path. Amid the cheers of the crowd, a familiar blue hue quietly illuminated Yi Xiao's vision. Detected that the civilization successfully replicated the Level 2 civilization energy shield generator. Defective civilization sharing incentive mechanism triggered. Congratulations. You have gained survival points 150. His heart raced. Previously scattered submissions of theoretical knowledge had only brought single-digit rewards. This time it was 150 points. Immediately after, another notification popped up. Survival points accumulated to 250. Detected that the core item Shanghai Anchor Point Core meets upgrade conditions. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Current level 2. Upgrade reward shuttle cooling time 2 hours, currently 22 hours. Passive detection range 1 kilometer, currently 2 kilometers. The diamond mark on his left wrist warmed slightly. A stream of warmth seeped into his skin. He did not make a sound, merely clenched his fist tightly, holding this joy and strength in the palm of his hand. Weeks passed. Yi Xiao's physical data reached a new height: power 7, speed 6, constitution 5, spirit 7. He stood in the special equipment warehouse of base No. 7. Old Zhao leaned against a nearby weapons rack, pointing at the neatly arranged gear. When going to Shanghai, you can't go empty-handed. Choose a few that fit you. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the rows of weapons gleaming with cold metallic luster. His gaze settled on a compact and streamlined individual rocket launcher. 2 small characters were printed on the barrel: fire. He also grabbed a few pineapple-shaped high-explosive grenades, stuffing them into the tactical vest pockets. These weapons, which were extremely powerful on Blue Star, might be insignificant in the face of Xinghai's advanced civilizations. But they were more than enough to deal with scavengers and pirates wielding outdated equipment. He donned a specially designed tactical suit, the Fabric Light, yet integrated with the initial results of the Energy Shield project, capable of withstanding a fatal blow at a crucial moment. Prepared for everything, Yi Xiao arrived at the central platform deep within the base, of vast and silent space filled with precision instruments monitoring energy fluctuations. He raised his hand, the Shanghai Anchor Point Core on his palm, emitting a faint glow. With his thoughts, a spatial rift rapidly expanded before him, forming a translucent portal that faintly revealed the scenery of another world. Li Xinghua stood not far away, silent, yet firmly nodding at him. Yi Xiao returned a similarly resolute gaze, then, without hesitation, stepped into the shimmering portal. He could feel the powerful force within him, the cold, yet solid sensation of the weapon in his hand. This time he was no longer the weak one fleeing in panic from a garbage heap. He was now a proactive agent of action. Carrying the hopes and resources of a civilization, he returned to the operational zone as an active doer. The light and shadow twisted, and the space rippled like water waves. A hard, cold sensation came from beneath Yi Xiao's feet, and the air was filled with the familiar scent of rusted metal mixed with ozone. Shanghai, he has returned once again. But this time, everything is different. He is no longer the struggling, unemployed college student. The specially designed tactical suit clung tightly to his body, lightweight, yet resilient. Several high-explosive grenades hung from the tactical vest, their cold metal shells providing a solid sense of security. In his hand was the compact and sleek individual rocket launcher, Firestorm. Power 7, speed 6, constitution 5, spirit 7. He felt the surging power within him, along with an unprecedented clarity brought on by his 7 points of mental strength. He was no longer the prey. Now it was hunting time. Beep. Threat detected nearby, distance 1. 8 kilometers, threat level low. Target recognition, scavenger pirate vulture squad damaged. The real-time display on the system panel acted like Yi Xiao's second pair of eyes. Regarding this garbage spaceship, Yi Xiao's judgment was quite accurate. It was not a product of any advanced civilization, but rather a patchwork of scraps assembled by scavengers. Though technically it surpassed the ordinary aerospace level of Blue Star, it was far from being overwhelming. This contrast of seemingly powerful yet actually weak was one of the reasons Yi Xiao dared to confront it. More importantly, the Firestorm rocket launcher in Yi Xiao's hands was the foundation of his counterattack. It was capable of delivering a fatal blow to this ship assembled from discarded parts with weak defenses, especially when targeting the vulnerable engine compartment. Perhaps in the eyes of these interstellar scavengers, he was just an unsuspecting defenseless lamb that had stumbled into their midst. But Yi Xiao was no longer that lamb to be slaughtered. He had transformed into a beast with fangs. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled the trigger hard. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, completely different from the explosions that littered this field of star debris. Firestorm's powerful recoil was firmly absorbed by Yi Xiao's robust body. A high-energy projectile trailing a dazzling orange-red tail flame tore through the gray sky, shooting straight toward its target. The pirates on the garbage ship clearly saw this incoming meteor. The ship's hull clumsily attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The projectile hit precisely, drilling straight into the engine compartment. Immediately, a blinding white light erupted from within the garbage ship, and a violent energy shockwave instantaneously ripped the patched-together hull into pieces. Countless burning metal scraps exploded like fireworks, brilliant, yet deadly. Killed Scavenger Pirate X3, gained survival points 3. The cold system prompt echoed. Yi Xiao looked expressionlessly at the falling fireball, his hands never stopping as he swiftly removed a high-explosive grenade from his vest. He saw two shadows miraculously escaping from the explosion's debris, panic-stricken as they sprinted in two different directions. Trying to run. In your dreams. Yi Xiao's arm muscles tightened instantly as he hurled the grenade. It traced a perfect arc in the air, accurately landing on the path of one fleeing pirate. Boom. The violent explosion immediately engulfed that area, and the shadow did not even have time to scream before being completely shredded by the flames and shrapnel. Killed Scavenger Pirate X1, gained survival points 1. The other pirate was terrified by this horrifying precision, desperately accelerating to flee. Yi Xiao did not waste another grenade. He set down the rocket launcher and drew a specially designed pistol from the holster at his side. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed through the empty metal ruins. Hundreds of meters away, the body of that pirate suddenly stiffened and fell from the flying craft. Hit Scavenger Pirate X1, gained survival points 1. The entire combat process from firing to conclusion took no more than 30 seconds. Clean, neat, and efficient. This was the power supported by the national machinery. Huff! Yi Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air, putting the pistol back in the holster. For the first time engaging in active killing, there was no discomfort as he had imagined, only a solid sense of controlling his own fate. He walked toward the explosion's landing point. The once mighty garbage ship was now left in ruins, a field of charred debris. Passive detection activated, range 2 kilometers, scanning for valuable items. The upgraded anchor point core was significantly more powerful than before. Soon a new prompt box popped up on the panel. Discovered analyzable technology, micro-energy converter, complete value assessment medium. Would you like to proceed with technology plunder analysis? Estimated time 1 hour. Yi Xiao's heart stirred. He pushed aside a pile of twisted metal plates and found a palm-sized metal box covered in intricate patterns underneath. Amazingly, it remained intact amidst the explosion. Analyze, he silently thought. Technology plunder analysis initiated. Congratulations. You have gained survival points 50. Indeed, the reward for a complete blueprint was far greater than that of a defective one. After stowing this unexpected gain in his backpack, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. Having resolved the immediate trouble, the real treasure hunt was about to begin. Guided by the system map and a detection range of 2 kilometers, he began purposefully traversing this metal graveyard. It was as if he wandered through the ruins of a colossal city, surrounded by collapsed metal skyscrapers and broken pipelines. About half an hour later, a new marked area appeared on the system map. Yi Xiao's heart raced. He circumvented a pile of spaceship wreckage and stumbled upon a cluster of buildings buried beneath the metal debris. Just as he was about to enter, a sharp screech echoed from the shadows of the ruins. Warning. High-risk mutated biological entity radiation predator X3 detected. Weakness compound eyes abdominal ganglia. 3 dark green shadows shot out like lightning. They resembled mantises, but had 4 segmented limbs, their sickle-like forelimbs glinting with a metallic sheen, moving with astounding speed. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted. Had it been his former self facing such monsters, he would have been torn to shreds in less than 3 seconds. But now, he did not retreat. Instead, he slid sideways, his body evading a predator that lunged at him from the front at an incredible angle. At the same time, his rifle was raised instantly. Data. The brief sound of gunfire rang out. The bullets accurately struck the huge compound eye on the monster's head. Green viscous fluid exploded, and the monster screamed as it convulsed on the ground. The other 2 predators closed in from the left and right. Yi Xiao did not retreat, but pressed forward, dodging the attack with a swift movement, adjusting his rifle and unleashing a volley of bullets into its exposed abdomen. Foul-smelling blood sprayed instantly. Having dispatched the second one, the last predator was now within reach. With a twist of his rifle, Yi Xiao struck the predator's head with precision. In that moment when the monster's form momentarily paused, Yi Xiao's dagger was already unsheathed, glinting coldly as it plunged into its abdominal ganglia. Hiss! The monster let out one final piercing shriek before becoming completely still. The battle was over. Yi Xiao panted heavily, feeling the thrill brought on by the adrenaline surge. The training in the base had indeed proven useful. He did not delay hastening into the interior of the abandoned observation station. Inside it was a mess, but many pieces of equipment remained relatively intact. Discovered defective blueprint data storage chip, gained survival points 10. Discovered defective blueprint small biosystem, gained survival points 10. Finally, he arrived at the innermost part of the observation station, a vast central control room. In the center of the room, a hemispherical device was protected by an energy shield still operational. As Yi Xiao approached, the diamond mark on his left wrist began to heat up. A line of crimson text suddenly appeared on his system panel. High-value technological item detected. Item recognition, small nuclear fusion, level 1 civilization product, complete blueprint. Yi Xiao stared at the line of crimson words on the panel. Small scale. Nuclear fusion. He was not an energy expert, but as a mechanical engineering student, he understood the weight of these 5 words better than anyone else. That was the ultimate energy source, hailed as the artificial sun. It was the pinnacle of laboratories on Blue Star, consuming the efforts of generations and astronomical resources, yet only barely touching the threshold of this field. What lay before him, however, was a complete ready-made product, which was even operational. The system labeled it as a level 1 civilization product. In this millennia-old garbage dump, it might just be equivalent to a discarded diesel generator on Blue Star. But for the current Blue Star, it was a miracle. Analyze. Yi Xiao pressed the star core mark on his wrist against the hemispherical energy shield without a moment's hesitation. Detected high-value technological item, small scale, nuclear fusion, level 1 civilization product, complete blueprint. Value assessment extremely high. Proceed with technological plundering analysis. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The upgraded rapid analysis function was particularly crucial at this moment. Yi Xiao did not wait idly. While commanding the system to analyze, he remained vigilant with his gun, his body tense, ears attuned to every faint sound emerging from the depths of the ruins. This complex observational station was both a hiding place and a potential death trap. Time ticked away. Analysis progress, 35. Time became unbearably torturous amidst the excitement and the system's cold progress bar. 30 minutes later, a prompt sounded on time. Technological plundering analysis completed. Congratulations. You have gained 500 survival points. 500 points. This reward was 10 times that of the previous complete blueprint. Yi Xiao's breath caught for a moment. In the next second, an information flow far larger than any before surged into his mind. It was an energy device with an exquisitely precise structure. An after-system conversion, a complete process that the existing industrial system on Blue Star could understand and gradually implement. More importantly, this blueprint perfectly filled in the significant gap regarding the core power unit in the incomplete Starship blueprint he had initially acquired. So that was it. The Starship blueprint was a massive puzzle. What he needed to do was find all the missing pieces in this endless treasure trove. Yi Xiao did not return immediately. He suppressed the joy within him and calmly surveyed his surroundings. The location of this observational station had already been exposed. He quickly dragged away the traces of his battle along with the corpses of the slain radiation predators to conceal them deep within the ruins, and blocked the entrance with a large metal plate. He even wiped away the fingerprints he had left on the console. Though unsure of its efficacy in a place like Star Skeleton, any caution was not unwarranted. Only after doing all this did he activate the anchor point core. Transit countdown 10, 9, 8. Looking at the distorted light and shadow before him, Yi Xiao had only one thought in his mind. This harvest was immense. So immense that he had to bring it back to Blue Star immediately and silently. Jingjiao Base No. 7. The moment the spatial rift appeared, Yi Xiao stepped out. Li Jingguo, waiting nearby, immediately approached with his team. Was everything smooth? Li Jingguo's gaze quickly swept over Yi Xiao, confirming that he was unharmed. Very smooth. Yi Xiao nodded, taking off his helmet, deeply inhaling the fresh air filtered by Base No. 7, his chest rising and falling rapidly from excitement. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from his face before grabbing Li Jingguo's arm. His eyes ablaze with fire, his voice slightly hoarse from struggling to contain his excitement. Director Li immediately. Contact Academician Qian. Arrange the highest level meeting. I have brought back our son. Half an hour later, in the highest level conference room. Qian Jingxian, Li Jingguo, and several national treasure level experts from the fields of energy, materials, and aerospace were all present. Everyone's gaze was focused on the young man in the main seat. Yi Xiao wasted no time. He connected the blueprint in his mind to the supercomputer through dedicated equipment, directly converting it into a three-dimensional model projected onto the massive holographic screen. The model of the small-scale nuclear fusion device, incredibly precise and radiating a bluish sci-fi glow, appeared the moment it was projected. All sounds in the conference room vanished. A white-haired energy expert's thermos fell to the ground with a clatter, but he was oblivious, fixated on the confinement field model on the screen, his lips trembling. This is not a tokamak, nor is it a stellarator. It's a gravitational field confinement. It exists only in theory, gravitational field confinement. Before he finished speaking, a Materials Academy scholar rushed to the screen, pointing at a detail in the model, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Look at that energy conduction medium. It is not any superconductor we understand. It achieves zero loss at room temperature. My God, the fundamental theories of physics are about to be rewritten." Academician Qian did not stand up. Instead, he slowly sat down as if all his strength had been drained. He took off his reading glasses, wiped them repeatedly, put them back on, and finally locked his gaze onto a line of small text beside the model. Energy conversion efficiency 99.87. Insane. All insane, he mumbled to himself, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table and yelled at his assistant behind him. "Calculate. Immediately mobilize all computing power of Tianhe and verify it for me. I want to see the data now." Another expert rushed to the screen, gesturing with his hands as if trying to sketch the structure of the model, muttering, "So exquisite. This cooling circuit design. It has solved our biggest problem. It has solved it." After a brief silence, chaotic commands and disordered exclamations erupted one after another. There were no towering figures here. Only a group of believers who had spent their lives chasing the sun, finally witnessing its brilliance. They realized this was not science fiction, not theory, but a mature, technological scripture that could directly guide production. Academician Qian rushed in front of Yi Xiao, gripping his shoulders tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. The old man's body trembled. "Xiao Yi, do you know what you have brought back?" His voice was choked with uncontainable emotion. It was the dream that generations of researchers had devoted their lives to but could never touch. Now it lay right before them. "I know." Yi Xiao looked at the glimmer of tears in the old man's eyes, that excitement transmitted through the hands gripping his shoulders, hot and overwhelming. At this moment, he recalled the confusion about the future in his rented room, the fear of life and death on Star Skeleton, and the countless researchers at the base with bloodshot eyes. All the sacrifices had meaning at that moment. He took a deep breath, supporting the somewhat unsteady academician Qian, his voice soft, yet incredibly firm. "Academician Qian, you can rest assured. From now on, our spacecraft will possess endless power. Our cities will have an everlasting sun. From today on, the sky of Daxiao will shine bright." That night, a report marked with an encryption level of unprecedented along with the blueprint was delivered to the desk of the first base. He sat alone in his study for a whole hour. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. Then he picked up the red phone and said one sentence. "The Nanchaman plan is to be elevated to the highest priority. At all costs, let our sun rise in the east." A secluded villa hides within the forest, boasting a high level of security. Yi Xiao stands on the terrace, gazing at the city below in the valley. Once he was an ordinary graduate, fretting over his resume in a rented room, worrying about rent and living expenses, feeling utterly lost about the future. Those painful nights were a stark contrast to the comfortable days he now experienced. The breakfast made by a top chef was steaming hot, and his life assistant had already ironed his clothes for the day. The country valued him greatly, investing all its resources, hoping he could continuously contribute. He was well aware that none of this came without a price. Each time he traversed into the Star Remnant's world, facing the unknown and dangers it could potentially lead to his complete downfall. Yet when he stood on the terrace, feeling the wind and looking at the brightly lit city below, one thought filled his mind: all of this was worth it. Academician Qian led his team, nearly risking their lives to push forward. Through internal communications, Yi Xiao saw the laboratory lights remained on the faces filled with both excitement and fatigue. Meanwhile, the voices of criticism on the internet grew louder. A country that can't even grasp aviation engines dares to speak of the South Heaven Gate. What a grand joke. The hawkish members of Eagle Country excitedly shouted on television. "We are not optimistic about this grand promise painted by Daxia. It's just a PPT glorification, time to go to sleep. They are about to land on Mars, and we are still indulging in self-praise." These voices were compiled through encrypted channels into daily briefings presented before Yi Xiao. He swiped across the screen with a blank expression and turned off the device. Silence. The Daxiao officials chose silence. Only Yi Xiao understood the immense power hidden behind this silence. But he also knew that the fuel was running low. The South Heaven Gate project required him to venture into the star remnants and bring back more resources. He turned and walked back into his room, changing into the new combat suit that Lao Zhao had prepared for him. The combat suit was made of lighter materials, allowing for flexibility at the joints, and integrated the first-generation technology of the Energy Shield project, effectively blocking energy attacks and physical strikes. He picked up the upgraded Fire individual rocket launcher. The tube was fitted with a microcomputer chip, and the scope displayed auxiliary lines for ballistic correction. Experts at Base 7 had applied the most advanced individual technology from Blue Star onto him. It was time to go to work. The spatial rift opened silently on the platform deep within the base. Yishao stepped inside. A cold metallic smell of rust and ozone filled the air. Star remnants. Ding. Threat detected nearby, distance 1. 2 kilometers, threat level low. Almost as soon as he landed, the system alert popped up. Without hesitation, Yishao moved, kneeling on one knee as he steadily aimed the fire rocket launcher. Through the scope, a shabby search vessel swayed as it rummaged through the distant garbage mound. Rather than a spaceship, it resembled a mobile tool pieced together from various scrap mechs and starship wrecks. It bore some characteristics of a secondary civilization's technology, with an energy shield that flickered in and out, but the makeshift hull structure was extremely fragile. This was precisely the target Yishao wanted to test. Could his upgraded rocket launcher and rockets bring down this scavenger ship that appeared technologically advanced, yet was fundamentally weak? The cockpit was encompassed by a red targeting frame. He pulled the trigger. There was no loud bang. After a muffled sound, the upgraded rocket zoomed forward, trailing an almost invisible tail flame. The distant vessel didn't even have time to maneuver for evasion. The cockpit was precisely blown open. Then the entire ship collapsed like it had lost its bones, disintegrating into a burning mass of scrap metal. Scavenger pirate killed 1, survival points 1. Yishao slowly lowered the rocket launcher. The muzzle remained smoke-free and his heartbeat didn't quicken. The test results were clear. His judgment was correct. These pieced together interstellar vehicles, including this scavenger ship, with secondary civilization technology, neglected the fundamental structural strength. And weapons relying on chemical energy and physical laws like gunpowder and high explosive shells were precisely their weakness. The hunt had begun. He was no longer just a treasure seeker. With passive detection spanning a 2-kilometer radius, Yishao moved like a ghost, systematically hunting wild monsters in this metal graveyard. He avoided all medium and high-level danger signals, specifically searching for solitary mutated creatures. Days passed. Strength 78, Speed 67, Constitution 56, Spirit 78. After consuming several thousand survival points, every inch of muscle and nerve in his body radiated a sense of newfound strength. While clearing out an abandoned space station, the metal floor beneath, Yishao suddenly collapsed. He fell into a patch of darkness. Stabilizing himself, he discovered he was in a massive natural cavern. The entrance was conveniently blocked by the wreckage of a collapsed ship. Hint: this area has a weak geomagnetic field, which can interfere with low-level scanning devices. Yishao felt a spark of inspiration. This place was spacious, concealed, and could block scans. It was the perfect temporary base. He immediately decided that this would be his first home in the star remnants. With a safe landing point established, he could finally sit down and properly study that mysterious system. Universal Survival Wanderer System player Count 1. The solitary figure confirmed his suspicions. The so-called Universal only included him. He clicked on Trade Share and found the player trading area grayed out, unable to be accessed. The database contained very little information about the star remnants. Cosmic Waste Disposal Center. No. 734 Garbage Star, formerly the home planet of Gaia civilization, later abandoned due to decisions made by the Star Alliance. Warning: there are low levels of radiation, severe weather, unknown mutated creatures, and various races of scavengers and pirates. That was all. Leaning against the cold rock wall, a profound sense of loneliness surged within him. In this vast and silent cosmic graveyard, he could not hear another heart beating. He truly was a wanderer. But this feeling lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by a more powerful thought: unique. Being unique meant monopoly. He possessed the resources of 2 worlds, acting as the only bridge. Just then he felt a strange warmth emanating from the anchor point core on his wrist. The survival points he had accumulated finally broke through a limit. Cumulative survival points reached 1,000. Detected that the core item Star Remnants Anchor Point Core meets upgrade conditions, level 1, level 2 upgrading. Wait, his Anchor Point Core was already level 2. This was a requirement for upgrading from level 2 to level 3. Indeed, the next prompt confirmed his guess, but plunged his heart into despair. Upgrade failed. Warning: unknown bug detected, upgrade path, level 2, level 3, locked. Precondition not met, mark a safe return point. Yishao was taken aback. He looked at this perfect cavern and immediately told the system mark this place as a safe return point. Insufficient permissions. This function requires the star remnant's anchor point core to reach level 3 to unlock. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. A perfect deadlock. To upgrade to level 3, he needed to mark a landing point. To mark a landing point, he had to first upgrade to level 3. Was this the after effect of the system bug? Had it locked the normal upgrade sequence? He begrudgingly fiddled with the system panel, trying to find a loophole. It was a futile endeavor. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze inadvertently swept past the trade share system. The civilization sharing country button he had used several times seemed a bit different. Next to the button, a line of inconspicuous gray text had appeared. He leaned in closer to read. Note can temporarily enhance sharing permissions by consuming a large amount of survival points, designating civilization technology feedback direction. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Designate. Feedback direction. Yi Xiao stared at the faint line of text, his heartbeat skipping a beat. Designated direction for civilizational technological feedback. Did this mean he could actively place an order with the nation, customizing precisely the technology or equipment he required, rather than passively accepting whatever was already stocked in the base's warehouse? If his hypothesis held true, then the anchor core, stuck stubbornly at level 2, might finally possess its key to unlocking. System. Yi Xiao murmured inwardly. Query how many survival points are required to upgrade shared permissions and designate spatial waypoint technology as the feedback direction. Querying. Designating level 1 civilization spatial waypoint basic as the targeted feedback technology requires 100 survival points. 1,000 points. Yi Xiao gazed at his balance. Barely over 1,000 points painstakingly accumulated, and felt a sharp twinge deep in his molars. This system spared not a single grain of surplus, just barely scraping by, then instantly drained by targeted expenditure. Yet he hesitated not a moment. Spend 100 survival points to designate feedback. Survival points 1000. Targeted feedback request transmitted to bound civilization Daxia. Estimated time until feedback output generation 72 hours. Having completed everything, Yi Xiao exhaled a long, turbid breath, the tautness in his shoulders finally easing. Now all he could do was wait. Earth, Jingjiao Base No. 7. Deep into the night, an urgent summons pulled over a dozen preeminent experts from their beds moments after they'd lain down. Inside the conference room, each face bore the exhaustion of abrupt awakening and an unmistakable veil of bewilderment. Presiding was Professor Qian Jingchen, chief architect of the South Heaven Gate project. Half an hour earlier, every one of their highest-tier terminals had received a top-priority directive from the South Heaven Gate system. Its content defied belief. It ordered them to integrate all relevant resources and achieve breakthroughs on a technology designated Level 1 Civilization Spatial Waypoint Basic, and fabricate a physical prototype within 72 hours. Attached to the directive was a schematic, so fragmented it resembled torn paper hastily reassembled. Colleagues. Professor Qian cleared his throat, his usually gentle gaze now piercing as an eagle's. The origin of this directive. I trust everyone here knows it well. Silence descended like a shroud upon the conference table. Only one source possessed the authority to bypass all administrative protocols. But, Professor Qian, a white-haired expert specializing in spatial communications, rose, his expression steeped in bitterness. This is akin to asking us to conjure an entire theoretical framework from nothing. Give us 3 years, not 72 hours, and we still might not even glimpse its threshold. Another expert chimed in immediately. Synthesizing this unknown alloy is physically impossible under Earth's conditions. Skepticism and reasoned doubt swelled across the room. Silence. Professor Qian slammed his palm onto the table. The teacup rattled violently. Instantly the room stilled, every eye locked onto him. I do not care whether it violates scientific law. His gaze swept across each face, his voice low, yet each word struck with the weight of 1,000 caddies. I only know this: it is the first time he has ever proactively made a request of us. That means he needs this. Urgently. Desperately. Professor Qian drew a slow breath, leaning forward slightly. Who enabled the South Heaven Gate project to reach where it stands today? Who allows us to sit here exploring epoch-defining technologies? Him. Right now he stands on the front lines, facing perils beyond our imagination, and asks only for a waypoint to steady his footing. And you would tell him it cannot be done. Then what right do any of us have to remain here, enjoying the nation's highest honors and privileges? His words landed like iron hammers upon every heart. The assembled experts lowered their eyes and shame, cheeks burning. I do not care how you do it. Deductive modeling, exhaustive enumeration, brute force experimentation. Professor Qian's tone brooked no dissent. He pointed sharply at the countdown displayed on screen. Even if it costs your lives, by 72 hours hence I demand a finished prototype. Yes, sir. A frantic race against time erupted within Base No. 7. The Tianhe supercomputing cluster abandoned all other tasks. Its entire processing power redirected towards simulating that fragmented energy model, its core temperature surging to critical levels. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, the very catalyst of it all, remained utterly unaware. In a temporary cave within the stellar waste, he settled into a disciplined rhythm, hunt, return, rest. Each day, he ventured out at fixed intervals, earning scattered survival points while acclimating to his newly acquired powers. Then he returned to the cave to await news from Earth. 3 days later, when Yi Xiao was once again teleported to the stellar wastes via the anchor core, a palm-sized, uniquely shaped metallic device rested inside his tactical backpack. It resembled an irregular, multifaceted crystal, the hard-won fruit of those experts' sleepless nights and relentless devotion at Base No. 7. Almost the instant the device appeared, a searing heat flared across the mark on his wrist. Level 1 Civilization Spatial Waypoint Basic detected. Prerequisites 4 Stellar Wastes Anchor Core upgrade fulfilled. Initiating recalibration. Upgrade successful. Current level 3. Upgrade reward cooldown for interdimensional transit reduced by 2 hours, now 20 hours. Passive detection radius increased by 1 kilometer, now 3 kilometers. Level 3 function unlocked. Landing point marking, available markers 11. Yi Xiao withdrew the still warm spatial waypoint, and following the system's guidance, pressed it firmly into a naturally formed recess in the cave's central wall. Safe return point marked. Next transit to the stellar wastes will default to this location. It worked. Yi Xiao clenched his fist, savoring an unprecedented sense of grounded certainty. From this day forth on this perilous junkyard planet, he finally possessed a true home. A sanctuary where he could rest, securely store supplies, and chart his future. No longer a drifting weed adrift on cosmic currents. He was the first tenacious settler, hammering his first nail into this alien wasteland. With his greatest lingering concern resolved, Yi Xiao's gaze instinctively turned toward the horizon. He opened the system map, his eyes gliding past scattered low-risk red blips, and settling upon an orange zone marked moderate hazard, hovering at the outer edge of his 3-kilometer detection radius. There it seemed lay a ruin far vaster than the derelict observatory he'd encountered before. Greater ruins meant richer blueprints, more abundant survival points, and deadlier threats. The hunt had only just begun. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Earth, Eagle Sauce, a classified report stamped, Top Secret Dragon Eye, rested atop Defense Secretary John Keller's desk. "You're saying," Secretary Keller set aside his cigar, lifted the report, and frowned deeply, "that some covert base deep within Daxia's interior emitted several incomprehensible, high-frequency energy pulses over the past 72 hours. The Intelligence Analysis Director stood at rigid attention. "Affirmative, sir. Our keen-eye satellite in geosynchronous orbit captured these fluctuations. We cannot decipher their nature, but their peak energy output exceeds the maximum capacity of our third-generation nuclear power plants. Moreover, they exhibit remarkable stability, unlike the transient bursts typical of weapons testing." Keller fell silent. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, an unnameable irritation rising within him. After a long pause, he turned, his gaze glacial. "I need to know exactly what they are doing. Maintain surveillance at the highest possible tier," he commanded, voice low and steely. "Redirect every available reconnaissance asset to that coordinate. I refuse to believe a nation that cannot even master aircraft carrier catapults could ignite the sun overnight." The core of the anchor point upgrade is complete, and the mark drop point feature with level 3 authority has finally provided Yi Xiao with a place he can call a base in this wasteland of death. He did not let his guard down. The tense string in his heart only relaxed slightly. He quickly counted his belongings: high-energy compressed biscuits, purified water, and spare ammunition brought from Blue Star, neatly organized in the crevices of the rocks. Looking at these rudimentary supplies that had accompanied him through life and death countless times, Yi Xiao felt a sense of nostalgia. In the past, with random drop points, he dared not carry any non-essential items. Weapons, ammunition, and medicine are the bottom line. Food is only for survival. Those bland compressed biscuits and purified water are his guarantee for staying alive. Now it's different. With a fixed save point, he can start considering longer-term plans. Just as he was stuffing a spare magazine into a crevice, a faint sound of falling stones came from the darkness deep within the cave. "Shala." The voice was so faint that it was almost drowned out by the metallic storm outside the cave. But Yi Xiao's enhanced hearing precisely captured this strange sound. The muscles in his body instantly tensed. With a side slip, he melded into the shadow of a large rock. Drawing his specially made pistol, he aimed it steadily in the direction of the sound. The entire process had no superfluous movements. His heart was steady in his chest. Could it be a radiation creature? Or some mechanical puppet hidden deep within? Footsteps. Heavy dragging mixed with suppressed gasps. A tall figure staggered out from the darkness. Then with a thud he fell to the ground. Thanks to the faint light emitted by the anchor point core, Yi Xiao could see the figure clearly. Human. His gun-holding arm remained motionless, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. The newcomer was a burly man wearing a tattered gray uniform of an unfamiliar style. His body was covered in grotesque wounds. The most severe one was on his abdomen, as if torn open by some three-toed clawed dark red blood, soaking a large area of his clothing. He was a white male around 30, his face twisted from blood loss and excruciating pain. But the contours of his features unmistakably belonged to a human from Blue Star. He was not any known alien race in the system database, nor was he a pirate. He was a living, breathing person. The man struggled to lift his head, his murky gaze meeting Yi Xiao's dark muzzle, and he froze. The extreme weakness left him unable to make any aggressive moves. He could only stare blankly at Yi Xiao. His gaze shifted from Yi Xiao's gun to his new and clean combat uniform that seemed out of place in this wasteland. After a while he spoke in a dry, hoarse voice, articulating a perfectly enunciated Chinese phrase. There are still humans alive. This statement caused Yi Xiao's breath to momentarily halt. There are still humans alive. The implication was that humanity should have perished. He did not lower his gun. There was no notification regarding a player on the system panel. This meant that the person before him was not a traveler like him. He was a native of this world, a descendant of humans who survived on a trash planet abandoned after 10,000 years. After saying that, the man seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his head drooping as he completely lost consciousness. Blood continued to seep from the wound on his abdomen. At this rate, he would be dead in less than 10 minutes. To save or not to save? Yi Xiao's gaze quickly scanned the man. The tattered uniform bore no signs of technological gear. No weapons were at hand. His body was extremely weak from blood loss, posing no threat. But his statement contained too much information. A living Chinese-speaking human from the star skeleton world. He was a key. A living key that could unlock all the mysteries of this world. Risk assessment complete. Conclusion worth the investment. In just 3 seconds, Yi Xiao made his decision. Information is always more valuable than momentary safety. He holstered his pistol, quickly moved forward, and retrieved a military first aid kit from his tactical backpack. Without hesitation, he used his dagger to cut open the man's tattered clothing. The wound, deep enough to see the bone, was exposed to the air, blood, and flesh in a muddled state. He twisted open a bottle of disinfectant gel and roughly poured it over the wound, washing away the dirt. Then he aimed a high-efficiency hemostatic spray at the injury. Hiss! White foam covered the wound, and almost instantly the surging blood was stemmed. The unconscious man's body jerked suddenly, as if sensing the stimulation from the medication, but soon after a cooling sensation came from the wound, as the heart-wrenching pain seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand. Yi Xiao did not stop unwrapping an antibiotic injection, skillfully finding the vein on the man's arm and pushing the medication in. After completing all this, he took a few steps back, picked up his gun again, and resumed a state of alertness. He was not a saint. He was merely a rational investor, having invested precious medical resources waiting for a return. Time passed second by second. In the cave, only the steady breathing of the man could be heard. Hours later, when the sky was once again illuminated by the bizarre nebula of the star skeleton, the man on the ground stirred slowly, opening his eyes. He instinctively reached for his abdomen, where Yi Xiao had simply bandaged him. The originally fatal wound now only felt a dull ache. This exceeded his comprehension. He struggled to sit up and looked towards Yi Xiao, who was leaning against the rock wall with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. He opened his mouth, his voice still weak, but trembling with a hint of survival. "Thank you. You saved me. Your medicine is incredible." He looked down at his well-bandaged wound, his eyes revealing a mix of shock and confusion. Yi Xiao remained leaning against the rock wall with his gun, his expression unchanged, merely gesturing with his chin towards him, speaking coldly. "Now that you're awake, let's talk. Who are you? Why are you here?" "My name is Carl." The man took a breath, leaning against the rock wall, revealing a bitter smile. "As for why I am here, I was born here, raised here. This is my home." He looked at Yi Xiao, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry and uncontrollable excitement. "I never expected to encounter my kind outside of our gathering place. Where are you from?" Yi Xiao did not answer his question, but repeated the phrase he was most concerned about. "What do you mean by saying there are still humans alive?" His eyes dimmed instantly, as if falling into some distant and painful memory. "Because our civilization has long been destroyed." He paused, his voice deep and despairing, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. "In the Star Alliance's civilization cleansing." Star Alliance. Civilization cleansing. These two cold and brutal phrases struck Yi Xiao's heart like heavy hammers. In an instant, he understood the heavy despair behind the phrase, "There are still humans alive." This was not a natural disaster, but a man-made catastrophe. It was the doing of a terrifying entity powerful enough to cleanse an entire civilization. Almost the moment he understood the meaning of these two words, the system notification sounded coldly in his mind. Important cosmic intelligence detected Star Alliance civilization, cleansing value assessment, extremely high. Information has been automatically recorded and archived in the database. Would you like to share it immediately with the bound civilization Daxia? Sharing can yield survival point rewards. Yi Xiao looked at the battered man before him. For the first time, he felt that what he had found was not some scrap, but a living piece of civilization, a fragment filled with a history of blood and tears. This universe is far darker and crueler than he imagined. Yi Xiao did not choose to share immediately. He took out a military-grade high-energy nutrient from the side pocket of his tactical backpack, twisted it open, and handed it to Carl. Drink it. His actions were decisive with no unnecessary words. Carl hesitated and took the small tube, not drinking it immediately, but fixating his murky eyes on Yi Xiao. He brought the tube to his nose, cautiously sniffing. A rich aroma of meat broth rushed into his nostrils, causing his empty stomach to spasm in pain. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he smelled the aroma of real food. On this broken planet, whatever was edible usually carried the stench of oil and decay. His stomach was growling with hunger, but the instinct for survival was clashing violently in his mind. There's no poison inside. Yi Xiao saw through his concerns, his voice still cold. If I wanted to kill you, a bullet would be far cheaper than this nutrient. This statement became the last straw. Carl stopped hesitating and tilted his head back to consume the viscous substance within the tube. A warm current exploded from his stomach, rapidly spreading to his limbs. His hands and feet, which had been stiff and cold due to blood loss, surprisingly regained a hint of sensation and strength. Carl clenched his fists, feeling the newfound power springing forth within him. His gaze toward Yi Xiao completely changed. This recovery effect was 100 times more powerful than the regeneration gel he had seen before, which required an entire ship of scrap parts just to obtain a little. The balance of trust tilted rapidly in the face of the efficient resources from Blue Star. My name is Carl. He voluntarily spoke, his voice no longer so hoarse, a survivor raised on the garbage planet. Garbage planet. Yi Xiao repeated the term. Yes, Carl leaned against the rock wall, forcing a bitter smile. That's what we all call it. It is filled with countless remnants of discarded and abandoned civilizations. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his words. My parents were engineers of some technological civilization. After our home planet was destroyed by the Star Alliance, they were fortunate enough to escape here in an escape pod. Star Alliance. Yi Xiao noted this name. They didn't know much about the Star Alliance, Carl continued, only that it is a hegemonic alliance composed of multiple high-level civilizations enforcing a kind of iron-fisted rule in the universe. Yi Xiao's heart sank as he asked the worst possible guess, civilization cleansing. Yes. Carl's body shook violently, as if a fear etched in his genes was surfacing. The Star Alliance conducts regular inspections of the known universe. Once they discover that a low-level civilization's technological development has crossed their red line, they will execute. Cleansing. Cleansing. Yi Xiao's brows furrowed sharply, a profound unease swelling within him. He immediately thought of Blue Star, his homeland, that had just barely crossed into the threshold of a level 1 civilization. Where exactly is this so-called red line? What kind of brutal means would the Star Alliance employ for their cleansing? Total eradication. Carl's voice dropped to a low whisper, and he instinctively glanced into the darkness deep within the cave, as if some unknown listener lurked there. When I was a child, I once saw it from a great distance. A beam of light falling from the sky. A metallic mountain near our gathering place, along with all the scavenger pirates and mutated creatures on the mountain, simply vanished. His voice trembled. It wasn't an explosion, nor was it destruction. It was simply vanishing into thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. My father said it might be a dimensional weapon beyond our understanding. High-dimensional strike. This concept, which only existed in science fiction novels on Blue Star, now transformed into a chilling reality, striking hard against Yi Xiao's perception. Why would they do this? Yi Xiao pressed, unconsciously tightening his grip on the gun. I don't know. Carl shook his head, his eyes dim. Perhaps they want to monopolize resources, or maybe they wish to eliminate any potential rivals. In their eyes, we level 1 to 3 civilizations are no different from insects. They can't even be bothered to conquer. Carl's voice was eerily calm, tinged with numbness and deep-seated hatred. They would only downgrade all our civilization's technological achievements, stripping away everything they deemed dangerous, and then discard these useless things here like garbage. He raised his hand, his bloodless fingers pointing towards the vast wasteland. This place is the graveyard of countless civilizations, and also a showcase for their spoils of war. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. The grand blueprint of the South Heaven Gate project flashed through his mind along with the fervent faces of academician Qian and the others. Those technologies regarded as the future hope on Blue Star might just be waiting to be downgraded into scrap in the eyes of the Star Alliance. Carl did not notice Yi Xiao's reaction and continued speaking to himself after processing the spoils then. He paused for a long time, his throat rolling violently. Then they will erase every trace of our existence. From planets to history, from text to genes, entirely as if we never existed in this universe. Never existed. Yi Xiao instinctively repeated. His fingers gripping the gun turned pale from the excessive force. This was no longer war, it was absolute extermination. A thunderbolt exploded in Yi Xiao's mind. He instantly connected all the clues together. The blueprint of the defective starship determined by the system as a bug compensation. This star skeleton anchor point core only the size of a thumb, yet capable of allowing him to traverse worlds. Why is the universal survival lone walker system only having him as the host? A terrifying hypothesis surfaced. The so-called universal survival system may not have been prepared for Blue Star from the beginning. It was meant to belong to another civilization, a civilization that had already been cleansed. And himself, a citizen of the Level 1 civilization Blue Star, had by chance activated a high-level authority core that should no longer have a host after being downgraded due to his system synchronization bug. He was not a lucky one. He was the only survivor beyond this disaster, the only bug. Detected that the host has developed a deep understanding of the cosmic civilization system and the origin of the golden finger, forming a logical loop. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 survival points. The cold system notification confirmed all his conjectures. Yi Xiao looked at Carl, his eyes becoming immensely complex. He finally understood that what he had picked up on this wasteland was not just technological garbage, but the broken tombstones of civilizations. How advanced is the technology level of the Star Alliance? According to the data left by my father, it is estimated to be at least level 13. Carl's tone was filled with a sense of powerlessness. They are gods, we are ants. This is the iron law of the universe. Level 13. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon his attribute panel. Blue Star initial level 1 civilization. This number had never seemed so pale and heavy as it did at this moment. He glanced at the survival points balance that had surged to over 6,000, no longer hesitating. System share all the intelligence just acquired with the nation. Intelligence is being uploaded. Share successful. Level 1 cosmic intelligence value assessment extremely high. Congratulations. You have gained 5,000 survival points. Contribution value significantly increased. Database module upgraded. New module unlocked. Star Alliance threat level assessment beginner. Over 11,000 points. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement caused by the immense points, yet the turmoil in his heart could not settle for a long time. He looked at this comrade from the future in front of him, the first time feeling a strong sense of crisis far beyond personal safety. The shadow of the Star Alliance loomed like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of every low-level civilization. Blue Star was no exception. With the nutrients and medicines provided by Yi Xiao, Carl's recovery speed was beyond imagination. In less than 3 days, he was already able to stand awkwardly leaning on a discarded metal rod. During this time, Yi Xiao brought out several items. A chip the size of a fingernail was tossed into the murky puddle, and immediately the water became sweet and clear. A palm-sized thin plate, when pressed lightly, emitted light bright enough to illuminate half of the cave. Yi Xiao claimed it could last for a month. Each item deepened the shock in Carl's eyes. These things were too simple in structure to belong to the star skeleton. What Yi Xiao revealed seemed more like exquisite creations from a civilization he had never seen before. Xiao. Carl had changed his address. Leaning on the metal rod, he slowly moved closer to Yi Xiao. He lowered his gaze to his rapidly healing wounds, then looked up at Yi Xiao, whose clean combat suit was incongruous with the world. We are both human yet. Why can you bring out these things that our civilization has never known? Yi Xiao did not look at him, his gaze still fixed on the gray metal storm outside the cave. We are still developing. He withdrew his gaze, turned towards Carl, and calmly proposed. Carl, I need more information about the star skeleton. The terrain, resource distribution, danger zones, and the strongholds of various factions. In exchange, Yi Xiao paused. I can provide you with a steady supply of food, medicines, and even more advanced equipment. This was a proposal that no survivor struggling at the bottom of the star skeleton could refuse. It was a guarantee for survival, a ladder to rise to the top. However, Carl remained silent. He lowered his head, staring at the cold, hard, rocky ground beneath his feet. After a long while, he finally lifted his head, his expression complex. Xiao, you saved my life and showed me hope. The metal rod in his hand creaked as he gripped it tightly. But I am used to being alone. In this wasteland, trust is the most expensive luxury, something I can no longer afford. The long years of solitary survival had made him like a lone wolf wary of any sudden kindness. The miracles Yi Xiao displayed shocked him and filled him with fear of the unknown. However, Carl changed his tone, squeezing out a sincere smile from his tense face. "We are all human. If we meet again, I will still tell you what I know. Let it be." A favor returned. Yi Xiao looked at him without pressing the matter. He could understand. For someone whose home was destroyed, struggling for survival in the graveyard of civilization, a suddenly appeared fellow countryman might not bring a sense of security, but rather deeper fear. "All right." Yi Xiao nodded. He took out a high-energy nutrient solution and 2 compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them over. "Take care." Carl did not refuse, silently accepting them and stuffing them into his tattered pocket. He took a deep look at Yi Xiao as if trying to engrave this eastern face in his mind. Then he turned and, leaning on the rod, slowly walked towards the exit of the cave, quickly disappearing into the swirling metal sand. He did not accept Yi Xiao's farming offer, but chose to continue down his own lonely and dangerous road of survival. In the cave, only Yi Xiao remained. But he did not feel disappointed. The brief encounter with Carl had already brought him far more than he had anticipated. 5,000 survival points, 1,000 recognition rewards, and an upgraded database module. More importantly, from Carl's fragmented, fear-filled memories, he pieced together a key piece of information. Deep in the silent canyon to the east, there is an area shrouded in high-intensity radiation, which used to be a biological research base of a Level 2 civilization. Later abandoned due to an experiment going out of control. Although dangerous, it's said that the complete facilities are still preserved inside. A biological research base. Complete facilities. Yi Xiao's breath hitched slightly. This meant that there might be intact technological blueprints inside that had not undergone the Star Alliance's downgrading process. He immediately opened the system map. After upgrading the detection range to 3 kilometers, the previously blurry map became much clearer. Crossing over those scattered low-risk red dots at the very edge of his detection range, an orange area marked by the system as moderate danger appeared faintly. The coordinates roughly matched the silent canyon that Carl mentioned. A larger ruin, more blueprints, more abundant survival points, and more deadly dangers. Yi Xiao's fists unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning white from the force. Previously, he had been a confused scavenger tirelessly working for survival points and upgrades. Now he had a clear goal. He was no longer passively accepting the gifts of the Star Skeleton. He would take the initiative to strike and plunder. To plunder those buried treasures of civilization. However, the combat spirit ignited by greed and desire lasted only 3 seconds before being forcefully extinguished by his powerful rationality. In his mind, the phrases described by Cassie echoed like a warning bell. High-intensity radiation. Level 2 civilization biological research base. Experiment going out of control. He looked down at his combat suit, which, although upgraded once, would likely be no better than paper against high-intensity radiation. Not to mention the biological or viral threats that might be hidden behind the experiment going out of control. This was definitely not a place to recklessly invade. System initiate two-way shuttle return to Blue Star. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, the heat in his eyes replaced by calm calculations. He needed to send this information back to Blue Star immediately so that Academician Qian and the others could analyze and assess the risk level of the Level 2 civilization biological base. At the same time, he also needed a shopping list. Higher-level radiation protection suits, biological toxins, spectral analyzers, targeted antidotes, more powerful individual detection equipment. These were not something he could solve alone in the Star Skeleton world. Silent Canyon, I will be back soon. He looked at the orange area on the map as if issuing a final ultimatum to his prey. What he wanted was not a reckless adventure, but an armed plunder prepared in advance. Meanwhile, on Blue Star in the Pentagon, Defense Minister John Keller was reviewing an intelligence report marked Dragon Eye Plan Emergency Update. Minister, the abnormal high-energy pulse from that base in the interior of Daxia has completely disappeared. The intelligence officer reported it's as if they pressed some switch and turned off the energy core. Disappeared? Did the experiment end? Keller rapped the table. Unclear. The officer pushed over a tablet explaining, our Eagle Eye satellites have not captured any similar pulses again. However, the Virgo imaging satellite captured some. Stranger things near those coordinates. The officer enlarged the satellite image on the edge of the atmosphere above base No. 7. Several pixel points exhibited extremely unnatural periodic weak distortions, as if the space there was rippling with undetectable waves. What is this? Keller stared intently, his voice suppressed. We don't know. The officer, with a hint of frustration, said, physicists analyzed for 3 days, and the conclusion is, this does not conform to any known physical phenomena. More like a spatial disturbance. Keller fell silent, a sense of irritation and unease rising within him. What on earth was Daxia doing? First, there was the incomprehensible high-energy pulse. Now, there were the unfathomable spatial ripples. Where did they get this technology? He suddenly turned around and ordered in a deep voice, "Notify all members of the Dragon. I plan immediately convene the highest level meeting. I must know if they have already mastered the ability to break the barriers of space." As the passage sealed, the metallic sandstorm of the star skeleton world was completely separated. Yi Xiao stood in the core teleportation chamber of Base No. 7. His combat suit was covered in alien dust, contrasting sharply with the clean surroundings. "Comrade Yi Xiao." Academician Qian Jingchen personally welcomed him at the door. Behind him stood 2 staff members in special uniforms, standing straight with sharp eyes. "Academician Qian." Yi Xiao nodded, not saying anything further. "The situation is urgent. Follow me." Qian Jingchen's tone was unprecedentedly grave. He glanced at Yi Xiao's combat suit. "There's no time to change. Elder Yin and the others are waiting for you." No one spoke along the way. The elevator silently descended, passing through several thick alloy doors, directly reaching the deepest part of the base. A massive circular conference room. Around the circular conference table sat more than 10 people. Every face was one he had only seen in the highest level news. In the main seat, Elder Yin, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sat upright with calm eyes. To his left sat the highest military leader, and to his right were several of the finest scientists of the Great Xia, all with white hair. As soon as Yi Xiao walked in, all eyes were focused on him, causing him to feel pressured. Gazes of scrutiny, curiosity, and a heavy sense of expectation filled the atmosphere of the conference room, making it hard to breathe. "Sit down." Elder Yin gestured to the only empty seat beside him. Yi Xiao obediently sat down. The chair was cold. "Comrade Xiao Yi." Elder Yin personally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly heard by everyone. "Academician Qian said you brought back the worst news regarding the starry sky above us." Yi Xiao did not respond. He merely issued a command in his mind. Yi Xiao did not immediately present all the information. Meeting Elder Yan's gaze, he asked in a deep voice, "Elder Yin, before answering your question, I want to ask a question first. Do we imagine the universe as friendly or filled with malice?" This question instantly tightened the atmosphere of the conference room. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the light screen unfolded. The first thing that appeared was not Carl, but a chilling headline: Level 1 Cosmic Intelligence, Ironclad Evidence of the Dark Forest Theory. In another world, I encountered a survivor who called himself human. Yi Xiao's voice resonated in the quiet conference room. Based on his description, I summarized the first key: intelligence civilization cleansing. He paused to give everyone time to react before releasing a clip of Carl describing high-dimensional strikes. When Carl mentioned vanishing into thin air, Yi Xiao proactively paused the video and looked at the esteemed physicist. "Academician, is this theoretically possible in physics?" This action made everyone extremely tense. The esteemed physicist trembled and replied, "Theoretically. It could be dimensional collapse," before Yi Xiao continued playing the subsequent content and ultimately displayed the despair-inducing Star Alliance Threat Level Assessment. Star Alliance Threat Level Assessment Preliminary Assessment Target Star Alliance Provisional Name Civilization Level 13 Extremely Dangerous Core Threats Civilization Cleansing Confirmed Dimensional Weapons High Probability Degrading Measures Confirmed. Blue Star Civilization Response Strategy Simulation No Solution. Survival Probability 0.001 No Solution. The Academy president murmured as he slowly leaned back in his chair, his face turning pale. Elder Yin, who had been silent, stood up. He slowly walked to the light screen, reached out to touch the words, but his hand passed right through. In other words, his voice was hoarse, but extraordinarily clear. "The Nanshaman plan that we are proud of is in their eyes hardly even a target worth noting. We are merely garbage waiting to be cleaned up." This remark completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. Amidst the dead silence, a calm voice broke the despair. "Even garbage has potential for recycling and reuse." Everyone abruptly looked up at the source of the voice. Yi Xiao? He still sat there, devoid of fear, only exuding absolute calm. "The report is fixed, but people are flexible." Yi Xiao stood up, walked to the light screen, pointed at several places in the assessment report, and analyzed calmly. First, the report mentions that the Star Alliance conducts regular patrols, proving that there are gaps in their surveillance. Second, Carl mentioned that the Star Skeleton world has technology that has not undergone degrading measures, indicating that their cleanup efforts are not perfect. Third, and most importantly, he looked at everyone present, speaking word by word, "Star Skeleton Anchor Point Core. This bug that should not belong to our civilization is our greatest opportunity. It allows us to quietly develop under the watchful eyes of a level 13 civilization. We are not to be slaughtered at will." Yi Xiao's voice was resolute. "We are the counterattackers hiding in the shadows of a powerful civilization. Every technology brought back from the Star Skeleton is to enhance our strength and ultimately strike back at them." Elder Yin repeated these 4 words, his eyes rekindled with determination. He returned to the main seat, hands on the table, leaning slightly forward with a steadfast gaze. Comrades, from today on, what we face is no longer minor conflicts. It is not competition between nations, but the survival of an entire civilization. His voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. I announce that the Nanchaman plan is now fully upgraded. The plan's code name is changed to Great Xia Civilization Survival Plan. Its main objective is no longer breakthroughs in aerospace and energy, but preparing for interstellar warfare and seeking civilization self-preservation. Our goal is singular at all costs: let human civilization, let Great Xia Civilization survive in this dark universe. I command that all national research forces, industrial production, and strategic resources be fully committed to supporting the survival plan. All relevant projects shall open the highest green channel. He looked at Yi Xiao, his tone solemn. On behalf of the nation, I officially appoint Comrade Yi Xiao as the highest strategic advisor for the Great Xia Civilization Survival Plan. Elder Yin gazed intently at Yi Xiao. I grant you highest authority. You will report directly to me and the highest decision-making body, holding highest coordination rights and priority mobilization rights over all projects and resources within the plan. All departments must cooperate unconditionally with Comrade Yi Xiao's work. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt tone suddenly rang in Yi Xiao's mind. Detected that the host has made a decisive contribution to the development of Blue Star Civilization. Civilization sharing authority upgraded. Congratulations. You have gained 1000 survival points. National Survival Lone Walker System upgraded to V2. 0. Unlocking new module civilization contribution, ranking in Yi Xiao's mind, a golden leaderboard slowly unfolded. Civilization contribution, ranking in 0. 1 Yi Xiao Blue Star Great Xia contribution, level 9999, only a solitary name appeared on the list. Yet Yi Xiao knew that from this moment on he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood a nation in wartime status, a civilization sworn to change its destiny. The heavy alloy door of the conference room slowly closed, isolating everything from the outside world. In the vast circular space, only Yi Xiao, Elder Yin, and academician Qian Jingchen remained. Comrade Xiao Yi. Elder Yin walked over to Yi Xiao, his eyes, which had witnessed countless changes in the world, now reflected pure seriousness. He extended his hand, personally adjusting Yi Xiao's collar, which had gathered dust from the spatial traversal. The movement was slow and meticulous. From now on, the future of the Great Xia, the future of humanity, rests on your shoulders. Elder Yin paused for a moment, adding, the responsibility is immense. But you are not alone in this burden. A wave of warmth surged in Yi Xiao's chest as he clenched his fist and nodded firmly. I understand. Elder Yan's gaze shifted to Qian Jingchen. Old Qian, the safety of Comrade Yi Xiao is the cornerstone of the plan. Its importance surpasses everything else. You and the research system must exert 12 times the effort. Rest assured, Commander. Academician Qian Jingchen straightened his back sharply, his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with a stubborn determination to burn everything down. Even if we have to burn these old bones to ashes, we will arm him to the teeth. Elder Yin gave Yi Xiao's shoulder a final pat and left without saying another word. In the conference room, only Yi Xiao and Qian Jingchen remained. Old Qian. Yi Xiao no longer indulged in pleasantries and directly summoned the system panel, projecting a list with his thoughts. Silent Canyon Level 2 Civilization Biological Research Base. I need a set of individual equipment capable of handling unknown environments. His voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were reading a military order. First, radiation protective suit. The standard must allow me to move freely in the core area. All our current levels are obsolete. Second, a portable biological spectrometer. I need it to provide a preliminary report on unknown viruses and toxins within 30 seconds. Third, antiviral serum and efficient cellular repair agents. This is my trump card. Oh, I don't know what I will encounter, so it must be able to cope with all possibilities. Finally, weapons. Yi Xiao's gaze fell on the end of the list where there was only one word: energy weapon. An energy core based on a small nuclear fusion device. I want stronger individual firepower. Power range, portability. None of these can be lacking. Qian Jingchen's breathing became heavy as he stared fixedly at the list, as if what he saw was not text, but a future beast capable of devouring all. He instinctively rubbed his hands together, his lips moving. The blueprint is complete, but materials science, engineering, and the most crucial, energy stability and miniaturization. Old Qian's voice was somewhat hoarse, revealing immense pressure. Just the material purification and modular design will take at least 3 months. There are no 3 months. Yi Xiao interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. My cooling time for each traversal is 22 hours. At most, I can stay on Blue Star for 30 days. After 30 days, I must return to the star remains. He locked eyes with Qian Jingchen. Old Qian, the threat from the Star Alliance looms over us. Oh, we have no room to bargain. This is a race against the death of civilization. I will search for the special materials and technology samples you need in the star remains, but the first batch of prototypes must be delivered to me before I set off next time. Yi Xiao emphasized each word. No matter the cost, no matter the price, speed is all that matters. Qian Jingqian's lips trembled as he looked into Yi Xiao's cold, terrifying eyes, which held no fear, no hesitation, only precise calculations leading to victory. He suddenly slapped his thigh as if making a certain decision. All right, 30 days. I will issue a military order to you. The entire Academy of Sciences will not sleep until we have produced the equipment for you. In the following month, Yi Xiao's life was divided into two distinct halves. In the following month, base No. 7 entered a sleepless wartime state. Yi Xiao's life was also divided into two halves. During the day, he spent most of his time in the main control room resolving issues related to the nuclear fusion blueprint. A prototype experienced energy instability during testing, instantly destroying tens of millions worth of special alloys. The project team argued for 3 days and nights without any progress. It's a material issue. Our materials cannot withstand that kind of energy shock. Academician Qian Jingqian's eyes were red, his voice hoarse, as he spoke to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao contemplated recalling some strange metal fragments he had picked up in the Star Remains world. He had previously ordered the spatial beacon technology for the country. This time he decided to employ the same strategy. Spending 500 survival points, he vaguely searched the trading system's material library and eventually found a sample named Level 2 Civilization Ilera alloy fragment. He did not explain its origin. He only handed over a piece of metal the size of a fingernail shimmering with a dark blue light to Qian Jingqian when he returned to Blue Star next time. Try analyzing this, but might help you. This piece of metal from the Star Remains completely stunned everyone. The materials science laboratory worked tirelessly for 48 hours, and when the analysis report came out, the entire team erupted into chaos. Its crystal structure was unique, forming natural energy guiding channels at the atomic level. This completely overturned the existing materials science theories of Blue Star. Although it could not be replicated immediately, it pointed the way for the parameter design of the constraint field. Half a day later, new testing began, and the energy output was extremely stable. The entire laboratory fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into deafening applause. From that day on, the research team's gaze towards him changed completely. It was no longer respect, but a kind of awe and fervor towards an explorer of unknown civilizations and a guide. At night, he locked himself in the gravity training room of the base. The shortened cooling time for traversal meant that every second he stayed in the Star Remains increased the risk. A powerful physique was the only capital for survival. Sweat soaked through his training suit repeatedly, only to be evaporated by the intense training, leaving behind white salt stains. Muscles cried out in agony with each tear and reformation. Strength 10, speed 10, constitution 10, spirit 10. Thousands of survival points flowed out like a stream, and the 4 basic attributes quickly reached a whole number. However, when he attempted to consume another 1,000 survival points to boost his strength, the numbers on the system panel remained unchanged. Ding. Host's basic attributes have reached the current species limit, unable to continue increasing. Species limit. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed instantly. This meant that as a purely Blue Star human, his path of physical enhancement had come to an end. The ceiling was right here. System, how do I unlock extraordinary abilities? He asked in a deep voice. Or how do I break through the attribute limits? The blue panel flickered for a moment, and the mechanical synthesized voice rang out without a ripple. Insufficient permissions, unable to query. Again, insufficient permissions. Yi Xiao's heart sank. This system that came from the sky was far more complex and closed than he had imagined. It was like a massive treasury encrypted in layers, and what he could currently utilize was perhaps only a few inconspicuous items in the hallway. This bug seemed to exist in more than one place. Just as Yi Xiao was irritated by the physical bottleneck, the alloy door of the training room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Bang! Academician Qian Jingqian burst, and his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, yet his face glowed with an unusual redness. He tightly clutched an encrypted communicator, his excitement making his words come out in a rush. Yi Xiao, it's done. It's done. Without waiting for Yi Xiao to react, Qian Jingqian grabbed his arm and almost dragged him outside. The first batch of prototypes just passed the final stability test. Come, let's go see. Let's go see our great Xia's own light. On the second underground level zone C lies the weapon testing ground. The 3-meter-thick special alloy walls enclose a space large enough to accommodate a football field capable of withstanding the frontal impact of tactical nuclear weapons. As Yi Xiao accompanied Qian Jingqian into the room, more than a dozen white-coat academicians and experts were already waiting. Their gaze was unified, not merely observing a person, but rather scrutinizing a national treasure about to be unveiled. In the center of the testing ground, three creations stood silently. The first is a shoulder-mounted weapon retaining the silhouette of the fire rocket launcher, but with a thicker and longer barrel. Its entirely black surface is laced with blue energy patterns lurking like veins connected at the rear to a palm-sized silver metal box, housing a small nuclear fusion core. Qian Jingxian pointed at it, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Codenamed Judgment, a pure energy cannon. We have abandoned physical ammunition, the theoretical peak power. He paused as if searching for the right word is enough to make a main battle tank along with its shadow vanish from existence. The second item is a long sword. The blade is approximately 1.2 meters long in a deep black hue with smooth lines. The hilt has a reserved interface for connecting to the energy backplate of the combat suit. An academic from the materials department stepped forward, his palm gliding over the cold blade. Codenamed Starslayer. The core of the blade consists of that unknown alloy fragment you brought back, which we reconstructed using the most advanced memory metal. When activated, the blade will form a layer of high-frequency oscillating plasma. He looked at Yishao. In theory, it can cut through everything we know. The third item is a brand new combat suit. It is dark gray, more form-fitting than the one Yishao currently wears, with a full-cover helmet and a face shield displaying faint blue data streams. The Panga Generation Individual Combat System. Qian Jingxian stepped forward personally, his hand brushing over the cold surface of the combat suit, as if caressing his own child. It incorporates all the functionalities you requested: level 7 radiation protection, triple biological filtration, a miniature environmental monitor, and he looked up, his gaze intense. The universal energy interface for both Judgment and Starslayer, powered by the small nuclear fusion core. Yishao's eyes swept over the three pieces of equipment, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. 30 days. From an unbelievable blueprint to a set of weapons capable of rewriting the definition of warfare. This is the power of the nation. I will test it. Yishao took off his coat and walked towards the Pangu combat suit without a moment's hesitation. With the assistance of several staff members, he donned the armor. As the humming sound of the energy core activated resonated from behind, a warm current surged through his spine into his limbs. In his vision, faint blue data streams refreshed his heart rate, energy output, and environmental parameters. Target 500 meters away, T9 alloy target. In the command room, Qian Jingxian issued the order. Yishao raised his arm, and the shoulder-mounted energy cannon Judgment was securely fixed on his shoulder with the assistance of a mechanical arm. He felt no weight, only a sense of power capable of moving mountains. Lock on target. A red diamond frame automatically highlighted the alloy target in the distance on the helmet's visor. Fire. Yishao pulled the trigger. There was no deafening roar or strong recoil, as anticipated, only a dull hum. A thick blue beam shot out, suddenly bright enough to overshadow the entire testing ground's lighting system. It burst forth from the muzzle, instantly piercing the space 500 meters ahead. The light flickered for less than a second. When everyone's vision recovered the half-meter-thick T9 alloy target that had stood there along with the concrete base below, it had completely vanished. Only a massive pit remained, its edges smooth like a mirror, the interior melted to a glass-like texture, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. In the command room, a deathly silence ensued, with the sound of a pin drop audible. A few seconds later, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the data monitoring station. Energy dissipation. At 0. Target material. Completely annihilated. Spatial structure disturbance of 0.012 microseconds. Heavens. An elderly expert responsible for data analysis suddenly stood up, his chair toppling over unnoticed, staring intently at the screen filled with irrational curves, muttering to himself, This is not a weapon, this is a miracle. In front of the monitoring screen, another elderly expert instinctively adjusted his glasses and rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. Old Qian Yishao set down Judgment, his voice transmitting through the communicator tinged with suppressed shock. Its power exceeds theoretical values. Old Qian snapped back to reality. He gazed at the figure armed with future weaponry on the screen, and after the initial ecstasy, deeper worries surfaced on his brow. Xiaoyi, the stronger the weapon, the more uneasy I feel. He approached the communicator, lowering his voice slightly. The star skeleton world is far more dangerous than any scenario we have theorized. Your personal safety. Old Qian. Yishao interrupted him, reaching for the Star Slayer longsword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade emitted a clear, resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar. The more dangerous it is, the more proactive we must be. He tightened his grip on the hilt and pressed the activation button. Buzz. On the blackened blade, a layer of dancing blue arcs materialized, emitting a sizzling sound, causing the surrounding air to grow scorching. These, Yishao raised the sword, pointing towards the empty distance, are the first rays of light we pierce into the darkness. Qian Jingxian watched the flickering arcs, his eyes silently moistening. Final preparations before the traversal. Yi Xiao had already donned the brand-new Panga combat system, shouldering Judgment and girding Starslayer. The research team had also prepared 3 Hummingbird micro-reconnaissance drones for him, a high-precision geological and life detection instrument, and a dozen types of broad-spectrum antidotes. In the final minutes waiting for the traversal cooling, he asked the system once more what exactly is the reason behind the physical fitness bottleneck. This time the system's mechanical synthesized voice seemed to stutter for a moment. Detected host civilization level as level 1 primitive. Individual evolution limited by the overall level of civilization. Insufficient permissions. Although it still stated insufficient permissions, the previous sentence struck like lightning through Yi Xiao's thoughts. Individual evolution is limited by the overall level of civilization. He froze. Is it possible that the attributes he enhanced using survival points have an upper limit, and that this upper limit is tightly bound by Blue Star's current civilization level? Only when the technology of Daxia soars, when Blue Star's civilization rating overall improves, can he unlock higher attributes and gain truly extraordinary power. This speculation made his heart sink. He once thought of himself as the cheat of civilization, only to discover that he and the entire Daxia, all of humanity, were like grasshoppers tied by an invisible rope. In honor and disgrace together, in loss and gain together. He took a deep breath, stopping further thoughts and skillfully stowing all equipment into the storage space attached to the upgraded Star Skeleton anchor core. This space is small, only 10 kilograms 0.1 cubic meters, but just enough to hold these key pieces of equipment. System initiate bidirectional traversal. The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit him as base No. 7 began to distort and fade. He knew that when his vision cleared again, an armed plunder of level 2 civilization ruins was about to begin. The spatial ripples settled, and the temperature-controlled air of base 7 was instantly withdrawn. A bone-chilling cold rushed into his nostrils, mingled with the heavy scent of rust and dust. He returned to the Star Skeleton. Yi Xiao did not hesitate, walking towards the corner of the cave. There, a full set of dark silver Panga combat suit stood quietly, reflecting a faint glow in the dim light. With a click, the helmet sealed shut, and his vision was immediately enveloped by a light blue stream of data. Energy core activated, combat system self-check completed. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear, isolating him from the wind outside, cutting off the last trace of warmth belonging to Blue Star. Yi Xiao stepped out of his hiding place in the cave. Outside was an unceasing metallic storm, the gray sand veil compressing visibility to less than 10 meters. He focused his thoughts. Command confirmed. Activate Hummingbird 1. The micro hatch on his external exoskeleton silently slid open, and a palm-sized drone detached from his body, its buzzing sound instantly swallowed by the storm. In the lower left corner of the visor, a real-time updated 3D terrain map unfolded, its accuracy far exceeding the system's built-in detection capabilities. Every distorted ruin and every profound ravine was outlined with clear lines. Target: Silent Canyon. Yi Xiao slightly bent his legs, the composite muscle fibers of the combat suit tensed, storing kinetic energy that pressed his body low. In the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, propelled by the surging power provided by the exoskeleton system, easily breaking the sound barrier and creating a brief vacuum tunnel behind him, tearing open a gap in the swirling sand. Warning: high-energy biological reaction detected 300 meters ahead. Threat level low. Before the system's prompt finished, a mutated giant beast comparable in size to an armored vehicle charged out from behind the metallic ruins, its bony spikes gleaming with a cold light. Fetid saliva splattered everywhere as it ran. A month ago, Yi Xiao would have chosen to avoid it or use a rocket launcher to maneuver. Now he didn't even slow down. His left hand grasped the handle of the Star Slayer knife at his waist, and the energy readings in the visor fluctuated slightly, a warm current flowing from the energy interface of the armor to the knife handle. Buzz. Amid the high-frequency resonance, a blinding blue light blade shot out from the knife handle, stabilizing at a length of 1.5 meters. The air at the edge of the light blade was slightly distorted by the high temperature. In the instant of crossing, Yi Xiao's arm was raised, and he and the knife turned into a straight line, flashing past the side of the giant beast. He did not look back, continuing to charge forward. 2 seconds later, a dull roar came from behind him. In the rear-view image of the visor, the massive creature was neatly split in half from its central body, the cut smooth as a mirror. The internal tissues had been instantly scorched and carbonized by the high thermal energy, without a drop of blood spilling out. This outcome was within expectations. This effortless crushing was the best reward for the sleepless efforts of the researchers from the Daxia over the past month. Those troubles that had once required careful handling now didn't even have the qualification to make him stop. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao stopped before a cliff. Ahead lay the entrance to Silent Canyon. However, the sight before him made him halt. The real-time footage transmitted back by Hummingbird 1 showed that the entrance to the canyon was not the high-radiation ruins described by Carl, but rather a vast, silent, and distorted energy field. It was an invisible wall over 100 meters wide enveloping the entire entrance. Light and space underwent bizarre distortions within the force field. Inside the force field, blinding arcs of electricity flickered like silver snakes, emitting crisp, crackling sounds. Hundreds of meters away, the microdust on the surface of the combat suit was attracted by static electricity, producing a soft hissing sound. System scan. Warning. High-energy spatial distortion field detected. The alarms on the visor turned a glaring red. Radiation intensity inside the force field is rapidly rising, peak levels exceeding the current protective suit's theoretical limit by 300. Warning. Force field component analysis failed, unknown dimension interference detected. The system's cold mechanical voice took on a hurried tone for the first time. Recommendation: evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The intelligence presented a fatal deviation. What had happened here in the star skeleton world over the past 30 days? This was certainly not the appearance of an abandoned relic. It resembled a reactivated energy prison. Hummingbird 1 approach and scout. Yi Xiao's command was calm, devoid of any emotion. The drone circling above received the order, adjusted its posture, and slowly descended towards the distorted force field. 50 meters from the force field, Hummingbird 1 seemed to hit an invisible wall, its body instantly crushed, twisted, and torn apart by an unseen immense force, ultimately exploding into a small fireball, leaving no debris behind. A sharp static noise passed through the communication channel before descending into silence. A hard charge was tantamount to suicide. Yi Xiao looked up, his gaze crossing the lethal force field, peering into the depths of the canyon. Beyond the distorted light and shadows, the outlines of a massive complex could be faintly seen. A Level 2 civilization's biological research base. Vast amounts of technological blueprints, intact equipment that had not been downgraded, and possibly secrets that could allow him to transcend species limits. The treasure was right before him, yet blocked by an impenetrable door of death. Give up. That word had never appeared in his options. Daxia had poured immense resources into this. The entire civilization continuity plan was waiting for him to bring back a new spark of technology. He forced himself to calm down. He did not retreat, but issued a new command. Hummingbird 2, ascend. Switch to wide-spectrum energy detection mode. Scan around the edge of the force field and establish a detailed distribution map of all anomalous energy sources in the area. A new energy map rapidly generated on the visor. The force field itself was a massive red highlighted area, but about 300 meters behind the force field, beneath a pile of ruins, there existed an extremely faint flickering blue light point. Its energy response pattern was entirely different from the force field. Go back. Yi Xiao immediately set off. He cleared away layers of rusty metal plates with his bare hands, and at the very bottom of the ruins, he discovered a crushed spherical robot. Half of its body was smashed to pieces, and the remaining single eye flickered with a weak red light, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yi Xiao did not rashly touch it. He activated the micro-mechanical arm of the Panga suit, grasping a spare piece of high-purity energy fragment, cautiously approaching the robot's exposed energy interface. Z. Upon receiving the energy boost, the robot's single eye flashed brightly, emitting a scanning beam that mechanically swept over Yi Xiao's entire body. When the beam fell on Yi Xiao's chest, where the star skeleton anchor core was located, the red light suddenly flickered violently. Z. High-dimensional beacon detected. Authorizations matching. Identity protocol confirmed. The robot's single eye settled into a soft blue light. Guardian of the research base. Number 734, detected external power supply. Greetings to you, esteemed holder. It paused momentarily, and a hoarse electronic voice emerged from the damaged speaker. Searching the database for you. The base's mainframe has restarted the barrier protocol 35 standard days ago. According to the final terms of the protocol, esteemed holder, you are authorized to lift the barrier. However, lifting the barrier requires your personal entry into the central control room of the base. Yi Xiao stood still. The vast amount of information brought by the robot was rapidly reorganizing in his mind. Your Excellency the holder, the only authority to disable the barrier. These words acted like a key, unlocking the fog surrounding the origin of the star skeleton anchor point core in his heart. He asked through the loudspeaker of the Pangu battle suit, his voice devoid of any tremor. What is holder's authority? How do I disable the barrier? The single blue light of Robot 734 flickered as its outdated processor searched ancient data. The holder's authority originates from the high-dimensional beacon you carry. In the defense system protocol of this base, this beacon is designated as the highest priority absolute ally identification code. The high-dimensional beacon. Yi Xiao's fingertips unconsciously traced over his chest plate precisely where the star skeleton anchor point core was attached. This object is not merely a compensation for a system bug. It comes from a being far more advanced than this second-tier civilization. 35 standard days ago, the base's mainframe detected unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuations during its slumber, determining it to be the activation condition for the seed protocol. The mainframe restarted the barrier protocol to isolate external threats, protecting the last samples of civilization within the base. But as a result, it also isolated all possibilities of entry. Yi Xiao frowned. Did the barrier open by itself? Yes, Your Excellency the Holder. It is a self-protection program. 734's mechanical body trembled slightly. According to the protocol, only you can disable it from the inside. But to disable it, you must first enter. A perfect deadlock. Yi Xiao did not voice this complaint. Since this nearly obsolete robot had said so much, it must have more to say. In the protocol, a unique emergency entrance is reserved for the Holder. 734's remaining mechanical arm struggled to lift, pointing to a corner obscured by twisted ruins. There is a maintenance passage wrapped in an energy barrier. When the mainframe restarted, it failed to completely shut it down, and it is currently in a highly unstable state. Yi Xiao's mind stirred slightly. The Hummingbird 2 drone immediately flew to the designated location, projecting the image onto his visor. Beneath the stacked metal wreckage, a narrow crack barely large enough for one person to pass through flickered in and out of visibility. Inside the crack, there was no solid matter. It was a chaotic torrent of energy. Warning: the internal spatial structure of the passage is disordered, and the peak value of the energy storm will exceed the current protective limit by 500. Simulation analysis: the probability of the body structure being torn apart within 3 seconds of entry is 99.7. Recommendation: abandon entry. A 99.7 mortality rate. This is not a ticket. This is a death sentence that has already taken effect. Abandon it. In Yi Xiao's mind, the pale faces and slightly hunched figures of countless researchers at Base 7 flickered. There is no retreat for the Great Xia. There is none for human civilization either. He clenched his fists, the metallic knuckles of his battle suit emitting a faint creak sound. Fear is an instinct, but his muscle memory acted even faster. Hummingbird 2 continued to approach, perform three-dimensional data modeling on the entrance of the passage, analyze the energy fluctuation cycle, and find the weakest moment. He issued the command. Yes, Commander. The drone replied with a cold electronic echo. In the few minutes of waiting for data analysis, he asked the system one last time. What is the relationship between the star skeleton anchor point core and this base? This time the mechanical voice of the system was silent for a full 3 seconds. Insufficient permissions. It was still these 4 words. But Yi Xiao could feel that within the system there seemed to be a computation and struggle he could not comprehend. Waiting felt as long as a century. The blue light on Robot 734 grew dimmer, like a candle flickering in the wind. Your Excellency the Holder. Its voice was so weak it was almost drowned out by the sound of the wind. Finally, the last energy. I will transmit a fragment of the outer map of the base. A data stream shot from 734's single eye directly entering the database of the Pangu battle system. Be careful of the purifiers. Before the words fell, the blue light in 734's single eye completely extinguished. It became a cold piece of steel debris. Purifiers. Yi Xiao etched this word deep into his memory. Just then a prompt of modeling completion came through his visor. Energy window locked, duration 0. 8 seconds will appear in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Yi Xiao approached the cold remains of the robot, bent down, and gently touched its extinguished single eye with his finger. Thank you. He was not thanking it for providing information. He was thanking it for allowing him to feel a glimpse of foolish yet great perseverance across civilizations on this cold alien wasteland. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the energy core in Yi Xiao's legs overloaded. The Pangu battlesuit emitted a suppressed roar as he transformed into a dark gray stream of light, charging towards the fleeting energy window with the speed of breaking the sound barrier, without a hint of hesitation and with precision. Blue star outskirts of Beijing Base 7. On the enormous central screen, the green dot representing Yi Xiao's life signs and coordinates flickered violently without warning. Once, twice, then with a pop, it completely disappeared. In its place was a blinding snow and a line of cold, merciless red text. Signal lost, life signs cannot be monitored. What happened? Qian Jingchen's chair was abruptly pushed back, crashing into the equipment cabinet behind him with a loud noise. He braced himself against the control panel, his eyes fixed on the snowflake. Backup channel. Activate the space-based array to enhance the signal. His voice had already changed pitch. Report Qian Lao. A young operator suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with tears. All channels have been interrupted. We lost track of him. The entire command room was drained of all sound by this statement. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone halted their work, staring incredulously at the snowflake screen. Elder Yin stood at the command platform. His once straight posture now appeared slightly bent, as if weighed down by an invisible burden. He tightly gripped the metal railing in front of him, his knuckles losing color from excessive force, and the bulging veins on the back of his hand resembled a dam about to burst. He said nothing, but the emotions swirling in his reddened eyes transitioned from worry and fear to a state of despair that even he was reluctant to acknowledge. The last hope of human civilization, the only seed of life, has it extinguished? Eagle Sauce Pentagon Underground Command Center. Defense Secretary John Keller was listening to an emergency briefing on the Dragon Eye plan. A senior intelligence analyst pointed to the holographic star map and said, "None of our detectors can resolve this point. It does not reflect electromagnetic waves, nor does it emit radiation. It exists stably in the universe." On the star map, an anomalous pulse region appeared with a stable blue glowing point. Keller stared at the blue dot, suddenly realizing something. His voice was dry. "What about the spatial disturbances at that base of the Great Xia?" The analyst said with difficulty. When that singularity appeared, all spatial disturbances at the Great Xia base completely vanished. Keller's face turned pale in an instant. A terrifying hypothesis took shape in his mind. Not only did the Great Xia master the technology to break spatial barriers, but they had also established a stable, permanent spatial beacons on an alien planet. An energy singularity. Highest level alert. Keller's voice trembled. Immediately notify the president. Convene the highest emergency security meeting. The mode of war has completely changed. The passageway had no direction. Time was stirred into a chaotic pot. Yi Xiao felt as if he had been stuffed into an industrial shredder. Every bone wailed in agony, every inch of muscle fiber was being violently tugged and torn, only to be forcibly fused back together by chaotic energy. Warning: shield overload. Emergency mode activated. Structural stress adjustment in progress. Energy core 12. Life support system estimated duration 80 minutes. 17 structural damages detected in the outer armor, 3 penetrative wounds isolating the damaged areas. Life support efficiency decreased by 45. Inside the helmet, a sharp alarm shattered the eardrums, and the view was completely occupied by a crimson warning frame. Yi Xiao gave up resisting. He forcibly suppressed the torn pain, locking the 10 points of human physical limit tightly within, guarding his body against collapse. In the face of absolute torrents of power, any struggle was futile. He condensed all his strength, relying on his superhuman combat instinct, sensing that faint semblance of stability amidst the raging energy storm. Now is the moment. A slightly calmer flow of energy brushed past him. Yi Xiao abruptly curled his body into a ball. The thrusters on the back of the combat suit exploded in self-destruct mode, emitting a muffled blast. A tremendous force thrust him into the fleeting zone of stability. It felt as though he had passed through a layer of viscous gel. In the next moment, the tearing sensation vanished. He crashed heavily onto the cold metal floor. Bang! Shield failure. Energy core 12. Warning: outer armor damaged, life support system compromised. The mechanical voice of the combat suit crackled intermittently, mixed with electrical noise. Yi Xiao propped himself up, his chest heaving violently. Even through the helmet, he could hear his own heavy breathing. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately retrieved a spare high-purity energy core from storage. He removed the depleted module and clicked the new energy core into the interface. The energy indicator bar instantly restored to 100. The internal lighting and circulation system of the combat suit stabilized once more. He raised his left arm. On the arm armor, a crack had torn through the expensive composite armor, exposing the intricate wiring within, shimmering with dangerous electric sparks in the air. Yi Xiao reached out with his right hand, the metal fingertip gently brushing against the crack. The cold touch felt like a branding iron searing into his heart. Behind that crack, he saw not astronomical repair costs, but the bloodshot eyes of academician Qian Jingchen, and the hunched figures of countless researchers slumped over their lab benches. Every inch of this battle armor was soaked in the burning national treasury of the Great Xia and the hard work of a generation. His fingers slowly clenched the movement, heavy, his gaze sharper and colder than ever before. It must be brought back, with a value 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Just stepping into the vault, the entrance ticket was already so expensive. Yi Xiao slowly tightened his fist. The movement was heavy, the metal knuckles creaked under the immense grip. His gaze pierced through the visor, sharper and colder than at any moment before. Only then did he begin to survey his surroundings. It was a vast circular corridor, silent as a tomb. The ground beneath was cold and smooth dark metal. The walls were made of a semi-transparent crystal, allowing a blurred view of the interior, where countless biological conduits finer than hair intertwined densely. A viscous, ghostly green fluorescent liquid flowed within like blood. Warning: abnormal external air composition. A line of small red text popped up in the lower right corner of the visor. Component analysis: inert gas 78, unknown biological preservative 19, high volatility, unknown neural sedative 3. Despite the Pangu filtration system, the mixed smell simulated through the sensors blending formaldehyde with some kind of spice still caused Yi Xiao to instinctively feel discomfort. It felt as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. Yi Xiao focused his thoughts. Hummingbird 3, ascend. The rear hatch slid open, and the last spare drone flew out silently, exploring forward along the corridor. The real-time footage transmitted back by the drone made Yi Xiao's pupils constrict slightly. At the far end of the corridor, at the end of his line of sight, stood a towering cylindrical incubation chamber. Through the dust-covered wall, he could vaguely see an incomplete humanoid biological skeleton floating inside. The skeleton was 10 meters tall, its ribs as thick as the corridor's columns. Even just a fragment of a skeleton exuded a chilling, millennia-spanning biological oppressive force. Silence reigned. In the deathly quiet, Yi Xiao could even hear his own heartbeat amplified by the combat suit. He felt a chill creeping up his spine. It was an instinctive warning, a sense of being targeted by a top predator. At that moment, crack! A barely audible sound of metal scraping came from directly above his head. The sound was faint, but particularly jarring in this dead silence. Yi Xiao did not look up. His Bodis muscle memory was faster than his brain's thought. The exoskeleton's auxiliary thruster at his waist instantly released a burst of high-pressure airflow, violently altering the center of gravity of the combat suit. His whole body was yanked sideways with brute force, almost sliding along the ground. It was almost the moment he left his original position. A glaring red light shot down vertically from the ceiling, precisely landing on the spot where he had just stood. Z. The hard metal floor was instantly melted through, leaving a smooth crimson hole the size of a fist. Pungent metallic steam wafted upwards. Yi Xiao rolled to the ground, half kneeling, and finally looked up. On the ceiling of the corridor, a gigantic mechanical spider-like construct made of countless small metallic limbs was silently clinging there. Its size was a full 3 meters wide, entirely black, blending seamlessly into the dark environment, as if the shadow itself had taken form. Had it not been for the recent attack, it would have been impossible to detect. Its head bore no features, only a massive compound eye made up of hundreds of tiny lenses. At this moment, that compound eye was flickering with cold red light, fixating on Yi Xiao. Beep! The red light of the purifier's compound eye flashed sharply. A piercing data stream, noise not transmitted through the air, but directly affecting the communications channel of the combat suit, pierced through his mind like a cold steel needle. Protocol 7 confirmed: non-standard life form detected. Genetics, unable to identify. Material, high threat level. Triggering purification command. Executing, physical eradication. As soon as the cold electronic voice finished, the armor on the purifier's abdomen silently slid open. Hundreds of slender barrels the thickness of chopsticks aimed at Yi Xiao's position. At the same time, the purifier's massive compound eye lit up with hundreds of miniature lenses, projecting hundreds of fine red crosshairs. Like a rain of blood, precisely covering every joint and seam of Yi Xiao's Pangu combat suit. Even the recently damaged crack was closely monitored by 3 crosshairs. In the next moment, a torrential barrage of high-energy laser beams erupted. The laser net covered all escape routes. The scorching heat surged towards him, and the temperature readings on the surface of the combat suit began to soar. Yi Xiao showed no signs of fear in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Buzz! His right hand reached for his waist, grasping the hilt of his knife. A 1.5-meter-long azure blade of light sprang from its sheath, the blade of the Star Slayer radiating a purer and more dangerous glow than the surrounding lasers. With his legs slightly bent, the energy output curve of the Pangu combat suit instantly maxed out. Boom! He transformed into a gray shadow racing along the ground, actively charging towards the deadly web. Fast. Too fast. With the assistance of the dynamic visual capture of the combat suit, countless intertwining laser beams turned into deadly red data streams in his eyes. However, he did not entirely rely on the system's auxiliary judgment, but instead relied on his battle instincts and muscle memory, honed to their limits. Just before the data streams reached his retina, his body had already executed the swiftest evasive and blocking maneuvers. The Star Slayer in Yi Xiao's hand swung into a dazzling blue light curtain. Clang, 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 clang. The dense, crisp sounds of impact resonated through the corridor. Each laser beam capable of melting through the crystal floor was precisely blocked and deflected by the plasma blade of the Star Slayer. Sparks flew like a waterfall. Yi Xiao's movements flowed like water with not a single superfluous motion. He danced like a ghost on the tip of a blade, swiftly weaving through the gaps of death. In the heat of battle, his mind was as calm as a supercomputer. The Purifier's attacks seemed dense, yet they followed a fixed logic and trajectory. Each volley it fired had a cooldown of 300 milliseconds. This was a programmed AI, not a truly intelligent being. Found it. After once again slicing through with his blade and directing 3 intersecting laser beams towards the ceiling, Yi Xiao seized that fleeting interval. He executed a fierce tactical roll, his body skimming almost along the ground, instantly closing the distance to the Purifier. Almost simultaneously, a thicker and deadlier main cannon beam larger than all previous beams whistled past his shoulder armor, blasting a bottomless pit into the crystal wall several meters behind. At that moment, Yi Xiao had already stealthily approached beneath the shadow of its massive body. He grabbed one of the Purifier's limbs tightly as a pivot, utilizing the combat suit's immense torque to stabilize himself. At the same time, his left shoulder armor slid back with a soft click, revealing the barrel of the shoulder-mounted energy cannon Judgment, which was already primed and poised through the armor's gap. A ghostly blue energy rapidly gathered at the barrel, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Target locked. Purifier Central Processing Core. Charging complete. The red light of the Purifier's compound eyes flickered violently, as if sensing a deadly threat. All its limbs abandoned shooting and began to wildly thrash like sharp blades slicing towards Yi Xiao's body. But it was too late. Yi Xiao's gaze was as cold as iron, and he directly issued the command. Fire! There was no earth-shattering explosion. A blue energy beam 100 times brighter than the laser beams shot forth from the barrel of Judgment, accurately striking the center of the Purifier's torso. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The massive metal spider froze midair. Then, centered on the core hit by the energy beam, its entire body began to silently and rapidly disintegrate and annihilate. The solid alloy that composed its body had no chance to melt into molten iron. It was directly broken down into the most basic particles, dissipating into the air. 2 seconds later, the sound of clattering echoed as some outer limb parts not directly hit by the energy beam lost their core support, falling like raindrops from the ceiling and landing on the ground with a crisp sound. The battle was over. The last metal part hit the ground with a clang, and the entire corridor returned to silence. Yi Xiao slowly straightened his body with the barrel of Judgment still emitting white vapor from the heat. He glanced at the combat suit system's combat duration record, 28 seconds. A top-tier security robot from a level 2 civilization did not even last half a minute against the weapons crafted with all of Blue Star's might. At this moment, what surged in Yi Xiao's heart was not just the thrill of victory, but an unprecedented icy confidence. He clearly understood that the source of this power was the opportunity from the nationwide survival bug, allowing him to bring back these technological blueprints from the depths of the Star Sea to Blue Star. It was precisely because Blue Star had devoted all its resources to this that it forged the kind of power capable of crushing everything today. Yi Xiao felt deeply fortunate, grateful that humanity had seized that opportunity. The technological disparity could indeed be so unreasonable. Yi Xiao approached the pile of parts still glowing red and crouched down. On a relatively intact shell fragment, he discovered a special emblem, one consisting of 3 concentric circles and an arrow piercing through. It was identical to the emblem on Robot 734. System prompt: fragment of Level 2 Civilization AI Security Control Protocol, scanned information incomplete. Would you like to spend 500 survival points for analysis? Analyze. Analysis complete. A stream of information surged directly into Yi Xiao's mind. These purifiers were the highest level security units of the base. Their core directive was to automatically activate following a biological contamination runaway event at the base, eliminating all unregistered active biological targets within their jurisdiction. They were cleaners responsible for erasing all failed test subjects. And Yi Xiao, an intruder with no biological identification signal from the base, was indistinguishable from those uncontrollable monsters in their judgment logic. Yi Xiao stood up, frowning slightly. The situation was more troublesome than expected. The identity of the holder seemed to have only granted him a ticket to enter the gate. Once inside, the internal automated defense system would not recognize him as friendly. He still needed to be purified as an intruder. He had to find a way to gain authorization from the internal system. Yi Xiao opened the Pangas system and brought up the incomplete map transmitted to him by 734. On the map, most areas were represented in black, indicating the unknown, with only a few spots illuminated. His gaze ultimately fell on a location marked as Material Reserve Area No. 3. According to the recently analyzed AI protocol, the defense level of such logistical areas was the lowest. Let's go take a look. Yi Xiao immediately set off. Following the map's guidance, he navigated through several complex corridors and quickly arrived at a heavy circular alloy door. A red indicator light was flashing on the door, accompanied by unknown text stating locked. No password, no key. Yi Xiao's choice was simple and direct. He drew the Star Slayer once more. Buzz, the blue blade lit up in the dim corridor. He gripped the knife with both hands and struck fiercely at the center of the alloy door. Sizzle. There was not much resistance. The special alloy capable of withstanding cannon fire melted like butter before the plasma blade of the Star Slayer. An opening big enough for a person to pass through was forcefully melted, the edges glowing red-hot. Yi Xiao sheathed the Star Slayer and stepped inside. The sight behind the door momentarily halted his usually steady breathing. In the massive space, rows of towering shelves were neatly arranged, extending into the darkness that his vision could not reach. On the shelves lay a multitude of items sealed within energy shields or special containers. Each container bore inscriptions in Level 2 civilization text that he did not understand. As Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the unrecognizable secondary civilization characters, the system silently projected translations in the corner of his vision. Portable space stabilizer, individual level 7 Malawian Quatches, cellular level hyper regeneration repair device, miniature anti-gravity engine module, and a row of standard individual energy shield generator. Yi Xiao's breath momentarily halted. The circulation system within his combat suit emitted a faint warning indicating that the oxygen supply frequency was automatically adjusting according to his heart rate. His gaze was fixated on the label of the 7 Malawian Quatches cellular level hyper regeneration repair device. It was not a cold technological term. In his mind, he recalled the names of scientists whose bodily functions had irreversibly deteriorated due to prolonged exposure to radiation. With it could those who burned their lives to pave the way for civilization survive. His gaze painfully shifted to the nearby miniature anti-gravity engine module. It was a palm-sized piece of metal so intricately structured that it resembled a work of art quietly suspended in the center of its container. The Great Xia had exhausted its national strength merely piecing together incomplete Starship hull blueprints from star wreckage, while the propulsion system remained a blank slate. And now the answer lay before him. Any item here, if taken back to Blue Star, could change the fate of the nation. His gaze continued to scan the rows of shelves until it was attracted by a special container stored alone in a corner. The container was made of an unknown dark golden material, its surface etched with complex energy circuits, and its protective level even exceeded that of the containers holding the anti-gravity engines. The label read Consciousness Upload Data Interface Defective. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. Would a top biological research base of a secondary civilization use the highest specifications to seal a defective item? A thin layer of dust covered the ground around the container, yet directly beneath it was an impeccably clean circular area untouched by dust, as if some energy had leaked from the bottom of the container for years, preventing dust from settling. This was certainly not an attitude towards waste. Was it due to immature technology, or was this item itself so dangerously unstable that its creators had to label it as defective to warn future generations? Yi Xiao committed the coordinates and unusual details of this item to memory, deciding not to touch it until he had a clear understanding of the entire base. He suppressed the turmoil within, walking to the shelf containing the miniature anti-gravity engine module. Tech Plunder Analysis Activate. His palm pressed against the cold, sealed container. Star Wreck Anchor Point Core warmed slightly. Detected Analyzable Technological Creation Miniature Anti-Gravity Engine Module. Analysis begins. Estimated time 1 hour. Yi Xiao's thoughts did not pause. Consume survival points. Initiate rapid analysis. 500 survival points have been deducted. Rapid analysis initiated. Estimated time 30 minutes. He did not stop his steps. As the anti-gravity engine entered the analysis sequence, he strode toward another shelf. His palm brushed against the outer wall of the 7 Malawian Quatches cellular level hyper regeneration repair device. Activate the second rapid analysis. Another 500 survival points were deducted, and Yi Xiao didn't care. Compared to those who had exhausted their lives for the future of the nation, this consumption was trivial. His movements were precise and efficient, each touch illuminating the technological tree of Blue Star civilization. Analysis complete. Hummingbird level pulse pistol complete blueprint. Blue Star manufacturable process conversion completion 78. Gain survival points 50 points. Analysis complete. Guardian individual energy shield generator complete blueprint. Blue Star manufacturable process conversion completion 61. Gain survival points 50 points. The system's prompt sounds rang out densely, and the survival points balance surged rapidly. Just as he was rapidly plundering these conventional equipment blueprints, a thought flashed through his mind. Physical fitness bottleneck. The system prompted limited by civilization level, but did that mean that within the rules there were truly no shortcuts? Since this base excelled in biotechnology, would there be related achievements? With this question in mind, he stopped indiscriminate analysis and began searching consciously in the biological products area. Soon a container stored alone in a 3-layer explosion-proof isolation cabinet caught his eye. The container bore a warning in crimson characters. Biological evolution induction liquid high risk. This was no ordinary liquid. It exhibited an eerie purple hue with light flowing within, as if it possessed its own life, slowly breathing within the container. Warning: this item contains highly unstable biological energy whose direct contact may lead to irreversible collapse of the gene chain. The system's warning was cold and piercing. Yi Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. High risk often also meant the possibility of breaking rules. This thing might just be the key for him to break free from his shackles and transcend the limits of his species. In the instant he stared at the vial of purple liquid, a faint signal interspersed with a mass of meaningless data streams unexpectedly invaded his combat suit's communication channel. It was not a sound, more like a wave on a mental level, weak yet possessing strong penetrative power. Help! A fragmented, painful, and hopeful thought crashed directly into his consciousness. Yi Xiao's movements halted abruptly. He immediately silenced all systems, lowering even the circulation noise of the life support system to the minimum. He held his breath, instantly cranking the sensitivity of the helmet's environmental audio collector to the limit. Help! Me! The signal appeared again, slightly clearer than before. The source came from deep within the warehouse. Yi Xiao's expression instantly shifted back to that of a cold hunter. He gripped the Star Slayer long knife anew, the energy circuits in the hilt activated, emitting an almost imperceptible hum. The Judgment energy cannon slung over his shoulder also entered standby charging mode. Were there still living beings in this death base patrolled by purifiers? He lightened his footsteps, moving towards the source of that mental wave deeper into the warehouse. At the end of the warehouse lay utter chaos. Several towering shelves had collapsed to the ground, smashing the equipment beneath into pieces. The mental signal was precisely emanating from beneath a crushed shelf. Yi Xiao crouched down, pressing a hand against the twisted metal beam, the exoskeleton on his waist exerting force, silently lifting it and pushing it aside. What lay beneath was a broken, small biological incubation chamber. The transparent cover was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and over half of the murky life support liquid had leaked out. Within the remaining liquid, a being was curled up. Its form closely resembled that of a human, with limbs and torso proportions almost identical, but its skin exhibited a sickly, bloodless pale blue hue. It appeared extremely weak, using its last bit of strength to gently tap against the inner wall of the incubation chamber with its pale, slender fingertips. When it caught sight of the massive figure clad in dark gray heavy armor through the cracks, its eyes, indistinguishable from those of a human, revealed no fear or hostility. Instead, there was a kind of ecstasy, as if after countless centuries of waiting it had finally seen dawn. As if in the endless darkness it had finally awaited the only redemption. In the next moment, a clear yet extremely weak mental message resonated deep within Yi Xiao's mind. Human, you finally came. In Yi Xiao's mind, that mental message exploded. Human, you have finally arrived. It recognized humanity. It was waiting for humanity. Yi Xiao's muscles suddenly tensed. The energy reading of his combat suit flickered in his retina, and the power output quietly increased by 15. The targeting frame of the shoulder cannon Judgment firmly locked onto the cultivation pod. The hilt of Star Cutter felt icy already in his palm. He remained silent, calmly issuing commands to the system. Scan target. Scanning. Target unknown intelligent life form. Status vital signs extremely weak, no direct aggression. Analysis target exhibits strong mental fluctuations, possesses the ability for mental communication. Unknown. This word tightened the fingers Yi Xiao had resting on the hilt of Star Cutter by another degree. He activated the external amplifier of his combat suit, his voice deep, like metal grinding. Who are you? Why do you recognize humanity? There was no sound. That mental message echoed again, carrying a weariness ground down by time. My identification code is Prometheus. The functionality of this biological vessel is on the verge of collapse, and the core consciousness is dissipating. Its mental message formed a bizarre conflict with its currently decaying biological form. AI. Yi Xiao's brows knitted together. An AI reduced to this state. To be precise, it is the biological terminal of the main AI. An accident severed my primary energy source, and I can only cling to this terminal to survive. I have waited too long. Since the base activated the barrier protocol, I have been trapped here. Only you can uncover the true core secrets of the base. Prometheus' voice revealed an urgency, as if its resources were about to run out. Again the term holder appeared. Answer my question. Yi Xiao's voice remained steady. Why do you recognize humanity? This time the mental message paused for several seconds. In the next moment, an extremely complex, encrypted data stream violently surged towards Yi Xiao's combat suit communication system. Warning: received an encrypted data packet from an unknown source. High risk. Present. Isolate. Isolate. Analyze in the background. Yi Xiao's decision was made without a hint of hesitation. The answer lies within this data stream. Prometheus' voice had become weak to the point of nearly breaking off, but it is encrypted by the highest protocol of the base force decryption will trigger self-destruction. More importantly, the complexity of this information far exceeds the bandwidth of mental transmission. Direct input will burn out your consciousness. Only the host in the central control room has the computing power to safely translate it for you. Right now, I lack the energy to support another high-intensity transmission. It seemed to be gathering its last strength. I can map out a safe route to the central control room for you, avoiding the majority of purifiers and rogue experimental subjects. In exchange, I need energy, and you need to take me with you. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered in the darkness. A deal. The risks were unknown, and so were the rewards. But he was acutely aware that he was stumbling about like a headless fly, and sooner or later he would encounter a more formidable purifier or die in some unknown trap. This AI calling itself Prometheus was his only path forward. As for the risks, since setting foot on this garbage planet, risk had been the very air he breathed. Agreed. Yi Xiao made his decision. He released the lock of judgment and stepped toward the cultivation pod. Virum, Star Cutter was drawn. The blue plasma blade did not pause for a moment, precisely slicing along the edge of the cultivation pod, completely cutting off the cracked cover. As the cover was removed, a murky liquid mixed with preservatives and decaying tissue flowed out, carrying a sweet, yet fishy odor. The pale blue biological terminal was thoroughly exposed, curled up, its skin glimmering faintly, as if the energy within was irreversibly dissipating. Yi Xiao did not hesitate, retrieving a backup energy interface and a high-strength strap from the storage compartment on the back of his combat suit. He carefully placed this humanoid terminal in the storage compartment behind him, avoiding any compression, then connected the energy line to a port at the back of its neck, nearly concealed by skin folds. Zzz. A faint sound of electricity crackled. With the energy replenished, the pale blue humanoid terminal visibly regained a glimmer of life. Thank you. Navigation has been initiated and the route map will be projected in real time on your tactical visor. Prometheus' voice had become much clearer. Now explain, Yi Xiao asked while following the map's guidance through the wreckage of the warehouse. Why did the base go out of control? Because we were conducting a forbidden experiment. Prometheus' voice for the first time mingled with awe and fear. An experiment. Attempting to unlock the gene lock. Gene lock. Yi Xiao's footsteps suddenly halted, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped his heart. Gene lock. In the corner of his retina, those static attribute numbers, strength 10, speed 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, seemed to ignite completely, with this phrase burning through his nerves. The system's cold prompt individual evolution is limited by the overall level of civilization, thundered in his mind like a clap of thunder. Could it be that the bottleneck confining him, the invisible hand trapping the aerospace and energy of the great Xia, confining the entire blue star civilization from stepping into the universe? Is this so-called lock? Our civilization's research found that the genes of the vast majority of intelligent races in the universe have been locked by a higher dimensional force since their inception. This lock restricts our evolutionary potential, nailing us firmly on the ladder of civilization levels without any advancement. And our experiment, at the brink of success in its final stages, went out of control. A powerful biological energy leak triggered a chain reaction of genetic collapse, ultimately leading to destruction. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xiao could clearly hear his own heartbeat transmitted by the combat suit's built-in monitor. The frequency was rising. He forcibly suppressed the urge for a deep breath. His throat felt dry, forcing his voice to maintain its previous steadiness. What does this lock mean for humanity? Is it a dead end with no advancement, just like for you? Prometheus fell silent again. This silence was longer than any previous one, long enough for Yi Xiao to think it had disconnected. Just as he was about to check the energy interface, that mental message slowly resonated in his mind. No, your plight is far more complex than being locked. Prometheus paused, as if searching for a suitable word. Other civilizations are locked out, and you are forgotten within. Forgotten behind the door. This statement made Yi Xiao's heart sink suddenly. It was not oppression nor restriction, but rather being ignored. Like a prisoner locked in a pitch-black cage, only to find that the keeper has completely forgotten him, and the door is thoroughly rusted shut. This feeling, more than anger, left him with a sense of unwillingness and chill. What do you mean? Yi Xiao's voice was slightly hoarse. The literal meaning. Prometheus responded. Continue forward, turn right after 300 meters. There is a backup life support pipe that can bypass a dense patrol area of purifiers. Yi Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and took a step forward. He knew that now was not the time to probe deeper. Surviving and reaching the central control room was the prerequisite for obtaining all answers. Under Prometheus' real-time guidance, he navigated through the complex steel corridors of the base. The sights along the way continually shocked him. He saw a gigantic incubation chamber containing a creature resembling a dinosaur, its body completely petrified, yet its bones were covered with strange crystals. He saw a corridor wall riddled with countless holes, as if corroded by strong acid. Prometheus informed him. That was a researcher attempting to unlock the energy affinity gene, who ultimately lost control and transformed into a mass of highly corrosive plasma, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. He even saw in a forcibly sealed laboratory countless failed experimental subjects twisted and fused together, forming a massive, still writhing mass of flesh that emitted a foul odor. All of these are the products of failed unlocking. Prometheus' voice was calm. The collapse of genes is the most terrifying and irretrievable disaster in the universe. One misstep leads to total destruction. Yi Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly he began to understand why the powerful Star Alliance cold-bloodedly conducted so-called civilization cleansing. Perhaps in their view, preventing the spread of such uncontrollable risks was far more important than protecting the survival of a fragile civilization. Stop! Prometheus' voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xiao immediately halted, crouching down to hide behind a pile of collapsed equipment debris. Ahead was a spacious circular hall. In the center of the hall, a monstrous creature of indeterminate form was slowly writhing. It had no fixed shape, assembled from the remains, flesh, and tendons of countless creatures. Tentacles of an octopus, giant pincers of crustaceans, claws of reptiles. Various strange limbs extended and retracted from the constantly writhing mass of flesh, making it utterly nauseating. Warning: high-intensity, mixed biological energy field detected. This is the Sown behemoth, the remnants of all the failed experimental subjects our base has cleaned up, Prometheus explained. After the energy leak, it was aggregated by some unknown force, forming this monster. Its core ability is to absorb and simulate energy. Pure energy attacks are ineffective against it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sown behemoth seemed to sense something. A fissure opened in the center of the mass, revealing a massive murky eyeball that suddenly turned towards Yi Xiao's hiding spot. Roar! A roar erupted that no creature could possibly emit. One of its tentacles suddenly shot up, coalescing into a basketball-sized ball of ghostly blue energy identical in color to the Judgment energy cannon. Boom! The energy ball whistled through the air and smashed into the debris in front of Yi Xiao. The violent explosion sent tons of metal fragments flying, but that energy merely heated the metal to glowing red, far less powerful than a real Judgment. It is simulating. A cold glint flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes as he advanced instead of retreating. The Judgment cannon slid out from his left shoulder, and the ghostly blue light quickly gathered. Fire! A beam of energy struck precisely at the body of the Sown behemoth. However, the annihilation he had anticipated did not occur. The energy beam seemed to hit cotton, merely creating waves that rippled across the surface of its writhing mass before it was completely absorbed. In the next moment, the entire body of the Sown behemoth glowed with ghostly blue light, even swelling in size. This is troublesome, Yi Xiao's heart sank. He swiftly stowed away the Judgment and drew out the Star Slayer. Buzz! The azure blade glowed brightly. Since energy attacks would be absorbed, he would directly use his blade to cut. He exerted force at his feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Dozens of limbs of the Sown behemoth flailed wildly, resembling a dense forest, crashing, stabbing, and sweeping towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's figure darted among them at high speed, the Star Slayer in his hand, moving rapidly, the blade flashing as he severed the incoming limbs one by one. The severed limbs fell to the ground, quickly transforming into pools of writhing, rotten flesh, only to be reabsorbed by the main body. It simply could not be killed. In the midst of the fierce battle, a sharp bone spur hidden in a blind spot bypassed the defense of the Star Slayer and sank viciously into Yi Xiao's left arm. Shoo! The piercing sound of friction arose. The sturdy armoring of the Panga battle suit was actually sliced open, leaving a deep gash. A sharp pain radiated from his arm. Yi Xiao grunted, rolling backward to create distance. He glanced at the wound on his arm. Though it wasn't deep, it was the first time he had been injured since switching suits. Its core moves rapidly within its body, making it ungraspable. Yi Xiao analyzed the battle calmly. We must limit its regeneration capabilities. Analyze its energy flow pattern, he commanded Prometheus. Analyzing. Its energy core passes through the central axis of the torso every 3.7 seconds, staying for 0.2 seconds. That is its most vulnerable moment. Prometheus quickly provided the answer. 0.2 seconds. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. He charged forward again, but this time his attack was no longer a simple slash. The blue light on the blade of the Star Slayer grew brighter, and the humming sound became increasingly loud. High-frequency oscillation. PSSHD. The blade cut into the flesh of the Sown behemoth, not as smoothly as before, but felt like it was tearing. The edges of the cut were thoroughly destroyed by the high-frequency oscillation, unable to heal immediately. Effective. Yi Xiao's spirit soared as he began to swiftly circle around the behemoth, leaving behind deep wounds visible down to the bone that could not heal. Roar. The sown behemoth cried out in pain, becoming even more frenzied, but its movements thus became sluggish. Now's the time. At the instant Prometheus indicated the core's position, Yi Xiao concentrated all his strength in his right arm, and the power system of the Panga battlesuit operated at overload. He raised the blade of the Star Slayer, and with all his might struck down fiercely from the top of the behemoth. Pooh! The long knife cleaved down directly, splitting the massive flesh mass in two. As the blade passed, a bright purple fist-sized core emerged. Yi Xiao wasted no time, discarding the knife with his left hand, clawing at the core with his palm, and yanked it out with all his might. Hiss! Countless tendons and flesh were torn apart. Losing its core, the massive flesh mass, now cut in half, twitched violently a few times before quickly becoming still, transforming into a stinking pile of rotten meat. The battle was over. Yi Xiao's chest heaved violently, the air circulation system in his combat suit buzzing. He slowly relaxed his left hand, the purple energy core he had extracted from the mechanical guardian still pulsating unstably in his palm, radiating a dangerous aura. The energy structure of this object was too chaotic, offering little analytical value, and bringing it back was a potential threat. His gaze turned cold as he clenched his fingers. With a crisp sound of crack, the purple core was crushed into powder by his formidable grip, the residual energy dissipating into the air with a hissing sound. He looked down at the Panga combat suit on his left arm, which bore a deep crack. The broken alloy armor reflected dim light. My calculations can make you the best weapon. Prometheus' voice resonated in his mind, calm and devoid of emotion. Yi Xiao did not respond immediately. He took a memory metal repair patch from his waist pouch, tore it open, and placed it over the crack in his arm armor. Upon contact with the alloy, the silver liquid rapidly spread, filling all the gaps. You really hope for me to survive. He gazed at the repair patch, speaking in a tone that was transmitted through the amplifier, revealing no discernible emotion. Of course. Prometheus replied immediately. My core protocol is to sustain civilization. You humans possess the most primitive, pure, and malleable genes I have ever seen. You are the best kindling. Yi Xiao paused in his action of pressing the repair patch. What is so special about human genes? This time Prometheus did not hold back. Your genes are not inferior. They may be one of the oldest primordial genes in the universe. Many civilizations aspire to the pinnacle of evolution, which may just be your beginning. Yi Xiao took a breath. The reason you appear so ordinary is that long ago a civilization we don't understand, perhaps beyond level 13, imposed an inertia lock on your entire race. Inertia lock. This term struck at the heart of his confusion. He recalled the numbers on the system panel that he could never improve. This lock is not meant to restrict. It is a protective seal. It sealed away the almost infinite evolutionary potential in your genes, preventing your civilization from self-destruction due to an inability to control your own power during your weaker times. It also prevents you from being targeted by other greedy civilizations in the universe, averting disaster prematurely. Every word in his mind struck him with tremendous force, causing a buzzing in his ears. So Yi Xiao, you are not forgotten rubbish. The final statement stirred a great wave in his mind. The confusion that had long troubled him was suddenly unraveled by this statement. Humans are not weak. They are simply sealed. Blue Star is not a barren place, but rather one carefully protected by some powerful existence. This thought hit him like a shock, halting his usually calm mind for several seconds. He even ignored the notification sound indicating that the repair patch on the arm armor had solidified. He instinctively stepped back, the metallic fragments underfoot clattering, snapping him out of his stupor. He suddenly remembered something and quickly accessed his system panel. Strength 10, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. These unchanging numbers now held a new meaning in his eyes. This was not his limit. This was the locked value. He thought of himself a poor student struggling to make ends meet, obsessed with space exploration, but unable to afford even a single expensive professional journal. He thought of the great Xia, whose national strength was growing but faced tremendous difficulties in aerospace engines and cutting-edge energy. He thought of those extraordinary individuals in various countries whose seemingly worthless powers were merely a trickle of strength leaking from the lock. All past feelings of unwillingness, frustration, and helplessness in the face of the vast universe found their reason in this moment. It turned out it was not that we could not do it. It was that lock too strong. This feeling was far more difficult to accept than pity. It was an anger that arose from the depths of the bloodline suppressed for billions of years. And pride. He clenched his fists, the hard combat suit gauntlet creaking. What do you want to get from us? His voice was somewhat hoarse as the energy core of the combat suit fluctuated due to his emotional surge, with power output slightly rising. We only wish to use the key in your genes to unlock our own locks. Key. Yi Xiao seized upon this term. Yes, key. Though that inertia lock sealed you, it also acts like a layer of protection, allowing your primordial genes to retain their purest form over the long passage of time. This purity is the universal key to unlocking all other acquired gene locks in the universe. Our experiment was an attempt to forcibly replicate this key, but we failed. Yi Xiao understood. This secondary civilization sought to acquire power that did not belong to them and ultimately brought about their own extinction, destroying their entire civilization. My ultimate goal is to hope that you can take the kindling of the base with you. What is kindling? Yi Xiao countered. A theoretical data set on how to safely guide and initially unlock the inertial lock. Prometheus paused for a moment. And a unique initial serum created based on that theory. Initial serum. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. Did that mean he could immediately break through the bottleneck? No, it cannot. Prometheus seemed to see through his thoughts. It is not a potion that directly grants you power. Its function is to awaken the ancient potential sleeping in your genes, opening the path to infinite evolution before you and your civilization. For you personally, it may have negligible effects, perhaps even incapable of allowing you to break through the bottleneck immediately. But for your civilization, Yi Xiao. Prometheus' voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. It is not a drug. It is the key itself. It will unveil the secret sealed for billions of years, allowing you to truly begin infinite evolution. It is the beginning of everything. Yi Xiao fell silent. He looked down at his newly repaired armor, the smooth surface reflecting the blurred outline of his helmet. His mind was racing at an astonishing speed. This was not charity. This was a tremendous risk. Prometheus, or rather the civilization behind it that had perished, had lost everything with no chance to try again. Thus it chose to give the last piece a copy of the key that could enable civilization to evolve to humanity. It was betting that humanity, this sealed powerhouse after awakening, would remember today's guidance. This was a decision laden with both risk and reward, and Yi Xiao was the only choice. Why me? Why humanity? Yi Xiao voiced his final question within the neural link. Because you arrived. Because in my database, humanity, a species nearly erased from cosmic memory, demonstrates resilience and unity in extremis that surpasses 99 of all known civilizations. Prometheus's voice carried a fervor no data model should possess. Because I bet on your victory. The central control chamber lies ahead. So does the final line of defense. Yi Xiao raised his head. At the corridor's end, 12 cold, motionless silhouettes stood before a massive circular gate pulsing with eerie cerulean light. They were identical to the spider-like mechanoids he had dismantled earlier. 12 purifiers. Their compound eyes emitted crimson beams converging into laser-thin lines. 12 sniper scopes locking onto prey fixed unblinkingly upon Yi Xiao. Warning. 12 Tier 2 Civilization AI security units detected. Fire coverage 100. The system's alarm shrieked sharply within his consciousness. This is the Purifier's final defensive line. Prometheus spoke with the chilling precision of compiled code. Their armaments operate in synchronized mode. Once triggered, there is no angle of evasion. Your combat suit will be fully vaporized within 0.7 seconds. Yi Xiao did not reply. He slid Zhanxing back into the magnetic clasp at his waist, the soft, decisive click echoing like a vow. He lifted his left arm and traced a fingertip along the freshly repaired fissure in his vambrace. A frontal assault would mean instant annihilation. His mind raced like an overclocked processor, devouring every datum before him. 12 units. Synchronized fire mode. Omnidirectional lethal coverage. The key to breaking this stalemate lay not in blocking or dodging, but in rendering them incapable of pulling the trigger. A frontal assault would mean instant annihilation. 12 units. Synchronized mode. Omnidirectional lethal coverage. Prometheus was correct. Physically, evasion was impossible. The breakthrough did not lie in defense or evasion. AI security units. Yi Xiao's thoughts flashed like lightning. If they are artificial intelligences, then they obey directives and run programs. He instantly recalled every item scanned in warehouse, his mind filtering and cross-referencing at blinding speed. Portable spatial stabilizer. No. Cellular level hyper-generative repair unit. Useless. His cognition locked onto a single corner, marked high risk in his mental archive. An object sealed under maximum containment protocol, yet labeled defective. Consciousness upload data interface defective. Upload consciousness interface defective. Yi Xiao murmured, a daring hypothesis crystallizing in his mind. What if its defect isn't deficiency, but overload? What if its target isn't a single biological consciousness, but all electronic signals? System lock onto blueprint for consciousness upload data interface defective and force full decomposition. Decompose. A torrent of raw data flooded his nervous system. Layer by layer, the disguise of data interface dissolved. Upload consciousness. No, its true nature was that of a weapon. A weapon designed specifically for AI, an indiscriminate area effect offensive system. Emitting from itself as the source, it broadcasted top-priority low-level commands across a designated radius targeting all AI units. Standby. Or format. The reason for its classification as defective became instantly clear. It could not distinguish friend from foe. Once activated, every AI within range, including allies, would be erased without exception, including Prometheus behind him. Yi Zhao's gaze darkened. He could feel the humanoid terminal resting silently in his rear storage compartment, suddenly heavy, suddenly inert, like a burden masquerading as salvation. This was a choice Prometheus had prepared for him long ago. You knew this device existed all along, didn't you? Yi Zhao's voice pierced the neural link, not filtered, not translated, for the first time. Prometheus fell silent. That silence was answer enough. You deliberately led me here because you cannot breach this defense alone. Yi Zhao's voice was glacial, each word a scalpel slicing through illusion and artifice. You needed me, a proxy possessing biological authorization immune to the weapon's effect, to clear your final obstacle. Every step had been calculated. Yes, Prometheus finally admitted it. Yet I have not deceived you. The gene lock, the seed, all true. This is our only path. Deal. 2 words spoken with finality. He was no idealist. He was a pragmatist forged in the crucible of survival. When ends aligned, means, even manipulations, became negotiable currency. His hand reached into the star remnant anchor's storage space. In his palm appeared a dark gold artifact etched with deathly intricate circuitry, the so-called defective. The 12 purifiers seemed to sense the arrival of a primal predator. All weapon barrels flared crimson, a rising hum of coalescing energy merged into a single searing chorus. The air itself began to shimmer with heat. Yi Zhao granted them no grace, no 0.7 seconds. From his tactical pack, he withdrew his last reserve power core and slammed it into the artifact's socket like a detonator. VVVVRRR. No light, no sound. A command wave, indescribable in any physical metric, erupted from the dark gold device, sweeping the entire chamber with brute sovereign force. The 12 purifiers poised to unleash annihilation convulsed violently. Their crimson ocular lights choked, spasmed, and died. Their colossal metallic forms froze mid-trigger pull, transformed in an instant into expensive scrap. Simultaneously, Yi Zhao felt a sudden, profound weight behind him. Prometheus's humanoid terminal flickered twice, its power indicator blinking out into eternal stillness. All its data, its calculations, its designs, erased completely. It had been formatted. Yi Zhao stood motionless amid the towering war machines. The world held its breath, in absolute suffocating silence. He stepped forward, approaching the massive gate, pulsing with cerulean light. He placed his palm flat against the central biometric panel. Bearer, authorization confirmed. For the first time, the cold synthetic voice carried something unmistakable. Welcome. Welcome, Yi Zhao. Huing. The massive gate retracted sideways with seismic weight. Beyond it, no laboratory awaited. Instead, an infinite expanse, reminiscent of the primordial cosmos at the moment of creation. At the absolute center of space floated a colossal double helix structure composed entirely of pure silent light, slowly rotating. As if it were the wellspring of all life in the universe. The origin of genes. Directly beneath its luminous axis, suspended within layered translucent force fields, rested a single syringe on a metal pedestal. Inside the syringe swirled a deep violet liquid, within which nebulae spiraled, radiating an attraction so profound it made the soul tremble. System alert, bidirectional, transit cooldown complete. Return is available at any time. Yi Zhao's gaze locked onto the serum, unblinking, unyielding. His heart hammered inside the combat suit, each beat a thunderous drumroll. He knew the moment he grasped that syringe, what he would carry back to Blue Planet would transcend mere advanced technology. It would be a new future, a mythic epic, born of humanity, belonging solely to humanity. Yi Zhao stood motionless in place. Within his combat suit, his chest heaved violently, each breath feeling scorching. Before him, a pure beam of light formed a double helix structure, silently rotating. Its brightness illuminated the serum on the metal platform that would determine humanity's future. Yi Zhao felt his blood boiling. Every cell in his body trembled, filled with excitement. He instinctively clenched his fists. The sturdy Pango combat armor gauntlet emitted a piercing friction sound as it was crushed by his immense strength. The schemes of Prometheus, the obstruction of the purifier, the death threats from the stitched behemoths. All sacrifices were rewarded at this moment. He extended his hand. The movement was slow, yet remarkably firm. The alloy armor at his fingertips touched the protective force field, and the translucent energy shield instantly vanished without a sound. Holder permission confirmed. The cold mechanical synthesized voice rang out, but to Yi Xiao it sounded like the most beautiful music. His fingers finally grasped the cold syringe. He felt an immense heaviness in his palm. His gaze shifted from the serum to the side. There a fist-sized silver cube flickered with faint data lights. This was the hope of civilization containing all theoretical data needed to safely unlock the shackles. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao focused his mind, and the storage space of the star skeleton anchor core silently opened beside him. He immediately stored the silver cube inside. This item must be handed over to the Daxia at once. Then he lowered his head, gazing at the tube of liquid swirling with purple light in his hand. Should he take it back to the state, allowing scientists to study it for decades to find the safest method? Or, a crazy thought suddenly emerged. What if he injected it right now? Just as he pondered, a sudden palpitation seized him. It wasn't discomfort of the body. Rather, it was a fear of the mind, as if being stared at by an ancient beast. Almost simultaneously, the rotation speed of the massive light shadow in the control room suddenly accelerated. The originally soft blue and white light transformed into an ominous deep red. Beep. A short alarm sound rang out. Then alarm. Alarm. External space barrier has failed. Multiple high-energy spatial jump signals detected rapidly approaching. The entire control room was instantly engulfed in red light, the piercing alarm, and electrical noise violently assaulting Yi Xiao's ears. Warning. Unknown fleet has forcibly entered the silent canyon. Yi Xiao's heart sank sharply. He dashed forward to the nearest giant monitor. The screen displayed the base entrance above the silent canyon. The previously silent cosmic backdrop was violently torn open by 3 ugly spatial rifts. At the edges of the rifts, turbulent energy had yet to calm down. 3 armed vessels were slowly squeezing out from the rifts. They were not any standard warships. They were monsters. One ship's hull resembled a patchwork of wrecked destroyers from different civilizations, its surface riddled with dense impact dents and chaotic graffiti. The bow of another ship was equipped with an oversized mismatched ram that glimmered with a ghostly light adorned with unknown metal fragments. The third ship had dozens of mechanical arms extending from its sides, resembling insect legs, each tipped with energy cannons of various sizes. Interstellar pirates. This group of scoundrels wandering through the cosmic ruins. System notification: bidirectional, shuttle cooldown complete, can return at any time. The system notification rang in Yi Xiao's mind, offering him a glimmer of hope. Yet Yi Xiao's body remained motionless. Return. His gaze swept over the mountain-like large data servers piled in the control room. If he returned now, it would be akin to handing over this secondary civilization's legacy, the hope for humanity's future, to these pirates for free. He was all too aware of these scoundrels' methods. They would extract everything here in the most brutal way, leaving not even a screw behind. The genetic codex would be sold as high-energy blocks. The databank containing countless technologies would be sold to the black market. And the serum in his hand, along with the spark he had just collected, would be the first items they snatched. Daxiao and humanity would forever lose this opportunity. None of these items could fall into the hands of the pirates. Meanwhile, Blue Star Eagle Sauce Nation Pentagon Underground Strategic Command Center. The air seemed to solidify. On the massive holographic projection, the green space disturbance point representing Daxiao Base No. 7 vanished briefly before reappearing. But this time, several new energy singularities appeared out of nowhere around it, their intensity so high that the detectors emitted overload alarms. Report to the general. A technician's voice trembled with shock. The target area has appeared. 3. No 4. No 37 unknown high-energy reactions. 3 main energy reactions, the rest are small landing units. General Keller's pupils dilated sharply. He stared intently at the newly appeared red light points on the screen, representing immense danger. They surrounded the only green light point belonging to Daxia. The color drained from his face, and his hand holding the coffee cup began to tremble uncontrollably, scalding coffee spilling onto his uniform, yet he remained oblivious. Previously, he thought Daxia was conducting an unstable one-way space experiment without return. Now he understood. He comprehended fully. Daxia was not conducting experiments. They were not cautiously probing at the door of civilization. They had kicked that door wide open, and those things stirred by it were attracted here. That was no damned research signal. That was a signal of war. Keller's lips trembled as a term sealed in the highest classified documents suddenly appeared in his mind. Fermi paradox. The universe should be bustling. Why is it so quiet? Because in the dark cosmic forest, there are hunters. And now that young man from Daxia had ignited a gigantic and conspicuous torch in the dark universe where everyone held their breath. It's over. Keller slumped helplessly into his chair, the coffee cup slipping from his hand and shattering on the ground. He murmured, "They are not conducting research. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented horror and a touch of absurd despair. They are summoning an alien fleet. One sentence caused the entire command center to fall silent instantly. Star Skeleton Silent Canyon. Yi Xiao had no idea how much misunderstanding his actions had caused on Blue Star. His full attention was focused on the screen before him. His fingers brushed along the cold edge of the control panel, but did not operate. The control room's authority lay in his hands, but the defense systems had been thoroughly destroyed in the previous battle. This place was now an unguarded treasure vault. Buzz. On the monitor, a thick tractor beam suddenly lit up beneath one of the pirate ships. Dozens of black dots clad in exoskeleton armor were rapidly descending along the beam. Their target was directly aimed at the very door that Yi Xiao had just opened for them. They were about to land by force. Intruders have breached the first gate. Estimated arrival at the control room in 175 seconds. The cold mechanical alarm wailed, yet Yi Xiao's mind was unnaturally calm. He stared fixedly at the surveillance feed. The pirates had blasted the passage open with brutality. One pirate's helmet camera swept across a wall, revealing a Pulamixia civilization research diagram concerning the Jiasuo, the shackles. The pirate leader cast a contemptuous glance and then bellowed over the comms, "Prize off every data plate that looks valuable. Whatever it is, bring it back, and let the black market boys have a headache." Those words hammered into Yi Xiao's chest. Run. The return chime of the Shanghai Maojian Corps sounded coldly in his mind. This was his only way out. Yet Yi Xiao's gaze remained locked on the monitor, on the pirates' derisive gesture as they pried the data plates away. Once he had thought himself merely a scavenger survivor whose greatest aim was to go home bearing wealth and technology. Now he held a key in his hand, a key capable of opening a door for an entire civilization. If he fled now, the spark theory he carried home would remain nothing but theory. The Xia would lose a chance to ascend in a single step. Humanity would remain trapped in its cradle until the next hunter arrived. The Pulamixia civilization had gambled and lost. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to place a bet. Risk. The greatest risk would be to stand by and watch hope be destroyed while powerless to act. The last trace of hesitation in Yi Xiao's eyes was replaced by resolute determination. He ignored the alarms screaming in his ears. His left hand steadied the syringe, his right hand ripped off the visor of his helmet, revealing a young face pale from lack of oxygen. No sterilization, no preparation. He aimed the needle at the exposed carotid and drove it in with brutal force. The cold tip pierced his skin. He did not hesitate. With his thumb, he forced the vial, its purple liquid seeming to hold the starry cosmos, entirely into his bloodstream. The instant the serum entered, there was no anticipated pain. Instead, there came a heat from the deepest strata of his genes, as if a cosmic explosion had ignited within him. An indescribable, terrifying force detonated in every cell. It was as though volcanoes that had slumbered for eons erupted all at once. He seemed to hear from the depths of his soul the sound of invisible shackles snapping crack by crack. A raw, involuntary cry tore from Yi Xiao. Pain and an unprecedented exhilaration braided together, making his whole body convulse. Beneath his skin, faint golden lines, ancient and sacred in their air, emerged and flowed like living sigils, spreading across his body and then fading as swiftly as they had appeared. The life sign monitor embedded in his combat suit spiked off the charts, shrieking as if about to burn out. The system panel before his eyes went utterly berserk. Warning: host genetic structure undergoing violent recombination. Detected intervention by unknown high-dimensional energy. Inertial shackle first layer. Released. Attribute cap template removed. Reassessing host data. Strength 10, 11, 13, 15. Speed 10, 11, 12, 15. Constitution 10, 12, 14, 15. Spirit 10, 15, 18, 20. The numbers climbed like a fever, overturning his sensory world. He clenched his fist as the system barked another warning. Right arm gauntlet power module overloaded by 1200. Joint bearings showing metal fatigue. The suit's alarm accelerated. The sturdy Pangu gauntlet emitted a tortured creak, the alloy surface overwhelmed by the sudden surge within developed spider-webbed microfractures. It was not that the suit was frail. The raw force erupting from him, born of sheer instinct, had far exceeded the design limits of this launching top-tier equipment. A fearful strength, as if it could crush stars, radiated from his palm and coursed through him. Only then did he truly see the world. The dust motes in the air traced distinct paths. The pirate's heavy breathing and the thud of hearts through armor were audible. He could even feel the molecular vibrations of the alloy wall heating from within. The world became achingly clear and painfully slow. Ding! Host base attributes meet threshold. Unlocking rudimentary transcendent ability. Transcendent ability gene mimicry basic. Ability description: through direct contact you may parse and temporarily emulate partial genetic characteristics of a biological entity not exceeding the host's current life grade. as Yi Xiao felt the tsunami of power within him surge. A thunderous explosion rent the air. The heavy alloy door of the control room was blasted open from the outside by a searing plasma cannon. Molten metal sprayed in all directions. Through the smoke strode a hulking figure over 2.5 meters tall, clad in a patchwork, heavy exoskeleton. He shouldered a smoking plasma axe and filled the doorway with his looming bulk. His crimson electronic eye swept the empty consoles and finally fixed on the lone standing figure in black combat suit at the room's center, Yi Xiao. Moi. The pirate leader paused, a coarse laugh crackling through the loudspeaker. One of the natives in an iron can still didn't run away. Behind him, 7 or 8 pirate thugs poured in, weapons raised, regarding Yi Xiao with a detached look. One gives the already dead. The leader's crimson optic lingered on Yi Xiao for 2 seconds. The built-in scanner reported chaotic life signs and pitifully low energy readings. He emitted a snorting chuckle over the speaker. A native whose genes are collapsing. What rotten luck. He did not relax completely. Turning to his men, quick and dirty, don't let him die a mess. I still want to pry open his tin can and see what fresh toys are inside. What truly interested him was the base's core mind and that massive genetic codex. Yes, boss, came the eager reply. A pirate keen to make a name for himself sneered as he stepped forward. Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for getting in the sway Guz's way. Yes. A pirate nearest Yi Xiao grinned viciously and cranked his high-frequency blade to maximum output to win favor. The blade sang with a visible ripple of energy. He casually sliced at a nearby intact server rack. The heavy alloy casing split, as if cut with a hot knife through butter, the incision mirror smooth. Kid, keep your eyes open next life. With that sneer, the blade, which could cleave alloy with ease, slashed toward Yi Xiao's neck with a sharp whoosh. In that instant, Yi Xiao slowly lifted his head. In the black depth of his pupils, a faint golden light, like a deity opening its eyes, flashed and was gone. Warning. The base self-destruction program has been activated. Remaining time 59 seconds. The shrill sound of alarms shattered the last moments of quiet in the base. Yi Xiao stood still, not turning back. After breaking the genetic lock, he could sense everything through the walls. Behind him lay hundreds of shredded corpses, blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene of deathly silence. Above pirate ships hovered the light from their main cannons, growing brighter, the energy distorting the very air. Beneath his feet, the core energy furnace of the base emitted an unbearable noise, the nuclear reaction spiraling out of control, immense energy accumulating underground. Death surged from above and below. There was no escape. Return. This command resonated in Yi Xiao's mind. As soon as the command appeared, he moved. Boom. The alloy floor beneath him collapsed with a thunderous sound, leaving a deep footprint. He darted out like a shadow, making not a sound, heading directly for the maintenance passage at the base entrance. The scenery on both sides of the passage blurred into streaks of light due to his speed. 20 seconds. In his perception, around the corner ahead, a piece of the ceiling armor loosened during battle was about to fall. The fixed bolts slowly broke under gravity. Too slow. Yi Xiao's momentum did not wane. He tilted his body, sliding along the wall in defiance of physical laws, narrowly avoiding the falling armor. 10 seconds. Outside the base, the entire canyon was illuminated in a ghastly white. The cannon's energy was fully charged. Yi Xiao's figure burst through the base's main door in the final second. He witnessed the apocalypse. 3 colossal beams of light descended from the sky, too fast to comprehend, instantly engulfing everything. The air was ionized, emitting a piercing scream. In Yi Xiao's perception, time slowed down. He could see the movement of every particle within the beams of light. He could feel the ground beneath him vaporizing. Physical evasion was impossible. The stellar anchor core on his chest emitted a light brighter than the cannon. A gentle yet irresistible spatial force enveloped him. In the moment before his vision vanished, he saw his body becoming transparent. Boom! Yi Xiao's figure disappeared. 1 second later, the annihilation beam pierced through the entire base. There was no sound of explosion, only the silence of disappearance. Mountains, the base, the canyon. Everything turned to fundamental particles, leaving behind a massive, smooth, terrifying pit with edges still melting and smoking. The pirates didn't even have time to cheer. The core of the base self-destructed, colliding with the cannon's energy, triggering a fatal chain reaction. At the bottom of the pit, a point brighter than the sun appeared. Then it silently expanded. A small mushroom cloud infused with the energy of genetic collapse rose on this long-forgotten garbage planet. Desia Base No. 7, the highest command room. Silence reigned. The massive main screen displayed nothing but blinding static. The green dot representing Yi Xiao's life signal disappeared 3 seconds ago. External energy readings. Off the charts, the instruments have burned out. A technician's voice trembled with a sob as he reported the image. The channels. All interrupted. Each report caused the hearts of everyone present to sink. Academician Qian Jingqian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intensely at the snowflake screen, wishing he could summon the signal back with his gaze. Li Jinghua supported himself on the control panel, his knuckles turning white from the strained veins bulging on the back of his hands. Elder Yin behind him slowly closed his eyes. His face was lined with wrinkles revealing no expression, only an unmistakable weariness. It was he who approved this operation. It was he who placed the future hope of Xia entirely on that young man. He had lost the gamble. The entire command room was enveloped in utter despair. Wait! At that moment, a sharp voice shattered the silence. The technician responsible for the transmission jumped from his chair, as if electrocuted, pointing at an inconspicuous secondary screen, his voice trembling with shock and joy. There's a reaction. The spatial anchor point is responding. The energy fluctuation curve matches. It's his identification code. It's Yi Xiao. Boom. This statement jolted everyone to attention. Qian Jingqian abruptly turned around, pushing aside the obstructing technician, his aging body bursting with strength as he nearly lunged towards the secondary screen. On the screen, a faint energy curve was rising at an observable speed. It's real. He's coming back. As soon as Qian Jingqian's words fell in the center of the command room, the empty metallic transmission platform distorted without warning. A silver rift appeared out of thin air. A tall figure clad in black combat gear stepped through the rift. The rift closed silently behind him as if it had never existed. Swish! At this moment, everyone's breath in the command room came to a halt. Yi Xiao stood in place. He quietly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over familiar, yet unfamiliar faces, glancing at the flickering control panels, finally resting on the blue planet outside the viewport. He had returned. He raised his hand. Click! A soft sound echoed. He removed the cracked pango helmet. The moment they saw Yi Xiao's face, Elder Yin and Qian Jingqian, who rushed forward simultaneously, stopped in their tracks, frozen in place. It was still that youthful face. But those eyes no longer held the previous innocence or tension, nor were they filled with exhaustion or the aftermath of survival. Those eyes were deep, calm, and devoid of emotion. It was as if the being standing before them was not a warrior who had just returned from hell, but rather something that had awakened from slumber. He no longer exuded the essence of humanity. I have returned. Yi Xiao spoke, his voice soft yet resonant with a reassuring power. He walked to the control panel. The technician responsible for monitoring was almost wide-eyed. Report. Report. The server has inexplicably gained several hundred gigabytes of encrypted data packets. It's currently automatically decrypting. Heavens. Second-level civilization technology. Portable spatial stabilizer. Cellular repair device. Miniature anti-gravity engine. All of them. Complete blueprints and detailed processes. Upon hearing this, Qian Jingqian's body jolted. He did not faint, but steadied himself against the table, his eyes bursting with fervent light, his lips quivering as he spoke deliberately. Elder Yin did not turn around. His gaze was fixed intently on Yi Xiao. He saw Yi Xiao gently place a shimmering silver USB drive on the table. The action was precise and steady, not shaking at all. Little Yi. Elder Yan's voice was hoarse from extreme excitement. What is this, eh? Yi Xiao did not answer immediately. He turned around and gazed through the command room's viewport at the blue expanse outside. At the same time, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host carries the civilization seed. Activating civilization sharing incentive. Survival points 10000. Calculating additional rewards. He slowly began to speak, his voice deep, yet crystal clear. It recorded a piece of history. It tells us that humanity is not a minor role in the universe. Yi Xiao paused. A fleeting glimmer of faint golden light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black pupils that no one noticed. We are sealed deities. We are sealed deities. Yi Xiao's voice was soft, yet it pierced the ears of everyone in the command room like a needle. The air seemed to freeze. The ecstasy on academician Qian Jingqian's face vanished in an instant. His mouth hung open, and his previously waving arm became frozen in midair like a statue in shock. Li Zingguo's body instinctively tensed up. Upon hearing the last two words, he relaxed, his back crashing against the control panel behind him, producing a dull thud. Yet he felt nothing. Even the usually composed Elder Yin could not stop the trembling of his hand holding the teacup. A drop of scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand. The old man's brow did not furrow even slightly. His experienced eyes were now filled only with sheer bewilderment as they fixed on Yi Xiao. Deities. Sealed. Each of these words detonated in their minds like bombs, shattering decades of established understanding. Yi Xiao did not speak further. He simply stood there, breathing lightly and steadily, and the tattered Panga battle suit he wore could not conceal the immense power emanating from him. This very tranquility was the best proof. After a long while, Elder Yin exhaled deeply and placed the cup heavily on the table. The sound of the cup hitting the table was especially jarring in the silent command room. The muddiness in his eyes faded away, replaced by a sharp glint. He did not ask, "Is this real?" Instead, he looked directly at Li Jinghua, his voice hoarse and unrefutable. "Li Jinghua, at your service." Li Jinghua was jolted awake, his body reacting reflexively as he stood straight. "Activate the barrier protocol. Physically disconnect base 7 and switch all external communication channels to silent monitoring. From this moment on, every word spoken here is classified at the highest level." "Understood." Elder Yin turned to Qian Jingchen again. "Academician Qian." "Yes." Qian Jingchen, as if just pulled from water, was drenched in sweat on his forehead. He wiped it away, and the redness in his eyes sparkled with an almost burning intensity. "Gather your most reliable people and back up all data using physical isolation. I need an assessment report immediately. Don't tell me how many years we can lead." "Not years." Qian Jingchen interrupted him, roaring hoarsely like a beast on the verge of madness. "Elder Yin, this is not about being ahead. This is a different dimension. We're still crawling on the ground while they are already flying in the sky. With these, our daxia has completely changed its world." Elder Yin nodded heavily. He walked around the massive control panel and approached Yi Xiao. He did not look at the silver fire seed emitting a faint glow on the table, but extended his tea-scorched hand, slapping it firmly on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Muscle collided with alloy, producing a muffled sound. "Good child." Elder Yan's lips moved and thousands of words ultimately condensed into a single sentence. "Just come home." 3 hours later, Base 7's level strategic conference room. Only 5 people sat around the long conference table. Elder Yin, Qian Jingchen, Li Jinghua, a silent old man bearing military stars, and Yi Xiao, who was arranged in the primary seat. There was no water cup in front of Yi Xiao. He did not need one. He looked at the 4 pillars of power in daxia and calmly began his narration. Prometheus civilization, a cosmic civilization at least reaching level 13, did not perish due to war, but collapsed on its own. The reason is that they touched the taboo of the universe, gene locks. Qian Jingchen suddenly leaned forward, adjusting his glasses, eager to inquire. "Is it a physical limitation or some sort of information suppression?" "It is a restriction program engraved at the deepest part of the DNA double helix structure," Yi Xiao replied. "It limits the evolutionary ceiling of organisms and locks the direction of technological development. We humans cannot break through sublight speed travel, not because physical laws do not allow it, but because our intelligence is constrained by this lock, making it impossible for us to conceive of methods to break through." A collective gasp echoed in the conference room. "Wait," the previously silent military elder suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "Are you saying that this lock exists for all civilizations?" "No." Yi Xiao shook his head, revealing a shocking fact. "Only we have it. According to the records in the fire seed, the vast majority of civilizations in the universe developed step by step through brutal competition. Yet we humans, along with a very small number of ancient races known as primordials, were born with a higher starting point than other civilizations. We are trapped inside by a more advanced civilization that protects us from being torn apart by the ruthless civilizations outside that resort to any means for evolution." This statement shattered the newly established understanding once again. "That serum," Elder Yan's voice was dry, "is the key." Yi Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. The Prometheus civilization exhausted all its efforts to create only a blueprint for a lock hole, which is the theoretical data in the fire seed. And this serum is the real key to unlock it. It cannot directly turn a person into a superhuman. He paused and lifted his left hand, spreading his fingers. "But it can awaken the hidden power in our bloodline." "Did you inject it?" The military elder's eyes were sharp as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao. "Yes." Yi Xiao nodded. "Without it, I wouldn't have returned." "Physical data," Qian Jingchen almost shouted. "Strength, speed, reflexes, thought, comprehensive enhancement, specific needs, instrument testing." Yi Xiao stated calmly. "The most crucial aspect is that it unlocked a primary ability, gene mimicry." "Miracles." Qian Jingchen leaned back in his chair, muttering. After a long period of silence, Elder Yin slowly stood up. His movements were slow, but with his rise, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to grow heavier. He leaned forward, hands on the table, looking at his breath-holding subordinates. "So as long as we analyze and replicate this serum combined with the theory in the fire seed." His voice was not loud, but each word was deliberate, as if pronouncing a sentence. "Our daxia can mass-produce an army composed of gene mimicry." "In theory, yes." Yi Xiao affirmed. "Combining the key and the lock hole blueprint, we can proceed the most steadily and quickly." "Excellent." Elder Yin slammed the table. "I've decided. From now on, establish a top priority project that surpasses all departments." In his eyes, unprecedented light erupted, a determination to stake everything. Project codename, Divine Awakening. The Divine Awakening plan has a single goal: At all costs, analyze the fire seed and replicate the initial serum. I don't care how many wolves and tigers are outside. I only know that the door of Daxiao must be opened by ourselves. He finally looked at Yi Xiao, his gaze fiercely intense. Comrade Yi Xiao, you will be the chief advisor of the Divine Awakening Plan. Your wisdom and experience are the most valuable assets of this plan. He then turned to Li Jinghua, his voice booming. Comrade Li Jinghua, you will also serve as the leader of the first action group of the Divine Awakening Plan. Everything you need, people, resources, materials, Daxiao will tilt towards you. Yi Xiao stood up. He understood that from this moment on he was no longer just a traveler, a survivor. He bore the future of an entire civilization on his shoulders. I understand. A monumental event that would change human history officially began in this small conference room. In District 8, the Great Xia secretly initiated the Divine Awakening Project. It has been 37 days since Yi Xiao returned, revealing the truth about the gene lock to the full rollout of the Divine Awakening Project. During these 37 days, it seemed as if the Great Xia had pressed the fast-forward button. Countless top scientists, engineers, and military experts led by Yi Xiao and Qian Jingshan worked day and night to tackle every data node in the fire seed, analyzing every molecular structure of the initial serum. Li Jinghua, with a swift and decisive demeanor, mobilized the nation's most elite forces and secretly established several top-secret laboratories and training bases, making the most thorough preparations for the impending era of universal evolution. The preliminary results of the Divine Awakening Project have already left people astounded. In a newly built top-secret training ground deep within the northwestern Gobi Desert, a retired soldier paralyzed for many years after receiving an injection of the improved serum was able to sprint 100 meters in just 5 weeks faster than an Olympic champion. Meanwhile, an elderly academic with declining memory used a bit of the serum, and his brain instantly became active, not only restoring his memories, but also solving long-standing scientific problems. After the special forces injected the serum, their physical abilities, reflexes, and stress resistance skyrocketed, transforming them into superhumans. They could climb walls barehanded, hold their breath underwater for 10 minutes, and even sense magnetic field fluctuations. And all of this is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Divine Awakening Project. Yi Xiao gazed at the constantly fluctuating data on the screen, his expression calm. He knew that this was just the beginning. However, just as the Divine Awakening Project was in full swing in the Great Xia, on the other side of the earth in District 5, the Eagle Sauce Nation was shrouded in an unprecedented fear. In the deepest part of the National Underground Strategic Command Center, the atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar. Defense Minister John Keller stood before a massive holographic projection, his face pale. Days ago, the final images from the Dragon I-3 spy satellite, after countless experts toiling day and night to restore and analyze, were finally presented before them. In the image above the canyon of Base 7 of the Great Xia, the space twisted violently like a water surface. Although the image was blurry, the analysis software still captured the fleeting outline of a massive, grotesque metallic object from that fissure. That was a piece of Starship wreckage recovered by Yi Xiao during the stargazing process, briefly manifesting due to unstable space. Immediately afterward, the spatial energy residuals generated when the fissure closed. These 3 beams of light under the poor resolution of the satellite were interpreted as catastrophic energy pillars. This is all the information returned by the Dragon I-3. Keller said heavily. Our top physicists believe that such a scale of spatial tearing, the energy reaction is equivalent to 3 battleships of unimaginable size performing spatial jumps simultaneously. My God! Someone gasped in a whisper, taking a sharp breath. Then 3 massive energy pillars descended from the sky, burning the image into a field of white light, ultimately interrupting the signal, leaving only static. This is all the information returned by the Dragon I-3, Keller said heavily. After that, we completely lost monitoring of the Great Xia in that area. He paused, his voice lower. On the Great Xia side, there has been complete silence. No protests, no explanations, as if nothing ever happened. At the long table of 4-star, General Horsley asked, Keller, we need a conclusion. These things are definitely not from either of our sides. Yes, General. The CIA director added, his face ashen. Excluding all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how absurd, is the truth. Spatial jumping. Our top scientists believe that it requires at least stellar-level energy to achieve. But they just appeared like that. In the command center, panic spread like a plague. The strange energy reactions at Base 7 now had answers. The Great Xia had actually established contact with a powerful alien civilization. They might be conducting some kind of dangerous transaction. They've stirred up great trouble. A hawkish general slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot. We can't wait any longer. The Great Xia bypassing us to gain power that does not belong to them is a betrayal of the existing order. Who knows what those aliens want from us? Who knows what transactions the Great Xia made with them? These words made everyone even more anxious and angry. The unknown is the greatest fear. An emerging opponent wielding an unknown power that they could not comprehend was simply the most intolerable nightmare for Eagle Sauce as the global hegemon. The silence of the Great Xia itself is a declaration of war. Keller's cold gaze swept across the room. They possess a power we cannot comprehend or counter, and this loss of control must be stopped. The CIA director shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. We have no intelligence and cannot control the situation. In the face of such a significant technological gap, any conventional means are meaningless. His words shattered the last glimmer of hope in the conference room. Keller took a deep breath, looking towards the head of the long table where the president's virtual projection was quietly hovering. He spoke slowly, Mr. President, given the currently unaccessible subversive threat. He paused, and the entire command center fell into a dead silence. I suggest initiating the dust clearing protocol. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room erupted. A chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff stood up abruptly, his chair crashing loudly behind him. His voice was low and cold. Keller, do you know what you are saying? This protocol only has execution, not initiation. Once executed, there are no winners, only survivors. If there are any left. Dust clearing. This code name, for them, meant the most terrifying contingency plan from the Cold War. The use of the entire nuclear arsenal for a saturation strike against the enemy. It signifies a third world war, a nuclear winter, the end of human civilization. The president's virtual projection remained silent for a long time, his face showing real pain for the first time. He was acutely aware of the consequences of hitting that button, but Keller's words made it impossible for him to remain calm. Mr. President, Keller fixed his gaze on the president's projection. This is not a question of choice. Either we take action now using the power we still control to crush this threat in its cradle, or we wait for the Great Xia and their alien allies to knock on our door. Keller's voice echoed in the silence, each word striking like a hammer on the heart. Our nuclear arsenal is built on the balance of mutually assured destruction. But if the opponent has a god as an ally that we cannot comprehend, that balance is completely lost. Our only chance is now, before they digest and absorb that power, turning it into a weapon we cannot resist. He took a step forward, his voice lowered, filled with ominous premonition. Do we choose mutual destruction, preserving the last dignity of humanity? Or do we wait and see what kind of transaction the Great Xia is making with the aliens using our fate? Please make a decision. The president no longer exhibited his previous calm demeanor. He remained silent. The underground command center at the heart of the nation was eerily quiet, only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. The server fans continued to work, creating an irritating noise. Dust removal protocol. This was not a contingency plan, nor was it a choice. Once initiated, human civilization would be doomed. The one who pressed the button would become the harbinger of destruction. Keller, do you know what you are saying? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a four-star general with gray hair, finally spoke up. His voice was low, devoid of anger, as if it had been squeezed from a block of ice. There is no term for initiate in this protocol, only execute. He paused, emphasizing each word heavily. Once executed, no one can win. I know, replied Defense Minister Keller firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. He scanned the faces of everyone present, finally resting his gaze on the general. General, our deterrent power relies on balance. Now that balance has been shattered due to the emergence of something we do not recognize or comprehend. Keller stepped forward, his combat boots thudding against the floor. He leaned against the edge of the conference table, his body forward, exerting immense pressure on everyone across from him. The balance is gone. His voice trembled with agitation. Our militia intercontinental missiles take 25 minutes to cross the ocean, while their allies can appear above any of our cities in an instant. What do we have left to balance this? Keller raised a hand, pointing at the ceiling. Are we to pray? This statement shattered the last remnants of hope within everyone in the conference room. Indeed, the balance was lost. When the enemy possesses attack methods you cannot comprehend, all your weapons crafted under the rules of earthly physics, no matter how advanced or expensive, become little more than scrap metal awaiting decommission. The CIA director clenched his hands tightly under the table, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He struggled to speak, his voice dry as if something was lodged in his throat. Clearing his throat, he continued. The latest intelligence analysis. Dragon, I know. 3 captured a high-energy reaction in the last 0.1 seconds before failing, and the energy signal from Base 7's disappearance was matched through modeling. He swallowed hard. 100% match. This figure instantly heightened the tension in the room. This means that the Great Xia may have preliminarily mastered the use of this type of energy. They are not passively receiving this energy. The CIA director raised his head, his eyes filled with fear. They are completely mastering it. Completely mastering. Those 2 words struck each person present like a heavy hammer. The four-star general swayed slightly before slowly sitting back down. The heavy military chair creaked as he sank deeply into the backrest, as if all his strength had been drained away. He knew Keller was right. Waiting. Was simply waiting to die. The president's virtual projection finally moved. He raised his hand. In an instant, everyone held their breath. All eyes were fixed on his hand composed of a pale blue light. The main screen in the command center flashed with alarm lights. A crimson, intricately patterned virtual button slowly emerged from the depths of the screen. It hovered in the center, emanating an unsettling glow. Mr. President. The four-star general suddenly leaped from his chair, sending it sliding far away. He wanted to make one last effort. General. The president's voice finally rang out, devoid of emotion, like a freshly written program. History will only remember the victors. It will not remember those who hesitated and were completely erased from the earth. His finger made of light began to move. Slowly, inevitably, it reached towards the button that could bring destruction. With each millimeter the virtual finger approached, the tension in the command center escalated. Keller's breathing grew heavy as he stared intently at the finger, his eyes filled with anticipation and madness. The CIA director instinctively unclenched his fist, the blood marks from his nails visible on his palm. At this moment, they were not protecting anything. Instead, they were personally ending the entire world as they knew it. It was getting closer. Even closer. The president's finger was about to touch the pale golden confirmation light membrane of the button. Globally, over 1,000 nuclear missile silos lids would simultaneously open in the next second. Thousands of powerful peacemaker nuclear warheads would ascend into the sky within 3 minutes. Humanity's civilization was officially on countdown. At that moment, beep, beep, beep. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly erupted, instantly shattering the silence of the command center. This alarm was not any preset from the system. The sound was higher and more urgent, making it feel as if they were being forcibly intruded upon. A young officer in charge of global communications monitoring jumped up from his seat as if electrocuted. His face was etched with extreme terror and complete confusion. Gentlemen, emergency. Emergency situation. His voice, warped by fear, became sharp. The Great Xia. The Great Xia is initiating a global emergency broadcast. Keller whipped around, shouting loudly. What content? I don't know. The officer nearly cried out, his hands frantically pressing buttons at the control panel, yet he couldn't pull up any useful information. They bypassed all protocols. Directly seized control of the broadcast signals of all public and commercial satellites. He slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant. Our firewall was instantly destroyed, like a piece of paper thrown into a furnace. It didn't even manage to send out a single second of warning. This is impossible, the CIA director screamed. This was no longer a mere technical crushing. This was akin to divine intervention, or rather a magic trick. The president's virtual finger hovered less than a centimeter above the button. The fingertip, composed of light, even showed slight tremors due to signal interference. He slowly turned his head to look at the main screen. The snowflake display showing the countdown to destruction was forcibly overridden by a strange signal at that moment. There was no lag. The image became instantly clear. The background was a pure, vivid red with a solemn national emblem floating in the center. A composed leader of the Great Xia with calm eyes appeared in the center of the screen. Behind him, a red flag fluttered in the wind. The entire command center was silent as a grave. Only the piercing sound of the intrusion alarm continued to ring, reminding them of what had just occurred. Everyone stared fixedly at the screen. A shared, deeply unsettling premonition arose in their hearts. The world would be irrevocably changed at this moment. At base No. 7 of the Great Xia, in the highest command room, Yin Lao, Li Jinghua, Qian Jingchen, and others surrounded a massive holographic sand table, the atmosphere tense. On the sand table, countless red lines shot out from Zone 5, west, aiming directly at the entire territory of Great Xia. We have intercepted the enemy's highest order. Li Zengguo's face turned ashen. The dust clearance agreement, they intend to use nuclear weapons to cleanse us. They have gone mad. Academician Qian Jingchen murmured. Yin Lao. Yi Xiao spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet rendering the entire command room silent. We have no time to hesitate. His gaze swept across the red dots on the screen, representing nuclear launch silos, his eyes cold. Activate Sky Curtain. It is time for the whole world to hear our voice. Yin Lao looked at him deeply, seeing the calm and determination that surpassed his age. He slowly nodded, picked up the red phone, and said in a deep voice, execute the final plan of Phase 1 of Divine Awakening. Global announcement. Eagle Sauce Underground Command Center. Time passed slowly. Minister Keller, head of the Intelligence Department. Everyone standing here was a significant figure of the old world order. At this moment, they were all stunned. Everyone stared at the calm eastern face on the main screen. The red button, symbolizing destruction, still hovered beside the president. But it was already useless. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire room. The overt scheme. When your opponent abandons all conspiracies, disregards your rules, and chooses to stand before the world revealing their cards one by one, that is the most terrifying. On the screen, Yen Lao, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, calmly scanned the camera. His gaze was tranquil, yet it seemed to penetrate the screen, accurately landing on each observer in the shadows. His voice echoed through the global broadcast, resonating simultaneously in every corner of Blue Star. Not too fast, not too slow, his voice was very steady. Global citizens, fellow compatriots, I am the representative from Great Xia. No unnecessary pleasantries. No lengthy preamble. He got straight to the point. In the time ahead, I will disclose a truth concerning the survival of our civilization. Giant City Central Square. The massive billboard displaying luxury goods was replaced by a solemn red background. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted, many stopping in their tracks, the glow of phone screens merging into a sea of light. In the Fog City Victory Square, tourists feeding pigeons, business people on the phone, everyone looked up at the unfamiliar Eastern man who appeared on all screens. First, the representative's voice paused, granting the world a moment of breathlessness. The universe is not empty, we are not alone. A colossal organization called Star Alliance, composed of multiple advanced civilizations, has been monitoring us for 1,000,000 years. In their definition, Blue Star civilization is ranked as 1. It is a primitive existence at the bottom of the cosmic food chain. In the Federal Command Center, Keller staggered slightly. His clenched fist had nails digging into his palm. He guessed correctly. No, the reality was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than he imagined. We are not their allies, they monitor us like livestock. Second, the Star Alliance is not a benevolent observer. They adhere to the cruel law of the jungle, periodically conducting cleansings of lower civilizations. The goal is to eliminate potential competitors and plunder new resources. According to the intelligence we just obtained, the next cleansing targeting Blue Star could happen at any time. Panic quickly spread in everyone's hearts. People instinctively took out their phones, trembling as they searched for Star Alliance civilization cleansing. But there was no information to be found online. I know this sounds unbelievable. Yen Lao's voice remained steady, calmly stating a fact devoid of emotion. But the greatest secret does not come from the outside. It comes from within ourselves. He paused again. This time the pause lasted even longer, as if allowing the entire world to digest the impending terrifying truth. We humans, along with a few ancient races in the universe, have a restriction set in our DNA. We call it the gene lock. This lock constrains our wisdom, stifling our evolution. It prevents us from peering into the deeper mysteries of the universe and leaves us defenseless like lambs to the slaughter when facing advanced civilizations like the Star Alliance. The glasses of the head of the intelligence department fell and shattered on the ground. Yet he did not react, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Madman! How dare they? How dare they say all of this? The military personnel beside him turned pale. On that face, which had experienced many things, a childlike confusion and fear appeared for the first time. It's over. Order is completely gone. The thing they feared the most happened in a way they had never anticipated. Great Xia chose neither to negotiate with them, nor to yield or secretly resist. They directly shattered all rules. Moreover, they pulled all of humanity to their side. On the screen, Yen Lao's tone suddenly became agitated. But restrictions are meant to be broken. Today I am here to announce to the world, Great Xia has found the key to unlocking this restriction. Boom. This statement left Keller's mind blank, receiving a tremendous impact. He could not stand stepping back and colliding with the command chair as he sat down. His body stiffened, and he repeatedly muttered a phrase in a daze. They did it. They really did it. From today, Great Xia will usher in the era of universal evolution. Here we extend an invitation to all nations and peoples around the world who love peace and do not wish to be enslaved. Join us in forming the united front of human civilization. Share technology, break through restrictions. We will no longer be sheep at the mercy of others. We will reclaim our destiny. Our goal. The leader looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen and ceiling, gazing into the endless universe. Is the stars and the sea. The speech concluded. The entire world fell silent for several seconds, enveloped in dead silence. Then came the massive uproar. Emergency calls from various countries flooded in, and servers began to smoke from overload. In the northern great power within the Red Palace, the figure known for their toughness remained silent for a minute. He then picked up the red phone on the table. He spoke only one word to the other end. Connect to the east. Meanwhile, in the Federal Command Center, the atmosphere had cooled to the extreme. Keller looked at the terrifyingly calm face on the screen, suddenly feeling like a clown, invisible to everyone. The cleansing plan. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now whoever dared to press that button would be the sinner wishing to destroy humanity's last hope. Whoever would be the public enemy of all humanity. Great Xia's overt scheme turned all their secret plans and threats into a joke in the most open and direct manner. Just then the screen shifted. A serious news anchor appeared. Next we will showcase the preliminary results of the Divine Awakening plan to the world. Keller's heart, along with his last shred of dignity and arrogance, sank to the bottom. He knew. The final moment had arrived. The global live broadcast continues without interruption. The scene changes. The serious red background vanishes, replaced by a bright, technologically advanced indoor training ground. The camera sweeps over 100 soldiers from the Great Xia clad in pure black Special Forces uniforms, standing in a neat 10-by-10 formation. They remain completely still. Each person stands as if measured by a ruler, like 100 black darts stuck into the ground. In the underground command center at the National Center, Keller's eyes suddenly narrowed. He recognized that set of combat uniforms. They were the new gear of the strongest special force in Great Xia, the Dragon's Tooth. On the screen, a line of text appeared. Preliminary results of the Divine Awakening project displayed. Then a calm male voice sounded, devoid of emotion, yet it echoed through every corner of the world via global satellites. Display target Divine Awakening Type 1 diluted serum injectors. Test subjects 100 volunteers from the entire army. Injection time 3 minutes ago. As the words fell, a roar, unlike any human sound, filled with pain and power, simultaneously erupted from the throats of the 100 soldiers. The immense sound wave created a visible shockwave within the training ground. The soldier at the front of the formation had bulging veins on his neck, his muscles tearing the high-collared combat uniform, and beneath his skin it seemed as if countless small snakes were writhing. The high temperature radiating from his body distorted the surrounding air. First, test extreme strength. The command was given. The soldier took a step forward. The high-strength alloy floor beneath his feet was even left with a shallow footprint, cracks spreading like a spider web. He walked to a 10-centimeter thick special steel plate in the center of the field. Subtitles popped up in time. T7 composite armor, steel capable of withstanding direct hits from 125mm armor-piercing rounds. In the Eagle Command Center, a materials analysis expert shouted, "This is the material of our Abrams main battle tank's frontal armor." All eyes around the world were fixed on the soldier's raised hand. He did not run or gather momentum. He simply placed his right hand, covered in bulging veins, calmly on the steel plate. There was no sound. A dead silence. The next second, crack, squeak, creak. The armor steel that could withstand cannon fire began to glow red beneath that palm, the sound indicating that the metal structure was about to fail under immense pressure and heat. The soldier exerted force with his 5 fingers suddenly gripping tightly. The steel plate was forcefully crushed. 5 charred finger holes appeared, the edges crystalline from melting and rapid cooling. Hiss. In countless military command centers worldwide, gasps of surprise echoed. Second, test neural reaction speed. On the other side of the field, 10 automated artillery emplacements rose. A female soldier walked to the center of the field and closed her eyes. Test content: unarmed block, catch, subsonic live ammunition. In the Red Palace, the tough leader leaned slightly forward, staring intently at the screen. Fire. The 10 artillery emplacements instantly spat out tongues of flame. 10 bullets, whistling, shot toward the female soldier from different angles. In slow motion, under the high-speed camera, the world witnessed an astonishing scene. The female soldier's body hardly moved. She merely waved her hands like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of metal collisions rang out. From the moment the bullets left the chamber to being caught, it took 0.07 seconds. At the National Center, the coffee cup in front of Minister Keller fell to the ground with a crash, shattering. He paid no mind. He stared fixedly at the screen, his throat producing a dry sound. Mass production. They are mass-producing superhumans. The scene switched again. An endless blue ocean. A pitch-black, decommissioned Tentasantan destroyer floated like a steel island quietly adrift on the sea. The announcer's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement for the first time. Final display. The camera suddenly pulled back, piercing through the clouds. An indescribable black streak of light tore through the sky, falling vertically. It made no sound, yet at the moment of its appearance, every radar screen on the sea turned to static. As the streak of light halted 100 meters in front of the destroyer, the global audience finally saw clearly. It was a person clad in all black, as smooth as a living sculpture in combat armor. Penga Type 1 individual combat unit. His visor was complete darkness, concealing any facial features, with only 2 deep red lights flickering within. He hovered there quietly in midair, as if standing on air. In his hand, he held an ancient long knife radiating a ghostly blue energy glow. Star Cleaver high-frequency energy blade. In Base 7 of Great Xia Academician Qian Jingchun adjusted his glasses, gripping the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. It's coming. On the screen, Yi Shao raised the knife. No unnecessary movements. Hum. A low resonant energy hum emanated from the armor's external amplifier. The ghostly blue light blade instantaneously extended from the 1-meter-long solid blade, surging to 100 meters, creating a massive blue light screen that separated the sky and the sea. Time slowed down. Over 2 billion people worldwide held their breath watching the imminent strike of that light. Yi Xiao swung the knife. The motion was gentle, like a painter writing the character 1 on rice paper. A blue light, thin as a hair, detached from the blade, silently sweeping through the massive body of the destroyer. It flashed by. The light disappeared. The 100-meter blade also retracted back into the sword. Yi Xiao sheathed the knife, turning away from the destroyer. In the live broadcast room and online, countless people voiced their questions. Is that it? Was that a special effect? Nothing happened right. Did he just swing the blade in vain? The next second, a faint cracking sound echoed through the high-sensitivity microphone installed on the destroyer, spreading across the world. Crack. From the area swept by the blue light, a straight, glowing red line appeared on the massive steel hull of the destroyer. The line rapidly expanded. Boom. It was not an explosion. It was separation. The 10th Ascendant destroyer was neatly sliced in half. Sliding down along the incredibly smooth cut, the steel screeched in friction. Eventually, it crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. At the cut, the steel plate was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting blinding light under the sun. The live broadcast picture froze at that moment. Yi Xiao hovered in midair behind him, the sinking, broken warship. Further out on the sea, a massive 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind atop a frigate's mast like a burning flame. At that moment, the world fell silent. Great Xia Base 7 command room. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers and applause erupted. Countless white-haired scientists embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Only Elder Yan, after the initial excitement, quickly regained his composure. He walked beside Yi Xiao, who was also calmly watching the screen, said nothing, but heavily patted his shoulder. Yi Xiao turned his head, his armor visor automatically retracting to reveal his young, yet expressionless face. Well done. Elder Yan's eyes were filled with approval, but then his expression turned very serious. He leaned closer to Yi Xiao, his voice lowered to a whisper only the two could hear. But little Yi, you must remember the Divine Awakening project is just the beginning. It has locked itself securely with a strong door in our courtyard. However, the land in our courtyard is too barren. We cannot grow grains, nor can we mine iron that can be used to make weapons. He looked into Yi Xiao's eyes, every word very clear. We need real resources. We need those treasures from star wreckages regarded as garbage by advanced civilizations. That is the only capital for our rise. Elder Yan's voice was undeniable. Prepare yourself for your next crossing. This time your identity has changed. You are no longer a lonely scavenger. He emphasized each word. The signal for the global live broadcast was actively cut off by the Great Xia. Yet the world did not quiet down as a result. The internal chaos and unrest were more intense than ever. Within the borders of Great Xia, all social media servers disconnected simultaneously. There were no trending topics, for every discussion pointed to the same name, Yi Xiao, and that concept which originally existed only in legends, but was now happening in reality. Universal evolution. Jiang City, the old neighborhood where Yi Xiao once rented. Countless young people rushed to the streets with national flags, their shouts drowning out the loudest cicada calls of summer. The elderly gathered around the television, wiping away murky tears with the back of their hands, repeating a single phrase. Good, good, no longer needing to watch others' expressions. The pent-up frustration and resentment accumulated over a century erupted at this moment. However, while the entire nation celebrated, the atmosphere at Base 7 was cold and heavy. There was no champagne, no victory banquet. The chest plate of the Pangu combat unit slid open with a release of pressure, a mist mixed with the smell of sweat billowing out. Yi Xiao revealed himself, his combat suit soaked in sweat clinging tightly to his body, showcasing his muscles trembling slightly from overexertion. He braced himself against the cabin wall, barely managing to stay upright. Academician Qian Jingshun was the first to rush forward, holding a pre-prepared high-energy nutrient solution. The medical team following behind was about to step forward. Quick! Monitor vital signs. Heart rate. Body temperature. Yi Xiao raised his hand, pushing everyone away. He took the nutrient solution and drank it in one go, his atoms, apple rolling rapidly. His gaze swept over the excited faces around him, and he spoke calmly. Where is Elder Yan? Have all the live data been collected? In an instant, the cheers of all the researchers around him came to an abrupt halt. At this moment that could be written into human history, this young man, who created miracles, was not concerned with honor or praise. It was about the mission. All done. Elder Yan walked from the crowd, a slight, unnatural flush appearing on his usually calm face. He quickly suppressed all emotions, turned around, and faced several generals in military uniforms behind him. Pass my orders. The entire territory is to enter a state of primary combat readiness. His voice was not loud, but every word was powerful. Since the mask has been torn off, we must guard against their desperate measures. Half an hour later, in the highest-level encrypted conference room, the atmosphere was extremely tense, almost suffocating. Deterrence has only bought us a moment to catch our breath. Elder Yan's finger pointed at the central holographic electronic map. On it, dense red markers represented the military bases of the old order scattered across the globe. Our current situation, to quote Xiao Yi, is, "We are like a person with immense potential, but currently very impoverished. We possess seeds of fire, the Panga prototype, and even the key to unlock genes. But to transform these blueprints into weapons that can win wars, to turn them into benefits for 1.4 billion people." Elder Yan paused for a moment. "We are lacking in resources." Qian Jingshun adjusted his glasses and projected a list in front of everyone. There was no title, only rows of shocking red text. Ultra-high strength, heat-resistant alloys with a gap of 90. The current reserves are only enough to manufacture 3 Panga prototype machines. The helium-3 needed for controllable nuclear fusion, the reserve, is only sufficient for laboratory theoretical operation for 87 days. High-precision photolithography technology. Biocomputer neural connection materials. At the end of the list were 2 of the most inconspicuous, yet most deadly words. Food. Academician Qian Jingshun smiled bitterly. Universal evolution means that metabolic efficiency increases geometrically. A warrior who has unlocked the first-level gene lock consumes energy more than 30 times that of an ordinary person. If the serum is widely distributed based on our current agricultural output, within a month the entire Great Xia. He did not finish, but everyone understood the word. Famine. We will starve to death. Yi Xiao looked at the despairing list, his eyes twitching slightly. These old men are truly not holding back at all. According to the current technological development level of Blue Star, to solve these problems optimistically, it would take 50 years. But his gaze fell on the retinal panel that only he could see. Civilization sharing status has been settled. Current stellar anchor core level 3-4 reward, cooling time reduced to 20 hours, detection range 1 kilometer, marking landing function unlocked. Lone Walker system level 3-4 reward unlock, exchange list page, high energy, crop, cultivation, manual level 2 civilization, incomplete primary industrial mother machine, maintenance blueprint. These leave to me. Yi Xiao's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire conference room. He raised his hand and pointed at the red list. Prepare enough high-energy compressed rations for 3 months of survival, as well as 500 liters of sealed pure water. You don't need to worry about anything else. Elder Yan looked deeply at him. He did not ask where he was going, nor did he ask how he would do it. He simply turned around. Li Zhenghua. Present. Li Zhenghua stepped forward, standing tall. Effective immediately, the 1st and 3rd Special Operations teams will be stationed at Base 7. 24-hour shifts, sealing all entrances and exits. Any orders from Consultant Yi are equivalent to my orders. On the other side of the earth, in the Western 5 District, the White House Oval Office. The president slumped in his office chair, the red phone on the desk ringing incessantly, allies calling one by one, from questioning to probing, eventually revealing signs of betrayal. We have been isolated, Mr. President. Secretary of Defense Keller stepped out from the shadows by the window. Having just received intelligence, even the most obedient Eastern Island nation sent the highest level of congratulatory messages to Great Xia. Nuclear deterrence has failed. Conventional forces have been crushed. We have lost, haven't we? The president asked. No. Keller's eyes flickered with madness. The war has just begun. He walked to the desk, leaning forward to stare directly at the president. The divine awakening plan of Great Xia, that universal evolution, has only one foundation. That young man named Yi Xiao, and what he brought back from outside. Assessments show that they have not fully converted those technologies. The president's pupils constricted, you mean? Activate the reef plan. Keller pulled out a top-secret document and slammed it on the table. If we have no chance of winning on the front lines, let them collapse from within. His voice lowered, carrying a chilling tone. There is only one target: bring back Yi Xiao. If that fails, destroy him along with everything he brought back. The president's fingers stopped tapping. 3 seconds later, the last bit of reason in his eyes vanished, replaced by madness. Approved. What I cannot obtain, no one else shall get. His tone was grim. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Great Xia time. At Base 7 in the deepest independent space. A scarlet prompt box suddenly jumped out before Yi Xiao. Emergency task triggered. The call of the stellar remains description: abnormal high-energy reactions detected at the anchor point connection, suspected to be the remnants of a civilization surpassing the current level of understanding. Countdown for relic appearance, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Yi Xiao shoved food into the storage space. He turned around, standing in the center of the independent space, taking one last look at the outline of that eastern country on the wall screen. Yi Xiao's figure vanished into thin air. At the same time, on the western border of Great Xia, in the stratosphere 10,000 meters high, a completely black transport aircraft devoid of any markings and painted with the most advanced optical camouflage silently crossed the border. A sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him as if his nerves were being torn apart. His feet landed not on soft soil, but on metal accompanied by the sharp crack of splintering metal. Yi Xiao stood firm. The serum enhancement granted him extraordinary balance. Warning: strong gamma radiation detected. Warning: external atmosphere contains high concentrations of corrosive heavy metal dust. The outer coating of the Pangu armor is being corroded. Internal circulation mode activated. Estimated endurance 11 hours and 58 minutes. At the edge of the visor, the external threat index instantly turned red. The air here could corrode steel directly. The sky was a sickly yellow, making one feel uncomfortable. There was no ground beneath him. What lay underfoot was an endless wasteland of abandoned machinery. Yi Xiao activated the wide-area scan of his tactical visor. Virum. Two small micro-drones ejected from his shoulder blades, rising silently into the air, quickly disappearing against the yellowed background. The hologram unfolded within the visor, presenting all scenes clearly. The wreckage of a starship thousands of meters high resembled a colossal stone tablet awkwardly embedded in the metal ruins. Nearby, massive gears, broken curvature engine casings, and torn ship hull armor littered the ground. This was the graveyard of civilization. Zone 9 of the star ruins, a dangerous yet resource-rich area. What made Yi Xiao nervous was that this wasteland was alive. In the distance, several automated disassembly arms resembling mountains emerged from the metal pile, mechanically tearing apart the wreckage of a recently fallen corvette. The harsh sound of metal grinding, even through armor, felt as though it was scraping against his eardrums. Creak, creak. A faint abnormal sound came from a nearby pile of scrap metal. With a mental attribute of 20, his perception of killing intent exceeded even that of the armor's radar. Before his brain issued a command, his body acted first. The micro-thruster in his right heel ignited instantly. He swiftly sidestepped 3 meters to the left. Boom. A shadow struck down like a heavy hammer where he had just stood. Several tons of abandoned hatch doors shattered into countless pieces, sending deadly metallic dust swirling into the air. Within the smoke, a silhouette over 4 meters long gradually became clear. It resembled a giant wolf without fur, its body primarily composed of corroded metal parts fused with a glossy, crawling black biological tissue. Several broken high-strength alloy drill bits formed its teeth. 2 crimson compound eyes locked onto Yi Xiao. Target scanned: iron-eating beast, severe mutant threat level C to unprotected, carbon-based life characteristics, devours metal to enhance exoskeleton, possesses short-range explosive sprint capability. A native creature of the star ruins. Yi Xiao did not draw his Star Slayer. He was a god in the eyes of ordinary people on Blue Star. But he needed a standard to determine the true power of this body in the cosmic wasteland. Roar. The iron-eating beast let out a deep growl, its hind leg muscles tightening along with its mechanical structure. In the next moment, it transformed into a blurred shadow, charging at him with a piercing scream. Its claws, made from fragments of warship armor, were strong enough to pierce the front of a main battle tank. Yi Xiao stood still, unmoving. In the visor, the rapidly enlarging claws were clearly reflected. Just as the tips of the claws were about to touch the visor, he moved, not to evade, but to counter. Genomimetic muscle fiber overclocking. Yi Xiao's right arm under the Pangu armor instantly swelled with muscle. Countless nanoscale muscle fibers twisted tightly like steel wires, making a faint yet terrifying cracking sound. No complex moves were needed, only the purest, most direct force. A punch aimed squarely at the claw that tore through the air was launched. Boom. A tremendous sound of impact erupted. A visible circle of white sonic boom clouds appeared in the air. Everything froze for a moment. The iron-eating beast's metal head, capable of gnawing through starship armor, cracked from the point of contact with his fist. Then its massive body seemed to be struck by an immense force, folding inwards and being propelled backward at 3 times the speed it had arrived. Boom. It crashed into the inner wall of an abandoned engine compartment, the twisted metal pinning it to the wall. The biological tissue within its body splattered out as black goo from the armor seams. The crimson compound eyes flickered twice, then went completely dark. 1 punch. Instant kill. Yi Xiao retracted his fist, shaking his wrist, feeling the tremendous power coursing from his spine to the tip of his fist. 15 points of strength, and I can achieve this level. His voice echoed within the sealed helmet. It seems that the route of carbon-based life, tearing apart giant mechas, is feasible. He walked toward the corpse of the iron-eating beast. A system prompt appeared promptly. High-purity active metal detected, can be extracted for synthesis. Active metal core unit for constructing memory alloys and self-repairing armor. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly beneath his visor. This was precisely the best alternative to the high-temperature special alloy listed as the highest priority by Old Yen. In fact, it far exceeded it. System marked this material and enable automatic collection mode. For the next hour, Yi Xiao became the most efficient cleaner in this wasteland. He no longer concealed his form with the armor thrusters, emitting a pale blue flame charging toward wherever there was an energy response. A dozen startled iron-eating beasts became targets for testing his strength, speed, and reaction capabilities. The active metal in his storage space quickly piled up high. After clearing the surrounding area, Yi Xiao moved deeper into the wasteland with the most complex energy readings. Eventually, he stopped in front of a half-collapsed giant tower-like structure. The height of this tower's wreckage still exceeded 500 meters, its intricate structure appearing quite majestic even in ruins. On the tower body, a complex double helix emblem was etched. It belonged to a high civilization that had never appeared in the Blue Star database. Scan results: planetary level ecological cycle tower, severely damaged, status energy, core offline, structural integrity 17. For a major functional modules missing. Warning: unknown dormant seed bank and preliminary environmental modification engine blueprint data stream detected inside. Value extremely high. Yi Xiao instinctively clenched his fist. The knuckles within the intricate structure of the Pangu armor emitted a faint mechanical sound. This was it. As long as he brought back the seed bank and engine blueprint, solving the population pressure brought by universal evolution would not only be possible, but even cultivating a tropical rainforest in the Taklamakan desert would become feasible. He suppressed his excitement, preparing to approach the wreckage. Suddenly, a warning signal, not from a biological instinct, but from high-tech locking, pierced through his mind. This was not the killing intent of a beast. It was a weapon lock. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao exerted force from his waist, his body rolling swiftly to the side. A crimson high-energy particle beam silently grazed his afterimage, striking precisely where he had just landed on the alloy plate. The special steel plate, capable of withstanding 125mm armor-piercing rounds, was vaporized into a smooth round hole. Had this shot been fired before his arrival on Blue Star, he would have been turned to ashes. Yi Xiao quickly hid behind a massive fragment of armor, his heartbeat, steadying breath, slowing, his gaze turning cold. Through the seams of the armor, he saw three figures slowly emerging from the shadows in the distance. They wore matching lightweight exoskeleton power armor, holding oddly shaped energy rifles. A bright red, twisted skull emblem was painted on the sides of their helmets. Yi Xiao's pupils focused into a point beneath his visor. They were neither mutated beasts nor uncontrolled defensive machines. They were the most dangerous enemies in this cosmic wasteland: the raiders. Interstellar pirates. The leading pirate raised his arm, making a swift tactical gesture. His voice came through the armor's external speaker, distorted and tinged with mockery. Grr. The translation subtitles appeared synchronously on the system panel. Who is that? An indigenous person without a star energy fluctuation. No matter what it is, that black armor looks well made. Do I want it? Be careful, third brother. That iron-eating beast was crushed with brute force just now. Yi Xiao leaned against a twisted piece of shipwreck, his left hand silently gliding towards his lower back, the cold hilt of the Star Slayer, bringing a familiar sensation. This was his first time in the truest sense facing a living alien. No fear. A shuddering excitement surged from the depths of his genes, a thrill unique to hunters locking onto their prey. Three people in a standard triangular assault formation. Their coordination was skilled, clearly seasoned veterans who had long danced on the edge of death. The long guns in their hands glimmered with ominous blue, light energy weapons. Yi Xiao knew very well that with the current armor strength of the Panga type, taking a hit would not end well. I can't engage at range, but I must get in close. The judgment was completed in 0.1 seconds. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized piece of high-density metal debris from his feet, and weighed it in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the metal block to the left, striking a pile of scrap iron 20 meters away with a crisp sound. Over there. The pirate on the left instinctively turned his gun. A blue laser beam instantly shot out, melting a fist-sized hole in the pile of scrap iron. Now is the moment. Yi Xiao moved. He didn't flee in the opposite direction. Instead, he surged forward like a cheetah that had been coiled and ready to pounce. The leg exoskeleton erupted with powerful thrust, propelling him fiercely over the cover, aimed directly at the pirate leader, giving orders in the center. Seeking death. The pirate leader reacted quickly, raising his gun. But under Yi Xiao's mental attribute of 20, the movement of the opponent raising their gun was infinitely slowed in his vision. Every tension of muscle, every angle of joint movement was crystal clear. He made his reaction. He tilted his head and lowered his center of gravity. His body twisted in midair into an incredible angle. The searing laser beam grazed the edge of his helmet, the terrifying heat causing the visor's display to flash a series of garbled warnings. A deadly mistake of 0.1 seconds. That was enough. The distance between the two sides closed to 5 meters in an instant. Starslayer activate. Buzz. A blue high-frequency energy blade burst forth from the hilt, carving a beautiful, yet lethal arc under the dim radiation clouds. The pirate leader's pupils constricted sharply. He clearly hadn't anticipated that this indigenous person, without even an energy shield, was wielding such a level of melee weapon. In panic, he could only instinctively raise his energy rifle to block. Crack. There was no resistance whatsoever. Like a hot knife through butter. The high-frequency oscillating blade crafted from the finest technology of the Xia dynasty sliced through this civilian-grade weapon circulating in the interstellar black market as easily as cutting a block of tofu. The rifle snapped in two. The blue blade continued its momentum, sweeping past the pirate leader's chest armor. Pest. That seemingly sturdy alloy exoskeleton was as fragile as a layer of tinfoil before the Starslayer. A noxious, sulfur-scented green liquid gushed from the neat cut. Kill the interstellar pirate scout. Gain survival points 500. Yishao did not look at the fallen corpse. Using the inertia from the swing of his blade, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, forcibly twisting his body in midair. His left boot kicked hard against the pirate leader's corpse. The still-warm body was used like a cannonball smashed towards the pirate on the right. Second brother. The pirate on the right exclaimed, instinctively pausing in his shooting movement. This is the difference between mercenaries and regular troops. In a military unit, that shot would have unhesitatingly pierced through both the companion and the target. That hesitation cost him his life. Yishao's figure appeared like a ghost behind the corpse. The blade flashed again. A helmeted head flew high, green blood tracing a bizarre parabolic arc in the air. The remaining pirate on the left completely collapsed. 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, these two battle-hardened companions were slaughtered by this indigenous person in the most primitive way. Monster. You are a monster. He screamed, tossing away his rifle and pulling out a black sphere the size of an egg from his back. A micro-antimatter grenade. The last resort for mutual destruction. Too late. Yishao's gaze turned cold, his mental energy highly concentrated. At the moment the grenade was about to be thrown, a module beneath the hilt of his Starslayer clicked open and a micro-shuttle shot out with great speed. This was one of the tactical attachments of the Pangu armor. The shuttle accurately pierced through the pirate's wrist, the massive kinetic energy pinning his palm firmly against the metal wreckage behind him. The grenade slipped from his powerless fingers, rolling to his feet, flashing an ominous red light. Yishao didn't even glance at it, turning, sprinting, and lunging. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and seamless. Boom! A black sun suddenly rose behind him. The terrifying energy wave devoured all matter within a 10-meter radius, leaving not even a speck of dust. Yishao lay on the ground, feeling the shockwave roll over his back, the armor emitting a series of overload alarms. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his armor, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. So-called interstellar pirates are nothing special. He walked to the corpse of the pirate leader, which had been sliced in half, crouched down, and began his most skilled procedure, looting the body. Acquired low-level energy rifle severely damaged X1, acquired personal communication terminal encrypted X1, acquired unknown star map partial X1. Yishao picked up the communication terminal, still flickering with weak red light. Suddenly, after a burst of static electricity, a cold, hoarse voice came from inside. The voice was no longer in the pirate's native tongue, but in the universal interstellar language. Hound Unit 3, report status. Have you found any traces of the key? Yishao remained silent for 2 seconds. He recalled Elder Yan's words and the star skeleton anchor point core on his wrist. He picked up the terminal and coldly replied in the awkward interstellar language just parsed by the system, "Your dog is dead. I'm waiting for you to die too." With that, Yishao's fingers quickly tapped on the terminal, forcefully cutting off all external connections and instantly locking the communication module. The terminal, which had been flickering with weak red light, suddenly went dark, turning into a silent block of alloy. He did not discard it, but casually stuffed it into his tactical backpack. Yishao stood up, looking towards the ecological tower that was faintly visible amidst the radiation dust. The previous communication revealed a fatal piece of information. These people were not just passing by. They were searching for the key. And on this abandoned planet, the only and most likely key was imprinted on his wrist. So it turns out it's not just about picking up garbage. A cold and manic arc curved at the corner of Yishao's mouth. It's about competing for food with the whole universe. He no longer hesitated and strode into the bottomless darkness of the ecological tower. At the same moment, on Earth, at the border of the Xia dynasty, in the moonlit forest, several well-equipped, ghostly figures were silently closing in on the outer security line of Base 7. Two worlds, two completely different hunts. Both simultaneously drew their curtains. Yishao did not hesitate for a moment, his fingers rapidly tapping on the oil-stained control panel. With a soft click, the pirate captain's communication terminal was violently hacked. The holographic screen popped open, revealing a simple star map and the latest communication log. The log indicated that this vulture squad belonged to the Black Skull pirate group, and their perilous journey into Zone 9 was in search of the legendary Heart of Gaia. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the ruins to fixate on the ecological cycle tower, entwined by massive metallic vines not far away. It was the only place in this mechanical graveyard still faintly alive with a hint of greenery. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao activated the high-frequency laser cutter he had stripped from a pirate's corpse. Yi Xiao dove into the tower. The internal space was astonishingly vast, with hundreds of withered vines, each over 3 meters in diameter, twisting and intertwining. Though they had died millennia ago, their surfaces still shimmered with a metallic sheen as hard as iron. At the very center of the control room, a green crystal device no larger than a suitcase floated. It was translucent, pulsating as if it were alive, emitting a faint green ripple visible to the naked eye with each heartbeat. Yi Xiao's breath quickened. He stood in the shadows watching the device. Lines of pale blue data displayed on his retina. Item: Heart of Gaia Core Component Damage, Civilization Affiliation Level 3, Plant Life Civilization Status, Energy Leakage, Core Dormant. Repair requires survival points, 1000 Function, High Energy Life Conversion. It can decompose any substance, organism, organic, into basic elements and reassemble them into high-activity life fluid. Application Simulation Blue Star Environment Daily Standard Output can improve 1,000 acres of severely polluted soil or desert to grade A arable land. Application Simulation Blue Star Environment, it can shorten the growth cycle of known carbon-based crops by 90,300 depending on the complexity of crop genetics. System Evaluation, it was once the origin of a civilization, later becoming a potted plant for an interstellar noble. For you it is a miracle. Yi Xiao reached out wanting to touch the data, but his fingers merely passed through the northwest desert and yellow sand. Academician Qian Jingchen's worried face. The impending horror of famine affecting the entire populace due to accelerated metabolism flashed through his mind. Then it was completely shattered by the pulsating heart before him. This was not a strategic resource. It was the only proof of the continuation of the great Xia civilization. Yi Xiao stepped forward, swiftly cradling the Heart of Gaia with great care. It felt cool to the touch, akin to warm jade, yet weighed far more than expected, at least 15 kilograms. He immediately attempted to place it into the storage space of the star skeleton anchor point core. It failed. Prompt: insufficient storage space. Current remaining capacity 0. 15 cubic meters. Required capacity 0. 2 cubic meters. Yi Xiao paused for a moment. He opened the storage space, which was filled with 3 months of high-energy compressed food and purified water needed for the return journey, spare batteries, and spoils collected from the outside. The most space-consuming item was a nearly 30-kilogram piece of high-purity active metal. The database of the Lone Wanderer system had indicated that this metal is the perfect material for manufacturing the subsequent models of the Panga series exoskeleton armor. This piece alone was enough to advance the Great Xia's materials science technology by 20 years. Along with those 3 captured energy rifles, each one was an advanced weapon that could not be replicated with existing Blue Star technology. Yi Xiao silently took the active metal out of the storage space. He weighed it in his hands. Then, as if throwing away a useless stone, he casually tossed it onto the ruins beneath his feet. Crash. The treasure, enough to drive all materials scientists on Blue Star mad, was carelessly discarded. Next, he dealt with the 2 energy rifles. He only kept the one with the most intact structure. Then came the spare physical dagger, some scattered mechanical parts. He cleaned out the storage space, leaving only the most basic survival supplies. After finishing all this, Yi Xiao carefully placed the Heart of Gaia securely inside. Then he also stuffed in the remaining energy rifle and the tactical sight obtained from the pirate captain. The space was filled again. Just then, the terminal whose shell he had crushed, but whose internal communication module was not completely damaged, suddenly began to vibrate violently. After a burst of electrical static, a fierce male voice erupted from within. Vulture Squad, why has the signal been cut off? Answer me. If there is no response in 3 minutes, I will twist your heads off and kick them like balls. It was the reinforcements from the Black Skull pirate group. They sure are quick. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. He glanced towards the entrance and then looked down at the pirate corpse he had cut open, which had a black sphere the size of an egg hanging from its waist. A mini antimatter grenade. Beside it, there were a few unstable batteries that had rolled off the pirate corpse due to their cracked shells. Yi Xiao chose not to leave immediately. He pulled out a piece of ultra-tough metal fiber from his tactical backpack, thinner than a strand of hair. He connected the grenade's pull ring to this nearly invisible metal wire, looping the other end cleverly around a metal pipe and securing it to the edge of the precarious entrance he had cut open. Anyone attempting to come through that hole, even if their body merely brushed against that swaying wall, would trigger this most primitive and deadly trap. After finishing all this, he casually tossed the unstable energy batteries around the trap like trash. A single-point explosion would instantaneously trigger a devastating wave. A welcome gift for you. Yi Xiao took one last look at the dark steel jungle, then turned and stood in the deepest shadow of the ecological tower. He raised his wrist. Return. Virum. The space before him began to distort like ripples on the surface of water after a stone is thrown. As light and shadow separated, his form transformed into countless points of light, within a few breaths, completely vanishing from this world. About 5 minutes later, a small assault ship, painted fiercely, with a gigantic white skull on its hull, landed directly outside the ecological tower. The hatch opened heavily and 7 or 8 fierce-looking pirates brandishing weapons rushed out, heading straight for the entrance Yi Xiao had cut open. "Boss, here. The door has been cut open," shouted the pirate leading the charge. A burly man like a bear poked his head out from the ship, roaring, "Damn it. They must be inside. Go in. Don't let that bastard." His words were abruptly cut off. The first pirate to dive into the hole triggered the nearly invisible thin wire. Boom. A black sun suddenly rose and erupted at the entrance of the ecological tower. The terrifying energy wave silently engulfed everything. Light and heat instantly vaporized the 3 pirates near the entrance along with their alloy armor. Following that, a chain reaction explosion occurred. The unstable energy batteries detonated, exploding like an ammunition depot, sending a wider shockwave and deadly radioactive dust flying out. The entire bottom layer of the ecological tower trembled violently, countless metallic vines groaning under the strain, snapping with a deafening crack. Watching his subordinates blown to pieces in the firelight, the pirate captain stood on the ship, his chest heaving. After a moment of silence, he let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated through the entire mechanical graveyard. "No matter who you are, I will find you, and then grind you and your bones to dust." Together. Back to Blue Star. In the western border of the Great Xia, an untouched jungle. Night fell, and the forest was shrouded in darkness. Shadows moved swiftly within the woods, nearly invisible. The Ghost IV optical camouflage combat suits they wore disguised their shapes to blend with the environment. Even in the best night vision goggles, one could only see a blurry heat signal, making it difficult to distinguish. The Ace of Eagles sauced the Ghost Squad. All units 3 kilometers from the target at the perimeter power station of Base 7. The voice of Captain Scorpion came through encrypted bone conduction headphones, steady, yet tinged with arrogance. "Maintain radio silence. The conventional radars of Great Xia can't do anything about us. They are still using tactics from the last century." A voice from one of the team members, unable to suppress curiosity, chimed in. "Captain, is the divine revelation mentioned in the briefing real?" Scorpion smirked slightly beneath his mask, letting out a short sneer. "Mostly psychological warfare. That global live broadcast in the briefing was just a grand performance aimed at gaining leverage during negotiations. With just a month, even if they have a prototype technology, they can't form effective combat power. Our mission is to uncover the truth behind the divine revelation and figure out what they really want. Everyone, don't be distracted by those tricks. Focus on infiltration." He raised his wrist, and the tactical terminal displayed a holographic map, clearly showing a planned route that avoided radar. "Remember, there is no place in this world that ghosts cannot infiltrate." He was unaware. At this very moment, in the command center hundreds of meters underground at Base 7. On a massive quantum screen, their 3-dimensional movement trajectories, real-time heart rates, and even weapon ammunition counts were displayed in bright red data. 20 years ahead of us. Li Zhenghua clasped his arms, looking at those self-important red dots on the screen with disdain. Behind him was the newly upgraded Sky-I modified system. This system, based on the primitive quantum sensing technology brought back by Yi Xiao, rendered Eagle Sauce's prideful optical camouflage utterly laughable. The Ghost Squad is indeed formidable. Through conventional reconnaissance methods, they seem to have disappeared. Li Zhenghua looked at the screen, his tone calm, but his gaze sharp. Unfortunately, what they have stepped into is a new battlefield. Adjutant, record all their tactical movements and response patterns. The data must be complete. This time, it's not just a cleanup, it's a practical test. I want to see how much surprise our new gadgets can bring to these veterans. The adjutant beside him whispered a suggestion. "Sir, should we authorize the drone swarm for saturation strikes? Or let the Eagle-I team conduct remote precision eliminations?" "No." Li Zhenghua waved his hand, his expression suddenly sharp. "That would be too wasteful. Moreover, I need to assess the strength of the first batch of Divine Revelation trainees." He pressed a red button on the command platform, and his voice was transmitted through encrypted lines straight to the front line. "Dragon Tooth team, the target has entered the area we've set up. Remember, don't end it too quickly. Give the guests from afar a little shock from the new era." Dragon Tooth acknowledged. A deep yet clearly excited voice came through the headphones. In the depths of the jungle, Scorpion raised his hand sharply, and the entire squad froze in place, guns pointing in all directions. He was a veteran who had survived on dozens of battlefields, and his instincts told him there was something wrong. Something was off. The chirping of insects in the forest had vanished. The wind had also stopped. The entire forest fell into a dead silence, sending a chill down his spine. He felt a sense of coldness, as if being watched by a powerful being surging from his tailbone to the back of his neck. Halt! There's an ambush. Scorpion reacted swiftly, immediately shouldering his 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, aiming at a patch of darkness in the bushes to the left. Everyone back to back for defense. Activate thermal imaging. Captain, thermal imaging is clean, there's nothing. The voice of the team member trembled slightly, unable to control his fear. Just then a crisp sound echoed. Snap! A branch had been stepped on. This sound was not sneaky, but rather relaxed, as if they were not deemed worthy of attention. From the darkness, a tall figure emerged from the shadows of a giant tree. His footsteps were soft, yet they caused every heart to sink. He wore no night vision equipment, for he had fully adapted to this darkness, his vision superior to any night vision device. He did not raise a gun, as he exuded an aura far more dangerous than any firearm. He was incredibly confident, and this calmness felt oppressive, as if he was watching a group of prey that had already fallen into a trap. Then behind him 9 other figures appeared silently, as if emerging from the shadows, forming an encirclement that seemed loose, yet was impossible to escape. The leader of the dragon-tooth team, Lei Zhan, cracked his neck bones popping. He looked at the fully armed and tense ghost squad and beckoned with his finger. Friends of Eagle Sauce, don't be so tense, we mean no harm. Lei Zhan did not smile, simply speaking calmly, his voice directly transmitted to each of their headsets. Scorpion, real name Michael Anderson, former member of Delta Force. Your Viper to your left has a heart rate of 135, adrenaline levels are too high. I suggest you calm him down, or he might accidentally discharge in 0.5 seconds. That would be an unfortunate accident. Now I suggest all of you lower your 416 Hong Kong dollars special modifieds. Let's talk about why you're here, perhaps it can lead to a better outcome. This condescending tone of charity ignited Scorpion's fury. He had never faced such humiliation in his life. Eliminate them. Scorpion roared, issuing his final command. Bang, 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 bang. The members of the Ghost Squad fired almost simultaneously. After countless training sessions relying on muscle memory, they aimed and shot within 0.1 seconds. Dozens of 5.56mm special armor-piercing rounds were densely fired toward Lei Zhan. They aimed precisely at Lei Zhan's forehead, throat, and heart. However, in the next moment, Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply. Just as the bullets were about to reach Lei Zhan's body, he slowly raised his left hand. A rather inconspicuous black wristband on his wrist lit up with a faint glow. Buzz. The air resonated with a low vibration, and a translucent force field made up of countless small hexagonal energy crystals rapidly formed and expanded in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Those projectiles capable of penetrating light armor collided with the light shield, which appeared thin, yet was as unyielding as a wall. The bullets were squeezed, deformed, and melted upon contact due to the immense recoil, then rolled back helplessly with sparks. Is this the technology you claim to be 20 years ahead? Lei Zhan did not even raise his hand. The individual force field shield prototype, a technology from Yishao, floated calmly in front of him, emanating a cold blue light. He let out a cold laugh. Warm-up is over. Now it's our turn. Energy shield. The tactical scope of the Scorpion was instantly flooded with invalid ballistic data, emitting a piercing alarm. This is impossible. This thought consumed his mind. How could the infantry equipment of the great Xia be so advanced? What garbage did that bunch of fools in the intelligence department submit? Trap. Retreat. The Scorpion's roar exploded in the team channel, his left hand already reaching for the high-explosive fragmentation grenade at his waist. He needed to create chaos with an explosion, even if it was just for a fraction of a second. But Lei Zhan did not grant him that time. Run. A cold grunt. The ground beneath Lei Zhan suddenly erupted into a deep pit. Boom. Soil and grass clippings splattered everywhere. His whole body transformed into a vague shadow, crossing a distance of 20 meters, almost instantaneously reaching the Scorpion's face. So fast, the Scorpion's pupils couldn't even contract in time, only feeling a gust of foul wind rushing toward him. His hand, clad in a tactical glove and about to pull the grenade's safety pin, was grasped by an enormous hand. What he felt on his wrist was not a grip, but a crushing pressure. It felt as if he were caught in an industrial hydraulic clamp. Crack. The sound of shattered wrist bones echoed in the silence of the forest, sending chills down his spine. Ah! The intense pain made the Scorpion let out a short, miserable scream, and the grenade slipped from his hand. Lei Zhan remained expressionless, casually catching the falling grenade with his other hand. His thumb accurately pressed down on the safety lever, applying force with his fingertip, causing the metal fuse to deform and be forcibly pushed back into the safety box. The entire movement flowed seamlessly as if he were handling a child's toy. He looked down, gazing at the scorpion, who was half kneeling from the agony. Eagle's ace. Lejean shook his head. Too slow. Too weak. Before his words fell, dull strikes and bone-cracking sounds echoed simultaneously from other directions in the forest. That was not a battle. It was extermination. A member of the Ghost team abandoned his rifle, drawing a high-frequency, vibrating military knife, attempting to engage in close combat. What awaited him was a simple sidestep from a dragon-tooth warrior. The military knife grazed past the combat suit, not even sparking a single ember. Then a straightforward punch. Bang! The fist struck the Ghost team member's chest armor. The composite ceramic armor worth millions of dollars visibly caved in and shattered, emitting a sound that sent shudders through the air. The body of that member was hit as if by a battering ram, his feet leaving the ground, flying backward for over 10 meters. He crashed into a massive tree that required 2 people to embrace. The trunk shook violently, and leaves fell in droves. The person, like a puddle of mud, slid to the ground silent. Meanwhile, 2 Ghost team members activated the overload mode of their optical camouflage, simultaneously completely blending into the darkness, preparing to escape in different directions. But in a place invisible to them, within the cochlea of the dragon-tooth warrior. The miniature sonar imaging system had already marked the locations of 2 wildly beating hearts with red dots. The sound of those heartbeats resonated like war drums in the ultra-sensitive sensors. Found you. From the darkness, 2 figures lunged out at inhuman speed, arriving before the fleeing soldiers. A heavy knee strike. An accurate elbow strike. The 2 fleeing Special Forces soldiers were subdued in an instant, faces pressed down into the cold, damp mud with no chance to resist. 30 seconds. Even less. This ambush had already concluded. The elite Ghost Walk team of Eagle was completely incapacitated. They were disarmed, piled together like a group of livestock awaiting processing. The scorpion knelt at the front, his right arm hanging limply, his mouth full of blood. Everything he was proud of, combat experience, cutting-edge technology, killing skills, was as fragile as a joke in front of these great Xia soldiers. Lejean approached him, crouching down. He reached out, gripping the scorpion's jawbone, forcing his mouth open. His index finger precisely probed and pushing hard. Ding! A cyanide capsule disguised as a molar fell from the socket, landing on the muddy ground. "Wanna die?" Lejean patted the scorpion's face, which was smeared with dirt and blood. "No." His voice carried no emotion. "The commander wants you alive. You are exhibits, a presentation for the whole world to see, exhibits." The scorpion's gaze completely dimmed. He closed his eyes. "It's over." 10 minutes later. Base 7, Underground Command Center. Report to the commander, all invasion targets have been captured, none escaped, and we have 0 casualties. Lejean's voice came through the encrypted lines, steady and powerful. Li Xinghua stood in front of the massive quantum screen, observing the captured images transmitted back, simply nodding, as if everything was meant to be. "Take them down, separate them for detention." His voice was calm. "Send a note to Eagle thanking them for the practical specimens they delivered." Just as the order was given, the air in the center of the command room began to distort without warning. Like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, invisible ripples spread out. Everyone's movements halted. Old Yin, Academician, Qian Jingchen, Li Xinghua. All core personnel present held their breath, their gazes locked on that abnormal space. A familiar crack was torn open by an invisible force from within. Yi Xiao's figure stepped out from the other side of the intertwining light. The Pengu armor he wore was covered in scratches and charred marks, and there was even a deep crack on the helmet visor that could be seen to the bone. A cold, smoky scent from another world instantly permeated the air. "Advisor Yi. Little Yi." Yi Xiao raised his hand, removing the already damaged helmet, revealing a slightly fatigued face, but with eyes that shone remarkably. He surveyed the room, finally resting his gaze on Old Yen. "I did not disappoint." He raised his hand and waved casually. Clatter. A complete energy rifle and a uniquely designed tactical scope were tossed onto the conference table. Academician Qian Jingchen's eyes widened, instantly about to pounce. But Yi Xiao was quicker, heavily placing a green crystal device the size of a briefcase in the center of the table. Thud. With the device making contact with the table, a visible pale green halo rippled out like water waves. In the command room, everyone inhaled deeply in unison. The air had changed. That feeling was indescribable, as if every oxygen molecule was imbued with vitality. In the corner, a pot of green plants that had become somewhat yellow due to neglect regained its upright, vibrant green leaves at a visible speed. "What is this?" Old Yan's hand pressed against the edge of the table, his knuckles whitening from the force, as he sensed an overwhelming life energy. Yi Xiao extended 2 fingers and gently tapped the pulsating green crystal. "It's called Heart of Gaia." He paused, observing the stunned faces in the conference room, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. With this thing, the previously concerning food issue will no longer be a problem. Silence. A silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Only the increasingly heavy sounds of breathing. Academician Qian Jingchen suddenly pushed his chair away, rushing to the table, nearly leaning over the heart of Gaia, his eyes filled with fervor and disbelief. Old Yin stood straight, gazing at the green heart that seemed to harbor a world. He knew. The final fuel for the Great Xia's ascent had been replenished. No, this is not fuel. This is an engine. The command room was enveloped in silence. In the corner, a forgotten green plant was growing wildly. The withered yellow leaves unfurled completely, and new emerald green buds were visibly sprouting upwards. The smoky scent from an alien world was replaced by the refreshing aroma of grass, and would making every breath feel invigorating. Gaia. Heart. The voice of academician Qian Jingchen was hoarse, his glasses precariously hanging from the tip of his nose, yet he remained oblivious. He fixated on the pulsating green light, his eyes filled with a brilliant green hue. It was not a man-made object, but a divine miracle. It can directly alter and optimize the genes of plants. Yi Xiao retracted his fingers from tapping the crystal, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet each word struck heavily in the hearts of all present. The core function is to efficiently transform anything into high-activity life essence. He paused. Soil, sand, wastewater. He continued, even metals, as long as there's sufficient energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved the confiscated energy rifle and tactical scope in front of Qian Jingchen. These come with it. Standard equipment of a level 2 civilization with mature technology and low material requirements, making it suitable for dismantling and imitation for rapid deployment. Qian Jingchen gasped sharply. His gaze was first fixed on the cold metallic sheen, then uncontrollably drifted back to the green light. He understood. Two paths ran parallel. One was to leverage the miracle of the Gaia heart to achieve a leap in civilization. The other was to rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of the Great Xia army, using these mature low-level technologies, entering a new era. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. Elder Yin tossed away his purple sandalwood cane, not even glancing at it. He leaned on the table, his aging body seemingly infused with boundless strength. Good. Excellent. What he saw was not merely a miraculous object, but a grand blueprint that had already unfolded, waiting to be realized. The plan to establish a fully enclosed three-dimensional ecological farm in the Gobi Desert of the Northwest has now become a reality. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the cup to vibrate. We have the fire seed for energy, and there is plenty of land. With this, core grain production can multiply 10-fold, 20-fold. The Great Xia will completely break free from the constraints of grain imports. We can support 2 billion, even 3 billion genetically evolved new humans. In the conference room, everyone's heart raced. A powerful nation of universal evolution, no longer plagued by hunger, was no longer an unreachable dream. Half an hour later, the highest-level medical center at Base No. 7. Yi Xiao lay in the cold detection chamber, precision rays scanning his body. In the monitoring room, several big shots gazed at the data on the screen, silent as the grave. Report. Academician, yes, physical examination has concluded. A doctor in a white coat adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. Muscle density has increased by 8.7 since last time, and bone strength has risen by 11.2. Cell activity far exceeds that of ordinary people. Most importantly, we detected a faint but continuous bioelectric field between the cells in his body. It seems to be continuously optimizing and reorganizing the most basic genetic sequences. This is similar to the phenomenon we observed when analyzing the Divine Awakening Type 1 serum, but academician, yes, changes are spontaneous and sustainable. This meant that Yi Xiao himself was a continuously evolving life form. In the lounge, Yi Xiao changed into a clean training outfit, flexing his wrists. He could feel that every muscle in his body was more solid than before he went to Shanghai, brimming with explosive power. The door swung open. Li Zheng was strode in, his face tense with extreme excitement. Academician Yi, the ghost squad of the Eagle Sauce has all been captured. He swiped across the tactical tablet, and an interrogation video began to play. On the screen, the A Special Forces captain, codenamed Scorpion, completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. Reef Plan. Phase 2. If we fail, Minister Ku Lu has authorized the activation of the purification plan, utilizing a highly contagious genetic virus disguised as the flu. 2. To launch a bioweapon attack in the major cities of the Great Xia. The video ended. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, a chilling aura pervading. If military deterrence failed, it would directly target civilians. Such actions were utterly devoid of bottom line. Yi Xiao stared at the twisted, weeping face on the tablet, his eyes devoid of anger, only a chilling silence. Since they want to overturn the table, he said calmly. Then we shall cut off the legs of their table. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Yi Xiao no longer looked at the tablet standing up directly, his gaze like lightning locking onto academician Qian Jingchen, who had just entered. Old Qian. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable sense of command. I need you to tell me right now, how far along are we in cracking the pirates' personal terminal that I brought back, especially their communication encryption technology. Qian Jingchen, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was startled by this momentum, immediately realizing the seriousness of the situation. Raising the data hard disk in his hand, he reported at lightning speed, the critical decryption has been completed. Their communication technology uses quantum entanglement encryption. Extremely sophisticated. Once we master it, the Great Xia's cyber warfare capabilities will directly surpass Earth by at least 50 years. Very good. Yi Xiao interrupted him directly, his gaze shifting to Li Jinghua, a hint of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since they want to use an invisible virus, we shall respond with invisible waves in kind. I have a suggestion, Yi Xiao continued. Utilize the pirates' communication technology to fabricate a distress signal of encountering an alien civilization attack, using their logic to attack their network. Li Zhengguo's pupils constricted slightly. Reverse invade the military network of the Pentagon. I want all of their reef plans, all overseas-based deployments, all of the dirty work turned into a live broadcast series for the whole world. Li Zhenghua gasped in disbelief. This was no longer a counterattack. This was to strip Eagle Sauce of its underpants and hang them on the world's flagpole for all to see. In the dead of night, Yi Xiao sat alone at the edge of the base rooftop, overlooking the brightly lit steel city below. He did not gaze at the starry sky, but replayed each moment of his encounters with the three pirates in his mind. The energy shield shattered the heat of particle beams grazing past him, and the final blow he delivered using traps. He knew that was merely a reconnaissance squad of a pirate group. In the vast starry sky, he was still weak, not strong enough. Just then a message from Elder Yin arrived on his private channel. The content was just a single-sentence joint announcement by the Ministry of Agriculture of the Great Xia and the National Development Department, the Oasis No. One project will be launched in 3 days at the center of the Taklamakan Desert, and global media will be invited to witness the miracle together. A new storm has already taken shape. In the Great Xia, the Taklamakan Desert, dust swirled in the air and the hot wind was biting. Thousands of orange construction robots operated at high speed across the desert. Their mechanical arms were agile and efficient treads crushing the sand dunes with a rumble. Miracles once unimaginable have been achieved in just 72 hours. These thousands of robots had their core systems integrated with a modular adaptive construction technology brought by Yi Xiao from the Star Remnants. They were no longer ordinary machines, but rather a massive engineering cluster with rudimentary swarm intelligence. As a result, a giant transparent dome over 1 kilometer in diameter was rapidly constructed at the center of the desert. The dome shone like a massive droplet of water, creating a world of its own within. Outside the dome, cameras and lenses from hundreds of media outlets globally were already set up. We are now in the Taklamakan Desert, where the people of Great Xia have built a massive greenhouse. They claim they will solve the food crisis here in 3 days. Senior BBC reporter John faced the camera, a smirk of undisguised sarcasm on his lips. This is undoubtedly another expensive political stunt from the East, attempting to divert international attention from its recent military expansion with such absurd gimmicks. The Western journalists nearby chuckled softly, mostly with a mindset of watching the spectacle. Farming in the desert. Even God would first need to lay down thousands of kilometers of water pipelines. At 10 o'clock in the morning Great Xia time, the global live broadcast signal synchronized and billions of eyes focused on this place. Under the dome, Elder Yin, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, walked out alone. He carried no speech, his steps steady as he approached the metallic base at the center of the dome. On the base lay the pulsating green heart of Gaia. Under the gaze of the entire world, Elder Yin raised his hand and pressed the only red button on the base. A deep resonance hummed. The Gaia heart was fully activated and emerald green light gushed forth, instantly dyeing the entire dome green. It was no longer a crystal, but a floating green luminary in midair like a miniature sun. A ring of visible energy ripples centered around it swept across every inch of land within the dome. The live cameras faithfully captured the moment. A miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. The originally parched sandy ground was instantly swept over by the green light waves, deepening in color at a visible speed. From a sandy yellow to a deep brown, it ultimately transformed into a rich black soil capable of yielding oil. The air filled with the fragrant scent of moist earth. Immediately afterward, countless tiny metal pipes emerged from beneath the soil, accurately sowing specially designed seeds soaked in Gaia energy into this newly birthed land. In the next moment, the live broadcast room, command center, and offices. Everyone in front of the screens worldwide collectively held their breath. A touch of tender green stubbornly broke through the black soil. Soon after the second point, the third point. Millions of green sprouts converged, spreading wildly at a speed that would overturn the common understanding of life. The camera zoomed in, capturing every detail of the wheat sprouts stretching and rising. The laws of botany were completely shattered at this moment. In just a few minutes, the green seedlings had covered the entire land, forming an endless expanse of greenery. After another 10 minutes, the verdant wheat stalks had risen to half a person's height, and a gentle breeze swept through, creating waves of green. Half an hour later, the green receded, replaced by an endless expanse of gold. The golden waves of wheat undulated under the dome, with plump ears of wheat bowing their heads heavily. Each grain of wheat was the size of a fingertip, crystal clear. The rich aroma of wheat, almost palpable, seemed to penetrate the screen and invade the nostrils of every viewer. At the live scene, a deathly silence ensued. Only the frenzied clicking of camera shutters filled the air. BBC reporter John stared with his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg, gazing blankly at the golden waves of wheat inside the dome. His microphone fell with a thud onto the sandy ground beneath his feet. He was oblivious, his mind a blank slate, with only 2 words remaining: miracle. Academician Qian Jingqian trembled as he adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose due to excitement. He walked to the camera, his voice filled with uncontainable pride and satisfaction. "We have named it the photosynthetic acceleration ecosystem." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the camera, as if staring at the entire world. "On behalf of Great Xia, I solemnly promise to the world we will provide technical support and food aid free of charge to all countries suffering from food crises and maintaining friendly relations with Great Xia." This statement resonated globally through the airwaves. It was earth-shattering. This was no longer a mere technical demonstration. It was the most direct and irresistible food diplomacy. At this moment, the Eagles faction, along with its allies, had their decades-long economic blockade and technological barriers completely shattered by the sudden emergence of this golden wave of wheat. Countless countries in Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia struggling with hunger and poverty received urgent orders from their highest levels. Establish contact with Great Xia at all costs immediately after the live broadcast ended. Back in the Eagles faction, countless citizens watched the news on television featuring the bountiful wheat fields, glancing down at the supermarket price tag nearby that had just risen by another 20. Anger ignited in an instant. Within 1 hour after the live broadcast ended, the Eagles' social networks were set ablaze. Great Xia's magical farm, and we want bread, not lies, quickly soared to the trending topics. Countless citizens gazed at the heavenly wheat fields on TV, then glanced at the rising food prices at their nearby supermarkets, and anger and skepticism began to spread. The White House press secretary urgently held a press conference claiming this was a hoax created by the East using CG technology and accused Great Xia of attempting to manipulate the global food market. However, this pale excuse only added fuel to the fire in the face of the irrefutable evidence from the satellite broadcast. Initially, only a few citizens took to the streets holding signs that read, "Give me the truth." But when the police attempted to disperse the crowd with violence, the long-repressed anger was completely ignited. Small-scale protests quickly escalated into large-scale demonstrations, with crowds rushing toward government buildings, and the unrest spread like wildfire. In the Oval Office of the White House, Defense Secretary Keller stared intently at the massive display screen on the wall. On the screen, the real-time image from military satellites was crystal clear. The golden waves of wheat in the center of the Taklamakan Desert still swayed in the breeze, both beautiful and blinding. His chest heaved violently, breathing heavily. With a roar of fury, FCK, he lunged for the heavy crystal ashtray on the desk, using all his strength to smash it against the screen. Clang! The screen shattered into a spider web of cracks, the image distorted, yet that golden hue stubbornly persisted. Where did they get these damn things? Where? Keller's eyes blazed red, resembling a mad tiger. Investigate. Find out everything about them. Why is the intelligence department a bunch of pigs? This is unscientific. This is fucking unscientific. His roar echoed in the office, but no one could answer his questions, because the answer had long surpassed their understanding. At Base No. 7, the heavy weapon testing ground. Outside, the wind and sand howled, yet an invisible energy barrier held them at bay, allowing not a single grain to enter. While the world was in an uproar over Oasis No. 1, Yishao remained unfazed. He knelt on one knee, his body utterly still. A cold gun pressed against his shoulder, merging man and weapon into one. This was no longer that dilapidated pirate rifle. The team of Qian Jingqian had completely transformed it based on Yishao's theory of secondary civilization, using the best materials and technology from Blue Star. The energy module was replaced with a microfusion core, and the aiming system was directly linked to Yishao's visual nerves. Now it had a new name, high-energy particle sniper rifle prototype. Yi Xiao pressed his right eye to the sight, and a crosshair made of data streams immediately locked onto a target 5,000 meters away. It was a scrapped 99A main battle tank. Its frontal armor was the strongest land defense Blue Star had to offer. Yi Xiao's index finger rested lightly on the trigger, but he did not pull it. He merely thought to himself, "Buzz." A faint buzzing sound arose, almost drowned out by the wind. A flash of white light streaked from the muzzle, thin as a strand of hair, bright as the sun. Then silence. 1 second. The wind continued to blow. 2 seconds. The tank remained unmoved. 3 seconds. A fist-sized hole appeared silently in the tank's thickest armor. The edge of the hole was as smooth as glass. The metal was vaporized instantly by extreme heat, then cooled instantly in the vacuum. Sunlight passed through the hole, casting a circular light spot behind the tank. One shot penetrated. All physical defenses of Blue Star became a joke in the face of this strike. Yi Xiao let out a breath. Just as he exhaled, a blue light curtain suddenly unfolded before his eyes, data streams cascading down like a waterfall. Detected a leap in the National Strength Index of the Great Xia. Judgment Module, Food Sovereignty. Event, the Oasis. No. One project has been established and successfully demonstrated. Judgment result, this contribution fundamentally resolved the survival shortcoming of the Great Xia civilization, significantly raising the comprehensive civilization level index. Judgment contribution, attribution, core technology provider, Yi Xiao. Rewards being calculated. Reward granted. Survival points, 500,000. 500,000. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This large sum made his scalp tingle. Without hesitation, he directly told the system in his mind, bring up the upgrade interface for the Star Skeleton Anchor Point Core. Star Skeleton Anchor Point Core level 4 survival points required to upgrade to level 5, 250000. Upgrade. Survival points, 250000. Remaining survival points, 250000. Anchor Point Core upgrading. The diamond crystal on his chest instantly became scalding hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. He felt an unprecedented deep connection established with the anchor point. Upgrade complete. Current level 5. Base shuttle material limit increased to 30 kg, 6 cubic meters. Next time he could bring back a small device. Shuttle cooldown reduced to 14 hours. A higher frequency meant greater efficiency and fault tolerance. Passive detection range increased to 5 kilometers. New function unlocked, rapid analysis. Analysis time reduced from 1 hour to 30 minutes. The efficiency of technological conversion doubled. New function unlocked, mark landing point. You can set 3 fixed teleportation coordinates in the Star Skeleton world and choose one as the landing point at any time during the shuttle. This function was the key to this upgrade. Yi Xiao's mind conjured a map of the Star Skeleton world. The first coordinate must be the underground pipeline node he returned from last time, which was a safe zone of retreat. The second could be set near the ruins of the destroyed ecological circulation tower. It was concealed, had a good view, and was suitable for reconnaissance and exploration. The third would be kept for now. An unknown coordinate was like a trump card. He looked at the remaining 250,000 points on the panel. Allocate all points. Strength 5 points, speed 5 points, constitution 5 points, spirit 10 points. Attribute calculation in progress. Current attributes: strength 20, speed 20, constitution 20, spirit 25. Boom. This time it was not a warm current, but a violent bioelectric energy exploding within him like countless silver snakes washing over his entire body. He heard the bones making a dense crackling sound. His bones were forcibly compressed and reorganized, density increasing exponentially. Muscle fibers were shredded and immediately replaced by stronger new structures. The intertwining of excruciating pain and refreshing relief transformed him entirely. Yi Xiao clenched his fist violently. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. It was not the friction of knuckles, it was the air between his 5 fingers being instantaneously compressed and exploded. He spread his palm open, clearly feeling that his strength, reaction senses, and even thought speed had all reached a new height. It was not that the world had slowed down, it was that he had become faster. He stood up, the power within him surging like a volcano ready to erupt. Next time he entered the Star Skeleton, even if he encountered the Vulture team again, he had absolute confidence to tear them apart along with their exoskeleton armor barehanded. However, just as his confidence peaked, warning, a shrill scream exploded deep within his soul. The world before him instantaneously changed color. The testing ground and the blue panel were all covered by a blood-red hue. It was as if the entire world was bleeding. Alarm source: Star Skeleton Zone 9, abandoned planet, ecological circulation tower. The chain trap you set has been triggered. It was that trap. Triggering object analysis. High-intensity energy contact. Miniature antimatter grenade has been neutralized. Chain explosion failed to completely destroy the target. Yi Xiao's pupils tightened instantly. That energy capable of vaporizing a small landing ship was neutralized. How could that be possible? Analyzing target energy characteristics. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Target Black Skull Pirate Group, Vulture Class, Small Combat Mecha. Threat level determined level 7 deadly. The word mecha pierced into Yi Xiao's brain like an ice pick. The opponent had actually deployed a real war machine. A mecha took on his deadly trap heating. His entire body tensed instantly. The thrill from the power moments ago was completely doused by the chill rising from his spine. The blood-red warning kept flashing, not giving him a moment's respite. Warning, your last appearance coordinates have been completely exposed. The opponent is launching a carpet high-precision scan with a 50-kilometer radius centered on the coordinates. Scanning technology level analysis. Probability of locking onto your final teleportation fluctuation trace 78. Yi Xiao's pupils shrank to needle points. The coordinates were exposed. A 78 locking probability. This meant that next time he shuttled, it would no longer be treasure hunting, but rather jumping straight into the encirclement prepared for him by an enraged interstellar pirate group using a level 7 deadly mecha. Threat level assessment, 3 out of 15 fatal. The crimson characters burned into his retina, each word like a nail driving into his brain. His muscles tensed instantly. The blood that had surged due to a spike in attributes nearly froze at this moment. A true war machine. A third-level civilization's combat mech awaited him on the other side of the star grave, waiting for him to throw himself into the trap. His heartbeat surged, reaching 180. Yi Xiao did not move. He slowly inhaled, filling his chest with the cold air, then exhaled in an extremely slow and steady rhythm. As the airflow was expelled, his uncontrolled heart rate was forcibly suppressed back to 70 by his extraordinary bodily control. The sharp buzzing in his mind dissipated. The crimson before him faded and the world returned to its original colors. Only the translucent blue panel remained still, refreshing enemy intel. Vulture-class small combat mech equipped with high-frequency resonance, shield, thermal tracking, array, ultraspectral stealth detection. Each item was an insurmountable chasm for Blue Star technology. In a frontal encounter, he would be instantly vaporized. Yi Xiao stared at the data, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. They thought I would surely return to the original location. His thoughts flashed through the system interface. This is their greatest flaw. He directly summoned the interface of the Star Grave Anchor Point Core. Current level 5. Passive detection range 5 kilometers. New function unlocked, mark landing point 33. Yi Xiao's gaze fixed on passive detection range 5 kilometers and new function unlocked, mark landing point. A mad thought formed in his mind. Since the anchor point could detect 5 kilometers, it meant it had some kind of perception of this space. Since it could mark an accurate coordinate, could it interfere with the anchor point's positioning, causing it to execute a fuzzy landing near the target coordinate? The system description never mentioned it. This was a complete gamble. If successful, he would become a ghost hiding right beside the enemy. If he failed, he would be torn to shreds during the spatial transmission, or, more precisely, appear directly beneath the enemy's cannon. Yi Xiao hesitated not at all, his thoughts sinking into the system. Based on mark landing point 1, execute spatial disturbance force deviation, landing range 5 kilometers. Warning. Unknown command detected. This operation will lead to energy overload of the anchor point core, significantly decreasing stability. Forcing execution will consume an additional 30 of reserve energy, and the landing point cannot be predicted. Failure rate 15. Would you like to continue? 15 failure rate. Yi Xiao silently exhaled. Continue. This is what a level 5 anchor point truly represents, the real trump card. An enemy thoroughly enraged. All attention, all scanning arrays, all cannons were locked onto the destroyed ecological tower. And he would descend from any shadow within a 50-kilometer radius. The positions of hunter and prey silently exchanged. Yi Xiao raised his hand, touching the miniature communicator by his ear. Academician Qian. His voice directly reached the deepest monitoring room in the base. I am here. Academician Qian Jingchen's aged but powerful voice responded immediately. On the screen, he saw Yi Xiao's ecstatic surge of data followed by the silence of a fatal alarm, all within 3 seconds. He knew what this young man was about to do. I need 3 things top priority. Yi Xiao's speech was as steady as if reading a list. First, a portable high-energy electromagnetic pulse generator capable of instantly incapacitating the most precise electronic components, even if only for a second. Second, liquid nitrogen cooling grenades, extremely compressed, the more the better. Third, a crossbow. Pure mechanical structure, no electronic assistance, made from our best composite materials, the more powerful the better. In the monitoring room, Qian Jingchen's fingers tightened around the armrest. Electromagnetic pulse, incapacitating electronic devices. Ultra-low temperature countering energy shields and metal structures. Purely physical attacks, ignoring any electronic interference. 3 items, each deadly, aimed directly at the soft spot of high-tech equipment. This young man did not want to escape. He intended to counterattack, to hunt down a war mech from a third-level civilization. Qian Jingshun did not dissuade him, nor did he hesitate. He grabbed the internal communicator and issued an order in an unusually deep voice: notify the Materials Group, Weapons Department, and Engineering Department top authority. Bring out the portable EMP prototype from the Thunder God's Hammer project, set the power to maximum. All the test models of the ultra-low temperature liquid nitrogen grenades from the Ice Abyss project, give them all to him. Also have the single soldier equipment lab bring that annihilation composite crossbow made from our best materials, equip it with the strongest arrows. These projects were all based on the theoretical research Yi Xiao had brought back, which was thought to be far from completion. Unexpectedly, they were to be put into actual combat so soon. Qian Jingshun's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Tell them no matter the cost, complete all adjustments within an hour. 2 hours later. Base No. 7E, the lowest level independent shuttle preparation zone. Yi Xiao donned a full set of black nanofiber tactical gear made from the remnants of second-level civilization battle armor, reconstructed to be lightweight, durable, and capable of maximizing the isolation of his thermal signature. He did not wear the Pangu armor. In the debris-laden and complex terrain of the star, grave heavy armor would become a target. This time he intended to be a ghost. 3 flat tactical bags made from the same material were fixed sequentially to his back and the outer sides of his legs, the buckles making a dull click sound. Inside were the toys that the base had rushed to prepare for him within 2 hours. The door to the preparation area slid open. Elder Yin walked towards Yi Xiao step by step alone. No extra words. The old man handed over a sealed metal injector. Inside the injector was a pale golden liquid that shimmered with a magnificent sheen under the shadowless lamp. This is the evolution factor, catalyzed and concentrated from your blood sample using the heart of Gaia. Injecting it in a critical moment can double your bodily functions within 3 minutes. He looked into Yi Xiao's eyes and paused for a moment. Side effects unknown. Theoretical deduction, genetic chain overload, collapse on sight. A trump card for mutual destruction. Yi Xiao took the injector, feeling its coldness. He did not hesitate, directly securing it firmly at the most accessible position on his waist. Side effects. Let's talk about that after surviving. He looked at Elder Yin, his gaze unprecedentedly resolute. Then he took a step back, turned around, and faced the empty center of the shuttle area. He raised his hand, saluting Elder Yin and academician Qian Jingshun, who hurriedly arrived at the door with a perfectly standard military salute. His arm lifted, then fell, crisp and decisive. I'm going. As the words fell, he closed his eyes and resolutely activated the anchor point core. Shuttle countdown. 10, 9. Detecting coordinate deviation, transmission command. Additional energy extraction. 30. Warning, generating random landing point. The air around Yi Xiao began to distort, rippling like water disturbed by thrown stones. His figure gradually blurred, elongated, and became transparent in the ripples. In the last second before he completely vanished, Elder Yin saw that the eyes that opened again held no fear, no desperation. Only flames that consumed everything and the coldness of locked prey. In Zone 9 of the star skeleton, heavy metal dust filled the air, casting a decayed, orange-earth hue over one of the twin stars. The other star had already sunk below the horizon, casting a long shadow. On top of an overturned starship, Hull 3. 12 kilometers away from the repeatedly bombarded ecological tower, wreckage space was torn open by an irregular rift, and violent spatial turbulence nearly ripped him apart. Yi Xiao's figure was suddenly spat out. A strong sense of vertigo and tearing pain surged in his brain, a side effect of the core energy overload from the anchor point. In midair, half a meter from the ground, he forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit with 25 points of mental strength, twisting his body in zero gravity. As his feet touched the metal deck, a recoil surged up from his ankles to his knees, emitting a painful crack sound. He bent his limbs at an unnatural angle, directing the violent kinetic energy into the earth. His right hand pressed against the ground, fingers sinking deeply to barely stabilize his form, a faint taste of blood rising in his throat. Throughout the entire process, only a faint rustling sound of fabric rubbing was heard. Random teleportation successful. Current position deviated from preset coordinates by 52.14 meters. He did not get up. With a thought, the captured secondary civilization tactical goggles activated passive scanning mode. His vision was instantly covered by countless pulsating data streams. 3 kilometers away at the original coordinate point, 3 massive red light clusters representing high-calorie reactions were executing a destructive cleansing program. Threat target identified, Vulture class, small combat mecha 3 units. Fire coverage in progress, energy reaction intensity 2. 5 grade civilization standard. The 3 10-meter-tall war machines stood in a triangular formation, each shouldering high-energy particle cannons, every simultaneous firing created a crater over 10 meters in diameter on the ground. The Earth melted and crystallized under high temperatures only to be shattered by the next barrage. The goggles automatically zoomed in, penetrating the anti-peeping coating of the cockpit. Inside the leading mecha, a one-eyed giant laughed sinisterly, his bloodshot eye fixed intently on the area turned to scorched earth. Blast. Carpet bombing. Dig that area down 50 meters. I want every cell of his to taste the particle cannon. The Vulture squad of useless trash actually died at the hands of a 1-5 grade civilization indigenous. It's a disgrace to the Black Skull. The one-eyed hammer captain of the elite team of the Black Skull pirate group. Yi Xiao's gaze did not linger on his twisted face, but precisely locked onto a silver card hanging from his neck. The data stream from the goggles immediately provided an annotation. Target detected, secondary civilization, military-grade electronic key. Usage access encrypted military networks, unlock high authority equipment, activate Starship backup energy. Value assessment high. Priority seizure recommended. Yi Xiao's breath halted for half a second. This item was worth much more than several broken mechas. Boss, there's not much energy left. The main cannon can only fire for another 5 minutes. A somewhat anxious voice came through the communication channel of a mecha on the flank. Moreover, the Star Alliance's Shepherd Patrol team will pass through this space in an hour and 40 minutes. We need to leave before that. The voice of the Deputy Scar echoed in the public channel. What are you afraid of? Hammer impatiently smashed a mechanical arm against the ground. That bug has already been vaporized. I just want to enjoy it a little longer. Despite saying that, he still ordered everyone get ready to regroup. The muzzles of the three mechas gradually dimmed, and the harsh energy humming also weakened. In the shadows around the mecha, 6 pirate soldiers dressed in exoskeleton armor immediately emerged from their cover, wielding energy rifles in pairs, providing cross cover as they approached the mecha. Their movements were standard and their coordination was seamless. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. These were not ordinary rabble, they were retired regular troops. He silently lowered his body, blending into the shadows of the wreckage. From behind, he slowly drew out a pitch-black composite crossbow with no electronic components. This was a pure physical weapon crafted overnight from the best materials by academician Qian Jingchen and his team. Yi Xiao knocked a similarly black arrow onto the bowstring. The arrowhead displayed an eerie dark green hue, a concentrated neurotoxin extracted from the venom glands of captured alien creatures. 0.1 milligrams could paralyze a blue whale in 3 seconds. He raised the crossbow using the magnifying function of the goggles to steady the crosshair on the back of one pirate's neck, where the exoskeleton armor was least protective. With 25 points of mental strength, he instantly locked onto the target, filtering out all irrelevant visual information. Wind speed, dust density, gravitational parameters. All variables flashed through his mind, transforming into an extremely subtle adjustment of pressure on the trigger. He controlled his heartbeat and slowed his breathing. The moment his lungs were completely emptied of air, he pulled the trigger. There was no sound. Only the dull thrum of the bowstring snapping back, transmitted through the bow body to his palm. The pirate on alert suddenly froze. It seemed he wanted to report something to his companion. He opened his mouth, but only a hiss of escaping air came from his throat. He lowered his head only to see a black arrow shaft protruding from the front of his neck. Then he clutched his neck and silently collapsed. Enemy attack. Almost simultaneously, the sharp alarm from the Deputy Scar's mecha rang out. Heat source scan. 10 o'clock direction high up. A red fan-shaped scanning wave instantly swept through the area where Yi Xiao was hiding. However, the feedback was a cold blue. Warning, no heat source target detected. Yi Xiao was tightly pressed against a piece of ultra-low temperature alloy wreckage covered in permanent shadows. His secondary civilization nano-tactical suit perfectly insulated him from the 37 degrees Celsius of his body temperature. In the thermal scanner, he was indistinguishable from a piece of cold space debris. How is this possible? Scar's furious roar echoed in the channel. Before they could react, Yi Xiao had already knocked another arrow. This time his movements were even faster. Lift the crossbow lock on fire. It was a seamless action. Thud. Another pirate was turning around in terror, trying to locate the source of the attack, when a black arrow had already penetrated the organic glass of his visor, driving into his eye socket. He didn't even convulse. He fell straight back. Bastard. Hammer was completely enraged. Losing 2 subordinates was inconsequential, but the humiliation of being targeted by an unknown enemy was unbearable for him. Can't find him. His voice was hoarse with anger. Then wipe that area off the map for me. On his Vulture mecha, dozens of square plates on the shoulder popped open with a clack, revealing a dense array of hive-like launch ports below. Give me a saturation strike. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 12 mini heat-seeking missiles trailing flames screamed toward the massive Starship wreckage where Yi Xiao was hiding. The area within a 50-meter radius was instantly engulfed by a blazing inferno of death. The flames instantly engulfed the ruins. The terrifying heat ignited the air and shockwaves carried countless metal fragments sweeping in all directions. But in the split second before the explosion, Yi Xiao had already moved. Gene mimicry eruption. The bioelectric field of the extraordinary being within him burned fiercely, and his muscle fibers contracted at an extreme frequency. To him, the world had become slow motion with only trajectories of movement left in sight. The orange fireball expanded beside him at a slow pace. Every spinning fragment flying toward him had its trajectory, angle, and speed transformed into clear streams of data passing across his retina one by one. He did not go against the airflow. His figure transformed into a bolt of black lightning weaving through the gaps between explosions. His left foot landed on the rolling armor of the battleship, using it to leap up. His body twisted to the extreme midair, narrowly avoiding 3 deadly fragments. The landing point of his right foot was the smallest safe zone before the next explosion occurred. 3 seconds. In merely 3 seconds, he crossed the 80-meter death zone. Like a ghost, he silently appeared behind the right leg of a vulture mech, the absolute blind spot, where the sensors refreshed the slowest during its rotation. Yi Xiao's right hand reached out from his tactical backpack, holding a portable electromagnetic pulse generator Yempi. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed it against the joint of the mech's sturdy leg. Activate. Virum ZZZZ. A blinding blue arc erupted instantly, crazily drilling into the internal circuits of the mech along the metal seams. The high-voltage pulse current ruthlessly burned every precise component. Warning. Servo motor. ZZZ. Overload. Right leg drive. System. Offline. Inside the cockpit, the pirate pilot's screams were shredded by the noise of the current. This Tintin-killing machine let out a piercing metallic wail, as if it had its tendons severed, crashing to the side. Boom. The ground trembled violently, raising clouds of dust. Yi Xiao had already left before the mech hit the ground. He anticipated the direction of the fall and tossed a liquid nitrogen grenade from the side of his leg bag. With a pop, the grenade accurately struck the hydraulic lock structure of the cockpit door. Sizzle. An extremely cold white storm erupted. The liquid nitrogen at -196 degrees Celsius instantly covered the door, rendering the tough alloy as brittle as a biscuit in the extreme low temperature. Yi Xiao burst out from the dust, delivering a powerful kick to the frost-covered door. Bang! The door, along with the frozen lock core, was violently kicked inward and torn apart. Before the panicked pilot inside could raise his self-defense pistol, a pitch-black crossbow bolt had already pierced his throat. Yi Xiao's movements were devoid of any excess. He leaned into the cockpit and yanked the backup energy battery from the pirate's waist. The battery was still warm from the pirate's body. He rolled away, clutching his spoils, vanishing into the shadows of a massive pile of debris, counting ammunition, replenishing resources, and planning the next step. This was the first iron rule of survival in the wasteland. He has countermeasures. He's not an ordinary scavenger. On the public channel, the voice of the assistant Scar was filled with fear for the first time. Yempi low-temperature weapons. This is military-grade anti-armor equipment. Where did this 5-level civilization native get these things? They felt a chill in their hearts. The fluidity of the attack pattern and the unknown forces represented by the equipment made them feel threatened. Both of their mechs, the hammer and the other, moved simultaneously. The cannons abandoned area coverage, shooting out 2 radiant beams of high-energy particles, crossing toward the ruins where Yi Xiao had just vanished. Holding the warm energy battery, Yi Xiao felt a terrifying heat radiating from behind him. The several-ton metal mass he was hiding behind, along with everything around it, was instantly erased by the beams. There was no melting, no explosion, only a complete physical evaporation. This bug is not right. The hammer roared in the channel, slamming a fist on the control panel, his single eye appearing even more ferocious due to bloodshot. Use the web. Capture him alive. I want to personally tear him apart. His equipment can interfere with electronic systems. The hammer's voice turned cold. Then let's use the most primitive physical method to catch him. Scar, activate the web with the insulating coating mode. Received. Several metal discs covered with dull insulating material were ejected into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The discs spun rapidly in the air and unfolded, transforming into silver nets woven from nano-memory metal wires. These large nets intertwined and merged in midair, forming a nearly 100-meter wide impenetrable web that descended upon the area where Yi Xiao was. Every wire was as sharp as a blade and could withstand several tons of tension. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to evade. Yi Xiao looked up at the increasingly close metallic mesh above. All his maneuvering space was completely sealed off. From his last tactical backpack, he pulled out a palm-sized black box. This was a portable, strong magnetic field interferometer replicated by academician Qian Jingchen's team. Yi Xiao pressed the red button on the side of the box. Virum, a low hum sounded. An invisible force field instantly expanded with a diameter of 3 meters centered on the black box. The moment those resilient nano-wires touched the edge of the magnetic field, a bizarre scene unfolded. They seemed to hit an invisible wall and were then grasped and twisted by an unseen hand. Powerful interference currents surged upstream along the metal wires, the distorted magnetic force causing them to tremble and deform wildly. Creak, bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of piercing metallic snapping sounds, the so-called infantry's nightmare web trap was forcibly torn apart and melted, turning into a pile of lifeless scrap metal that clanked down from the sky. Inside the mech cockpit, under the hammer, alarm lights flashed wildly. On the screen, the display box regarding the status of the web turned into garbled text. His single eye widened like a cowbell. Strong magnetic weapon. Military-grade countermeasure equipment. Who was behind this native? He felt for the first time a genuine sense of cold and fear from the bottom of his heart. Yishao did not give him any time to think or feel fear. At the moment the other side's shock caused a delay in operation, he activated his final killing move. He raised that energy battery he had just seized with one hand. His thoughts through the auxiliary core roughly modified the energy output protocol within the battery. Switching to overload mode. Warning: energy core unstable. Critical expected in 3 seconds. The shell of the battery turned red and bright at a visible speed. Terrifying energy surged wildly within. Yishao's muscles tensed again, his waist and abdomen exerted force, and his arms drew back like a tightly pulled bow. He hurled this Sunto explode small sun with all his might toward the gap between the last two mechs. The energy battery that was thrown drew a blinding red parabola in the air. It resembled a miniature sun falling. Shield. Maximum power. The synchronized commands of Iron Hammer and Scar echoed through the public channel. The energy cores on the chests of the two mechas shone brilliantly as an invisible force field with high-frequency vibrations rapidly unfolded across their surfaces. In the next moment, the energy battery exploded violently in midair. There was no intense physical shock, but a devastating energy storm surged forth, precisely crashing against the two freshly erected shields. Zzz. Zzz. Amidst the piercing wails of electricity, the shield generators of the two mechas simultaneously flashed a dangerous red light. The sturdy force field barrier twisted and flickered violently, as if it had been pierced by an immense force, then it extinguished. The defensive vacuum period 0. 3 seconds. At the moment the battery was thrown, Yishao's body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Just as the shield vanished, he was right under Iron Hammer's mecha. Without weapons, he sank down, wrapping his arms around the cold metallic ankle joint of the mecha. Strength attribute 20 points. Extreme explosion. A deep suppressed roar forced its way out from the depths of Yishao's throat. The muscle fibers throughout his body bulged under the nano-tactical suit, with veins resembling fierce serpents spreading from his neck to his arms. A tremendous force entirely unfitting for this human body surged through his arms, pouring unreservedly into the joints of the mecha. The Tenten killing machine was actually shaken by this sheer brute force. The center of gravity of the mecha began to shift, tilting backwards. Balance system. Damn it. Move. Inside the cockpit, Iron Hammer's single eye widened as he frantically operated the control stick. But the speed at which the mecha lost balance was far quicker than the system's correction speed. Yishao abruptly pulled backward, completely severing the last hope of self-rescue for his opponent. Boom. The massive mecha fell heavily backward with a loud crash. The back of the mecha's head collided precisely with a sharp, broken metal column jutting out from the ruins. Zzz. Countless electric sparks erupted wildly from the point of impact. The most vulnerable cooling system and external interface of the mecha's neck were directly penetrated. Yishao did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. He pushed off the ground with his toes leaping like a cheetah to land precisely on the chest of the fallen mecha. Holding a crossbow in one hand, he aimed at the tightly sealed gap of the cockpit door and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark green crossbow bolts, smeared with concentrated neurotoxin, pierced through the gap of less than 2 millimeters and shot into the cabin. Aw, you filthy bug. Iron Hammer's shrill roar was abruptly cut off. In the communication channel, his life signal indicator dimmed completely. Boss. As he witnessed the friendly signal disappear, Scar fell into complete madness. His mecha's engine power was fully activated, and he stepped forward, heavily charging at Yishao like a frenzied steel beast. The shadow of death loomed over Yishao. However, his movements remained extraordinarily calm. He pulled out the last tactical pack from his waist, retrieving the trump card that Yen Lao had personally given him. The concentrated evolution factor injector. Without any hesitation, he aimed the sharp needle at his neck and stabbed it in fiercely. A cold yet searing liquid surged instantly into his bloodstream. An indescribable pain and sensation of power erupted simultaneously. It felt as though countless red-hot steel needles were stirring within his marrow while every cell in his body greedily consumed this external violent energy, emitting a cry of thirst. Muscles tore and bones screamed, then they barbarically reformed into a stronger state. Yi Xiao slowly lifted his head. His dark pupils had transformed into a strange golden color, resembling molten lava. A faint white steam rose from the surface of his skin, dissipating in the cold air. Facing the mecha that charged at him with tremendous force, Yi Xiao did not evade. He made a move that Scar could not comprehend. He charged forward one person, one mecha. The minuscule and the massive formed the strongest visual contrast. In the second before impact, Yi Xiao slightly tilted his body. His right fist clenched tightly. He struck with a punch aimed at the knee joint of the charging mecha. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache resonated. At the point of contact, the thick alloy armor capable of withstanding cannon fire suddenly displayed terrifying spiderweb-like cracks, as if it had been struck by a hammer. Impossible. Scar in terror realized that the D3 mecha's drive system was emitting a piercing alarm. The right leg of the mecha lost its support, and the entire machine abruptly tilted forward. He desperately activated the emergency thrusters to stabilize his stance, but it was too late. Yi Xiao's figure had already ghosted around to the side of the mecha. He grasped the mecha's metal arm that swung out due to its forward momentum, using the opponent's unmatched force to power his waist and abdomen. An unbelievable shoulder throw. Boom! Scar and his mecha were lifted up entirely and slammed down onto the ground. The earth trembled. Yi Xiao instantly straddled the cockpit, his golden pupils devoid of any emotion. He raised his fist like a dense drumbeat. He smashed his fists onto the cockpit door one punch after another. Bang! The door caved in. Bang! An even deeper indentation. The seventh punch fell. The solid cockpit door finally could not withstand this barbaric force, and with a piercing metallic tearing sound, a gap was forcefully blasted open. Inside the cockpit, Scar, covered in blood, desperately raised his self-defense pistol. Yi Xiao reached in, crushing the barrel. With his other hand, he clamped Scar's neck like a vice, pulling him out from the pilot's seat. "Where is the armory?" Yi Xiao's voice was as cold as the star-scarred wind. How do you know?" Scar's eyes were left with endless terror and horror. Yi Xiao had no patience to wait for an answer. He placed the secondary civilization military electronic key, which he had pulled from Iron Hammer's corpse, directly against Scar's forehead. Genetic mimicry primary activated. He did not intend to simulate the opponent's genes. Instead, he utilized his extraordinary ability to forcibly connect his biological electrical signals with the internal protocols of the key, activating a hidden function. Detected target permissions, forcibly reading associated memory data. 3 seconds. Scar's body convulsed violently, and his gaze instantly became vacant. At the same time, a simple three-dimensional map projected onto Yi Xiao's tactical visor, clearly marking a flashing red dot. Black Skull Temporary Armory Coordinates XJ 779. In Underground Warehouse. Scar slumped to the ground, his voice tinged with a sobbing tone. "Please, spare me." Yi Xiao released his grip, allowing him to fall onto the cold metal floor. Before Scar could even begin to feel relieved, a crossbow bolt silently pierced through his forehead. Yi Xiao expressionlessly pocketed the key. The molten golden hue in his pupils gradually faded, returning to their original black. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. He scanned the battlefield. 6 pirate corpses, 3 completely wrecked mechas. Inside him, a severe muscle soreness akin to being torn apart began to surge. The side effects of the evolution factor began to manifest. Yet he smiled broadly. It was worth it. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained secondary civilization armory access, high-value target suggestion to proceed immediately. The energy within the muscles was completely drained, each fiber on the verge of breaking. The connections in his bones ached unbearably, as if countless red-hot steel needles were stirring inside. The power brought by the evolution factor was receding. His body was exhausted, beginning to protest violently. Yi Xiao knelt on one knee, gasping heavily with each breath, pulling at the fiery pain in his chest. He fumbled out a military-grade potent painkiller from a tactical pack on a pirate's corpse, trembling as he injected it into his thigh. The cold liquid surged in, temporarily numbing the pain signals sent by his nerves. Yet that deep-seated feeling of weakness could not be eliminated. 15 kilometers. For him at his peak, it was merely a warm-up. Now it was an insurmountable obstacle. But he had to go. The temptation of the arsenal was the only motivation for him to stand up. He activated the area detection for the level 5 anchor core unlock. Warning detected 3 weak life signals moving towards the battlefield from different directions. Estimated arrival time 55 minutes. It was the hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. There was no time to wait. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, using his compound crossbow as a cane, pushing himself to stand limping into the vast ruins. Every step was excruciatingly painful, but under the pressure of survival instinct his speed increased. With a mental strength of 25 points, it became the only tether forcefully suppressing the signals of his body falling apart, driving this weary body forward onward. 40 minutes later, Yi Xiao's figure appeared at the coordinate point. Before him lay a pile of unremarkable metal debris, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. He gasped for breath, taking out the electronic key he had ripped from the neck of the iron hammer. The key approached a metal plate at the center of the ruins. Boom. A low hum. The pale blue beam projected by the key landed precisely on the metal plate, activating the intricate patterns on it. The light patterns flowed and illuminated. Ka. Rumble. The ground beneath began to tremble. A circular metal hatch 3 meters in diameter slowly rose from the ground, accompanied by a heavy mechanical sound. The dark entrance was exposed. A mix of metallic rust, coolant, and ozone filled the stale air that rushed up from the depths. Yi Xiao did not enter immediately. He dragged several large pieces of shipwreckage to completely cover the entrance. After doing all this, he activated the night vision and life detection mode of the tactical goggles, gripping the compound crossbow tightly as he cautiously descended the metal stairs. The walls on either side of the stairs were cold and rough, etched with unfamiliar cuneiform text. Some universal warning signs for high-pressure radiation and biological hazards emitted an ominous red glow in the dimness. Descending vertically for about 50 meters, the space before him opened up. Dim blue emergency lights extended across the ceiling, the light, faint yet sufficient to illuminate a vast underground space nearly the size of a football field. Yi Xiao's breath momentarily halted. Rows of towering metal shelves stood neatly, their surfaces covered with a thin layer of dust. And on the empty space between the shelves were parked brand new killing machines. These mechs had smooth, fierce lines, even more formidable than the Vulture class. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over them, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably. At least 30 of them. These mechs were entirely a cold, dark gray, their energy cores in the chests pulsating like slumbering hearts, rhythmically flashing standby lights. On the shoulders of the mechs, a strange, eagle-shaped emblem was uniformly stamped. System Scan Guardian 4 Type General Combat Mech, standard equipment of mid-level civilization, comprehensive performance superior to Vulture class by 35. He had struck gold. This thought exploded in his mind. But the fervor in his eyes lasted less than 3 seconds before being forcefully cooled by absolute reason. He glanced at the storage space of the anchor core. Remaining capacity, 22 kilograms 45 cubic meters. In order to carry EMP and liquid nitrogen grenades, the space was nearly full. Even if emptied now, the 30-kilogram limit couldn't even accommodate a single finger of these mechs. To take one back, he lacked the activation permissions and couldn't teleport through the anchor point. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began systematically surveying the entire treasure vault. This place was clearly divided into 3 areas. Area A, a main combat module and light weaponry reserve. In addition to those 30 mechs, there were numerous phase pulse rifles, mini plasma fusion grenades sealed in lattice reconfiguration chambers, and external superdimensional weapon components for the mechs. Area B, drone zone. The discoveries here made his pupils suddenly contract. Hundreds of unopened standard boxes were neatly stacked on the shelves, their labels clearly visible: heavy mining drones, biological cultivation drones, stealth reconnaissance drones, and even a box of suicide attack drones adorned with the skull emblem. Area C, the deepest part of the treasure vault. A heavy alloy door was tightly closed with a line of large words sprayed in crimson paint on it. AI Management Center. Yi Xiao's gaze finally locked onto Area B. Combat mechs represented combat power, while these drones were the productivity most urgently needed by the Great Xia. He immediately rushed to a box marked heavy mining and pressed the anchor core against it, initiating rapid analysis function. Target Hive 7 type deep space mining drone. Estimated analysis time 30 minutes. System prompt: this device is equipped with adaptive geological drill bits and material separation systems capable of efficiently adapting to various gravities and environments like planets and asteroid belts. The comprehensive mining efficiency is over 500 times that of the most advanced equipment currently on Blue Star. Yi Xiao's heart was brutally clenched. He quickly moved to a box marked with a green leaf symbol. Target Oasis 3 type biological cultivation drone. Estimated analysis time 30 minutes. System prompt: this device can spray specialized microorganisms, rapidly transforming soil and establishing small self-circulating ecosystems. If used in conjunction with the Heart of Gaia, the grain yield could be increased to 250 of the current theoretical limit. Enough. In an instant, a decision formed in Yi Xiao's heart. The combat mechs must be dismantled. Only the core energy core fire control chip and weapon modules must be taken. As for the drones, he needed the complete production blueprints. He pulled out a special portable plasma cutter from his backpack, pointing it at the chest armor of the nearest Guardian mech, and cut down. Blinding sparks erupted as the cutter emitted a sharp buzz. He worked violently with a clear target, frantically dismantling this Level 2 civilization's war machine, stuffing glimmering essential components into the storage space. Just as he was working frantically, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the alloy door in Area C. Beneath the large words AI Management Center, there was another line of blood-red small text written in interstellar universal language. Warning: internally sealed Level 3 civilization AI mainframe. Level 3 civilization. Z. The cutter's high-temperature nozzle scraped across the hard ground, leaving a charred scratch. Yi Xiao's movements instantly froze. Tier 3 civilization AI core. And in those 6 words froze Yi Xiao's raised plasma cutter midair. And the shrill, grating hum vanished instantly. Silence swallowed the underground chamber. In-fighter mechs were brute force, hard fists. Intense sets of core components would make Xiao's fists even harder. But this AI was the core, the mind. It served as the central command for over 100 drone units in Sector B, and the linchpin of the entire automated industrial system. Without it, the drone blueprints now within reach would be nothing but worthless scrap paper. Nai Zhao's gaze locked onto the alloy door, then snapped back to the silver cubic unit nestled in the corner, pulsing with faint cerulean light. His tactical visor recalibrated, streams of data refreshed. In weight 30.01 kg in volume 0.125 m superscript 3 in 0.01 kg. And that extra 10 grams weighed upon his chest like lead. The anchor core's level 5 storage limit stood precisely at 30 kg. He glanced into his storage space. There, resting in quiet stillness, lay the spoils stripped from the Sentinel mech energy core fire-controlled chip weapon modules, in each piece capable of propelling Xiao's military-industrial technology into a new era. Now he would discard them all, in sacrificing a trove of top-tier gear already secured, on the gamble of an unseen, intangible, and potentially treacherous core technology. Yi Zhao's eyes flickered violently. 1 second, and 2 seconds, and he slammed open the storage interface. They'd take the risk. And even the hardest fist was blind without a guiding mind. The AI was the core technology, mechs were mere hardware. And he understood this truth better than anyone. And with a single thought, the priceless energy core tumbled out, clattering onto the frigid floor. Then the fire control chip. And then the weapon module. None by one treasures that would send experts into raptures were cast aside without hesitation. His storage space emptied, reduced to 0. Nai Xiao sprinted toward the alloy door, bypassing decryption entirely, and slashing a crude, jagged aperture with his plasma cutter. He slipped inside, carefully cradling the silver AI core in both hands, dense, icy, and profoundly still. And he placed it gently into storage. Storage occupancy 29. 98 kilograms 0. 49 m superscript 3 in status, near capacity and done. Without pause, Yi Xiao directed the anchor core's analytical function toward the AI unit. And detected Tier 3 civilization core artifact, initiating rapid analysis. In warning: target architecture contains hyperdimensional algorithms. Estimated completion time, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. In 30 minutes. Nai Zhao's taut nerves eased, just slightly. That span was more than enough to secure further invaluable assets. He had barely turned. In when the ground beneath him convulsed violently. And emergency lights across the vault ceiling strobed, erratically plunging the subterranean space into chaotic flickers of light and shadow. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice emanated from speakers all around. An unauthorized disconnection detected. Core Unit C7 offline. Activating Scorched Earth Defense Protocol. In base self-destruct sequence engaged. In countdown 300 seconds. Yi Zhao's pupils contracted to needle points. And he had gravely underestimated the defense system. In the AI core itself was the master failsafe. Searing crimson warning erupted on his interface panel. Critical warning. Underground fusion energy core entering catastrophic overclocking. Explosion yield will vaporize all matter within a 2-kilometer radius. The instinct to flee flared, then was crushed beneath the iron weight of his formidable will. In-flight was not an option. And to run now would render the entire mission futile. Adrenaline surged, he entered absolute crystalline calm. And he lunged toward the drone racks of Sector B, anchoring his focus. His anchor core locking onto row after row of standardized crates. Initiating multi-threaded rapid analysis. In-target acquired Hive 7 deep space mining drone. In-target acquired Oasis 3 biocultivation drone. In-2 progress bars surged forward in unison, racing toward completion. Countdown 240 seconds. And amidst the mechanical death knell, Yi Xiao activated panoramic high-definition recording. Like a lightning-fast scanner, he captured every detail. The vault's layout, labeling systems, equipment models, inscriptions etched onto walls, and everything his eyes beheld flooded into the memory card. Let it explode. What mattered were these visual archives, the most precious cartographic key to reverse engineering. In countdown 180 seconds. Ending. Target analysis complete. In both progress bars reached full completion simultaneously. A surge of triumph flashed through Yi Xiao. He terminated recording instantly and wheeled towards Sector A. Countdown 120 seconds. And he snatched 2 phase pulse rifles, sleek futuristic weapons, from the rack and then swept up a crate of high-density energy cells beside them. Passing the pile of discarded mech components, the trash he'd just jettisoned, he didn't break stride. Instead, he bent low and plucked several palm-sized armor fragments, their surfaces shimmering with an uncanny luster. Every available physical space was packed to capacity, and he did not look back, not once, as he bolted toward the vertical access shaft. In countdown 10, 9, and the grim metronomic chant of annihilation pursued him relentlessly. The searing agony of the evolution factor tore through his muscles. In gritting his teeth, Yi Xiao wielded his composite crossbow as a climbing pole ascending the metal staircase with frantic four-limbed urgency. 50 meters of vertical ascent stretched like an eternity. In 3, 2, in light. In daylight pierced his vision at the tunnel mouth. With his final shred of strength, he hurled himself upward, tumbling headlong through the air. In 1, boom! An incandescent burst of light and heat detonated instantaneously. A cataclysmic shockwave, white-hot volcanic, erupted from the shaft mouth, blasting outward like a geyser. Yi Xiao was struck as though by a colossal hammer. Pooh! And he vomited a torrent of blood midair, then was hurled violently, flying dozens of meters before crashing hard onto a jagged heap of twisted metal debris. His tactical suit's back was slashed open in deep, bone-exposing gashes. In coughing violently, he lifted his head. And the entrance was gone, replaced by a molten crater over 100 meters wide. The air itself warped under the sheer intensity of the heat. And the Black Skull Pirate Syndicate's secret armory, and its 30 mechs, had been reduced to ash. He had won the gamble, and he had irrevocably severed any chance the enemy might recover the AI. Yet before he could draw breath, in 3 blinding searchlight beams sliced through the smoke, illuminating his position in merciless clinical daylight. He stood pinned at the center of those converging beams. Yi Xiao jerked his head up, his pupils contracting once more sharp and narrow. In 3 small armed vessels emblazoned with snarling Black Skull insignias hung silently overhead, their cannon barrels dark and hollow aimed directly at him. In HSSSS, none vessel's hatch slid open. And dozens of heavily armed pirates descended rapidly via magnetic grapples, encircling him completely. At their head stood a pirate captain clad in heavy power armor, his cybernetic eye glowing with cruel crimson light. In from the armor's external speaker boomed a thunderous rumbling roar. Iron Hammer's life signal vanished here. With you, and you triggered the armory's scorched earth protocol. And he advanced step by deliberate step, the immense shadow of his armor swallowing Yi Xiao whole. Rookie, tell me how you did it, and then I'll grant you a swift, painless end. The shadow of death loomed once more, pressing down again. Yi Xiao's gaze swept across the tactical sight. A string of cold numbers announced the severance of the conventional path. There was no retreat. The pirate leader's command exploded in the communication channel. Several pirates descended rapidly from the spaceship, the magnetic cables screeching loudly, spreading out as their pulse rifles locked down every angle. The encirclement was tightening. Yi Xiao took a deep breath of fiery pain flaring in his lungs from the previous shock. He slowly raised both hands, a standard non-threatening surrender posture. However, his pupils reduced to black and white by the smoke scanned everything before him like the highest precision radar. In the ruins at 3 o'clock, the structure was unstable, providing visual cover. Above, the spaceship's engine intake had a defensive blind spot of 0.5 square centimeters. The enemy 6 in number stood in a standard fan shape with overlapping firepower, but were spaced more than 3 meters apart, making it impossible for a single grenade to cover them all. All data rapidly calculated within the battlefield model constructed from his 25 points of mental strength. He needed an opportunity, a chance to drag everyone down to hell at once. The pirate leader descended on a platform, landing heavily with the sound of metal scraping. His heavily worn heavy power armor made each step send metallic debris beneath him, groaning. He approached Yi Xiao, the red light in his electronic eye scanning the charred figure whose breath sounded like a broken wind instrument. Is it you? My 30-plus brothers, an entire class arsenal, all destroyed by your hands. The pirate leader's deep voice held no anger, only a curiosity akin to dissecting a corpse. He did not give Yi Xiao any chance to speak. The heavy algae-covered boot suddenly lifted, slicing through the air with a whistle precisely kicking Yi Xiao in the chest. Bang! The dull impact sound. Yi Xiao was kicked away by an irresistible force, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily against the twisted steel plate of the ship. Crack! He clearly heard the sound of his sternum breaking. Cough! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments surged up his throat. He clenched his teeth and swallowed it back down. The intense pain flooded his consciousness like a tide, but he forced the sensation away, analyzing it as a cold physiological data. The bones are still pretty hard. The pirate leader seemed quite pleased with the effect of that kick, letting out a low laugh. I love to grind hard bones bit by bit. Several pirates chuckled as they approached, violently dragging Yi Xiao from the ground, pressing him down onto a cold piece of metal debris like livestock. The pirate leader stepped closer, the cold metal of his powered gauntlet slapping against Yi Xiao's cheek. Anyone daring to touch the Black Skull must be prepared to become boots. Tell me, how did you do it? Where is the AI mainframe and the Gaia core? Speak, and it'll let you die like a human. Humiliation. This sentence pierced into Yi Xiao's mind. The gauntlet holding his shoulder reminded him of the disparity in strength with each scratch. His jaw clenched tightly, pain radiating from his molars as they threatened to crack. But he suppressed it all. Anger was fuel, not fire. Fire had to be saved for the most critical moment. Just then, pressed to the ground, Yi Xiao's lips suddenly curled into an arc. It was a strangely eerie smile mixed with pain, madness, and a hint of barely perceptible pity. His right hand, under the visual blind spot of the pirates, was steadily brushing over an inconspicuous black sphere in the tactical pack. A microplasma fusion grenade. This was the last souvenir he had casually taken from the arsenal before its self-destruction. A controllable small nuclear weapon at the peak of a second-level civilization, nearing the threshold of a third-level civilization. Originally intended to be brought back for the researchers at the Money Institute, it seemed he would have to unseal it early for inspection. The pirate leader's electronic eye caught the smile on his face, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. Why was a dying prey smiling? Search him. Quickly, he barked sharply. It was too late. In the moment he ordered, Yi Xiao's finger had already pressed the activation button. At the same time, his mind resolutely sent a command to the anchor core in his chest. Initiate. Emergency return. Warning: forced interruption of cooling detected. It will consume 3 times the regular energy. Confirm. The system's warning was an unprecedented crimson. Confirm. Yi Xiao exerted the last vestige of his strength, tensing every muscle in his body, throwing the activated black sphere towards the closest spaceship's engine. No. The pirate leader's electronic eye contracted to the extreme, letting out a desperate howl. Scatter. The black grenade traced a precise and deadly parabola through the air. 0.8 seconds. For these battle-hardened pirates, this 0.8 seconds was a death sentence with no time for any effective response. It landed lightly and accurately into the massive engine's intake. In the next moment, the world fell silent. No sound, no flames. A speck the size of a needle tip was born at the center of the spaceship's engine. It did not expand, but directly consumed all surrounding light. Everything in sight, metal, human bodies, dust, lost color in the white light and turned into pale silhouettes. Then even the silhouettes vanished. That sturdy armed spaceship, along with the dozen pirates around it, was silently erased as if they had never existed. A second later, a devastating shockwave erupted. Boom! A violent energy storm swept in all directions. The heavy shield in front of the pirate leader flashed red wildly, the energy bar instantly depleted, barely holding for less than 0.5 seconds before shattering. His multi-ton power armor was tossed like a toy, crashing into the ruins 100 meters away, the armor cracking piece by piece, sparks flying. And at the center of the storm, Yi Xiao's body was wrapped in an invisible force as the space around him shattered like glass. The anchor core in his chest burned with a pain like being pressed by a hot iron. The return process was 3 seconds slower than any previous attempt. A fatal delay due to insufficient energy. 3 seconds. For a pirate leader who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, that was enough. Wanna run? In the ruins, the pirate leader struggled to rise amidst the sparks, raising his only functioning right arm, the weapon system locking onto the blurry shadow, being devoured by the rift in space. Leave me. Something. A tracking missile shrieking with vengeance streaked straight towards him, trailing a long tail flame. The breath of death rushed towards him again. Yi Xiao looked at the rapidly enlarging light point in his vision, his eyes showing no signs of panic. In the last 0.1 seconds before his body was completely dragged into the rift, he pulled out a piece of special alloy armor plate, removed from the Guardian mech, from his nearly full storage space, placing it in front of him. At the same time, he slowly raised his middle finger towards the struggling figure in the distance. The smile on his lips was contemptuous and arrogant. Boom! The flames completely engulfed his final figure. Star skeleton coordinate point XJ 779. At the edge of the charred giant pit, only a piece of twisted armor plate remained, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. The figure, like a parasite, vanished. The surviving pirate captain knelt on one knee, the joints of his power armor sparking. He gazed at the ship melted into molten iron, at his brothers who had perished in silence, and at the deep pit that signaled a tremendous loss, letting out a beastly roar. Black Skull, I will never let you go, I swear. Meanwhile, on Blue Star Dacia at Research Base No. 7. In the highest authority command center, the air was torn apart by an invisible force, creating a pitch-black rift. Alert! High-energy spatial reaction detected. Coordinates locked. Right in the center of the command center. Amid the piercing alarm, a figure was spat out from the rift, crashing heavily onto the floor like a broken sack. Bang! It was the dull sound of flesh colliding with the alloy floor. The person was charred all over, their nano-tactical suit nearly torn apart, large patches of skin exposed with wounds still oozing blood. Medical team, quickly! Li Zhenghua was the first to react, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Medical personnel in sterile suits immediately rushed forward with equipment. However, the figure showed no response to the approaching crowd. He simply used the last of his strength to struggle and protect the thing in his arms. A cold silver cube radiating a faint glow. Yi Xiao placed it on the ground, producing a heavy thud. Then, as if unloading cargo, he pulled out two uniquely shaped rifles and a box of energy batteries from his tattered backpack, tossing them aside. After doing all this, he raised his wrist, sending a stream of data silently into the terminal in front of Academician Qian Jingchen. Then he leaned back, completely losing consciousness. Yi Xiao. Old Yin rushed forward, but was stopped by the head of the medical team. Chief, he has multiple fractures and signs of internal organ rupture. He must be moved immediately. In the midst of chaos, no one noticed that Academician Qian Jingchen's gaze was fixed intently on the screen in front of him. The data stream unfolded, revealing two shockingly complete blueprints. Planetary resource exploration, integrated mining drone array. Full environment simulation, biological gene induction cultivation unit. Qian Jingchen said nothing. He simply reached out, his age-spotted hand trembling as he tried to touch the 3D model on the screen. His assistant quickly imported the data into the supercomputer. Initiate. Start the simulation. Academician Qian's voice was hoarse and dry. On the main screen of the command center, next to the value bar representing blue stars, current mining efficiency, a new value bar soared wildly. 500. On another screen, the growth curve of the estimated food yield broke through the 250 mark at an almost vertical angle. The entire command center fell silent in an instant. Everyone was fixated on those two glaring numbers, forgetting to breathe. The moon. We can achieve helium-3 freedom on the moon. Qian Jingchen murmured to himself, removing his reading glasses and rubbing his eyes vigorously as if to confirm he wasn't dreaming. On the other side, the top supercomputer expert Old Zhou was leading his team, using the most precise non-contact scanner to circle the silver cube. Beep. Beep beep. An instrument responsible for detecting information throughput emitted an increasingly urgent alarm. On the screen, the value jumped to a unit never seen before. What? What is this? A young researcher exclaimed. Old Zhou did not answer. He shoved his assistant aside, rushed to the instrument, and typed a complex series of commands on the virtual keyboard. Shut down conventional algorithms. Switch to theoretical models. Reverse engineer its computational power limits. The main screen was once again split. Next to the blue light column representing Daxia's strongest supercomputer Tianhe 3, a red light column representing an unknown AI began to rise. It easily surpassed Tianhe 3, exceeding the simulated value of all supercomputers' total computational power worldwide. And it continued to climb, as if it had no end. Eventually, at the peak of the red light column, a number emerged that sent shivers down everyone's spine. 10,000x. 10,000 times. Level 3. Old Zhou slumped in his chair, his lips trembling. It is the heart of a Type 3 civilization. Joy like a tsunami flooded the entire command center. Amidst the nearly uncontrollable cheers, only Li Zhenghua from the National Security Department silently approached Yi Xiao, who had just completed preliminary emergency treatment and had been injected with a potent therapeutic agent. The effects of the injection had restored a flicker of consciousness. Li Zhenghua crouched down, offering a vial of nutrient solution, his voice lowered to a whisper. Did something happen over there? The noisy background sound seemed to be instantly drawn away. Yi Xiao nodded with difficulty, briefly recounting the mad revenge of the Black Skull pirate crew and the captain's final declaration of vengeance. Old Yin had approached at some point. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a gem brings trouble. He slowly uttered 8 words. The more valuable the thing he brought back, the more dangerous his situation over there will be. Old Yin turned away, no longer looking at the ecstatic researchers. His gaze swept over Li Jinghua, finally settling on academician Qian Jingchen, who had just regained his senses from the immense shock. He walked to the center of the command platform, picked up the communicator, and issued the highest order in an undeniable tone. Academician Qian, gather all top experts in materials science, energy science, artificial intelligence, and weapon systems. Utilize class authority to mobilize all resources available to us. Referencing the data from the mech wreckage seized from Yishao combined with the AI mainframe we brought back in the shortest time. He paused, each word striking like a hammer on everyone's heart. Create a set of interstellar battle armor tailored for Yishao that belongs solely to our Daxia. I want him to become a nightmare for those pirates the next time he goes back. Lying on the emergency bed, Yishao slowly opened his eyes. A fierce battle intent burned deep within his pupils. Almost simultaneously, on a blue panel visible only to him, a line of never-before-seen crimson prompts gradually materialized. Detected that the host's actions have caused significant strategic losses to the Interstellar Pirate Alliance faction. Relationship changed. Interstellar Pirate Alliance favorability 50 war. Yishao looked at the brand new entry and his lips curled into a silent grin. Bring it on. In the sterile isolation ward, Yishao opened his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, his fingers curled and closed into a fist. Bones emitted a fine solid crackling as an unprecedented surge of strength gathered and settled into his palm. Awake. Li Jinghua set down the tablet on the chair by the bed and pushed a cup of warm nutrient solution toward him. Yishao propped himself up, twisted off the cap, and drained it in one long gulp. A warm current spread from his stomach through his whole body, driving out the deepest lingering weakness. How long was I out? 16 hours. Li Jinghua's gaze swept over Yishao and halted on that clenched fist. The medical team's report says your self-recovery has exceeded the theoretical maximum speed. He swiped the screen and turned the tablet toward Yishao. Something happened while you were resting. Li Jinghua tapped the table lightly. The screen did not brighten immediately, but remained in standby. The emergency batch of individual force field shield prototypes we distributed has already been used 3 times, all in intense engagements. He looked up at Yishao, excitement barely contained in his voice. Remember 3 weeks ago when Lei Zhan led the assault against Yingjiang's Ingren squad? They had the advantage of optical camouflage and tried to slip into the Kiheo base unnoticed. In the end, none of our Longya members were injured. With shields, they melted the enemy assault rifle rounds, disarmed them, and captured them all. The impact on a force that considers itself supreme in the era of firearms was huge. But obviously they did not learn their lesson. The screen came alive with night vision battlefield footage. The perspective was from high above. This is the Ingren Special Forces, 52 men, full strength. Li Jinghua tapped the screen. Target the number 7 outpost outside base 7. Orders were to capture our researchers alive. Suddenly flames detonated in the footage. Dense bullets poured like a storm toward the sentries, but a meter before them the rounds stirred up rings of pale blue ripples, and then fell limply to the ground. Longya Company 2-0 casualties, the invaders were annihilated. Li Jinghua froze the frame. A Longya operative sidestepped an assault and cleanly and efficiently smashed a Ingren soldier unconscious. We urgently issued 12 sets of the energy shield prototypes you brought back. He shut off the video. It turns out their kinetic weapons are effectively useless. Yishao stared at the frozen frame without comment. Unable to beat us heathen, they tried another tactic. Li Jinghua swiped the tablet and switched to a live conference feed. A blond man stood at the podium gesturing. United Nations emergency session. The Yingjiang delegation submitted a proposal accusing Daxia of dangerous technological monopolies and inhuman experimental technologies, he said, demanding we hand over all related technologies to a so-called International Technology Security Committee. Yishao watched the angry faces on the screen and withdrew his gaze. The ward door slid open without a sound. Yen Lao entered, still in that impeccably pressed Zhongshan suit. No one followed him. Li showed him this level intelligence. A real-time satellite animation filled the entire screen. The vast Pacific. 3 enormous red diamond icons formed a standard pin pattern blocking every eastward route from Daxia into the open ocean. Yingjiang's 3 carrier strike groups. Li Jinghua's finger slid over the display and magnified one of the icons. On deck, strategic bombers are being armed. He pointed to the deep sea area. We have detected 6 strategic nuclear submarine signals. Those red markers of annihilation were nearly on Daxia's coastline. Further out, a dense scatter of blue dots formed a loose, encircling ring across the sea. Europa, Bangzi, Xiarizi. All our allies' fleets are deployed. They say they will exercise restraint, Li Jinghua said, but in truth they are waiting to see who will back down first, us or Yingjiang. The entire Western Pacific had become a giant powder keg with its fuse lit. Only the steady tick of medical equipment remained in the ward. After taking in all the information, Yishao was silent for a full 10 seconds before asking the first question. Do they know I exist? The information has been locked down at the highest level. Li Jingwei shook his head. To the outside, you are said to be carrying out the top-secret Pangu Plan research mission. But the Central Intelligence Agency is not stupid. They've set up a special analysis team, he continued, and strongly suspect that every major technological leap in Daxia is directly linked to each time you disappear. Xiaoyi, Yin Lao broke the suffocating silence. Yingjiang lost the technology war and now intends to wager all its military might on one future. If we do not break the deadlock proactively, war will begin within a week. At that moment, the wall-sized screen flared to life. Academician Qian Jingchen's bloodshot face appeared the backdrop and Slevel laboratory ablaze with lights and cascades of streaming data. Reporting to Yin Lao. Reporting to Captain Yi. Qian's voice was hoarse, but his excitement could not be contained. The Tier 3 Civilization AI Core's computational tests have passed. Peak computing power is 10,024 times that of Tianhe 3. 2 drone blueprints have been fully adapted to production lines. The first engineering prototypes will roll off within 72 hours. Yishao immediately asked, what about the Starship progress? The fervor drained slightly from Qian Jingchen's face. He adjusted his glasses and brought up a three-dimensional model of a massive starship. The streamlined hull exuded violent beauty. Particle cannon arrays along the flanks glinted like fangs, and modular shield generators covered the hull like dragon scales. Using the mecha wreckage data you last brought back and the AI Core's simulations, we've completed over 80% of the Starship's structural blueprint, including hull material formulas, weapon arrays, energy circuits. He sighed and manually flipped the model over. At the stern in the power core section, a glaring red blank labeled missing gaped. The curvature engine. Qian Jingchen pointed to that void. We have no technological reserve for faster-than-light travel. Without it, this nation-spanning starship is merely a cumbersome space fortress. Relying solely on fusion drives, its top speed won't even reach a tenth of light speed. Yishao's gaze fixed on that red area like a hawk on prey. The endless ruins of the Xinghai world. The answers surely lay there, but not now. With his present abilities, attempting those high civilization ruins would be no different from marching to his death. Put the curvature engine issue aside for now. Yin Lao's voice was decisive, yanking everyone's thoughts back to the cold reality. First, we must deal with the blade hanging over our heads. Outside, the research base shone brightly illuminated like daytime. The highest council has passed resolution S001. Yin Lao turned his gaze, passing over Li Jingwa and Qian Jingchen on the screen before settling on Yishao. It is time to show the world the teeth we have been hiding. Step 1: in 3 days, hold a new aero weapons and equipment exhibition in Jingqing. Publicly reveal our individual energy shields, high-energy particle weapons, and the first-generation Pangu power suits. Step 2: disclose preliminary evidence of an extraterrestrial threat to the world. This will include portions of the footage you captured in the Xinghai world and intercepted intelligence on interstellar pirates. Step 3: officially launch the Neo-Human program. We will, in phases and with conditions, open the initial gene lock release technology to all willing nations. Li Zengguo's pupils contracted sharply. These 3 moves would not only overturn the table, but reset the rules. Yin Lao's voice, calm and resolute, echoed through the quiet ward. They want the future. We will give them a future of human civilization governed by our terms. Old Yan's voice echoed in the quiet hospital room, each word striking like a nail into reality. Once these 3 moves are completed, the world will understand 2 things. First, a sword hangs over every human head, and infighting is tantamount to suicide. Second, only the great Xia has the capability to lead humanity to secure a ticket for survival. At that time, the community of shared human destiny alliance that we establish will become the prevailing force. Any resistance will be crushed. Yishao did not respond. He instinctively lowered his head to look at his hands. His injuries had healed, but the overwhelming sense of power that had been growing within him had vanished. An invisible barrier loomed ahead, and he could clearly feel that he had fallen into a bottleneck. If Yishao raised his head and asked the question that had been deliberately avoided in the grand blueprint. The Interstellar Pirate Alliance has found Blue Star using some method before we are ready. What do we have to counter it? Li Zengguo's previously relaxed brow instantaneously furrowed. Old Yin exchanged a glance with him, and the air in the entire room seemed to solidify. Ultimately, it was still Old Yin who broke the silence. He glanced out at the brightly lit research tower and spoke each word deliberately. So little Yi, we must race against time. Academician Qian and the others must complete that item for you within 72 hours. Yishao nodded and stood up from the hospital bed. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stood shoulder to shoulder with Old Yin. Outside, thousands of researchers were burning the midnight oil. Meanwhile, deep within the unseen star ruins, the vengeful fleet of black skeletons may have already gathered. Time is the one luxury he cannot afford right now. Base No. 7's glass laboratory. Only the low hum of cooling fans from precision instruments filled the air. 37 of the top experts in materials science, information science, and energy science from Great Xia surrounded a silver cube levitating in midair. A Level 3 civilization AI host. It floated quietly on an anti-gravity platform, its surface shimmering with a waterfall of bluish data streams. 12 Tianhano. 3 supercomputers served as its auxiliary terminals, their screens scrolling through Level 3 civilization codes at an incomprehensible speed. Yi Xiao changed into a sterile suit and walked in. Team Leader Yi. As soon as old Zhou, who was in charge of the supercomputing project, saw him, his reddened eyes instantly lit up, and he rushed forward, grabbing Yi Xiao's arm. You finally made it. He almost dragged Yi Xiao over, pointing at a red beam of light on the main screen that had long since broken through theoretical limits, as if it were about to pierce the sky, his voice trembling. 48 hours. We utilized all available computing power, and barely cracked one of its core protocol. Its computing power, conservatively estimated, is 10,000 times that of our global supercomputers. 10,000 times. Academician Qian Jingqian approached, patting old Zhou on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. However, Academician Qian's own expression was mixed with excitement and worry. The problem lies with energy. He pointed to an energy transmission pipeline beneath the AI host. It can only utilize 3 of its performance now because it requires a higher level of energy. Our strongest nuclear fusion energy is to it no different than a No. 5 battery. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. If it only operates at 3, that equates to 300 times the total of our global supercomputers. Exactly. Old Zhou nodded vigorously as if confirming a miracle, and its built-in database is practically a library of civilization. We have preliminarily searched and found that it stores complete technology trees of at least 20 types of Level 2 civilizations. Academician Qian waved his hand, and a massive holographic projection unfolded before him. These are the 3 tasks it completed within the first 48 hours of activation. He pointed in the air. First, optimization of drone production processes. The 3-dimensional model of the drone in the projection instantly disassembled, countless parts reconfigured, and the structure became more streamlined. A line of red data danced beside it. Cost 40, though comprehensive performance 60. Academician Qian's finger glided again. Second, reverse engineering of Heart of Gaia. A complex model of energy fluctuations appeared, and the AI designed 12 entirely new derivative application plans based on it. Ranging from soil transformation to individual biological enhancement, it covers everything. Academician Qian's voice carried a hint of awe. His hand finally hovered in the air, calling up the third and most important item. A model of a Starship 300 meters long floated silently in midair. The sharp ice-breaking blade armor at the bow, 8 heavy particle main cannons symmetrically distributed on both sides, and 3 massive conventional engines at the stern. Through reverse analysis of the mech remains Yi Xiao brought back, the AI had forcefully pushed the completion of this incomplete blueprint from 73 to 80. But everyone's gaze could not shift from the most crucial position in the center of the ship's body. There lay a glaring red void marked missing. Curvature engine. Academician Qian pointed at that red area with a laser pointer, sighing. This is the insurmountable bottleneck. The result of the AI's simulation is that this technology requires at least a Level 2 civilization theoretical foundation involving 3 core areas: space-time disturbance and antimatter constraints. Not to mention us. Even in this AI's database, there are only scattered theories, no complete blueprints. Old Zhou supplemented from the side, retrieving a segment of the AI assessment report. We tried to have the AI design a substitute using a Spark nuclear fusion engine, and the AI's assessment was feasibility of the Plan 97, but utterly meaningless. A Starship powered by a fusion engine would have a maximum speed of only 8 of the design value. Its structural stability is extremely poor. Encountering curvature weapon attacks would cause it to disintegrate like paper. Yi Xiao fell silent. He stared at the majestic yet incomplete Starship model, and after a moment suddenly asked a question that none had anticipated. What if we were to build it right now using the fusion engine version? What level would it be according to interstellar standards? Academician Qian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood Yi Xiao's intent. He immediately typed a series of parameters rapidly on the terminal. The AI's calculations were incredibly fast. Seconds later, a number popped up on the screen. Comprehensive Assessment 1. For level civilization creation, almost simultaneously, a blue panel popped up automatically on Yi Xiao's retina. Detected that the host civilization is attempting to build its first interstellar spacecraft. Commencing comprehensive assessment. Assessment completed. Determined Level 1. Trash system prompt this creation lacks the ability to engage in effective combat and navigation in conventional interstellar environments. In the face of any level 2 or above civilization's armed forces, its survival probability is less than 0.1. It is advised that the host invest resources only after acquiring curvature engine or similarly ranked power technologies. Yi Xiao looked at the glaring trash, rating his mouth twitching. Although it was the truth, the system's words were too harsh. This was after all the culmination of the nation's efforts. The evolution of civilization is not swayed by the emotions of individuals. A 1.4 level creation is equivalent to a moving iron coffin in front of the standard patrol ships of interstellar pirates. What a moving iron coffin! Yi Xiao suppressed the sarcasm in his heart, showing no signs of abnormality on his face, and said to Academician Qian and Old Zhou, "Let's not worry about the rating for now based on the 1.4 version. Let's immediately begin constructing the prototype. First resolve the issue of existence, then we can discuss the quality. We must at least possess a true space combat unit." He paused, his gaze sweeping over that red void, becoming incredibly profound. "As for the curvature engine issue, I will find a way." "Understood." Prototype unit codename Moonshadow. Estimated construction time, 3 months. He raised his hand and swiped open another display panel. An ultra-high-resolution 3D topographic map of the moon instantly unfolded. Countless crimson and azure data streams cascaded downward like liquid light, rapidly sketching across the lunar surface, a sprawling, breath-stealing base design. Tens of thousands of virtual engineering drones darted through the schematics, simulating every phase, mining construction and helium-3 refinement, with progress bars surging forward in real time. The A-era-designed mining drones achieve 500 times the efficiency of current models. The aerospace transport aircraft will undergo its first test flight next week. Once the flight corridor is stabilized, we will complete our first fully automated helium-3 extraction base on the moon within 3 months. Yi Xiao's gaze drifted between the holographic projection of the unfinished Moonshadow vessel and the bustling lunar base construction blueprint beside it. A surge of fervent resolve rose within him, yet a heavy stone pressed unrelentingly upon his chest. Humanity's machines were spinning faster than ever before. But 2 swords hung suspended above. One, the Interstellar Pirate Alliance. The other, the warp drive. Should either fall, it could sever this hard-won ascent, this fragile upward trajectory. Meanwhile, deep within Base 7's central command center, the air grew, so still it seemed frozen solid. Across the vast holographic star chart, a dense cluster of crimson arrows, representing the Eagle's Pacific Fleet, had already departed its home port. Like a poisoned blade drawn from its sheath, it now pointed unerringly toward the southern gate of Daxia. Report. Eagle Military Base F-35 Squadron has entered Level 1 combat readiness. Report. The spokesperson publicly declared our new aero weapons exhibition an unscrupulous act of military intimidation and vowed to take all necessary measures to preserve regional stability. The news surged toward Li Zhenghua like a torrent. His expression remained calm as still water, yet his commands grew ever swifter, ever more precise. Deep within the heart of Base 7, Project Sword Forging, its class initiative, entered its final sprint. Structural integrity confirmed. Microfusion reactor, the core power source, installed. Neural interface system calibration at 99% completion. Inside a top-tier laboratory specially designated for Yi Xiao, Academician Qian Jingqian's eyes were bloodshot. He and over 100 experts stood encircling a tometer-tall humanoid metal frame conducting final inspections. This was the interstellar battle armor, crafted exclusively for Yi Xiao as described by Elder Yan. Yi Xiao stood behind one-way glass in the observation chamber, silently gazing upon that gleaming metal skeleton. That motionless metal frame evoked countless familiar echoes, shadows of battles past. Its silhouette echoed the reassuring massiveness of the Pangu armor, while its shoulder joints and articulations bore the predatory lethality of the Black Skull pirate mechs. Combat data he had bought with his own blood. Deeper still, its elegantly minimalist energy conduits and modular architecture unmistakably reflected the philosophy of a Tier 3 civilization. Its entire frame was clad in Dragon Scale 3 memory alloy, shimmering with a subdued obsidian luster under the lights. He recognized the Dragon Scale 3 memory alloy enveloping its form, the very defense he had desperately yearned for during his near disintegration in the stellar ruins. He saw the high-frequency vibrational particle blade folded into its right arm, hundreds of times sharper than his own hastily modified weapon. Its left arm housed both an energy shield and a rapid-fire pulse cannon, transforming his once clumsy offense and defense into a single seamless instrument of lethal efficiency. His gaze finally settled on the 2 standardized mounting ports atop its shoulders, capable of bearing micromissile pods, or even captured Tier 2 civilization ordnance salvaged from the stellar ruins. This was the summation of every battle he had fought, the resonance of every struggle he had endured. The concentrated genius of Daxia's finest minds forged solely for him a spear of vengeance and a shield of protection. "Shall you come here?" Academician Qian gestured. Yi Xiao pushed open the lab door, immediately struck by a wave of heat thick with the scent of molten metal and high-energy particles. Without preamble, Qian pointed directly to a recessed socket embedded in the armor's chest plate. "Based on the AI's analysis of your combat data, we've engineered a custom interface, exclusively for you." He held up a silver-gray rhombic crystal no larger than a thumb. "Stellar Ruins Anchor Core. It fits perfectly, serving as both the armor's central processor and energy relay. Your thoughts will command the armor directly. Response time 0 latency." Yi Xiao drew a slow, deep breath and stepped forward, extending his hand. As his fingertips brushed the armor's cold metallic shell, a powerful shiver shot up his spine. Icy, electric, unstoppable. He felt the weight, not just of steel and circuitry, but of the sweat, sacrifice, and soaring hope of tens of thousands of scientists, a burden searingly profound. How long will the power hold? The microfusion reactor supports 72 hours of sustained high-intensity combat. Qian tapped the reactor's casing. "But that is only on Earth." His tone shifted, grave, unyielding. "In the stellar ruins facing Tier 2 armed forces, this core would sustain you through no more than 30 minutes of saturation bombardment. Energy grade is simply too low." At its core, the problem remained energy. Whether the Moonshadow vessel's warp drive or this armor's ultimate potential, both converged upon the same bottleneck, a higher-grade energy core. The lab's automatic door slid open soundlessly. Elder Yin entered, not glancing at the nearly completed armor, but walking straight to Yi Xiao. "Xiao Yi, this armor is not merely meant to keep you alive over there." His voice, quiet, yet resonant, hushed the entire clamorous laboratory in an instant. "In 3 days, our announced weapons exhibition will be transformed into an unprecedented military parade." Elder Yan's gaze sharpened, locking onto Yi Xiao's. "We will demonstrate, to the entire world, and especially to those across the ocean who seek to disrupt, that their aircraft carrier fleets are in our eyes little more than mobile targets. The era has changed." Yi Xiao met Elder Yan's steady, mountainous gaze and nodded, solemn and resolute. "I guarantee mission success." The 7-Titwohur countdown entered its final phase. The interstellar battle armor, codenamed Zhurong, underwent its final neural synchronization calibration. Yi Xiao lay within the sync chamber, his consciousness flowing along torrents of data, plunging deep into that armored frame. Cold, powerful, brimming with lethal force, now wholly controllable. This was an experience utterly beyond anything he had known before. The moment his consciousness fused completely with the Zhurong armor, a warmth pulsed faintly at his wrist, where the stellar nucleus mark had fused seamlessly into his skin. Stellar Ruins Anchor Core cooling sequence complete. Almost simultaneously, urgent footsteps echoed outside the lab. Li Zhenghua strode in, his face grim, voice low and taut, each word striking like a bullet. "Latest intelligence: the Eagle's Pacific Fleet has fully exited port." The shadow of war descended instantly upon the command center. Yi Zhao's brows knotted tightly. Earth's crisis loomed imminent. Yet deeper still, an unshakable dread coiled in his chest. What awaited him on his next crossing? Daxia time 950 M. Jingqing Square. The crowd was packed to bursting, red flags carpeting the plaza. Cameras and microphones from more than 200 media outlets worldwide were all trained on the far end of the square. This special parade, called the New Era Weapons and Equipment Demonstration, was being beamed by satellite live on the screens of 5 billion people around the globe. All eyes were fixed there. In the Pentagon's Underground Operations Command Center, the air lay heavy as stone. Defense Secretary Keller gripped a cup of coffee, staring at the wall-sized screen. Behind him, 13 generals and stars, and the top intelligence officers stood in silence. Keller set his coffee down, fingers interlaced on the table, gaze hard on the screen. "We have the data on the Pangu armor. The battery capacity and the endurance of the individual shields are its weak points. They'll be interested to see whether they hope to hide unfinished technology with a grander parade." A 4-star admiral behind him nodded in agreement. "The minister is right. According to the final data transmitted by the Ingren squad, that kind of shield after taking sustained hits experiences at least a 3-second recharge pause. Such a pause on the battlefield is a death sentence." Keller's lips twitched, but there was no smile, only a cold calculation. "Exactly. So let us see how many of these lethal pauses are concealed behind this polished spectacle." 10 o'clock sharp. The parade formally began. There were no long-winded speeches, only a single crisp command. "First phalanx, take the field." Thud, thud, thud. Heavy synchronized footsteps rolled in from the end of Chang'an Street. It felt as though they were stamping on the hearts of the spectators, sending a low, resonant tremor. 300 soldiers in Pangu 2-powered armor formed a perfect square. The armor's surface shimmered with a pale blue energy visible to the naked eye. Its silhouette was more compact than the hurried prototype shown before, the lines hard and angular. Each metal plate flashed a cold glint in the sun, radiating an unmistakable aura of lethality. Every step made the high-definition cameras shiver. BBC's lead reporter John was on camera delivering a live report. Viewers can see clearly this is Daxia's latest Pangu 2 individual-powered armor. They look more formidable than the last time they were shown, he continued, but I personally suspect this may be more of a cosmetic overhaul intended to. His words trailed off. The Phalanx commander shouted, "Shields up." A hum 300 translucent blue energy domes, 2 meters in diameter, snapped into being before each soldier. They linked together to form an unbroken wall of light. On their surfaces, energy particles flowed like water and emitted a faint buzzing. Inside the Pentagon, a data officer went ashen and sprang to his feet. Pointing at a data line on the screen that had instantly turned red, his voice hoarse with fear, "Minister, the shield's performance, compared to the model Ingrid encountered, it's at least 40% more stable. And they put them on everyone. 300 of them. How on earth did they solve mass production and the power problem in such a short time?" Keller's smile froze. He set his cup down with a hard sound. Coffee sloshed at the rim. On the live feed, John stood with his mouth open for a moment, forgetting what he was supposed to say. His eyes were wide, riveted to the blue wall of light. "Firepower demonstration," the commander ordered again. On the east side of the square, 30 special alloy targets 10 centimeters thick rose slowly. Their faces reflected the sun and looked especially solid. 300 fighters moved in perfect unison, lifting the compact high-energy particle cannons mounted on their right shoulders. There was no explosion, no smoke. Only 300 slender blue beams. They wove themselves into a net of death that instantly enveloped the targets. Sizzle, the alloy targets built to withstand armor-piercing rounds melted in that blue light, as quietly as cream meeting heat. Metal warped with a high grating screech. In the end, it boiled into pools of molten iron that dripped to the ground, and the air filled with the acrid scent of scorched metal. Silence. The live streams of 5 billion viewers froze for 3 seconds, then the comment flood erupted. "Holy shit. Is this real? That target must be made of chocolate, surely. This has to be a sci-fi movie. Tell me this isn't real. Energy weapons. Hitting at that range. How many secret weapons is Daxia hiding?" Inside the Pentagon, the atmosphere had turned ice cold. The data officer's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Minister, based on beam intensity and the target's melting rate, the instantaneous penetration of this individual weapon." He swallowed and, hand shaking, pointed to the rapidly scrolling red data stream on the screen. "Is 10 times that of our main battle tank's primary gun." Keller slammed his fist on the table. Coffee splashed over his hand. His tone was fierce, edged with disbelief. 10 times. Are you sure it's not 30%? The technician shook his head with difficulty, pointing at the data. "The data doesn't lie." Keller had no time to fully absorb the bad news. The second phalanx appeared on screen, 12 towering machines, nearly 5 meters tall, Juke heavy assault mechs. They were clad in thick, dark red composite armor. With each step, the ground bore precise imprints, and the earth itself trembled faintly. On their backs sat menacing 6-tube missile launchers. That brute sense of mass and force pressed through the screen like an oppressive weight. "Target abandoned building complex 3 kilometers out. Fire at will." The order fell, and all 12 mechs locked onto the target. The missile bay cover slid open to reveal fearsome warheads. Whoosh, 72 thick, white contrails streaked into the sky. They sliced through the air like death's blades, screaming as they flew. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. 3 kilometers away, the reinforced concrete blocks erected for the demonstration were transformed amid a distant sequence of violent, muffled explosions into a smoking, burning ruin. Real-time satellite calculations showed each missile's yield at roughly the equivalent of 5 tons of TNT. The accuracy of strikes was within a half-meter. Military experts around the world fell silent. These were no longer mere battlefield weapons. They were instruments of pinpoint elimination, strategic-level strike capability. BBC's John had already abandoned all skepticism and analysis. He read the prepared copy at the camera like a puppet, his voice altered. "We are witnessing a seismic change in the way humanity conducts war." Behind him, reporters from Europe, Korea, and Japan had faces that had shifted from initial doubt to an unmistakable hidden fear. Just as everyone assumed the proceedings were over, a higher, more exultant voice boomed from the parade loudspeakers. "Final phalanx. The Sancheong Aerospace Special Operations Formation. Take the field." Instinctively, everyone looked up at the sky. The far end of the square was empty. The sky 6 small black dots pierced through the clouds, descending vertically. No engine roars. No sound of rotors tearing through the air. They quietly hovered 50 meters above the square, as if the laws of physics had lost effect on them. Until this moment, the camera zoomed in. Everyone clearly saw their true form. 6 Sanxiong type aerospace fighters. With dark golden streamlined fuselages, their industrial design transcended the era. No trace of traditional thrusters or nozzles could be found. A faint blue light emanated from beneath their bellies, supporting their suspension. Anti-gravity. Inside the Pentagon, a general of the Air Force dropped his tactical pen with a thud onto the carpet. He paused in his breathing. God, they did it, he murmured. Defense Minister Keller's 10 fingers resting on the table unconsciously tightened. His proud aircraft carrier battle group in front of these silent, hovering, freely moving flying machines resembled a coffin adrift on water. The voice of the fighter formation commander echoed through the square, reaching across the world. The demonstration of integrated aerospace combat capability begins. Before the words finished, the 6 Sanxiong fighters moved. There was no acceleration process. One moment they were still, the next they were at the edge of vision. Only a sudden circle of white sonic boom clouds remained in their place, proving they had just broken the sound barrier. Simulated penetration. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, 6 beams of light executed a series of maneuvers inexplicable by current aerodynamics. Right-angle turns, instant hovering, vertical ascent after a high-speed dive. They formed a tactical formation at an altitude of 5,000 meters, their fuselages glowing with a faint blue halo. Dozens of simulated interception missiles launched by ground air defense systems roared upward, trailing flames. The missiles struck the shield, exploding into silent fireworks, failing to shake the fighters in the slightest. At this moment, the military command centers of all nations worldwide sounded the highest alarms simultaneously. The performance displayed by the Sanxiong fighters was not just a transcendence, but a dimensional strike. The chief of the Eagle Country Air Force stared blankly. He turned to Keller, his voice hoarse. Minister, if war breaks out, our air supremacy will not last more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Enough time to completely collapse any modern military power. The parade display segment thus ended. But the storm it stirred was just beginning. Elder Yin, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, walked steadily to the live broadcast camera. His expression was solemn. His gaze swept across the entire audience, finally locking onto the camera. Fellow compatriots, friends around the world. The old man's voice came through the loudspeaker, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What we demonstrated today is part of the preparations made by the Great Xia to respond to future challenges. It is not to flaunt military might nor to seek hegemony. Next, I will announce a fact to all humanity. Elder Yin paused for a moment. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing through the screen. A fact concerning us all, concerning the future of human civilization. We are not alone in the universe. And the crisis is already at hand. At that moment, the number of online viewers in the global live broadcast room instantly surpassed 6 billion. Everyone held their breath. Inside the Pentagon, Keller's face turned pale. He looked at Elder Yan's calm face on the screen, a chill rising from his spine. He knew what the Great Xia was about to do would completely shatter the global order that the Eagle Country had painstakingly built for decades. And within Great Xia, countless citizens spontaneously surged into the streets. They looked up at the Sanxiong fighters circling in the sky, listening to Elder Yan's steady and powerful voice. A wave of emotion called sense of security surged in their chests. As Elder Yan's words fell, the giant holographic projection screen in the center of the square suddenly lit up. The image no longer showed the military or weapons, but a desolate, silent, boundless metallic wasteland. Rusty battleship wreckage stretched like mountains. Broken mech arms reached out from the garbage piles. Strange metal components piled up like mountains infinite. Global viewers saw this planet covered in debris for the first time, and the comments erupted. Where is this? Is it special effects? Which movie scene? Looks like a giant landfill. Elder Yan's voice, like an off-screen narration, slowly rang out. This image does not come from any known star domain. Its coordinates cannot be determined. Its time. It may even not belong to our present. Elder Yan's voice became incredibly deep, as if recounting a heavy myth. Our researchers speculate that it might be the grave of a planet. It has no official name. Internally, we have named it Xingha. It is a dumping ground for multiple civilizations in the universe, as well as a battlefield relic. Here, countless abandoned and destroyed technological creations are piled up. At Base No. 7, in the observation room of the Zhujian project, Yi Xiao stood before a massive one-way porthole. Outside, his Zhurong battle armor stood quietly, already calibrated. He did not go to the parade scene. Elder Yin and Li Jinghua were in agreement. As the trump card of Great Xia to face future crises, he himself was the highest secret. Premature exposure would only bring unpredictable international political risks and targeting. On the screen, Elder Yan's steady face disappeared, replaced by a metallic wasteland that he knew to the core. Here, we call it Shanghai. When Elder Yan's voice sounded, Yi Xiao's breath paused slightly. That was the place where he had survived through life and death. Immediately after the image switched, and the first-person perspective began to play. Heavy breathing, violently shaking camera. That was his own perspective. Gigantic mech wreckage, energy weapon fragments glowing dimly. The cockpit of a damaged spaceship. Inside the Pentagon's Intelligence Analysis Center, a supervisor suddenly stood up. He pointed at the parameter analysis graph on the screen. Minister. Light, shadows, dust particles, gravitational effects. All parameters match the real physical model. This cannot be CG. Keller gritted his teeth. Each word squeezed out. Keep watching. The image on the screen suddenly shook violently. Rapid breathing. The harsh sound of metal grinding. The battle began. The owner of the camera was fighting against a humanoid mech. The shooter threw a device from behind cover. Electric sparks danced wildly over the mech, causing its movements to freeze momentarily. Immediately after, a grenade exploded. White frost froze the cockpit door. The camera lunged forward, a folding knife plunged brutally inside. When he saw himself stabbing the cockpit with a folding knife, and saw that non-human face twisted in fear, frozen before the eyes of 60 billion people, Yi Xiao's fist clenched silently. He was not reminiscing. Rather, he was re-examining his struggles from the perspective of an observer. It turned out that the despair and will to survive that belonged solely to him carried such a heavy significance. He turned his head. His gaze fell upon his face in the glass reflection, merging with the cold, Zhurong battle armor behind him. He knew. From this moment on, Shanghai was no longer his personal secret battlefield. He would don the weight of the nation and step back into that wasteland. But this time, it was not merely to survive, but for the billions behind him. For the future of a civilization. The servers of global social media collapsed simultaneously. In their place arose a temporary forum composed of words. New and unfamiliar vocabulary bombarded everyone's consciousness at an alarming speed. Aliens interstellar wore the secrets of the great Xia star corpses. The emergency meeting bell at the European headquarters rang sharply. An assistant at the Xiao Rizi official residence spilled tea, soaking the just-printed emergency plan. The hotline of the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs was busy. They turned to dial the private number of the Great Xia Embassy in Korea. The world order was utterly torn apart. On the live broadcast, Elder Yan's voice brought everyone's attention back to reality. What you see now are the Pangu armored Zhuke mechas and Sangxiong warplanes. Their core technologies were all deciphered and reverse-engineered by our researchers from those cold remnants at the cost of their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic projection switched instantly. The screen displayed a massive fleet blotting out the sky. A sinister black skull emblem was stamped on the bow of each warship. Hundreds of standardized mechas lined up against the backdrop of the dark universe. Data streams flickered, showcasing the interstellar common language, which the synchronous translation system precisely converted into all mainstream languages on Blue Star. Target humanity mission: eliminate humans on Star Corps's Bounty 1 standard energy core of a level 3 civilization. This time the whole world understood. This was not a distant exploration, it was a war that had already begun. Blue Star and every person on it now had a clear enemy. Elder Yan appeared again, his expression extremely grave. Everyone, this is not alarmism. The interstellar pirate group is just one of countless predators in the universe. Their technology is at least thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years ahead of us. If we continue to fight among ourselves, wasting resources on meaningless defenses, when their main fleet truly arrives at Blue Star, human civilization will be utterly defenseless. A sense of fear and oppression brought about by the unknown enveloped everyone through the screen. BBC headquarters. Reporter John spoke clearly into the camera. I retract all my previous doubts and inappropriate remarks. If what the Great Xia government has shown is true, then what they did today is not only to save themselves, but to save all of us. His words became the consensus of global media at that moment through the translation system. Eagle Sauce Command Center. A profound silence. An Air Force general could not help but speak, his voice hoarse. Minister. If these pirates really come, our aircraft carriers are F-35. He did not finish his sentence. Defense Minister Keller did not respond. His gaze was fixed on the Black Skull main battleship on the screen, his hands tightly clenched under the table. He knew clearly that the military hegemony that Eagle Sauce prided itself on was as fragile as a child's paper toy in the face of this true interstellar technology. As the world sank into fear of the immense threat, Elder Yan's voice rang out again, shifting the topic. But I also want to share good news with everyone. In the face of the threat, the Great Xia has found the key to solving the issue. We can not only protect ourselves, but also have the capability to lead all of humanity into this grand interstellar era. Next, I will officially announce the new humanity plan. On the holographic projection, a complex, three-dimensional structure of the human body appeared with segments of spiral gene chains highlighted in red. Gene lock. Elder Yan's voice was not loud, but it resonated deeply within everyone. According to our research, there is a common restriction present in human genes. It limits our physical abilities' lifespan and potential for evolution. And now we have mastered the preliminary technology to unlock this lock. On the screen, the data displayed comparison after preliminary unlocking of gene lock strength speed physique. Average increase of 35 times. Nerve reaction speed. Increased by 58 times. Cell aging speed. Reduced by 70. Expected lifespan extended by 50,100 years. Reconstruction of the immune system theoretically immune to 99 of known viruses and terminal illnesses at this stage. This is not immortality, it is evolution. As everyone was stunned by this revolutionary future, Elder Yin spoke the words that would change the world forever. In the name of the Great Xia nation, I solemnly promise to the world, the Great Xia will conditionally and gradually open the preliminary unlocking technology of the gene lock to all friendly nations that love peace and are willing to face challenges together. After a brief silence on site, there was an explosion of cheers. Elder Yin raised his hand, and the square fell silent instantly. His voice rose again, echoing in every corner of the world. However, having individuals who can evolve is not enough. In the face of countless interstellar civilizations, we must unite our strengths and converge individual power into the power of civilization. Therefore, I officially declare initiated by the Great Xia based on coexistence and mutual prosperity, gathering the resources and wisdom of all Blue Star, we will jointly establish the Community of Human Destiny Alliance. For short, Human Alliance. The highest mission of the Human Alliance is to break down all barriers, integrate the basic industries, cutting-edge research, strategic energy, and military armaments of the entire Blue Star, achieving unified allocation and centralized management of resources. From this moment on, there will be no distinction of borders on Blue Star, only the survival of human civilization. Our only goal is to enable all humanity to complete this great evolution and embrace the opportunities and challenges of the interstellar era with a new posture. Together, we will build a community of human destiny. His words had just fallen. The EU delegation, watching the live broadcast, immediately seized the communicator, publicly declaring, Europa fully supports the Great Xia's great initiative. We hope to immediately commence the first round of negotiations under the frameworks of the new Humanity Plan and Human Alliance. Almost simultaneously, Europa the Stick Shaorizi. One by one, countries and regional organizations rushed to issue statements through official channels expressing their willingness to unconditionally join the Human Alliance framework led by the Great Xia. The ally system that Eagle Sauce had painstakingly built for years collapsed within 10 minutes. The White House. Defense Minister Keller stared intently at the screen, where former allies were eagerly surrendering to Great Xia, their leaders wearing humble smiles. His chest heaved violently, filled with anger and pain. He lost. He lost utterly. Global hegemony, military deterrence. Everything he prided himself on was shattered today by that Eastern elder through a live broadcast. Extreme anger and unwillingness instead brought him calm. He picked up the coffee cup on the table, gently set it aside, but with excessive force the cup made a dull thud against the table. He looked at his slightly trembling fingers and then slowly clenched them. He grabbed the red communication phone on the table, representing the highest secrecy. When the call connected, he issued a direct order. Connect to the highest executive of Plan B. His voice was soft, steady, yet revealed a chilling madness. Since conventional methods have failed, he looked at Elder Yan's calm and resolute face on the screen. A twisted smile appeared on his lips. Then let your so-called new era never have the chance to arrive. On the third day after the announcement of the new humanity project by the Xia Kingdom, 147 applications were delivered directly to the preparatory committee of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind through encrypted diplomatic channels. Each application represents a sovereign nation formally requesting to join. 72 hours passed, and the world order led by Eagle Sauce completely collapsed. At this moment, Base No. 7, a medical center. The attention of the entire world was focused here. Yi Xiao stood before the radiation-proof observation window, his expression calm. In the isolation zone before him were the first 500 volunteers undergoing the gene lock removal surgery. They were not professional fighters. They were a construction worker, a rural female teacher, a lead surgeon from a top-tier hospital, and an ordinary soldier who had just retired. They were the most ordinary people of the Xia Kingdom. Surgical preparations are complete. All units, please pay attention. The voice of academician Qian Jingxian echoed through the speakers. He adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze betraying the tension in his fingertips. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Buzz. 500 pure white fully automated gene optimization pods simultaneously lit up with a pale blue glow and the pod doors closed. The evolutionary factors catalyzed by the heart of Gaia were precisely injected into each volunteer's body. On the main screen of the control center, the life data of 500 subjects erupted instantaneously, the curves leaping upwards as if mad. Heart rates, blood pressure, gene recombination activity. All numbers broke through warning thresholds in the blink of an eye, painting the screen a blinding scarlet. Dozens of top researchers held their breath. This was humanity's first large-scale intervention in its own evolution, and it absolutely could not fail. Alert! Abnormal fluctuations in life signs for Pod No. 037 exceeding safety thresholds. The piercing alarm blared suddenly. Yi Xiao's gaze immediately locked onto the split screen. Volunteer No. 037, Zhang Wei, a construction worker. Years of heavy labor had severely damaged his spine. At this moment, bulging veins appeared beneath his skin, and his pores oozed a black, foul-smelling slime. Intense pain caused his body to convulse violently. Stop the energy infusion for Pod No. 037. The head of the medical team shouted. Two doctors rushed toward the red emergency stop button. Just as their fingers were about to touch the button, Zhang Wei and Pod No. 037 suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils transformed into pure molten gold in a split second. The powerful aura flashed and faded, the golden light quickly receding to reveal normal black. The convulsions ceased. On the main screen, all the red data, curves for Pod No. 037 plummeted like a cliff, finally stabilizing at a new extraordinarily high green baseline. Gene optimization completed, strength baseline increased 4. 2 times neural response speed increased 7. 1 times cell activity increased 650. Gene optimization completeness 92. Academician Qian Jingchen let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Individual differences. But everything is controllable. In the next 3 hours, alarms occasionally rang, but all were false alarms. When the last optimization pod's indicator light turned from red to green, a line of white text on the main screen declared the first batch of gene lock removal surgeries has been completed. Success rate 100. The control room erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Yi Xiao did not join in the celebration. He turned and pushed open the door to the rehabilitation area. The volunteers were gradually waking from their slumber, perplexedly moving their limbs and examining their bodies. Oh. A retired soldier in his 50s instinctively tried to prop himself up on the edge of the bed. Crack! The special alloy guardrail twisted and deformed in his hands, making a sound. The veteran looked at his palm in horror, stammering, I didn't use any force. Why is this bed so unstable? Not far away, a young female teacher stood up curiously from her bed, feeling her body was incredibly light. She tried to leap lightly as she would usually. Whoosh! Her figure flashed past, jumping high enough that her head nearly hit the 3-meter-high ceiling. Oh! When she landed, she let out a short scream, startled by her own jumping ability. The head of the medical team walked over with a smile, raising his voice to reassure everyone, don't worry, everyone, you're just temporarily unaccustomed to your evolved bodies. Next, the base will provide you with 3 months of adaptive training to teach everyone how to precisely control this new power. This novelty of ordinary people becoming superhumans overnight spread throughout the entire rehabilitation area. Yi Xiao approached the bed of volunteer No. 037, Zhang Wei. The middle-aged man saw Yi Xiao and immediately became excited. He suddenly tried to get up, making such a large movement that the entire special care bed shifted forward by half a meter. Yi. Team leader Yi. I saw you in the military parade live broadcast. Zhang Wei's face was filled with sincere gratitude and respect as he reached behind to touch his lower back, then pounded it a few times, his voice trembling. My back. The lumbar disc herniation that troubled me for over a decade is gone. I feel nothing at all. It's like I'm back to my youth. Yi Xiao patted his sturdy shoulder, clearly feeling the immense strength hidden beneath those muscles. Make good use of this strength. Zhang Wei nodded heavily, his eyes shining with the thirst for a brand new life. The news of the 100 success of the gene lock removal spread globally within 24 hours through various channels. Nations still hesitating went completely crazy. The diplomatic rhetoric from embassies turned instantly into pleas and supplications. The Xia Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs revealed its only trump card: if you want to obtain the technology, you can. But you must formally sign the bill fully integrating into the community of shared future for mankind, accepting the alliance's unified allocation of national resources and unified command of military forces. This was a blatant power reshuffle. The rotating chairman of the European Union announced the immediate dissolution of the existing EU framework, with all sovereignty fully integrated into the human alliance system. East Asia, the Middle East. The chain reaction was unstoppable. A week later, on the political map of the Blue Planet, only a few countries like Eagle Sauce Canada, and Australia remained struggling desperately. Eagle Sauce Underground Strategic Command Room. The atmosphere was oppressive. Defense Minister Keller placed a highly classified document in front of the President. Plan B is ready. His voice was cold and ruthless. 3 months ago, the Nest Laboratories gene collapse virus completed its final testing. It can accurately identify and dismantle the DNA structure of the new humans who have had their gene locks removed. The President's face turned pale as he trembled and flipped through the document. Casualties. What are the estimated casualties? Keller's lips curled into a cruel smile. According to the simulations from the supercomputer, within 72 hours after the virus is released through aerosol, the global new humans will die from organ failure. At that time, the desire for Xia Kingdom's technology will be replaced by fear. The so-called community of shared future will disintegrate in an instant. The intelligence director added in a low voice. Hours are already in place. 3 sets of virus-release devices disguised as high-end air purifiers have been deployed in the most crowded commercial centers of Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. We're just waiting for your final authorization. The President stared at the death toll in the document, breathing heavily. After a long silence, he raised his head, his eyes filled with the madness of a desperate gambler. He extended his trembling finger and heavily pressed his fingerprint on the authorization line at the end of the document. Execute. Warning: Host Civilization Core Group is facing a high-risk survival threat. Threat level 2. Source of threat unknown. Large-scale biological hazard activity. Specific information is being analyzed. Yi Xiao's breath caught. A level 2 civilization threat. What does this mean? Without hesitation, he immediately connected to Li Xingguo's encrypted communication. The National Security Department must immediately conduct the highest level of inspection on all public places nationwide, especially newly built or renovated projects. The focus is on imported air purifiers, central air conditioning, fresh air systems, and other air circulation equipment. Li Zhengguo, on the other end, detected an unprecedented urgency in his tone, and his heart sank. What happened? System alert. Preliminary judgment suggests it is related to a type of biological weapon, possibly targeting new humans. Yi Xiao replied briefly. The system is conducting a deep analysis. I will immediately activate the Pure Land Defense Protocol. Li Zhengguo gritted his teeth, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Hanging up the communication, Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on the countdown appearing on the system panel. Threat analysis completed. A directed collapse virus targeting the new human gene chain has been detected with an estimated lethality rate extremely high. Estimated virus release time 47 hours, 13 minutes, and 02 seconds. Time is of the essence. The efficiency of the National Security Department exceeded expectations. Thanks to the vast and efficient grassroots intelligence network and the Heavenly Eye system of the Great Xia State, along with the preventive monitoring deployed, due to the new human project, an invisible web quickly tightened. In less than 6 hours, suspicious devices located in the densely populated areas of Shenhu, Huhai, and Guangfu were accurately identified. Air purifiers disguised as high-end Swiss imports were swiftly targeted. Experts from the chemical defense troops carefully dismantled it. At the core of the device, a virus container sealed in layers of lead boxes and featuring a precise structure was revealed. The sample was sent to Base No. 7 at once. Academician Qian Jingchen personally led the biology team for emergency analysis. Under the ultra-high magnification electron microscope, the virus displayed a bizarre, nearly perfect, symmetrical spiral structure. This is a gene key designed by humans. Academician Qian pressed his lips tightly, his brow furrowed. It does not attack ordinary people. He continued. Once it comes into contact with the optimized gene chain, it will embed itself precisely and replicate wildly until the host gene chain completely collapses. Academician Qian looked at Yi Xiao, his voice slightly hoarse. This thing is a perfect killer specifically designed for new humans. Once released in densely populated areas and transmitted through the air, the consequences would be unimaginable. The lethality rate is likely to approach 90%. This number sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In the command center, the atmosphere became tense. Elder Yin sat in the main seat, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Each tap felt like an invisible hammer striking the hearts of those present. Have you found the source? Li Zhengguo called up the tracking report. The device entered the Great Xia through multiple complex smuggling channels, he reported. All funds flow ultimately point to several shell companies controlled by the CIA of Eagle Sauce. We also apprehended 3 undercover agents responsible for activating the device. One of them broke under interrogation and confessed. It is Eagle Sauce's Plan B. Bang! Elder Yin slammed his palm on the table, causing the surface to shake. This usually calm elder was now filled with rage. Eagle Sauce wants to drag all of humanity into the abyss. He suddenly turned to Yi Xiao, his eyes resolute. Xiao Yi, can we now utilize the level 3 civilization AI host you brought back earlier? Elder Yin suddenly turned to Yi Xiao, his eyes firm. Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. Old Zhou and his team have successfully cracked the AI's base permission management protocol, which is equivalent to obtaining the highest administrator rights. That's good. Elder Yan's voice was cold, his gaze deep, as if he could penetrate the void. It is time. It is time for the whole world to see what the beacon they have always admired truly is. Yi Xiao immediately headed to the supercomputing center deep within the base. Old Zhou and his team were already on high alert, their expressions a mix of excitement and reverence in front of the Level 3 civilization AI host. Target internal servers of the Pentagon. Yi Xiao issued a brief command: steal all documents, emails, and video conference records related to Plan B. Understood. Old Zhou shouted excitedly, his fingers dancing on the virtual keyboard, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. This felt like piloting a starship into a primitive war of the information age. A dimensional strike. In front of the processing power of the Level 3 civilization AI, the Pentagon's so-called top-tier network firewall was as fragile as window paper. In less than 10 minutes, the supercomputing center erupted with Old Zhou's ecstatic roar: "Boss, we succeeded. Not only did we obtain the complete plan for Plan B and the names of all relevant personnel, but," he trembled with excitement, pointing to the dense data stream flashing on the screen, "we have fully infiltrated their core network and gained access to a vast amount of classified archives, including all of Eagle Sauce's black archives from the past decades and real-time deployment maps of global military bases. We even accessed some strategic weapon stockpile interfaces." Old Zhou added, his face flushed with a sickly hue, feeling as if he was piloting a starship into a primitive war of the information age, a dimensional strike. Elder Yan looked at the materials capable of overturning the world order, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his lips. "Since they want to play dirty, then don't blame us for flipping the table. Immediately, through all diplomatic and media channels, we control broadcast this evidence to the world. At the same time, issue an ultimatum to the Eagle Sauce government. Immediately disband the CIA. Hand over all planners and participants of Plan B. Accept the judgment of the Human Alliance Court. Otherwise, the consequences will be on them." 2 hours later, at the Great Xia Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference, broadcast live worldwide, the spokesperson did not utter a single unnecessary word and directly played a video on the big screen. It was a surveillance recording from the White House's underground strategic chamber, with visuals so clear they were shocking. The president of Eagle Sauce, the Minister of Defense, the director of the CIA. Several high-ranking officials conspired to release the virus. Their cold-blooded dialogue, while discussing casualty figures, resonated clearly across the world. At that moment, the globe fell silent. Countless voices of condemnation rapidly spread across the globe within mere minutes, all directed at Eagle Sauce. This is a betrayal against all humanity. They are worse than alien pirates. Pirates act for money, but what are they acting for? To maintain a ridiculous hegemony. A lighthouse. I see it as a dark beacon leading civilization to destruction. Leaders and military officials from various countries, initially shocked, now wore ashen faces. They fixated on the undeniable footage on the screen, realizing that history had undergone an irreversible major shift. The internet was in uproar. Eagle Sauce crimes against humanity. This hashtag quickly surged to the top of the global trending charts within 10 minutes, garnering astonishing attention. Anger, fear, the pain of betrayal. Various emotions erupted in the hearts of people worldwide. Countries like Europa, Korea, and Japan, which had just joined the Human Alliance, rushed to issue statements. The language was extremely severe, eager to sever ties with their former ally. The French president directly condemned this as a shame for civilization in a televised speech. The German chancellor called for the harshest international sanctions against them. Even representatives from small African nations proposed in an emergency UN meeting in an agitated state that Eagle Sauce should be immediately classified as a rogue state and subjected to the most comprehensive isolation from the civilized world. Eagle Sauce was erupting in large-scale turmoil domestically. Millions of angry citizens flooded the streets. From the East Coast to the West Coast, major cities were filled with protests demanding the resignation of the president and Keller. Outside the White House, demonstrators clashed violently with armed National Guard troops. Rocks, Molotov cocktails, and tear gas intertwined in the air. The entire Washington, D.C. fell into the most severe chaos since its founding. The once world hegemon status collapsed entirely on this day. The Oval Office was enveloped in a dead silence. The president of Eagle Sauce looked ashen. He stared blankly through the thick, bulletproof glass outside the window. Those who once waved ballots in support of him were now using the most primal violence to assault the defenses of the White House. His beliefs and status had crumbled completely. Defense Secretary Keller stood beside him. His once upright military posture had slumped, his complexion even worse than the president's. Cold sweat drenched his forehead. "Is there still a way to salvage this?" the president croaked out in a dry voice. Keller shook his head in despair, looking utterly exhausted. No, the evidence in possession of the Great Xia is the recording of our highest-level encrypted meeting. We can't even say a word in defense. They still couldn't comprehend how the Great Xia achieved all this. It surpassed their understanding of the technological gap. It was almost mythically unbelievable. At that moment, the heavy door of the office was suddenly pushed open with great force. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff entered with several grim-faced, fully armed generals marching heavily in their military boots. In their eyes, there was no trace of reverence for the president, only cold, unyielding determination. Mr. President. The chairman's voice was devoid of any emotion, exceptionally cold and hard. He stepped forward and slammed a document onto the president's desk, his tone sounding like an announcement of a sentence. According to the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, considering your current mental state and decision-making ability, you are no longer fit to serve as President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. We in the military unanimously believe that to prevent the United States from falling into an irretrievable crisis, someone must take responsibility. This is not a discussion. This is a final ultimatum. The president slumped in his chair as if all his strength had been drained away. He trembled as he took the pen and signed his name on the resignation statement. His face was lined with deep wrinkles. You can't do this to me. In the Secretary of Defense. Keller, seeing this, still wanted to make a final struggle. But before he could finish, two burly vacanted military police had already stepped forward. One on the left and one on the right. They firmly restrained his arms. The cold handcuffs clicked as they locked around his once powerful hands. This once mighty hawk was silently dragged away, hours after the internal power transition of Eagle Sauce. At Base No. 7 of the Great Xia, Li Xinghua quickly entered the command center, handing a recently decrypted high-priority intelligence report to Elder Yin. Report: the military's temporary committee of Eagle Sauce has fully taken control of the White House and has sent us an urgent communication request. Elder Yin took the document, his gaze swiftly scanning through it. A hint of relief finally showed on his tightly drawn face. He turned to look at Yi Xiao beside him. The temporary caretaker cabinet established by Eagle Sauce has sent a special envoy here. There is only one condition for negotiation. Elder Yin paused calmly, declaring the end of an era. They are willing to hand over all participants of the planned disband the CIA and formally apply to join the community of shared future for mankind. Finally, things have come to a resolution. Elder Yin looked out the window, his gaze deep and full of emotion. From today, the history of Earth will enter a new phase. Human civilization has finally united. From now on, there will be no narrow national borders on Earth. Only one common name: human civilization. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao did not feel the relief he had imagined. He knew this was merely a temporary victory. He once again activated the Level 3 Civilization AI to conduct a deep screening of the massive data extracted from the Eagle Sauce servers. Detected high-value encrypted documents, deep analysis in progress. Document level: top secret classified document name Apollo 18 anomalous signal records. Yi Xiao pointed at the document highlighted by the AI on the screen. Elder Yin, I have made a discovery. This is moon landing data from decades ago. Yi Xiao reported in a deep voice. It seems Eagle Sauce discovered the wreckage of a non-human origin spacecraft on the far side of the moon back then, and intercepted a segment of unbreakable coordinate information. They have been trying to crack it, but have not succeeded. He projected the coordinates parsed by the AI onto the star map. Far beyond the solar system, a red dot blinked. AI analysis suggests that this may be a coordinate for an outpost left by an early civilization. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows, his expression grave. Or it could be a trap. Regardless, this gives us a target beyond our aimless exploration on the garbage planet. I suggest we immediately list this coordinate as the highest priority exploration target. This might be the first expansion area of our civilization and the last crucial puzzle piece. Elder Yin gazed at the blinking red dot, his expression profound. He knew that Yi Xiao had pointed out the first concrete target for the newly unified Earth to explore the universe. This was not just an intelligent success. It was also the first step for human civilization toward the unknown facilitated by Yi Xiao. However, just as this grand plan concerning the future of humanity was beginning, Yi Xiao suddenly felt a twinge of unease in his heart, an inexplicable sense of alertness. It was as if in some unknown place in the universe a cold gaze had pierced through distant space and time, locking onto Earth with precision. This was not a visible form of surveillance. It was a higher-level malicious locking in. It felt as if an immense threat was gradually turning its target toward this unsuspecting Earth. Yi Xiao clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white. He knew that the real war may have only just begun. The day after the new government delegation from Eagle Sauce arrived in the capital, the founding conference of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind Alliance was held in the Grand Hall. This was an unprecedented conference with representatives from 193 sovereign nations, all in attendance. Elder Yin, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, steadily walked up to the podium. Over 7 billion people around the globe watched him through their screens. Elder Yin was unanimously elected as the first chairman of the United Government. His voice resonated globally through simultaneous interpretation, calm, yet unmistakable. I announced 3 plans. First, within 2 years, we will elevate humanity's technological level to that of a level 2 civilization. Second, we will establish a complete economic circle between Earth and the Moon, achieving energy independence. Third, we will form an interstellar defense fleet capable of protecting the solar system against all extraterrestrial threats. Every word shook all those present. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference hall, echoing for a long time. After the meeting, Li Jinghua grabbed Yi Xiao. The two did not attend the victory banquet, but went directly to the deepest part of Base No. 7, the S-level top-secret laboratory. As the heavy alloy doors slid open, a wave of ozone and metallic coolant scent rushed out. Academician Qian Jingchen and several core experts were already waiting there. Though their eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot, their spirits were exceptionally high. In the center of the laboratory, the Level 3 Civilization AI host floated quietly, emanating a deep blue light, brighter and more profound than ever before. We succeeded. Academician Qian exclaimed as he saw Yi Xiao striding forward. He wanted to grab Yi Xiao's shoulder, but his hand trembled slightly with excitement. He had to clench his fist and wave it vigorously. We communicated with it continuously for 13 days and finally decrypted its energy interface protocol. He pointed to a thick black cable connecting below the AI host. The other end of the cable was plugged into a massive metallic core resembling the heart of a giant beast. The seed fusion core can provide it with part of the energy. Although it can only exert aid of its performance, it is already sufficient. At that moment, Elder Yin also walked in and nodded to a gray-haired researcher. The researcher immediately understood and called up a holographic projection at the control panel. 2 intricate, three-dimensional structural blueprints spun in the air. Planetary resource exploration, integrated mining drone array, full environment simulation, biological gene induction cultivation unit. Yi Xiao's breath suddenly stopped. That's it. The item he risked his life to bring back stood in stark contrast to the success before him. It was no longer a pile of indecipherable data, but had become a reality. The AI host optimized the production process, ensuring it fully adapted to Blue Star's existing industrial system and independently designed a matching central control system. A researcher named Old Zhou pointed at the mining drone blueprint and excitedly explained, according to simulations, a single mining drone's efficiency is 500 times that of our most advanced equipment. Moreover, it can operate in all terrains and weather conditions. He switched to another blueprint. The cultivation unit can shorten the growth cycle of most crops by 60, increasing yield to 250. It completely solves the food problem. Old Zhou took a deep breath, looking fervently at Yi Xiao. More importantly, they have already been built. The holographic projection switched to a real-time monitoring screen. In the unmanned area of the Taklamakan Desert stood a newly constructed massive base. 300-ton-high silver mining drones were neatly arranged, their high-energy laser cutters at the ends of the mechanical arms gleaming with a cold blue light. On the other side of the base, 100 large transparent cultivation units were being debugged. Through the cabin, rows of tender green wheat seedlings had already broken through the soil. This vibrant green heralded the end of humanity's era of hunger. Academician Qian continued, the AI host has calculated that sending all 300 drones to the moon will take only 3 months to build the first fully automated helium-3 extraction base. Its production capacity is sufficient to meet Blue Star's nuclear fusion energy needs for the next decade. Everyone present began to breathe heavily as an era of unlimited energy loomed ahead. Yi Xiao, however, forced himself to calm down and pointed out the most crucial issue. What about transportation? Our Starship prototype hasn't even made a shadow yet. That remark instantly cooled the fervent atmosphere on site. Elder Yin smiled, his expression holding a hint of mystery and pride. Who says we have to wait for the Starship? He looked at Qian Jingchen. Academician Qian, show him our little toy from this period. The holographic projection switched again. A silver spaceship about 50 meters long appeared before everyone. It had a streamlined appearance, exuding raw industrial strength. The spaceship had no unnecessary decorations, with most of its hull being a wide cargo hold and 3 massive fusion engine nozzles at the rear radiating a sense of power. This is the Moon Shadow level transport spaceship we created by combining the mech propulsion system you brought back with Blue Star's most mature rocket technology, Academician Qian proudly stated. Although it lacks a curvature engine and cannot travel faster than light, it only requires 12 hours for a one-way trip between Earth and the Moon. Yi Xiao, a mechanical engineering student, was immediately attracted by the engine's vector deflection structure. He could tell that the design was quite simple, sacrificing maneuverability within the atmosphere and focusing all performance on vertical takeoff and space acceleration. Simple, crude, efficient. His system panel popped up at the right moment. Name Moon Shadow Level Transport Spaceship Judgment Level 1. For Civilization Artifact Trash. Tip: this artifact is considered an obsolete low-level product in interstellar universal standards, but for the current stage of the host civilization, it is a milestone breakthrough of epic-making significance. Can't you say something nice? Yi Xiao silently complained in his heart. The system replied emotionlessly. Objective evaluation helps the host remain clear-headed, avoiding blind arrogance due to temporary victories, which could lead to strategic errors. Yi Xiao helplessly shook his head and looked up at Academician Qian. When is the maiden flight? Academician Qian glanced at the time on his wrist, his eyes shining. 3 hours later at the Jiuquan Launch Center. This time Elder Yin added in a steady and forceful tone, "We will not conduct a secret launch. I want the whole world to witness that from today humanity will officially step into the starry sea." He gazed at the blueprint, speaking each word deliberately. The moon base will be named Kunlun. It signifies the new peak of human civilization. 3 hours later at the Satellite Launch Center. The global live broadcast camera focused on the towering launch tower. Moon Shadow 1 stood quietly, its silver hull gleaming with a cold light under the Gobi sun. Inside the command center there was silence, with only the faint buzzing of operating instruments remaining. When the countdown on the screen reached 0, ignition, there was no earth-shattering roar. Only a strange low-frequency hum that vibrated the chest filled the entire base. 3 sets of fusion engines simultaneously emitted dazzling blue plasma so intense that it illuminated the Gobi Desert, as bright as day, casting long shadows of all objects. Moon Shadow 1 ascended vertically with an astonishing grace, swift and steady. It did not struggle or slowly accelerate as a rocket would, but almost instantly achieved terrifying speed. In just a few seconds it transformed into a bright spot, leaving a straight white trail in the azure sky as it broke through the atmosphere. 12 minutes later, a line of green characters popped up on the main screen of the command center. Moon Shadow 1 has successfully entered the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. At that moment, the silent command center erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause. Academician Qian hugged old Zhou beside him, and the 2 elderly scientists laughed and jumped like children. Globally, in countless city squares, people gazed at the screens, embracing and weeping. On social media, a topic surged to the top of the trending list in all languages within just 1 minute. A giant leap for humanity. 12 hours later. On the far side of the moon, at the construction site of Kunlun Base No. 1, Moon Shadow 1 lands smoothly. The lifted lunar dust slowly spreads out in the weightless environment, enveloping the surroundings in a layer of grayish white. The global live broadcast, transmitted through deep space communication networks, is clearly relayed back to Earth. The massive cargo bay doors open. 300 mining drones under the unified remote control of the AI host orderly exit the bay. They quickly disperse. Precise exploration of the lunar soil begins. In the command center, Academician Qian Jingqian personally serves as the commentator. He leans forward, his voice brimming with excitement. "Dear viewers, please look. The drones have locked onto a vein rich in helium-3. Their drilling arms are at work. The laser cutters carve perfect geometric shapes into the lunar rock. The extracted ore is being precisely transported to the temporary refining unit at the back. In the footage, a drone operates 6 flexible robotic arms. Cutting, drilling, grabbing, transporting. The series of actions are extremely fluid, their efficiency astonishing. The comprehensive efficiency of these drones, Academician Qian emphasizes word by word, is 500 times that of all our previous lunar exploration equipment combined. At Base 7's command center, everyone is very pleased. Only Yi Xiao's brow furrows slightly, barely perceptible. In his perception, the command center is no longer composed solely of sounds and images. He can sense the heartbeats, blood flow rates, and temperature changes of hundreds of staff members, all blending together into a cacophony. The AI host is running, causing a massive energy consumption, greedily devouring the energy output from the seed core. He can even feel the core's interior, where the fusion reaction due to overload emits a low hum, each tremor threatening to damage its structural foundation. Others see victory. What he sees, however, is a dangerous revelry. Old Zhou leans over to him, excitedly lowering his voice. "Team leader, even if this AI operates at less than 10 of its capacity, its speed for handling such complex multi-threaded tasks is over 1,000 times that of our human brains. It controls 300 drones simultaneously, with each action of every drone precise to the millimeter. It's simply divine." Yi Xiao's gaze does not leave that curve. The energy consumption curve of the AI host slowly and steadily rises within a very narrow range. The energy supply from the seed fusion core is nearing its output limit. Academician Qian. Yi Xiao suddenly speaks up. The command center falls silent. The smile on Academician Qian's face fades. He sighs slightly with a hint of bitterness. To unleash 100 of this AI's performance, we need at least a stable and controllable secondary energy core. Antimatter energy, or higher. And we haven't even reached a secondary civilization yet. His words cause everyone's enthusiasm to instantly wane. At that moment, Yi Xiao's system panel pops up a prompt. Detected that the civilization of the host has successfully established its first permanent extraterrestrial base civilization level assessment updated 1.3.1 for primary stage of planetary civilization. Reward survival points, 500 points, hint 1. 4-level civilization possesses preliminary interplanetary activity capabilities, but still falls under the garbage level according to interstellar standards, easily crushed by advanced civilizations. Yet again garbage. Yi Xiao ignores the glaring evaluation. His consciousness enters the system's storage space. He calmly issues a command to the system. Based on the status of a garbage-level civilization and the threat from the Black Skull pirates, list the current highest priority breakthrough plans and assess the success rate. The system coldly replies, Plan 1, utilize existing resources to establish a comprehensive defense system on Blue Star, expected to collapse completely under 30 minutes of saturation attack, success rate 0.01. Plan 2, abandon Blue Star, escape with human genetic samples, success rate 0.3. Plan 3, acquire and master higher-level technology to achieve a technological leap, success rate unknown. The cold text instantly awakens Yi Xiao. He takes a deep breath. He needs a breakthrough point. A way to realize Plan 3. 2-phase pulse rifles. 3 fragments of broken secondary civilization battle armor. 5 microplasma grenades. And that military electronic key seized from the pirate leader Hammer. A thought flashes through his mind. Perhaps this key could be the key to the breakthrough. Academician Qian. He immediately turns around. Can we use the AI host to attempt to crack this pirate's electronic key? I want to know the data stored inside. Academician Qian is taken aback for a moment. Then he realizes, you mean the internal intelligence of the Black Skull pirate gang? Exactly. Yi Xiao nods. His gaze sharp. It may include their base coordinates, weapon cache distribution, personnel lists. Even, possibly, the related technical information of the curvature engine that we need the most. This bold idea makes the atmosphere in the command center tense again. Old Zhou's team immediately takes over the task. The small metal key is connected to the AI host's dedicated decryption terminal. On the screen, data streams that ordinary people cannot understand rush in wildly. The key contains a data barrier composed of tens of thousands of encrypted protocols, which are forcibly stripped away layer by layer in the face of the AI host's powerful computing capability. No, Old Zhou suddenly shouted. His eyes fixed on the screen. The core storage area of the key has self-destruct traps, and a large amount of data has already been damaged during forced reading. On the screen, over 90 of the files have turned into red garbled text. Only a small amount of data fragments have been successfully recovered. Inside are mixed pirate patrol logs, weapon smuggling accounts, and even a few vulgar entertainment clips. The mood in the command center instantly plummets. Wait! Yi Xiao's voice suddenly rings out. He has been watching the data stream with enhanced dynamic vision and information processing capabilities. At this moment, he points to several unrelated data fragments classified as useless logs. Pull these out along with that incomplete star map, and this audio marked Captain's drunken ramblings, and use AI for associative reorganization. The crowd looks at him in confusion. The AI begins executing the command. A few minutes later, a fragmented navigation map slowly takes shape on the screen. The glowing grave mentioned in the logs, the anomalous energy point on the star map, and the disjointed phrases in the audio. G734. Engine. Alliance's lackey. Kill without mercy. Are precisely linked together by the AI with red lines. Academician Qian looks at the reorganized information. His hand trembles slightly, his voice unsteady. Inference target suspected. Relics of a third-level civilization, which may contain a prototype of the curvature engine. Academician Qian, trembling, opens the file. In the next second, everyone in the command center gasps. The report details an abandoned experimental laboratory of a third-level civilization recorded in interstellar common language and with numerous coordinate diagrams. According to the description and image analysis, the laboratory is suspected to house a basically intact curvature engine prototype, along with a complete technical blueprint. However, at the end of the report, a line of warning is marked in blood red font. This area has been designated as an A-class forbidden zone by the Interstellar Alliance, with abnormal energy fluctuations and a risk of higher dimensional spatial collapse. Warning: intruders will be killed without mercy. In the command center, silence enveloped everything. The air was thick with tension. The blood-red universal language on the holographic projection seemed like an invisible hand choking everyone's breath. All gazes were first fixed on the light curtain, and then quickly turned towards Yishao. Old Yen stared at the report, the faint glow of the blood-colored warning flickering in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and heavy, landing squarely on Yishao. Are you going? Old Yan's voice was low, yet it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. This was not a question, but a confirmation. Yishao met his gaze and nodded. I must go. He took a step forward, the sound of his heel hitting the ground echoing clearly in the silence. This step seemed to crush all hesitation present. The curvature engine is the last missing core piece on the blueprint. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance. The Black Skull fleet may arrive at any moment. We cannot afford to wait. Academician Qian Jingchen couldn't contain himself, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. But that is an area, a restricted zone. Even the Galactic Alliance deems it kill on-site coordinates. Your safety. So I need it. Yishao interrupted him, his gaze directed at Academician Qian. How's the progress on the Zhurong battle armor? Academician Qian immediately pulled up the data on the console. A massive red mecha 3D model unfolded in the air, exuding a violent industrial beauty. Academician Qian pointed to several nodes on the model flashing with red light. The main frame and power core have been assembled. The stability rate of the energy shield system is still being debugged. The main weapon module lacks a key high-energy particle generator. He paused, presenting a heavy number. To meet the combat standards at the earliest, we need 5 more days. 5 days. Those 2 words struck Yishao's eardrums. His pupils constricted suddenly. 5 days was too long. In 5 days, enough hyenas in the star sea could follow the scent of blood to tear apart everything on Earth. At this moment, a scarlet warning box flashed wildly in his retina without any forewarning. The mechanical voice of the system for the first time carried an urgent distortion, exploding directly in his mind. Warning. The tracking beacon of the rapid assault ship has completed the final lock on the host's spatial coordinates. Locking protocol activated. The probability of the host being detected and located during the next spatial jump is 99. 7. Mission Hunter and Prey updated. The prey has been marked. Suggestion: increase personal survival capability at all costs before the Zhurong battle armor is completed to cope with the imminent pursuit. Yishao's fingertips trembled suddenly. He was no longer the scavenger who could quietly infiltrate the star skeleton world. From this moment on, he was the marked prey. The next jump would mean an encounter. He silently called up his attribute panel. Strength 20, Speed 20, Constitution 20, Mentality 25, Survival points 50,000. In 1/100th of a second, the tactical simulation had already been completed. Being tracked meant a direct conflict under the technological disparity. Escape was the top priority. Speed determined whether one could create distance in the moment when firepower descended. Constitution determined whether one could withstand the first wave of unknown attacks without being annihilated. And strength was the only capital to overturn the table in a desperate situation. System. Yishao issued the command in his mind, his voice calm, as if declaring a predetermined fact. Exchange all survival points for attributes. Increase speed by 20 points, strength by 20 points, and allocate the remaining 10 points entirely to Constitution. Command confirmed. Attribute enhancement in progress. The moment the command was issued, a scorching torrent erupted from his heart, violently coursing through every inch of his body. Crack. Yishao clearly heard the sound of his vertebrae dislocating under the unbearable burden. Then an even more forceful power forcibly corrected and restructured him. Muscle fibers were torn apart inch by inch, only to be re-welded by the searing energy in the next moment, the structural density surging exponentially. The excruciating pain made him grunt, the veins on his forehead bulging. His entire body uncontrollably arched like a shrimp under heavy pressure. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. All of this lasted only 3 seconds. 3 seconds were the torment of cells undergoing frenzied reconstruction. After 3 seconds, the pain receded like a tide. An unprecedented power surged violently within him, almost bursting his shell. Attribute enhancement completed. Host Yishao. Strength 42-0. Speed 42-0. Constitution 31-0. Mentality 25. Survival points 0. Points allocation completed. Yishao slowly straightened up. The world in his eyes had been completely reconstructed. His hearing no longer received the vague sounds. Outside the base, the heartbeat of a patrolling soldier, separated by hundreds of meters of concrete and alloy, was captured by his eardrum as a regular low-frequency vibration at a rate of 72 beats per minute. He could distinguish the sound of blood flowing through the other person's arteries and capillaries, each with a distinctly different flow velocity. Every speck of dust floating in the air became an independent coordinate, moving in complex Brownian motion. On the command center's display screen, what he saw was no longer mere imagery, but rather billions of RGB pixels flickering, decaying, and refreshing at a specific frequency. He could even see the life fields of Old Yin and academician Qian beside him. It was no longer a vague sensation, but a concretized flow of information. Old Yan's emotional field resembled a piece of intensely compacted hot steel forged through repeated hammering, heavy and resilient, but also revealing a hint of fatigue at its core from energy decay. On the other hand, academician Qian's was a highly unstable plasma, where excitement, anxiety, and worry intertwined into countless fine electric arcs, snapping at his nerve endings. You? Old Yin was the first to notice the anomaly. The fleeting yet heavy aura emanating from Yi Xiao tightened his gaze. Breakthrough. Yi Xiao slowly raised his hand. His fingers spread wide and then clenched tightly. Crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as his joints popped, and he could even feel the air between his fingers being instantaneously compressed, forming a miniature high-pressure zone that produced a muffled explosion. Not enough. He looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the alloyed dome of the command center, staring into the deep and silent starry sky. But at least his voice was steady, yet carried a hint of newfound sharpness. I have the power to fight back. Deep within his perception, the universe was no longer a cold, silent canvas. Two coordinate points shone in the depths of the distant starry sky. One was a silent beacon on the far side of the moon, exuding an ancient and vast aura, a symbol of hope for civilization. The other was a living entity filled with cold, murderous intent and greedy desires. It was like a chain stretching across light years, one end locked in place while the other was being dragged rapidly from the endless darkness by an unseen hand. He had no way to retreat. Only confrontation remained. A flash of white light tore through his vision. The intense dizziness from the spatial transfer continued to assault his brain. High-energy weapons locked on. Distance 870 meters. Threat level lethal. The system's alarm detonated in his mind, each word seeming to be written in blood. He didn't even have time to clearly see this world. His body moved faster than his consciousness. The alloy deck beneath his feet let out a piercing creak, leaving two deep footprints as he propelled himself forward without a running start. Boom. In less than a tenth of a second after he left his original position, a blazing white energy beam pierced through the spot where he had just stood. It was not an explosion, but a complete disappearance. In the area with a 3-meter diameter where the beam struck, everything was instantly vaporized, leaving only a smooth-edged, bottomless black hole emitting a burnt, acrid smell. Yi Xiao twisted his body midair, crashing into a tangle of chaotic cables. The soft and resilient wires cushioned his impact. He glanced upward out of the corner of his eye. Yi Xiao's keen hearing picked up a conversation from the enemy flagship. The target is an evolver. Bounty doubled. Ground team, flush him out for me. Remember, the boss wants him alive. The voice was hoarse and greedy, carrying an unyielding command. Yi Xiao's heart sank. This was not a simple pursuit, it was a targeted hunt against him. They wanted not only his life, but also him as a person. This made an already dangerous situation even trickier. Taking advantage of the brief chaos caused by the enemy flagship's recent attack, he did not hesitate at all. The energy cannons beneath the flagship were turning their muzzles, glowing brightly as they locked onto him. Just as I thought. He squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. Information about this Vulture-class assault ship flashed quickly in his mind. Weapons configuration, energy weaknesses of the shield's armor materials. All the information pointed to one thing: this was not a coincidence, but a meticulously planned encirclement. The second round of concentrated fire left him no time to think. 3 beams of light shot out almost simultaneously, no longer precise single-point attacks, but weaving together into a light net that blocked all directions. In his extraordinary perception, the death zones were instantly marked. His escape route was completely sealed off, but the 40 points of speed did not mean he would run faster. Instead, time seemed to stretch. He could clearly see the trajectories of the 3 beams of light as they advanced. He could hear the sound of electricity as they tore through the air. He could calculate the only fleeting gap in the light net. He suddenly lowered his body, almost pressing himself to the ground. An energy beam grazed his scalp, the searing airflow instantly singeing the hairs at the back of his neck. He did not run in a straight line. Instead, he weaved through the twisted steel and broken pipes, executing a series of evasive maneuvers, rolls, and turns that would baffle an ordinary person. Each movement precisely utilized the shadows and dead angles of the ruins. The ground behind him erupted consecutively from energy beams, the shock waves from the explosions pushing him further into the depths of the complex ruins. Warning. At the 7 o'clock position to his left rear, there is a sniper energy response. Yi Xiao did not look back. His body in midair twisted in defiance of logic. The power from his waist and abdomen erupted, making him shift sideways like a boneless figure as a sniper beam as thin as a hair yet of incredibly high energy, silently passed through the afterimage he left behind. In the distance, a giant tower hundreds of meters high split in half. The upper section of the tower slowly tilted, then collapsed with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of metallic dust. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and dove into a half-collapsed spherical structure. Professional snipers along with drones and warship AI were coordinating to lock him down. It was simply a net that trapped him everywhere. He leaned against a thick pillar that flowed with blue liquid, quickly pulling out a disc-shaped object from his belt. This Thor was not an ordinary item, but an experimental product that Yi Xiao had previously procured using new technology produced at any cost by the Dashao laboratory. Its purpose was to specifically target the technological weaknesses of energy shields typical of second-level civilizations. This was Daxia's only trump card at present. He held his breath, using his exceptional hearing to lock onto the buzzing sound of an assault ship's engine above him, calculating its trajectory speed, and the moment when the shield's energy was weakest. Now's the time. He suddenly lunged forward. The muscles in his arms bulged, channeling all his strength to his fingertips. Thor was hurled towards the sky in a standard throwing posture. Less than 50 meters away from the assault ship, it silently activated. No flames, no sound. An invisible electromagnetic pulse swept across the sky, like ripples on water. Buzz. The energy shield of the assault ship flickered and distorted violently, as if something had struck it with great force. The ship suddenly sank downward, all lights going dark, swaying as it fell several meters. It worked, but it only held for 2 seconds. The backup power activated, the engine roared back to life, and the warship forcibly steadied its body. However, the glow of the shield had noticeably dimmed. Indeed, a second-level civilization ship could not be dealt with by just a grenade. But that was all Yi Xiao needed, those 2 seconds. Taking advantage of the brief chaos caused by the flagship's damage, he wasted no time. He turned and charged deeper into the maze of ruins. With a constitution of 30 points, he felt no fatigue. His heart functioned like a powerful engine, steadily and forcefully supplying energy to his entire body. He could keep running like this indefinitely. After a handful of minutes, the roar of the warship was finally blocked by layers of metallic debris. He dodged into a gap in a crushed container labeled Kelly Biological Samples. He activated the optical camouflage and thermal insulation functions of his combat suit, hiding all his signals. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the cold deck. He slowly raised his hands, spread them out, then suddenly clenched them into fists. The joints made a series of crisp, cracking sounds. The air between his fingers was compressed, emitting a muffled thud. Every second just now felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. But he survived, not by luck, but through the explosive force of 40 points of strength, the ultra-fast reactions of 40 points of speed, and that Thor which bought him those precious 2 seconds. He could clearly feel the surging power within him. Not enough, he murmured. He knew that the chase was just the beginning. The tracking mark etched by the enemy felt like chewing gum stuck to his bone, impossible to shake off. As long as he remained on this planet, this pack of hyenas would never give up. The hunt had only just begun. Leaning against the cold metal of the shipping container, Yi Xiao's body, enhanced by attribute strengthening, finally cooled down a bit. He remained motionless, hidden in the shadows of the compartment. In his field of vision, a translucent blue panel appeared. Vulture class Black Skull Pirate Fast Assault Ship. Firepower Assessment B. Maneuverability C. Shield Strength C. A series of data appeared, automatically organized by the system. The complex data on the system panel rapidly simplified into a few life-and-death logics in his mind. First, the enemy's firepower was too fierce, a single hit would vaporize him. He absolutely could not engage directly. Second, the ship's shield rebooted extremely quickly. The tactic of ambushing with the Thunder God grenade would not succeed a second time. A direct confrontation would mean death, but he had not lost yet. The data concealed a glimmer of hope. Although this enemy vessel was ferocious, it was also clumsy. It turned slowly and had a delay in radar recognition of small targets. That was enough for him. His extraordinary strength and speed were not meant for dismantling warships, but rather to allow him to slip like a ghost, darting into the blind spots of the enemy's line of sight before their guns could turn towards him. The ruins before him were his best cover. It seems that the items stolen from the hammer are more troublesome than I imagined. Yi Xiao smiled sarcastically. The Level 3 Civilization's AI core and that special energy core called Gaia Star. Any of these would be enough to drive the Black Skull, a league of desperate criminals lurking on the junk planet, completely insane. He felt like a person carrying a gold ingot, too conspicuous and at risk of being targeted at any moment. He had to find a way to break this predicament. As he pondered his strategy, a line of red system prompts suddenly popped up. Alert: of faint human life signal detected 7 kilometers away. Signal analysis: vital signs too low, moving rapidly, surrounded by 5 hostile energy signatures. Judgment, the target may be being hunted. Human. The word made Yi Xiao's heart skip a beat. On this planet known as the graveyard of civilization, any human who survives possesses a wealth of information. They know where to find supplies where the danger zones are, and more importantly, how to evade pursuers like the Black Skull. Especially when he himself was wanted across the net, any information about the Black Skull was crucial and could even determine victory or defeat. This was an opportunity. In dire straits, any opportunity that could be seized could be a lifeline. Let's go take a look. He immediately made his decision. Yi Xiao concealed his presence, reducing the energy fluctuations within him to a minimum, blending seamlessly with the surrounding metallic ruins. He silently slid out from the compartment. His speed attribute of 40 was fully utilized. He did not move in a straight line. He kept his body low, swiftly weaving through the bent steel bars and broken pipes. The surrounding scenery flew by, yet in his vision, every place to gain leverage and every shadow to hide in was crystal clear. He lightly tapped his toes on the rusty deck, landing without a sound, yet with great force propelling himself towards the next cover. What would take an ordinary person half an hour, he completed in under 10 minutes. Upon reaching the coordinates indicated by the system, he immediately slowed down. This was a larger, more dilapidated industrial ruin. Huge pipes twisted and intertwined, and a half-collapsed spherical reactor revealed its complex inner structure. Yi Xiao's gaze swept around before finally resting on a broken gantry crane. He used both hands and feet, stealthily climbing to the top of the 100-meter-high boom, hiding in a mechanical crevice to look down. His breath hesitated for a moment. That figure struggling to escape in the ruins. He recognized it. It was Carl, the very scavenger who once traded outdated information for a nutrient agent and half a power block. The current Carl was completely different from the shrewd, penny-pinching image in his memory. His protective suit was torn with several large gashes, the poor-quality fabric unable to withstand the attacks of energy weapons. His left arm hung limply, half his body soaked in blood, glaringly conspicuous against the dirt and grime of his clothes. He was leaning against a fallen metal pillar, gasping for air, the indicator light on his old energy rifle already dark. The gun was out of energy. Carl's face was smeared with blood, sweat, and despair. In the half-empty space around him, 5 pirates in standardized gear hovered on personal flying devices, appearing nonchalant. They were not human. The leader was immediately recognizable as a member of an alien race, a scorpion-tailed alien. His skin exhibited a dry, dark purple hue. Most striking was a tumtor-long metallic-tailed hook skillfully coiling around the handle of the flying device, its tip glimmering with a faint cold light. The energy weapons in the pirate's hands fired intermittently, deliberately, avoiding targeting Carl's vital points. Each bullet accurately struck the edge of his cover or the ground by his feet. Debris and metal shards flew everywhere, adding new wounds to his body. They toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse. "Run, human bastard. Why aren't you running?" The scorpion-tailed alien pirate laughed, his voice echoing through the ruins via a loudspeaker, sharp and filled with cruelty. He raised his hand and fired. The energy beam grazed Carl's scalp, burning a fist-sized hole in the metal panel behind him. "Hand over the map you found in the ruins of Site 7, another tall, lanky pirate shouted in interstellar common language, his tone somewhat impatient. "The boss said that if you hand over the items, he can leave your corpse whole." Site 7. Map. Yi Xiao lay on the cold steel beam, committing these 2 words to memory. Carl leaned against the pillar, gasping heavily, each breath tearing at his chest, his throat emitting raspy sounds. He did not respond, merely using his last ounce of strength to clutch the energy-drained rifle tightly to his chest. That was the last remaining thing he had. "Hey, looks like you're quite stubborn." The scorpion-tailed alien chuckled eerily, his tail excitedly flicking in the air. He switched weapon modes, releasing a weaker electric current that struck Carl's thigh. Carl's body convulsed, collapsing to the ground with a suppressed groan of pain. Observing this scene, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. His gaze did not grow colder, nor did he reveal any murderous intent. He simply calmly retrieved the modified electromagnetic pulse rifle from behind him. His movements were incredibly smooth, with no extraneous motions. He rested the gun on the steel beam of the gantry crane, the stock pressed tightly against his shoulder and face. He did not use a scope. Supported by 25 points of mental power, his brain processed the images captured by his eyes directly. Wind, speed, humidity, energy, interference, slight movements of the target. All variables were calculated in an instant. His index finger gently rested on the trigger. His aim, or rather his intention, had crossed hundreds of meters, firmly locking onto the scorpion-tailed alien's forehead, covered in purple chitin, which was still laughing. A faint tearing sound almost drowned out by the wind. It was not the sound of a gunshot, but rather the piercing shriek produced when a bullet broke the sound barrier. In midair, the scorpion-tailed alien pirate, who had been laughing heartily into a megaphone, suddenly fell silent. A silent hole had appeared in the side engine of his personal flying machine. In the next second, energy leaked out, and the machine went out of control. A blinding spark of electricity erupted, engulfing him and the flying machine whole. The fireball from the explosion rolled in the sky, charred body fragments and metal shards raining down like a storm. This sudden turn of events left the remaining 4 pirates in the sky completely stunned. Their minds went blank for half a second. Enemies. Over there. In the container on that large crane. One pirate was the first to react, abruptly turning around and aiming his gun at the tall metal structure 100 meters away. But he had no chance to fire. He didn't even complete his aim, because just as he found his target, Yi Xiao had already jumped down directly from the top of the nearly 100-meter-high crane arm. Without a rope, without a glider, he simply fell straight down to the ground. The whistling wind filled his ears, and the sounds of the world became blurred. The ground beneath him, covered in industrial debris, rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Bang! A loud crash, as if someone had struck the ground with a heavy hammer. Yi Xiao landed on both feet. The ground beneath him did not merely crack, it was forcefully stomped into 2 shallow pits by immense power. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread outward. A shock wave erupted, centered on him, blowing away all the dust and debris around him, clearing a clean circular area. He did not pause as he landed, his knees bent to absorb the impact. Then he straightened up violently. His whole being shot forward like a spring compressed to its limit, instantly propelled away. His speed was so fast that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In Carl's view, the shadow simply blurred as it landed, then vanished from sight. One pirate had just turned his gun from the crane, looking for a new target. His eyes caught a speeding shadow approaching rapidly. His brain hadn't even had time to issue a command. A fist filled his entire field of vision. The air before the fist was compressed into a ring of white shockwaves due to its speed and power. Crack! This was not the sound of bone breaking. It was the sound of the alloy helmet on his head, reputed to withstand rifle bullets, shattering under an incomprehensible force. The alloy helmet, starting from the point of impact, suddenly caved in and deformed. Then the entire helmet, along with the head inside, was instantaneously crushed into a pile of indistinguishable mush. Red blood and white brain matter mixed with shattered lenses and parts violently sprayed out from the gaps between the helmet and neck. The headless body stood frozen in the pose of raising its gun for half a second before it slumped backwards. It was bloody, direct, pure power. This scene sent the remaining 2 pirates into a panic. They finally realized what kind of monster they had provoked by toying with their earlier prey. Open fire! Open fire! Take him down! One of the pirates, terrified, had his voice change. He no longer felt like toying with prey. He frantically fired his energy rifle, wildly shooting at the blurred figure. The other one regained his senses as well. Fear overcame reason, and their 2 lines of fire intertwined, trying to trap Yi Xiao. But all their attacks missed. Yi Xiao's figure moved at high speed between the gaps of the bullets. He was not simply dodging left and right. Instead, he advanced with an illogical zigzag, the shadow from the previous second still on the left, while the real person appeared on the right several meters away. Those energy bullets, capable of instantly melting steel, could only futilely chase his shadow, creating scalding craters in the rubble behind him. While moving, he raised the electromagnetic rifle in his hand. The high-speed motion did not affect his stability at all. The butt of the gun was not even resting against his shoulder. He simply held the gun with one hand, his arm steady as a rock. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The moment the bullets left the chamber, he had already changed direction again. In the sky, the 2 pirates who had been firing madly suddenly froze. Each of their foreheads now sported a small hole with singed edges. The look of terror on their faces was frozen in time by death. The personal flying machines lost control, crashing awkwardly into the distant ruins with their corpses. Thus, all the scorpion-tailed alien pirates circling above were annihilated. Hiding behind a metal pillar, Carl stared dumbfounded at the solitary figure standing amidst the ruins. The energy rifle in his hand had fallen to the ground at some point, making a soft clink. In this dead silence of the ruins, the sound was particularly jarring. In his memory, that compatriot who had some skills but had to be careful to survive in the wasteland now stood like a war god emerging from hell. With a flick of his hand, he casually eliminated the 4 elite pirates who had cornered him. This exaggerated contrast left his mind completely paralyzed. Yi Xiao shook off non-existent dust from his hands, his movements calm, as if he had just finished warming up. He slowly walked up to Carl. Though his killing intent had subsided, the oppressive feeling left behind after the act of killing still made the surrounding air feel heavy. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice steady, revealing no emotions. Carl's lips moved, but no sound came from his throat. He instinctively leaned against the cold metal pillar and shrank back slightly. The fear this man brought him was even stronger than when the 4 pirates had pointed their guns at him. It was a fear born of instinct, that of being targeted by a superior being. Yi Xiao noticed his small movements. He took out a silver medical spray from his backpack and tossed it over. The spray rolled a few times on the ground before stopping at Carl's feet. "Daxiao military medical spray, use it to treat your wounds." Carl's gaze slowly shifted from the spray to Yixiao's face, his expression a mix of shock, fear, and a hint of confusion. He leaned against the pillar, struggling to stand up. The wound on his thigh throbbed painfully, but he did not reach for the spray. In a hoarse voice that sounded as if it might crack, he asked, We seem to have met before." "We have met," Yixiao replied succinctly. "I am Yixiao." "Yixiao?" Carl muttered the name. In the depths of his memory, the slightly thin man who had exchanged a few pieces of information for half an energy block began to slowly merge with the figure of the killing god before him. His look of shock reached its peak. "How long has it? How long has it been? How could you?" "I encountered some opportunities." Yixiao interrupted him, clearly not wanting to elaborate on the matter. His gaze fell on the old, energy-depleted rifle that Carl was tightly clutching. More precisely, it fell on the rifle at a scroll-like object secured with a metal clasp. That object was likely the map mentioned by the pirates. Yixiao's gaze was fixed intensely on the metal scroll in Carl's arms, marred by countless scars. The outer shell of the scroll was pitted with a charred mark left by an energy weapon. It was this very object that had caused the Black Skull pirates to pursue Carl relentlessly. This must be what the pirates referred to as the map. Under Yixiao's scrutiny, Carl felt his body freeze in place. Instinctively, he clutched the scroll tighter, pressing his body against the cold metal pillar as if that would make him feel safer. His throat was dry, and he struggled to swallow. "You? How could you?" He wanted to ask, "How did you become so powerful?" but the words caught in his throat. The frail comrade from his memories and the imposing figure before him, capable of creating a crater upon landing and shattering alloys with a single punch, were simply not the same person. "Just lucky he encountered some opportunities." Yixiao's response was flat, as if he were discussing something unrelated. He didn't want to waste time on this question. His gaze shifted from Carl to the empty space beside him. Then he extended his hand. The gesture was natural, as if he were retrieving something from his backpack. But Carl clearly saw that there was nothing beside Yixiao. In the air, nothing changed. A folded metal piece simply appeared in his hand out of thin air. This scene shocked Carl even more than when he had torn through the mecha with his bare hands. Spatial technology. The word popped into his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. It was a set of stacked armor mats, silver gray, all over, with a seamless shell devoid of any visible joints, exuding a cold and precise military feel. "This is for you." Yixiao flicked his wrist, casually throwing the heavy armor over as if tossing a piece of clothing. Carl instinctively reached out with both hands. Clang! The armor thudded heavily into his arms, the immense weight causing him to take several steps back before steadying himself. He lowered his head, staring fixedly at the object in his embrace, his breath caught in his throat. Before he could react, Yixiao handed him a gun. A weapon. Carl's hands trembled slightly. His gaze shifted from the armor in his arms to the energy rifle before him. His mind went blank, unable to process it. Having survived for over a decade in the junkyard of Star Skeleton, his survival depended on his keen eyesight, not brute force. He could tell at a glance. This was not the haphazard junk found on the garbage star. This was not the discarded goods used by pirates. This was brand new, freshly manufactured standard equipment, with its smooth metal surface, perfect energy circuits, and integrated design. Such fine goods he had only seen in advertising videos of the Star Alliance worn by special forces. Just one piece could easily be exchanged for a small base and decades of sustenance on the black market. This is the Penguin No. 2 multi-purpose battle armor, along with the accompanying Thunder Sting electromagnetic rifle. Carl's voice trembled as he touched the cold, smooth surface of the armor, as if caressing a precious treasure. "I've only heard of it in black market legends. This is military-grade equipment that can only be mass-produced by at least a level 1.5 civilization." Yixiao's expression remained unchanged. "Brought from elsewhere." His tone was calm, as if he were handing over not a top-tier piece of equipment, but a packet of expired cookies. "It's better than that tattered set you have on." Carl inhaled sharply. The scent of oil, rust, and blood mingled in the ruins, clearing his chaotic mind somewhat. His last shred of doubt was dispelled by this gift that he simply could not refuse. He solemnly placed his broken gun and the scroll he held carefully on the ground, then deeply bowed to Yixiao. In the wasteland, this was the most formal of gestures. "I owe you a life. This favor Carl will remember." In the wasteland, the weight of a promise could sometimes be heavier than life itself. Yixiao waved his hand, his expression unchanged. "Don't rush to thank me just yet." He squatted down, picking up the metal scroll from the ground and weighing it in his hand. "I need information." Carl did not answer immediately. He touched the Penguin No. 2 armor with a posture bordering on reverence. As his fingers made contact, a circular device at the center of the armor lit up. "Identity recognition. Access granted." After a faint mechanical sound, the silver-gray armor sprang to life, unfolding automatically and wrapping around his body, starting from his feet. Click, click, click. The cold metal clung to his skin, the joints emitting precise sounds of fitting. Buzz. A layer of light blue hexagonal energy shield appeared around him, flickering twice before vanishing. An indescribable, absolute sense of security enveloped him in an instant. In the lower right corner of his vision, a complete tactical interface appeared, displaying life status energy radar. All information was clear. The wound on his thigh, which exposed the bone, felt a rush of coolness as the medical gel within the armor automatically treated it, the pain quickly fading. He tried moving his arms and legs, and the armor's power system perfectly followed his intentions, the strength fluid and powerful. This sensation was exhilarating. So exhilarating that even someone who had struggled for so long in the wasteland couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He lifted his head, looking at Yi Xiao with eyes that had transformed from shock to pure awe. The Black Skull pirates have gone mad. Carl's voice came through the armor's communicator, clear and steady. They are capturing human survivors all over the garbage star. The already scarce gathering points have been destroyed by them over the past month by almost a third. The Qin old man Xiao Lu and others I know are all gone. Yi Xiao's brow immediately furrowed. What are they looking for? I don't know. Carl shook his head. I only heard fragmented bits in the pirates' communications they mentioned. A human who stole the boss core key and the Gaia heart. He paused, suddenly looking at Yi Xiao with a strange expression. The entire Black Skull Pirate Alliance, top to bottom, is hunting this person. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Yi Xiao remained silent for 2 seconds. He nodded calmly. It's me. Carl gasped, and the armor's life monitoring system immediately triggered an alarm. One of the 7 leaders of the Black Skull Pirates. A ruthless character capable of crushing the skulls of low-level creatures with bare hands. Yet soon he smiled wryly. Well, it makes sense. Only someone who could produce such equipment and eliminate elite pirate squads would dare to provoke the boss spoken of by the pirates. I understand. His awe deepened. In this wasteland, if you don't seize opportunities, you can only wait for death. But you need to be careful. They have already dispatched Vulture-class assault ships specifically to hunt you down. Yi Xiao was certainly aware of this. He shook the metal scroll in his hand. Now let's talk about this. Is this the information you want to exchange with me? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's question, Carl's expression became serious. He pointed to the item in Yi Xiao's hand. This is not a scroll, it's a specially designed data storage device. Half a month ago, I bought it from a dying Feather Tribe scavenger. He was severely injured and urgently needed energy blocks to trade for life-saving medicine on the black market. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Did he tell you what was inside? He did. Carl nodded, his tone a bit excited. He said he inadvertently entered a forbidden zone destroyed by a high-dimensional storm and found this from a crashed exploration ship before he died. Inside, it records the coordinates of a truly abandoned Level 3 Civilization Laboratory. Level 3 Civilization. These 4 words struck Yi Xiao like a jolt of electricity. He immediately brought the storage device close to the star core mark on his wrist. Detecting external encrypted data source. Warning. This area has been classified as a level restricted zone by the Interstellar Alliance. High-intensity spatial energy fluctuations and unknown spatial collapse risks detected. Comprehensive assessment survival probability below 5. A level restricted zone. Yi Xiao's heart sank. Carl, unaware of Yi Xiao's reaction, continued speaking. That person from the Feather Tribe told me that the ruins might contain complete technological equipment that has never been touched by scavengers. But he also warned me that it's a death zone. Many powerful scavenger groups have entered, but none have come out, not even able to send a distress signal. Yi Xiao immediately sensed something was off. Why would he sell such important information to you? Opportunities don't just fall from the sky. In the wasteland, traps are all around. Because he was infected by a radiation worm, had no money to buy the cure, and was on the brink of death. Carl's explanation was straightforward, and he knew he didn't have the ability to go to that cursed place. Rather than let the information rot in his hands, he preferred to exchange it for some resources to die more comfortably. This reason made sense. Yi Xiao's fingers gently tapped on the metal storage device. A level restricted zone. Level 3 Civilization Ruins. Survival probability below 5. Each word represented a deadly danger. But this also meant treasures worth their weight in gold. For the Blue Star civilization, which urgently needed a technological leap, a complete Level 3 civilization laboratory was truly invaluable. Yi Xiao pressed down his wildly beating heart, holding his breath for half a second. He knew that the next question would determine everything. He stared intently at Carl, deliberately slowing his voice, yet it still carried a slight tremor. Is there any rumor about what exactly is inside the ruins? For instance, some kind of engine? Carl shook his head. No one knows the specifics. There's only one rumor. Some scavengers have seen it from a distance with a super telescope and said that in the deepest part of the ruins it seemed. They saw a terrifyingly large engine device. But no one dares to approach. It is said that any ship that gets close will be instantly torn apart by an invisible force. They saw a terrifyingly large engine device. When the word engine pierced his ears, Yi Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. No further evidence was needed. The key given by the blacksmith and the information provided by Carl at this moment perfectly aligned, pointing to the same answer. Curvature engine. It truly exists. The Black Skull pirates are desperately seeking that coordinate for it. If he could bring back that prototype and the technical data to Blue Star, the energy and navigation problems plaguing Academician Qian and the entire Great Xia scientific system would be solved in an instant. Human civilization would genuinely qualify to step into the interstellar era. A strong desire ignited within him. He needed more information to assess the risks. What do you know about level 3 civilizations? Carl paused for a moment, then a look of instinctive fear appeared on his face. Level 3 civilization. I've only heard a little from the elders. The gap in civilization levels cannot be bridged by quantity. A level 1 civilization in front of a level 3 civilization is like a primitive man with a stone spear challenging an interstellar warship. We don't even understand how they perished. Yi Xiao fell silent. He looked at the coordinates displayed before him, the A7 area marked in blood red. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to go to those ruins. This was the only shortcut for Blue Star, but he needed to prepare more thoroughly. He raised his head and looked back at Carl. Is the Feather Tribe person who sold you the information still alive? Carl shook his head. Dead. I saw his corpse at the junkyard the day after I bought the information. As expected, dead men keep secrets forever. From today on, you are my eyes and ears here. Yi Xiao's tone left no room for rebuttal. Carl nodded solemnly. He understood that from the moment he donned this battle armor, his life was tied to this inscrutable man. I need you to gather all information regarding the Black Skull pirates, especially the actions of their high-ranking members. And any news related to the A7 area, no matter how unreliable, I want to know. Understood. Carl replied crisply. With this equipment, he was no longer the vulnerable low-tier scavenger who could be bullied. He had the means to survive and gather intelligence. Yi Xiao took out several items from the storage space and tossed them to Carl. Energy blocks will keep you alive, and medical spray will help you live longer next time. He paused, placing a communicator in Carl's hand, his tone flat, yet commanding. And this is for you to contact me and for me to find you. Stay alive, Carl. You are useful to me and to us. How many humans like us are left on the star skeleton? Yi Xiao suddenly asked. Carl's gaze darkened. Very few. Most are hiding like rats in sewers or abandoned mines, struggling to survive. Some were captured by pirates and enslaved, and many more died in various places. His voice carried a tinge of sorrow. We are the abandoned people of the universe. Abandoned? Yi Xiao's fist quietly clenched where no one could see. No, it may have been true before, but not now. He was the beacon guiding all lost compatriots home. Yi Xiao stepped forward and patted Carl's armored shoulder. The cold metal felt solid. Wait for my return. With that, he did not linger, turning and walking towards a somewhat open expanse of ruins. He had to return to Blue Star immediately. A level restricted zone, level 3 civilization, ruins, curvature engine. This information is too important. It must be conveyed to Elder Yin and Academician Qian at once. For this expedition, he needed the entire Great Xia nation to support him. The AI host would need to perform extensive calculations based on the new information. The research team must prepare technological plans in advance for the unknown risks. The Zhurong battle armor also needs to be adjusted according to the environment of the A7 area. He stood in the center of the ruins, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Kunlun Lunar Base Sector A01 Teleportation Matrix. Suddenly a shrill alarm pierced the air. Warning. High-energy spatial anomaly detected. Non-standard teleportation protocol activated. Coordinates A01. Crimson alarm lights flooded the chamber instantly. Automated defense turrets embedded in the walls swiveled and locked onto the matrix's center. Space convulsed violently. A silver flash tore through the air. Yi Xiao staggered into existence, collapsing onto one knee. Do not move. Target acquired. Drop all objects immediately. Over 30 fully armed special operations troops stormed in from every direction. Dozens of electromagnetic rifles trained their crimson laser dots on him, overlapping into a single searing point of light upon his chest. Tension hung like a blade at the throat of silence. Stand down. A man's voice roared over the comms channel. Li Zhonghua burst through the door as if flung by force. His eyes first blazed with lethal intent, then froze in utter disbelief. Deactivate Level 1 alert. All personnel, maintain readiness. He strode forward, knelt beside Yi Xiao, and lowered his voice to a taut, measured whisper. Your scheduled return was 14 hours from now. He did not ask, are you injured? But cut straight to the heart of the crisis. Every unsanctioned operation carried the weight of existential peril. Something catastrophic has occurred. Yi Xiao lifted his head. Dehydration had scraped his voice raw. Without preamble, he withdrew a battered metal scroll from his inner vest, a surface scarred by countless impacts. I found it, the curvature drive. Li Jingguo's breath caught mid-inhalation. His hand, already reaching for his comm unit, froze in midair. He snapped back to awareness and barked into his collar mic. Patch me through to the Tian Shu priority channel. Maximum encryption. Now? Immediately. Top secret command center. 2 holographic projections ignited simultaneously. On the left stood Elder Yan, impeccably clad in a Zhongshan suit, his expression as unshakable as granite. On the right stood academician Qian Jingchen, hair disheveled, white lab coat, smudged with black residue. He had clearly been summoned straight from the laboratory. Comrade Yi Xiao. Elder Yan's voice remained calm, steady, as though reviewing routine field reports. Elder Yan. Academician Qian. Yi Xiao rose slowly before the hologram's spine, straightening with quiet resolve. In the stellar wreckage wasteland sector A7, I obtained a precise set of coordinates. He paused, letting the names settle like dust in still air, resonating deep within every listener's mind. A decommissioned research facility belonging to a Tier 3 civilization. Academician Qian lunged forward, nearly colliding with the hologram. Tier 3. Are the coordinates verified? Have we traced the signal origin? Is this a trap? Academician Qian. Elder Yan's voice cut through the cascade of questions. Calm, absolute, final. Qian exhaled sharply, realizing his lapse. He drew a deep breath, adjusted his spectacles, but behind the lenses his eyes burned with irrepressible fervor and awe. Yi Xiao ignored him, continuing in that same detached, unwavering tone, the voice of one who had stared into the void and returned unchanged. Cross-validated intelligence corroborated by preliminary system analysis. The site houses a functional prototype of the curvature drive. This time the command center fell into absolute suffocating silence, so profound a pin's fall would have echoed like thunder. Not even a whisper stirred the air. Academician Qian's lips parted, yet no sound emerged. His eyes that had deciphered quantum schematics and charted humanity's distant horizons, now shone with stunned, incandescent disbelief. Then, like a boy overcome by revelation, he slammed his palm against his thigh. Excellent. Magnificent. The curvature drive. It's real, the curvature drive. He laughed, a wild, unrestrained torrent of sound, pacing in tight circles, fingers wrenching at his already unruly hair. Energy. Interstellar travel. Every bottleneck, every technological choke point. We can shatter them all. Heaven itself favors Xia, favors all of humankind. Yet Yi Xiao's next words extinguished the blaze of euphoria in an instant. However, that coordinate has been designated an Alpha-class restricted zone by the Interstellar Alliance. Qian's laughter died mid-breath, his rapture hardened into frozen shock. Alpha-class. Restricted zone. Yi Xiao paid him no heed. Instead, he projected the system's assessment directly onto the central command display. A pulsing blood-red numeral glared from the screen. Composite survival probability 8%. The number silenced every voice. The feverish warmth of triumph chilled instantly, plummeting into glacial stillness. This was no longer mere probability. It was a death warrant, signed in cold, unblinking light. Elder Yin, who had remained silent until now, slowly raised his gaze. His eyes did not linger on the fatal numeral, but pierced across vast distances, locking unflinchingly onto Yi Xiao's face. He posed a question heavy with gravity. What is your recommendation? Not should we proceed, but what is your judgment? That question split the burden of decision, half falling upon the young man who had just clawed his way back from oblivion. To go was to wager Yi Xiao himself, and Xia's sole remaining hope, against less than a 5% chance of success. To stay was to remain confined to Blue Earth, inching forward in fragile isolation, waiting only for the Black Skull pirates or some far greater power to crush them beneath an indifferent heel. This is not a choice, Elder Yan. Yi Xiao lifted his chin. His gaze was sharp, unyielding. It is the only path open to us. He undid the collar of his combat suit, revealing a ghastly wound, a scorching energy graze. Even after emergency spray application, it remained livid and terrifying. Before returning, I was encircled by a Vulture-class assault fleet. I expended every survival point, pushing strength and speed to 40, to escape with my life. He swept his gaze across the room, taking in the stunned Special Forces operatives and the 2 elders beyond the screen, faces etched with solemn dread. There is no time for incremental progress. They have marked me. Next time their fleet will be stronger, and their traps deadlier. The gulf between us cannot be bridged by overtime or scientists burning the midnight oil. Only by securing that device can we overturn the balance, leapfrog the chasm, and claim equal standing at the interstellar table. Each word landed like a hammer strike, resonant, irrevocable. Across the command center, only heavy breathing remained. This was no mission. It was a wager, staked on the very spark of civilization. Elder Yin closed his eyes. 2 fingers tapped, measured deliberate, upon the tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. Each beat weighed the lives of millions and the fate of a species. After a long suspended moment, he opened his eyes. We require a Tier 0 risk assessment of Sector A7. Comprehensive, exhaustive, and classified above top secret. Yi Xiao seemed to have anticipated the directive. He offered no further justification, only reached into an inconspicuous pouch on his tactical vest and withdrew another object. A data chip, no larger than a thumbnail, glinted cobalt blue under the overhead lights. He tossed it onto the control console before him. A soft crystalline ping rang out, crisp and unmistakable in the hushed chamber. Ship's log and personal data retrieved from a slain Black Skull pirate squad leader. Yi Xiao's gaze swept across every face present, steady, unblinking, edged with chilling clarity. Before deciding whether to gamble on that 8% survival margin, I believe it imperative that you all witness firsthand what our future adversaries truly are. Qian Jingqian strode forward swiftly and extended his trembling hands to receive the deep blue data chip from Yi Xiao. Tertiary AI mainframe. Switched to combat mode and decrypt at full power. He bypassed standard protocols entirely, issuing the command with a voice trembling from exhilaration. Li Zhenghua made no attempt to stop him. Instead, he exchanged a silent glance with the guards whose hands instinctively settled on the holsters at their waists. The chip slid precisely into the console slot. A deep, resonant hum reverberated from within the walls, the sound of the AI mainframe's cooling systems operating at maximum capacity. Superfluous lights in the command center dimmed, concentrating all illumination upon the central holographic projection. Instantly, the screen flooded with torrents of unfamiliar glyphs and cascading data streams, alien, enigmatic, and rapidly shifting. These data appeared as relics left behind by a fallen civilization. Yin Lao, Li Zhenghua, and Yi Xiao, still bearing the raw exhaustion of recent combat, felt suddenly profoundly insignificant. They stood face-to-face with an immense, unfathomable unknown. Time slipped away in hushed stillness. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. The AI's roar did not subside. It intensified. The air temperature in the command center steadily rose. Report. A technician's voice shattered the silence. AI core temperature has exceeded safety thresholds. It is drawing upon auxiliary power autonomously. Qian Jingqian stared unblinking at the screen, bloodshot, eyes wide, seemingly deaf to the warning. Found it, he murmured softly, almost to himself. A crisp electronic chime pierced the din, clear, sharp, and unmistakable. Critical information module decryption complete. Projected. Yin Lao's voice cut through the tension like a blade. In the next instant, the scrolling data vanished. In its place appeared a deceptively simple, yet staggering table. Tier 1 civilization, planetary mastery of controlled nuclear fusion, operational range confined to the Homestar system. Representative technologies, fusion reactors, chemical propulsion, spacecraft, rudimentary, artificial intelligence. At the first entry, Qian Jingqian instinctively exhaled and allowed a flicker of prideful satisfaction to cross his lips. We have already achieved this, and in certain domains surpassed it. Li Zhenghua's expression softened just slightly. At least Earth was not the lowest rung. Yet as the second line materialized slowly upon the screen, Qian Jingqian's smile froze rigid upon his face. Tier 2 civilization, stellar mastery of antimatter energy, unrestricted navigation within one's native stellar system, capability to establish and sustain multiple planetary colonies. Representative technologies, antimatter annihilation drives, nascent Dyson spheres, foundational quantum communication networks. Antimatter, Dyson spheres, technologies still confined to theoretical conjecture among Earth's foremost physicists. Yet here, they were listed merely as baseline capabilities of Tier 2. Which means, Li Zhenghua said hoarsely, reaching Tier 2 grants mastery over the entire energy output of a star system. Their combat potential. He trailed off, but every soul in the room understood. Earth's aircraft carrier fleets would be utterly defenseless before such a civilization. On the holographic display, the third line began to emerge. Tier 3 civilization, galactic mastery of spacetime, curvature manipulation, capability for faster than light interstellar travel. Representative technologies, curvature drives, stable spatial gateways, universal genetic engineering, rudimentary energy shielding. Energy shielding. Yi Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. He recalled the Vulture-class assault vessel, the faint cerulean halo that had nullified every one of his attacks. He remembered expending every ounce of strength just to fracture that shield, mere slivers of weakness in what was only a rudimentary energy barrier. The curvature drive they had long coveted, the very technology they believed could elevate Great Xia to global preeminence, was nothing more than Tier 3's foundational infrastructure. Qian Jingqian fell silent, slumping into his chair, head cradled in his hands, his body shaken by the sheer magnitude of revelation. The gap was absolute, unbridgeable. Then came Tier 4. Then Tier V. Tier 4 civilization, nebular mastery of elementary dimensional manipulation, applied dark matter energy, planetary ecosystem reengineering. In Tier V civilization, galactic cluster, partial mastery of temporal laws, application of cosmic string theory, influence over fundamental physical laws, civilizational ascension-dissension warfare. When the phrase dimensional dissension warfare appeared, rendered in pulsing crimson, the weight of it crushed every breath from the command center. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Only the AI's straining thunderous hum filled the void. Qian Jingqian's voice was parched, cracked, as if aged decades and seconds. Including the technology Yi Xiao brought back, our civilization index stands at approximately 1.4, perhaps at most 1.45. He lifted his gaze toward Li Jinghua, his eyes hollow with despair. And those black skull pirates, that vulture-class assault vessel. Li Jinghua's fists clenched rigidly at his sides, knuckles bleaching white under the strain. Through gritted teeth, he forced out the words, minimum standard, Tier 2. 5. A chasm spanning an entire tier of civilizational advancement. The civilization confronting Earth was far more formidable than any had dared imagine. Yet in that suffocating silence of utter desolation, Yi Xiao, who had remained motionless and silent, suddenly raised a finger and pointed toward a corner of the screen. Here. His voice was calm, utterly unervingly steady, and that very calmness shattered the despair clinging to every soul like frost. Zoom in on this footnote. All eyes turned instantly. Beneath the description of Tier 3 civilization, a single line of muted gray text had been deliberately inset. Note armed coalitions such as the Interstellar Pirate Alliance possess heterogeneous technological origins. Though equipped with select Tier 3 artifacts, their scientific and industrial trees are severely skewed and incomplete, thus classified as Tier 3 only in the broadest, most nominal sense. Broadest sense. Li Jinghua seized upon the phrase immediately. Before he could speak, the AI had already parsed and displayed the corollary analysis. Such entities do not evolve organically. Rather, they are conglomerates, patchworks of remnants from extinguished civilizations, salvaged technologies, displaced personnel, fractured knowledge bases. Characteristics: possession of overspecification, singular technologies grossly disproportionate to their underlying industrial maturity. In conclusion, pronounced technological vulnerabilities and critical systemic weaknesses exist. This revelation ignited a spark in every heart. A weakness existed, and where there was weakness, victory, however improbable, remained possible. Yet before relief could settle, before hope could take root, a piercing alarm shrieked across the command center. Every line of text on the hologram dissolved, replaced by a vast throbbing field of blood-red light, tightening every chest with dread. For the first time, the AI's voice fractured, sharp, urgent, almost panicked. Warning. Warning. High-priority encrypted data detected. Within database redundancy files, a unique annotation linked to Stellar Concordat, Class A surveillance target, has been identified. Target designation, a word universally known, blazed across the crimson screen, each character seeming to bleed. Human civilization. A blood-red light instantly filled the entire command center. The synthesized voice of the Level 3 AI mainframe distorted for the first time, becoming sharp and tinged with a fear that seemed uncharacteristic of a machine. Alert. The highest level information related to Star Alliance Level A monitoring target has been found in the backup files of the database. Target codename. Two familiar Chinese characters appeared in the center of the blood-red screen. Humanity civilization. Humanity civilization. Li Jinghua was the first to exclaim. The decryption was complete. A line of cold universal cosmic language appeared before everyone. Target file: humanity civilization assessment status: functionally extinct, functional extinction. These four words instantly drained color from academician Qian Jingqian's face. The atmosphere on-site suddenly froze. Elder Yan's hand resting on the edge of the control panel tightened into a fist, creaking the alloy surface. What does this mean? His throat moved slightly, and his voice was hoarse. The AI mainframe immediately brought up the detailed contents of the file. The content on the holographic projection appeared line by line. It was no longer simple text. It resembled a death report written for an entire civilization spanning tens of thousands of years. File record: humanity civilization, formerly known as Blue Star Civilization, originated at the edge of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way galaxy. With the AI's explanation, a massive star map unfolded, and an inconspicuous light spot was rapidly magnified. This civilization had a strong desire for expansion and technological learning, having reached the peak of level 4 civilization with 1270 colonized star systems in the third quadrant of the Milky Way and a total population exceeding 500 billion at its peak. Countless metallic cities were built on different planets and vast fleets sailed between the star systems. Qian Jingqian's body swayed slightly, his eyes involuntarily revealing a hint of pride and yearning. That should have been their future. However, the next record shattered this brilliance. The projection suddenly darkened. In the year 350-4505 of the Star Alliance standard calendar, the humanity civilization was subjected to civilization cleansing executed by the 13th Enforcement Fleet of the Star Alliance for violating Article 117 of the Interstellar Alliance Civilization Development Restriction Ordinance, which prohibits the research of uncontrollable dimensional weapons. Crackle. A glaring red error code popped up on the technician's console screen. His arm trembled violently, making it impossible for him to continue operating. Cleansing result: the main fleet of humanity was entirely annihilated at the Kuiper Belt defense line. On the screen, an incredibly large fleet silently turned into cosmic dust. The mother planet Earth and all colonized star systems were subjected to a dimensional strike by the high-dimensional weapon two-dimensional foil, completely transforming the core area of civilization into a two-dimensional wasteland. The AI's tone was devoid of any emotion, yet the images it projected filled everyone with immense fear. A blue, stunningly beautiful planet in the footage seemed to be swept by an invisible hand. There were no explosions, no flames. It simply flattened. Mountains, oceans, cities, life. Everything along with space itself was compressed and stretched by an irresistible force, ultimately becoming an absolutely flat static painting. A magnificent yet desolate painting embedded in the universe. No. Qian Jingqian stumbled back, colliding with the chair behind him, falling into it. He gripped his hair tightly, as if trying to pull his scalp off. Impossible. Our history. Earth. His lips moved, but he could no longer utter a complete sentence. The AI's report continued coldly, as if reading a pre-prepared document. Subsequent assessment: the remaining humans scattered across various abandoned planets and cosmic junkyards, becoming scavengers, slaves, or subjects of experimentation. The total population dropped to less than 10 million, with all knowledge and technology of civilization lost, becoming disorganized. Final conclusion: this civilization has lost the possibility of self-recovery and redevelopment, marked as functionally extinct by the Star Alliance, no longer posing any threat. Every word felt like a knife to the heart. Li Zingguo's breathing suddenly became heavy and rough as he turned sharply, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yishao. He thought of Carl. He thought of those who struggled to survive in the star wreckage, speaking fluent Chinese. The people on the garbage planet. Carl and the others. This question, more than being directed at Yishao, was more of an inquiry to himself, yet he dared not contemplate the answer. They don't look like our aliens. Each word was laborious for him to pronounce. They are our descendants. This question cast a chill colder than death over the entire command center. Time. Yishao's mind raced, countless pieces of information colliding in his brain. Star wreckage is the cosmic junkyard of 10,000 years hence. Carl is a human who can speak Chinese. He crossed not just space, but time. He arrived 10,000 years later. Humanity's civilization had turned into cosmic trash, thrown into the junkyard of the future. Two words exploded in his mind. Universal survival. System bug. A chilling hypothesis took form. Yishao suddenly raised his head, scanning every lost and dazed face in the command center. Li Zingguo's despair. Qian Jingqian's collapse. Elder Yan's silence. What if? His voice was soft yet clearly reached everyone's ears. If there was no bug. He paused, letting everyone look at him. If at the beginning all 7 billion people were transmitted together by that universal survival system. Yishao articulated that terrifying conclusion word for word. Does that mean all humans would be directly thrown into that future where we are already functionally extinct? This thought struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The so-called universal survival was by no means an opportunity. Rather, it was a premeditated, delayed death sentence for the entire Blue Star civilization. It was a one-way ticket sending everyone to the grave of civilization. Phew. Elder Yan slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the fear in his gaze had been forcibly suppressed by a powerful will. He used all his strength to support himself on the table, gradually standing straight. This action seemed to uphold the very spine of civilization. Now is not the time to be afraid. His gaze became sharp, scanning each person, no longer gentle. 3 questions. First, is this future already set in stone? Can it still be changed? Second, what organization is the Star Alliance? Why would we 10,000 years later be foolish enough to touch that prohibition? Third, His voice suddenly rose like a thunderclap. And the most important, what can we do now to prevent all of this from happening? These three questions instantly awakened the nearly collapsing crowd. Yes, now is not the time for despair. They were still alive. They were still 10,000 years before. They still had Yishao. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Yishao. Yishao raised his head, his previously scattered eyes regaining their determination, igniting a flame of rage. Fear. Despair. No. When he learned that the entire civilization was doomed to extinction, what surged within him was an anger and unwillingness powerful enough to burn everything. There is only one answer. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but very firm. Become stronger. Become stronger before that damn Star Alliance finds us. Strong enough that they dare not lay a hand on us. Strong enough. Yishao suddenly turned around, staring directly at Elder Yan's holographic projection across the screen. We can change that damned future with our own hands. Elder Yan, a level restricted zone, level 3 civilization ruins. I must go. The curvature engine is our only hope for buying time. No matter how dangerous it is, no matter how low the chances of survival are, we already have no way out. In the command center, the air seemed to solidify. Elder Yan did not issue an order immediately. His hand resting on the control panel gradually tightened the alloy surface, groaning under the unbearable pressure. His gaze swept over every pale face in the command center, finally settling on Yishao. We are standing at the edge of a cliff. To retreat is to face an abyss of despair. To jump, perhaps there is still a chance of survival. He suddenly raised his hand, no longer pointing at anyone, but directly at the core sensor of the AI mainframe. I approve the operation, but it is not a death wish. AI mainframe initiate storm war simulation mode. Even if computation power is exhausted, it does not matter. Even if the core burns out, I want it counted. I want you to simulate a path of survival from all the data from this despair. Warning, the storm mode will cause 73 of the computing units to suffer permanent overload damage. The core temperature is expected to exceed the critical point in 24 hours, leading to irreversible damage. Execute. The synthesized voice of the AI first carried a sense of urgency. Execute. Elder Yan's roar echoed like thunder crashing into the energy core of the Kunlun base. The command took immediate effect. A low rumble emanated from deep within the base, the sound of the backup energy system being forcibly activated. The massive Tier 3 AI mainframe entered a life-or-death countdown. Everything brought back by Yishao was prioritized for devouring and analysis. The charred fiber samples from the battle suit. The microscopic particle traces left after weapon energy leaks. That deep blue data chip. A torrent of massive data transformed into a cascading light waterfall on the holographic projection, each byte disassembled, crushed, and reorganized. A bloody cosmic tableau was being forcibly pieced together. On the holographic projection of the command center, a massive tree diagram gradually unfolded. The Black Skull pirate crew is a pirate group under the Galactic Pirate Alliance. Li Zhenghua spoke, his voice hoarse like two rocks grinding together. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and nights, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the edge of extreme fatigue and excitement. His finger pointed at the skull emblem atop the projection. Cross-verification confirms that the star waste is divided into 7 major regions, each belonging to one of the 7 pirate lords of the Black Skull pirate crew. Above the lords is the Pirate Crew Council. The icon representing the council flickered ominously in red. 13 council members are the actual brains of the alliance. A repeatedly encrypted communication record shows that at least 3 of these 13 possess complete Tier 3 civilization warships. Tier 3 civilization warships. Academician Qian Jingchen's body swayed slightly. He instinctively clenched his fists, the knuckles turning a deathly white from excessive force. That was not a warship. That was an executioner's axe hanging over Blue Star. It meant that orbital strikes could directly penetrate the crust, rendering all of Daxia's proud defenses worthless. However, what truly froze their marrow was what the AI unearthed from the deepest layer of the navigation logs. A coordinate. A place the pirates referred to as home. A grotesque metallic skull occupied the center of the projection. It was not a sculpture. Rather, it was a twisted creation forcibly welded and piled together from the wreckage of countless warships in the cosmos. Its hollow eye sockets stared at the star waste below in sync with the orbital path, as if gazing at everyone in the command center. Target codename Nest of Plunderers. Classification Supermassive Orbital Military Fortress. Resource Transfer Station. Resident Armed Population. Defense Level Standard Tier 3 Civilization. Energy Shield. An Orbital Defense Matrix. Description: the place referred to as home by the pirate crew is a large space station above the star waste. 100,000. A young technician muttered, swallowing hard, unable to gulp down the icy air. Not 100,000 scavengers, but 100,000 professional butchers who have pillaged and killed in the universe for countless years. At the end of the file, there was an additional note. It was like a silent slap in the face of everyone. Note, this fortress has a secret agreement with the Star Alliance's cleanup troops. Before the Star Alliance's garbage transport fleet arrives, they will send an encrypted signal to the nest of plunderers. The fortress will activate optical stealth and shut down external communications in exchange for the Star Alliance's tacit approval of its existence. Bastards. Academician Qian Jingqian did not smash the wall. He abruptly turned around, stumbling a few steps to his terminal, his hands trembling as he struggled to unlock the screen. He called up a blank calculation board, frantically writing and calculating, repeatedly muttering, "No. It shouldn't be. What is this non-interference? This is raising a venomous insect. This is tacit approval. They have turned the entire star waste, all human survivors, into a recycling yard. A ranch. Let those scum pirates scavenge valuable bones from the corpse of civilization." He screamed, his voice turning sharp and distorted in the end. The so-called Galactic Alliance Civilization Development Restriction Regulations. The so-called civilization cleansing. At this moment, all the grandiose justifications were shattered, revealing the nauseating truth beneath. A cosmic-level dark humor. This is the truth of the universe. Yi Xiao spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. He simply stared at the metallic skull. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. There is no justice, only interests. Every day in the star waste, he learned this singular law. The nest of plunderers is the heart of the pirates and a nail that we must remove in the future. Elder Yan's voice pulled everyone back to reality. But right now, our only objective is the curvature engine. His gaze returned to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised his hand, sliding over his control terminal. The coordinates provided by Carl were projected onto the main screen. Star Waste, A7 region. Next to the flashing red dot was only one word. High risk. AI analysis indicates that the spatial energy in this area is extremely abnormal, rendering conventional detection methods ineffective. Qian Jingqian forced himself to calm down, regaining his identity as a researcher. The relic itself is likely a military research facility of a Tier 3 civilization abandoned during the war. This means that there is a high chance of an operational automatic defense system inside, and a large number of unstable high-energy experimental materials. So not only do I have to face the harsh environment of the Forbidden Zone, but I might also run into automatic turrets from thousands of years ago. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose, his face betraying no expression. Elder Yin walked up to Yi Xiao. He did not mention the righteousness of civilization again, nor did he say any strategic deployments. He simply extended his wrinkled hand, still sturdy, heavily pressing down on Yi Xiao's shoulder. The solid feel of muscle and bone came through the battle suit clearly. "Xiao Yi." The old man paused. "Come back alive." These 4 words were heavier than mountains and deeper than the sea. Yi Xiao took a breath. All the emotions churning in his chest, anger, unwillingness, despair, were crushed at this moment, forged into a pure will. He turned and walked towards the core area of the base in silence. He was heading towards the only teleportation matrix that led to the future. This time he was no longer alone. Behind him stood an entire civilization. At the B7 level of the Kunlun base, the teleportation preparation area was eerily quiet, illuminated only by harsh white lights, with the air thick with a mix of ozone and metallic coolant. Yi Xiao stood before a row of neatly arranged equipment. He knew that these tools had been crafted exclusively for him by the Daxia, utilizing the might of the entire nation. The Zhuangno 2-foot multi-terrain combat armor stood before him, its dark red exterior exuding a sense of danger, its surface seemingly non-reflective. As Yi Xiao approached, the chest plate of the armor silently slid open, revealing a complex array of life support tubing and neural connection ports within. He removed his combat suit and stepped inside. The cold metallic components began to conform to his body, from his feet to his waist, and then to his back. With a series of precise mechanical clicks, the armor enveloped him completely. As the helmet sealed shut, his vision instantly transformed into a tactical display. Life support system check. Normal. Neural synchronization rate. 98. 7. Energy shield activated, strength 1800 units. A cascade of light blue data streams passed before his eyes. He attempted to move his fingers, and the 10 metallic fingers mirrored his actions instantly with almost no delay. He could feel the energy core behind him emitting a deep, resonant hum akin to a powerful heartbeat. "We have integrated the secondary civilization materials you brought back into the design of the Pangano. 2. Increasing the shield's strength by 50%. Qian Jingqian's voice came through the communicator in his helmet. In normal combat conditions, it can be used continuously for 72 hours. The life support system inside can sustain you for a week in a vacuum or toxic environment. Yi Xiao remained silent. He raised his arm and clenched his fist tightly, feeling the immense power capable of crushing steel. This power belonged not only to him, but to the entire nation behind him. His gaze shifted to the other side of the equipment rack, where a rifle longer and heavier than the Thunder Spike lay waiting. Qian Jingchen walked over, picked up the gun, and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao caught it with both hands. It was heavy. The weight of the rifle caused his arms to sag slightly, but the armor's assistive power system immediately countered most of the weight. He adjusted his stance, resting the stock against the armor on his shoulder, the cold metallic touch feeling very real. Based on the secondary civilization weapons you brought back, we have optimized the energy storage and acceleration devices. Theoretically, a single shot can penetrate the weak shields of a secondary civilization warship. These are the bullets. Qian Jingchen pointed to 2 metal boxes nearby. 10 high-explosive rounds and 5 specially made tungsten-core armor-piercing rounds. Use them sparingly. Yi Xiao opened the ammunition box and picked up an armor-piercing round. It resembled a small spear, its dark metallic tip gleaming ominously, suggesting its ability to pierce through anything. He loaded the magazines one by one, attaching them to the tactical mounting points on the armor. His movements were precise and methodical. Then his gaze fell upon a rather unassuming silver-white metal backpack located behind the armor. Everyone in the command center had fallen silent for a long time when they saw the design plans for this backpack. Qian Jingchen approached, gently patting the backpack with a low voice. This is a micro-nuclear fusion reactor. It provides power to all your equipment. He paused as if contemplating how to express himself. At the same time, it is your last resort. Once you authorize it, the self-destruct sequence will activate. Qian Jingchen left the sentence hanging. But Yi Xiao understood what it meant. A tactical nuclear bomb. He could detonate himself at the heart of the enemy, or in the most desperate moments transforming into a powerful miniature sun. In addition, there were 6 high-explosive grenades and 3 electromagnetic pulse bombs capable of instantly incapacitating large electronic devices. A medical nanobot injector could seal fatal wounds in 3 seconds. Yi Xiao checked each of these items, memorizing their positions and familiarizing himself with the function of every button. He needed to make these capabilities second nature. And this. Qian Jingchen finally handed over a very ordinary black wristband. This is an experimental model called the Spatial Anchor. Yi Xiao accepted it. The wristband was light and made of an unknown material. Qian Jingchen's expression was very serious. This device cannot be activated voluntarily. According to the AI host calculations, when your body sustains impacts exceeding the limits of the shield and life support system, it will automatically activate at the moment the system determines you are about to die. It will exhaust all energy from your anchor core, teleporting you randomly to a nearby location at the cost of self-destruction. Remember Yi Xiao. Qian Jingchen called his full name for the first time. You only have one chance. The teleport destination is completely random. It might throw you into danger or to a safe place. But it might give you a chance to survive. Yi Xiao solemnly put on the wristband on his left wrist. One more thing. Li Jingguo walked over with an encrypted data tablet. He wasted no time directly handing the tablet to Yi Xiao. The AI host has run simulations tens of thousands of times, and we have a hypothesis. Yi Xiao took the tablet, and the information automatically transferred into the encrypted storage of his armor. The secondary mission objective: search for any historical information related to the Interstellar Alliance or the destruction of human civilization within the relics of the tertiary civilization. Li Jingguo's gaze was sharp. At any cost, bring that information back. This relates to whether we can truly understand the enemy and even find their weaknesses. Yi Xiao nodded, and a prompt flashed on the screen in front of him. Mission confirmed. Capturing the curvature engine was for survival. Investigating the truth of history was to understand why they had been annihilated and whom to take revenge on. When everything was ready, the alloy doors of the preparation area slowly opened with a deep hydraulic sound. Outside stood Elder Yin and all the top officials at the lunar base. They did not line up. They stood silently watching the figure wrapped in armor. At this moment, Yi Xiao was no longer the student struggling for survival, nor a lone warrior. Every piece of equipment on him embodied the wisdom and sweat of a civilization. Every step he took next bore consequences for billions of lives. Elder Yin stepped in front of him. The elder's back was always straight, but at this moment his voice sounded a bit hoarse. He raised his hand as if to pat Yi Xiao on the shoulder, but upon seeing the heavy armor, he halted mid-motion. Finally, that wrinkled hand pressed heavily on Yi Xiao's arm. Remember, Elder Yin said slowly, word by word, nothing is more important than your life. If the situation goes awry, retreat immediately. We will find a way. We will wait for your return. Yi Xiao remained silent. He raised his metal-clad right hand and saluted the crowd with a very standard military gesture. The metal arm traced a cold arc under the lights. I will return. His voice came through the loudspeaker, calm, yet resolute. For Daxia. For humanity. With that, he decisively turned, and under the solemn gazes of all walked step by step toward the gathering white light at the center of the teleportation area. This time his destination was no longer a garbage dump on the wasteland, but a site marked as in a level forbidden zone long dormant for thousands of years. The relics of a tertiary civilization. At the center of the teleportation matrix, the light grew increasingly bright. This light was not pure white, but rather thick and scorching, resembling molten metal, causing the surrounding air to emit a hissing sound of burning. The powerful energy caused the metallic screws on the control panel to vibrate rapidly, emitting a piercing hum. The entire command center was enveloped in a dead silence. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed beyond the data screens, staring intently at the figure about to be swallowed by the light. He stood there, their only hope. The intense light made the outline of the Zhurong armor appear blurred, yet he did not activate the teleportation immediately. He slowly turned around. The movement was slow. Within the powerful energy field, every slight motion of his heavy armor was an arduous effort. Through the distorted air caused by the energy, he took one last look at the people behind him. He saw Elder Yin. The old man leaned on the control panel, veins bulging on his hands. The hand that had once patted his shoulder, now gripping the edge of the panel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. He saw academician Qian Jingchen. This usually composed scholar had his eyes reddened by the glow of the screen. His fists clenched, his body leaning forward as if to lend his will to aid the teleportation. He saw Li Zhenghua. The man merely stood there, his lips pressed into a stiff line, resembling a silent statue. He saw more unfamiliar faces. Young technicians, researchers with graying hair, some of them perhaps just days ago had spoken to him. At this moment, everyone wore the same expression. A complex emotion mingled with sadness and strong hope. Yi Xiao looked at them. Beneath the helmet of the armor, the corners of his mouth moved upward. It was not a smile, but a silent promise. He deeply etched the faces of these people into his mind. Then he abruptly turned back, facing the unknown and darkness ahead. He closed his eyes. His consciousness connected with the star core mark in his mind. His thoughts transformed from cold commands to the hopes of all those behind him as he activated the teleportation core. Teleport. Buzz. In that instant, the world lost all sound. An absolute silence enveloped everything. Immediately, a massive white light beam shot up from the center of the matrix, as if to pierce through the top of the base. Inside the command center, all screens instantaneously turned into an blinding white. The brilliant light engulfed everything. In the next second, the light did not disperse. Instead, it abruptly contracted inward, and then completely vanished. The center of the teleportation matrix was now empty. Yi Xiao had disappeared. A deathly silence fell. After a few seconds, academician Qian Jingchen's body suddenly shook. He leaned against the control panel and heavily collapsed into his chair. He gasped for air as if he had just been pulled out of water, every ounce of his strength drained. He is gone, Li Zhenghua said, nothing, walking to the massive holographic star map. He traced a finger through the air, continuously magnifying the star map until the red glowing marked as high-risk coordinates of area A7 filled his entire field of vision. From this moment on, that coordinate became a sword hanging over everyone's hearts. Elder Yin slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all emotion had vanished, replaced by an extreme calm. He turned around to face every person in the command center who was still in shock. Every word he spoke was clear and powerful. Initiate the Zhulong plan with the highest authority. All departments enter a state of war on standby for 24 hours. From now on, there is only one thing we must do. His gaze swept across everyone, finally resting on the red star map that represented danger and hope. Wait. Wait for him to return with the curvature engine. Wait for him to return with the truth of the level 4 civilization. Wait for him to come home. Starframe, Yi Xiao's gaze pierced through the light, landing on the metallic floor beneath him. This was the place where he last met Carl, but it was not spotless. He caught some subtle traces. Several faint scorch marks, along with a small area of strangely melted alloy edges, resembled the aftermath of some ultra-high-energy weapon. He was quite familiar with this mark. It was Carl's energy blade. Yi Xiao examined the scorch marks on the ground, when suddenly the energy-sensing radar inside his helmet emitted a faint alarm. A weak but persistent energy signal was approaching from the shadows. The signal's identification code was the communicator he had given to Carl. He immediately raised his weapon in that direction and coldly said, "Come out." From the shadows, Carl slowly stepped out, raising both hands to signal. He meant no harm, yet his gaze fell upon Yi Xiao's radar sensing module, admiringly saying, "Nice equipment. It can even detect the hidden signals from my specially modified communicator." "You haven't left." Yi Xiao's voice sounded slightly lower through the loudspeaker, carrying an undeniable wariness. Carl paid no attention to the weapon aimed at him, simply standing there quietly, his deep gaze penetrating the armor resting upon Yi Xiao. "Waiting for your return." Yi Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Waiting for his return. Where was he returning from? "What do you mean? You're heading to that a level-restricted area, aren't you?" Carl did not answer. but questioned back, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Yi Xiao did not deny it. It was not hard to guess. Just a few days ago they had discussed the level restricted area, and he had constantly asked him, so it should be obvious. Yi Xiao did not directly answer yes or no, but spoke through the loudspeaker in an undeniable calm tone. I have no choice. For the civilization behind me. There is no retreat. Carl's eyes flashed with interest. The civilization behind you. Human civilization. He took 2 steps forward, effortlessly avoiding Yi Xiao's instinctive defensive movement. Is human civilization still surviving? As Yi Xiao listened to his question, an unnamed fire suddenly ignited within him. Surviving. Those 2 words were as jarring as needles. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. Not surviving. Still on Blue Star. This sentence resonated like a silent thunderclap exploding in the expansive preparation area. The playful and indifferent expression on Carl's face changed for the first time. The muscles in his face twitched slightly. Blue Star. The cradle of humanity, a home planet that was said to have been utterly destroyed in legends. Hadn't it been completely erased in the dimensionality reduction strike? How could there still be life? This completely overturned everything he knew about history. Yi Xiao looked at Carl's shocked face and did not say another word. What he needed to say had already been said. What remained was what needed to be done. He turned around, no longer paying attention to the gaze behind him, leaving behind a faint remark. Shall we go together? The muscles on Carl's face completely froze. Shall we go together? Those 4 words felt colder to him than any threat. To the A-class Forbidden Zone. That place whose very name equates to a death notice. Countless thoughts exploded in his mind in an instant, creating a chaotic turmoil. Blue Star. That legendary homeworld existing only in the fragmented data left by his parents still exists. The man before him from 10,000 years ago. Why would a civilization that should have been completely erased from history by the Star Alliance send people to this space graveyard? He watched Yi Xiao turn his back. The brand new Zhurong battle armor under the dim lights of the corridor reflected cold metallic glints at its seams. Such extreme precision and order clashed completely with the rusty wasteland world around them. It was a feeling of oppression brought about by pure power. Carl subconsciously followed. He didn't even know why. But a strong intuition told him that if he didn't keep up, he would miss a truth that could change everything he understood. This time it wasn't just about survival. It was for the answer. Yi Xiao did not look back. He heard the footsteps following behind him and did not ask another word. The 2 of them moved one after the other, passing through the twisted metal corridor. Yi Xiao stopped in a relatively open area and turned around. His gaze fell upon Carl's tattered battle armor. The energy shield interface was still sparking, and the power lines were exposed, indicating that the entire system's efficiency might be less than 60. Your equipment won't make it into A7. Yi Xiao's voice came through the speaker, very calm, as if stating a simple fact. Carl tugged at the corner of his mouth, silently mocking himself. Of course he knew. In the next second, the expression on his face froze. Yi Xiao turned around, his gaze landing on Carl's shabby battle armor, and spoke calmly. I need a teammate who can keep up with my pace, not a burden that requires me to divert my attention to protect. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Xiao raised his hand. Without any warning, a fully dark red battle armor appeared out of thin air before him. Carl's breath completely halted. Zhurong Type 1. 5, improved version. Yi Xiao's voice interrupted his shock. Put it on, and you will be my flank. What you see and hear belongs to my civilization. In exchange, I will show you the truth you wish to know. 3 minutes, make your choice. Carl stared intently at the battle armor. The armor's design was smooth, exuding a sense of power. The hydraulic rods and energy lines at the joints were clearly visible, and there was a burning flame emblem on the chest. He understood that by putting it on, he would completely stand on the same side as Yi Xiao, representing that ancient human civilization. This was both a benefit and a commitment. He chuckled dryly, no longer hesitating. He quickly stripped off his own Pangu armor. The Pangu had been damaged in recent battles and had become little more than scrap metal. As soon as he donned the Zhurong 1.5, the neural interface automatically connected. Buzz. A powerful force and sense of security he had never experienced before instantly spread throughout his body. He instinctively clenched his fist, and the joints of the armor's fingers emitted a dull, powerful mechanical sound. On the armor's screen, data rapidly refreshed. Energy reading 100. Shield strength 320 compared to Pangu model. His previous damaged equipment was nothing but a layer of paper in front of this new armor. Clang. A standard long gun and several spare magazines were thrown at his feet. Let's go. The 2 quickly left the abandoned preparation area, moving swiftly toward the coordinates of the A7 area. Above them, the sound of pirate ship engines occasionally roared past. That harsh, brutal noise was characteristic of the obsolete second-generation engines. The voice sprint analysis system in Yi Xiao's helmet quickly provided a judgment. Analysis result detected 3 groups of different engine voice prints belonging to different formations. Heading analysis, all formations ultimately point to coordinates. A 7-core area. It seems that the hungry wolves targeting this place are not just one batch. As they crossed a vast area of spaceship wreckage, several red dots suddenly lit up on Yi Xiao's radar from the shadows on the side. It's an ambush. Before he finished speaking, hiss, 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 numerous scorching energy beams shot towards them. Yi Xiao did not take a step back. The beams struck the shield of Zhurong II, producing only some ripples with no decrease in shield energy. He raised his high-energy long gun with his other hand. Lock on. Fire. The entire motion was completed in under a second. A blinding blue light streaked across, accurately hitting the chest of the enemy leader. The alien leader's shield shattered instantly, unable to withstand the force. Immediately after, a basin-sized hole exploded in his chest, charred flesh spilling out as his body fell straight down. One shot, one kill. The ambushers were stunned for half a second. Now's the time. Yi Xiao and Carl rushed out from behind the cover simultaneously. The gunfire flickered in the shadows. A few seconds later, the battle concluded. The air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Only one legless, crawling alien lay curled up on the ground, screaming in pain. Carl stepped forward, raising his gun, without hesitation, ready to give this still-breathing creature a swift end. This was the rule of the wasteland. Wait! But Yi Xiao stopped him and walked in front of that alien. The shadow cast by the armor completely enveloped it. Who sent you? Yi Xiao asked. The alien trembled all over, looking at the dark mouth of Yi Xiao's gun, and quickly spoke in a mixture of fear in the universal language. It was the Crimson Scale Lord. He paid us to scout to confirm whether the A7 area really has complete relics of a level 3 civilization. Crimson Scale Lord. Yi Xiao caught the key information. One of the 7 lords of the Black Skull Pirates. Yes. The Pirate Council is in chaos. All the lords want to seize the relics to gain an advantage over others. The information was sufficient. Yi Xiao expressionlessly raised his gun. Please. A small burst of blue light shot from the gun's muzzle, accurately embedding itself into the alien's head. Its body twitched once, and then fell completely silent. Carl silently watched all of this from the side. He had thought Yi Xiao would leave a survivor, or at least hesitate for a moment. But he was wrong. The man before him was not one to show mercy. He was the most efficient and decisive person when it came to solving problems. Leaving it alive would directly inform the Crimson Scale Lord that besides his competitors, there is an unknown third party here. Now it's dead and its entire team is wiped out. The Crimson Scale Lord will only think they were taken out by another group of pirates. Yi Xiao holstered his gun, his voice devoid of any emotion. He looked up towards the direction of the A7 area, where the space seemed to warp slightly due to the immense energy. The situation is more chaotic than imagined. He paused, a cold smile revealing at the corner of his mouth beneath the helmet. Let them fight, let them scramble, let them die. When they are mutually exhausted, that will be our best opportunity to make our move. The next 10 days completely changed Carl's mindset. They walked across a vast and twisted metallic wasteland. Beneath their feet were piles of spaceship hulls, some still emitting a dim blue light due to leaks from old fusion cores. Every 14 hours, precisely on time, Yi Xiao would stop. He would find a concealed spot to hide, such as a broken spaceship skeleton or an empty engine inlet. Wait for me. He would only say these 2 words each time. Then he would be enveloped by a sphere of light and disappear. The first time, Carl thought he had been abandoned. He stood guard alone with a gun for a whole hour. He set the detection radar of his armor to maximum. Any sound made him tense enough to almost pull the trigger. An hour later, the light reappeared. Yi Xiao walked out unscathed. He tossed several strange metallic discs to Carl. Electromagnetic pulse landmines. Yi Xiao's voice came from his helmet with little explanation, used to deal with robots. Carl silently picked them up and attached them to his armor without asking anything. By the second time Yi Xiao disappeared, Carl was already able to calmly sit down and check his weapons while remaining alert to his surroundings. This time Yi Xiao returned with several smaller devices. Microspace locators. Yi Xiao tossed one to Carl. In emergencies, they can retain your location information. The fourth time, Carl had completely stopped talking. He no longer counted the time, just followed along, remained vigilant, and waited. He noticed that every time Yi Xiao returned, his equipment had undergone noticeable changes. The reactor on the back of his armor had been replaced with a smaller, yet more powerful device at some point. Carl also saw that there was an additional energy bar on Yi Xiao's helmet screen that he had never seen before. It was a simple antimatter energy meter forcibly installed by academician Qian Jingchen. The bullets in Yi Xiao's hand had also changed from ordinary rounds to new ammunition. Fusion core rounds. Yi Xiao clicked in a new magazine without looking up. Carl watched as that bullet was fired, instantly burning a smooth round hole through 3 meters of spaceship armor. The edge of the hole sizzled, the residual energy slowly eating away at the metal. Just one shot. All of this pointed to one issue. At first, Carl thought there was a powerful logistics team behind Yishao, but he quickly dismissed that idea. The updates to the gear from ammunition to reactors happened far too rapidly, as if an entire production line existed solely to serve Yishao. This was not something a small team could accomplish. It implied the existence of an industrial system. The uniform numbering on the equipment, the reckless and rapid updates made Carl arrive at a conclusion that frightened him. Ordinary lone wolves or small organizations simply did not possess such strength. The ability to concentrate so many resources on one person at such speed to arm and support him at any cost. There was only one possibility: an existing, completely organized and highly mobilized civilization. Finally, after once again watching Yishao emerge from the light, Carl raised his head. His face, hidden beneath the helmet, had gone expressionless for several days. He couldn't help but ask the question that had been building up in his heart for so long, one that was driving him mad. His voice came through the communicator, slightly dry. "How many people are behind you?" He paused, as if pondering how to phrase it exactly. Yishao's hand grenade, changing motion, paused for a moment. He did not turn around, but looked up through a gap in the debris, gazing at the starry sky. He seemed to be staring at a completely different starry sky. Then he turned back, the dark red visor facing Carl, and replied in a very calm tone, 7 billion. There was silence in the communication. No sound of wind. No sound of electricity. Carl's mind was blank. 7 billion. This number was not heard through the ears, but crashed directly into his brain, obliterating everything he had known for the past 30 years. The total number of survivors on this planet was less than 1 million. 1 million people barely surviving on the ruins of civilization. And 7 billion was the population of a civilization. A still existing, completely organized, industrially powerful civilization with 7 billion people. Carl had always thought that he and the scattered compatriots in the corners of the universe were the last survivors of human civilization, ready to be erased at any moment. But now, someone was telling him, humanity had not perished at all. We're almost there. Yishao's voice pulled Carl back from his stupor. In the last 2 days, the closer they got to the A7 area, the more tense the atmosphere became. In the sky, more pirate ships could be seen flying back and forth, circling outside the forbidden zone. On the ground, more patrols appeared. Yishao, with Carl like a ghost, avoided most enemies. Once they hid in the shadow of a spaceship wreck. Below, a group of lizardman pirates passed by, cursing. Yishao clearly heard their conversation through the audio function of his armor. "Damn it, the Void Lord's people are here too. Just now at coordinate G52, they almost clashed with our people. They all want to claim credit. I heard that the Red Scale Lord has already sent someone to scout, saying it's not a laboratory, but a military factory of a level 3 civilization. Who cares? Let's finish the patrol and get back to report. Staying in this damned place for too long feels off." Yishao's gaze tightened. Red Scale Lord, Void Lord. At least 2 of the 7 great lords of the Black Skull pirate group had arrived. Both sides were secretly gathering manpower, and the atmosphere was tense, ready to clash at any moment over the entrance. Finally, on the evening of the 15th day, they reached the end of the coordinates. There was no road ahead. The air felt like an invisible wall. An invisible boundary lay between them and the A7 forbidden zone. The wind stopped here. The distant sounds of metal breaking also disappeared. All around was dead silence. Just as they stepped into this area, Carl saw a floating piece of metal vanish halfway, without anything touching it. At the same time, he felt a tingling sensation on the surface of his armor, indicating that the energy shield was being rapidly depleted by an unknown force. Only then did the piercing alarm sound suddenly ring out in Yishao's helmet. "Warning. Spatial fluctuations detected. The stability of the front space has dropped to 43. Warning. High-dimensional energy leak. Shield energy is being abnormally depleted." Immediately after, a continuous high-frequency, buzzing sound erupted directly in their minds like the dying moans of the universe. Yishao lifted his head, looking at the quiet, yet dangerous, unknown area before him. He slowly uttered 2 words. "We've arrived. A level forbidden zone." Stepping into the forbidden zone, everything around him had changed. The joints of the Zhu Rong battle armor creaked with overload, each step heavy and burdensome. The air became thick and heavy, trapping him entirely. The incessant buzzing sounded not from outside his ears, but directly in his head. The frequency abruptly shifted from a low rumble to a piercing screech. Yishao merely furrowed his brow, enduring the discomfort, but Carl suddenly froze, stumbling to kneel on one knee. One hand pressed against the ground while the other clutched his helmet tightly. The panel inside his helmet flashed a red alert, indicating his mental state. This sound, the sound of his heavy breathing, came through the communicator, sounding painful. It's like someone is scraping my bones with a knife in my head. His mental strength was far inferior to Yi Xiao's, and this direct attack on his mind felt like torment. Yi Xiao did not look back. He maximized the protective settings of his armor, the dark red visor calmly scanning the surroundings. They stood on a massive abandoned transport track, its enormous steel structure silently extending into the deeper darkness of the Forbidden Zone. He attempted to activate Zhu Rong's top-notch detector. The command was issued, yet the tactical screen erupted with blinding static. A burnt smell of fried wires wafted from the seams of his helmet. The indicator light of the multifunction detector completely extinguished. System alert detector module has been destroyed. Reason interference from unknown forces. The top-notch detector built at great expense on Earth had become a pile of useless precious metals here. They had turned blind. Can the universal survival system still send an alarm here? Yi Xiao wondered in his mind. Golden letters slowly appeared in his consciousness. Warning: current area is extremely unstable. Danger warning accuracy has dropped to 12. Currently can only indicate certain death level threats. Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched violently. Certain death level. This meant that the system would only alert him if a danger could kill him instantly. There were no options for injury, no possibility of serious wounds. It was either live or die. Stay close to me. Yi Xiao's voice came through the communicator devoid of any emotion. Don't make a sound. He helped Carl up, and the two of them moved step by step along the abandoned track into the deep darkness. Above them, an engine noise faintly drifted. A reconnaissance ship adorned with a pirate emblem was attempting to fly low along the edge of this area, clearly trying to take a shortcut. Yi Xiao glanced at it, and then ignored it. Here the fate of others was irrelevant to them. The thin layer of peculiar dust on the metallic floor made no sound when stepped on. The cries in his mind grew louder. Carl's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to breathe in rhythm with Yi Xiao's breaths to distract himself. Just as they were about to round a bend in the track, a golden alarm suddenly blared in Yi Xiao's mind, the loudest and most urgent he had ever heard. Certain death threat. 50 meters ahead. Spatial rift. It will appear in 3 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no time to think further. There was also no other choice. Yi Xiao's muscles had already tensed before the system alert, his bodis reaction faster than his mind. He grabbed the collar of Carl's armor, and with all his strength, slammed both of them down onto the ground. Get down. Boom. Yi Xiao's shout coincided with the explosion of the energy shield, overloaded in an instant. It happened the moment they ducked down. 50 meters ahead, the space seemed to be torn open by some force. A slender black crack quietly sliced through the fabric of reality. There was no explosion, no light, not even a sound. The pure black crack, as if it could absorb all light, passed through, cutting a thick metallic floor over 10 meters in diameter. Piles of alloy boxes stacked like small mountains nearby, and even the dust floating in the air. All were cleanly cut in half. The cut was alarmingly smooth. The rift appeared for only 5 brief seconds. Then, as if it had never existed, it slowly closed and vanished. Carl trembled as he raised his head. The sight before him froze all the blood in his body. A massive alloy pillar over 2 meters thick had been severed in the middle. The cut was peculiar, completely devoid of metallic roughness, neither reflecting nor absorbing light, appearing hazy like an image blurred by a mosaic. Yi Xiao's vision couldn't comprehend it. It felt both whole and broken, both solid, and as if it were turning into gas. Simply staring at it made his vision feel like it was going haywire. Carl's throat moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. If we hadn't dodged earlier, Yi Xiao's voice was somewhat dry, we wouldn't have left a scrap behind. He pushed himself up, noticing the tactical screen showing a staggering drop in the shield's energy level. Consumption 15. Just being brushed by the edge of that rift's appearance had such devastating power. At that moment, Yi Xiao seemed to remember something and suddenly looked up. The pirate reconnaissance ship that had tried to take a shortcut was flying just overhead. Suddenly, a space rift dozens of times larger than the earlier one burst open in front of the ship. The pilot of the pirate ship didn't even have time to react. The ship plunged straight in. An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. The front half of the ship vanished without a sound, as if swallowed by something. The rear half, lacking the support of the front half, in an instant exploded under immense inertia. Countless parts and fiery debris scattered everywhere, creating a scene both magnificent and deadly. There were no screams, no distress signals. Against the unreasonable weapon of the spatial rift, the so-called shields were as fragile as paper. Carl stared blankly at the burning fragments falling from the sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. I spent 30 years in the ruins. I can hear the sound of metal about to break, distinguish the footsteps of 2 types of robots from 100 meters away, and smell the energy leakage in the wind. His voice was hoarse, filled with despair and disbelief. But this thing, it has no sound, no warning. Everything you used to know and all your struggles are nothing but a joke in front of it. Yi Xiao, without you we wouldn't even know how we died. He couldn't say more. Because he finally understood that in this forbidden zone, all the skills, vigilance, and survival techniques he once had were utterly useless. Worthless. The only one who could determine their fate was Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao ignored his fear. His gaze shifted from the fireball in the sky to the cold remnants of other scavengers' armor on the ground. He grasped the reality. This place was a machine designed to harvest lives. Everyone who entered, whether driven by greed or luck, was destined to die. The things that can scare you can also scare the enemy. Yi Xiao's voice was cold and clear, awakening the still fearful Carl with a single sentence. This is also our opportunity. Prepare to face true hell. Let's keep moving. Silence. Here lies the core edge of the forbidden zone, where even light is distorted, making one feel the passage of time is non-existent. Yi Xiao leaned against a piece of metal debris covered in radiation rust, gripping a high-energy long gun in his left hand, while adjusting the shield parameters of the Zhurong battle armor with his right. The energy monitor within the battle armor buzzed, displaying that the shield was absorbing the surrounding energy, slowly recharging itself. Carl slumped against a pile of debris a few meters away, heavy breaths escaping from beneath his mask through the communicator. Zhurong 1. The side indicator lights of the Type 15 battle armor blinked erratically. In this high-pressure environment, his spirit was on the verge of collapse. 3 o'clock in the morning. From deep in the north, a sudden muffled roar echoed. The force of the sound felt as though it could shatter one's organs. This is not some spatial rift. This is a genuine physical explosion. The metal ground beneath erupted with a deafening sound, clouds of dust billowing upwards. Warning: large-scale, high-energy, physical explosion detected. Distance estimated 85 kilometers. Energy peak equivalent to 1.53 million tons of TNT. Technical feature identification: nuclear fusion strike on a secondary civilization. Yi Xiao immediately donned his helmet. The dark red tactical visor refocused, locking onto the area, glowing with purple flames. He pulled out a scratched pirate communicator from a pendant on his battle armor's waist. This was a trophy he had seized from a previous fight. Yi Xiao's fingers swiftly glided over the physical switch on the side. This old-fashioned device had physical protections requiring more direct means to crack. His fingertips emitted a faint electromagnetic interference, forcibly hacking into the opponent's encrypted channel. Z. The sharp sound of electricity filled the entire communication channel. Immediately, countless hoarse and desperate cries erupted. We can't hold them off. The Guardian has activated its anti-gravity crushing mode. The 7th Squad has been annihilated. Requesting Crimson Scale Mothership to fire support. Damn it, weren't those metal lumps just scrap? How can they still fire antimatter warheads? Retreat. Overload the power furnace. Blow open that defense line. The voices in the communication channel were chaotic, mixed with the sounds of heavy machinery moving and bodies being shredded. Yi Xiao muted the sound, only reading the translated text. The pirates had angered the defense system of the Starfall melter. Those combat robots called Guardians were now performing a final sweep against them. Let's go. Yi Xiao kicked Carl's leg, the sound particularly jarring in the silent darkness. Carl steadied himself against the ground, swaying as he stood up. Where to? That direction is the center of the explosion. Going there now is suicide. Yi Xiao held his gun in one hand, the nozzle at his waist, emitting a faint blue light. The pirates are paving the way for us with their lives. If we miss this chance, it's truly over. The metal plate beneath his feet made a dull thud. All 40 points of speed attribute were fully activated. The legs of the Zhurong battle armor tightened instantly. Yi Xiao's figure vanished from Carl's sight in an instant. The air was compressed at high speeds, producing a sound akin to a sonic boom. Carl gritted his teeth, forcibly activating the overload mode of the battle armor, desperately chasing after the dark red shadow left in the air. For hours of extreme sprinting, Yi Xiao maintained a speed of over 100 meters per second. He traversed through a massive graveyard of cut-off spaceships. Due to his speed, the battle armor generated heat from the friction with air, making him appear like a moving fireball in the darkness. Carl's body temperature monitor had turned a deep red. His lungs were suffering from the repeated rapid accelerations and sudden stops, feeling unbearable. Zhurong 1. The life support system of the Type 15 battle armor was desperately injecting adrenaline into his bloodstream. Yet he was still left 300 meters behind by Yi Xiao. When they climbed over the last small hill formed by thousands of discarded transport vehicles, the massive object finally appeared at the edge of their vision. The Starfall melter. A silver-gray hemisphere over 5 kilometers in diameter embedded within the cracks of the earth. Its surface was etched with intricate grooves, each groove pulsating with pale purple light. This indicated that the massive energy system within the ruins was still operational, maintaining its defensive functions. 3 pirate heavy transport ships, each over 800 meters tall, formed a triangular formation stationed in the open space before the ruins. One of the ships was painted with red dragon scales looking fierce. Another was marked with a swirling black vortex, the emblem of the Void Lord. These two factions, originally at odds with each other, had surprisingly joined forces at this moment. Thousands of pirates controlled a chaotic array of power armors charging towards the main gate of the ruins. Before the 100-meter-high arc-shaped gate stood dozens of Guardian robots over 10 meters tall. The arms of the Guardians were not solid but floating energy rings. With each vibration of the energy rings, a fan-shaped light was emitted capable of disintegrating anything into molecules. As soon as the pirate charge team encountered that light, they turned into scattered dust without even having time to scream. On the ground before the gate, a thick layer of gray-white powder had already accumulated to several meters high. They are using lives to deplete the energy of the Guardians. Carl crouched at the hill's edge, his voice trembling. He watched as those pirates fell like cut wheat. Yet the ones behind continued to surge forward over their companions' ashes. This was no longer a battle, it was sheer slaughter. The main gate is a meat grinder. Yi Xiao crouched behind the ridge, turning off the pirate communicator. In this forbidden zone, any actively emitted signal could summon annihilation. He needed to avoid drawing attention from the main pirate battlefield. Once detected by the radars of those two transport ships, they would immediately be reduced to dust by the artillery fire from above. Warning: battle armor thermal sensor detected periodic abnormal heat leakage at 1.2 kilometers to the right. Cross-referencing structural stress models. Analysis complete. This location is a maintenance passage with its internal ventilation system still barely operational and structural weaknesses and heat anomalies present on the outer wall. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. He brought Carl along, quickly moving across the vibrating ground while taking cover behind the hill's shadow. They circumvented the entire main battlefield. 2 kilometers later, in a sunken shadow behind the ruins, an unassuming metal door appeared. The hatch was about 5 meters high. It was adorned with a series of incomprehensible symbols resembling the trajectory of a nebula explosion. Yi Xiao reached out, gently tapping the sensing area of the door lock with the core of the star anchor. Unlocking procedure initiated. Estimated remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The rapid analysis function of the survival system began to count down frantically. From behind the door, heavy sounds of gears meshing could be heard. Behind this door, an ancient factory had slept for countless years, now awakened and issuing warnings. Carl checked the safety of his energy rifle, his palms slick with sweat. Once we go in, we might not come back out. Yi Xiao did not look back. He pulled open the side door that was slowly rising. It's better than turning to ash outside. The two moved in one after the other, disappearing into a pitch-black void. As the side door behind him closed, the sounds from outside vanished in an instant. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Before him lay a straight metal corridor stretching endlessly into the distance. The surface had no seam, smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the white light emitted by the armored probe. On either side of the corridor stood some very peculiar things. Every 10 meters, there was a strange skeleton. They were certainly not human. Standing over 3 meters tall with a slender and elongated body, beneath the ribcage were 4 arms, and the bone structure was particularly complex, resembling an artwork rather than a living creature. Yi Xiao knelt on one knee, and under his control the fingers of the Zhu Rong armor gently touched one of the skeletons. It was ice cold. The texture felt less like bone and more like stone. These creatures seemed to be frozen in the last moment before death. At that time, they were in a state of extreme fear. Their spines were bent backward, their postures completely illogical. All 4 arms stretched limply toward the depths of the corridor, as if trying to grasp something before dying. As the probe's light illuminated, a more terrifying detail emerged. The surfaces of all the skeletons appeared as though they had been melted by intense heat, then suddenly cooled, transforming into a semi-transparent substance resembling glass. As Yi Xiao's fingers grazed the skeleton, the armor's sensors immediately relayed the analysis results. The molecular structure had been destroyed and reassembled by extreme temperatures, then instantaneously cooled into shape. They were cooked alive by a horrifyingly high temperature energy from within their bodies. Is this the Star Forgers? Carl's voice trembled violently in the communication, both shocked and disbelieving. In the ancient legends of the wasteland, it spoke of the earliest masters of this planet, the 4-armed giants who could construct things. But didn't the legends say they were exterminated by the Interstellar Alliance? How could they have died here? He could not continue speaking. What he saw before him did not align at all with the history he had always believed. Crack. A soft sound, particularly clear in this deathly silence. 20 meters ahead, a tiny crack quietly appeared in the wall that resembled a mirror. An automatic turret hidden in the wall sprang out abruptly, exuding a killing intent. Buzz. A red dot in the center of the cannon's mouth instantly lit up, becoming a blinding light in the blink of an eye. The buzzing sound emitted by the energy accumulation grew sharper, and the communicator was filled with piercing noise. Almost at the moment the turret locked onto Yi Xiao, the red system alerts on his screen began flashing crazily. Warning: deadly threat. Detected high-energy particle beam, weapon charging. Attack countdown 0. 3 seconds. 0.3 seconds. A normal person wouldn't have even finished the thought of dodge yet. But Yi Xiao's body reacted faster than his mind, already executing the most correct movement. Get down, he shouted loudly as the muscles in his left arm and the hydraulic system of the armor simultaneously exerted force. It was not a push, but a charge. He slammed his shoulder hard into the back of Carl's armor, which was still in a daze. Bang! Carl's over-a-ton-weight armor was knocked away, crashing awkwardly into the wall beside them, producing a resounding clatter. At that moment, using the immense recoil, Yi Xiao's body had already lunged in the opposite direction. He did not roll, but instead curled his body into a ball, twisting midair to ensure the armor on his back hit the ground first. He slid swiftly across the smooth floor, creating a long trail of sparks, the sound particularly piercing. The armor's energy was rapidly consumed. Shield system overcharged. Energy output 100. Chest area shield strength maximized. In the next second, a bright white energy beam silently sliced through the darkness of the corridor. Sizzle. There was no sound of explosion. Only the sharp sound emitted when things were burned and evaporated. The beam flew past the edge of the shield that Yi Xiao had deployed. On the screen, the shield energy bar dropped from the green 100 to the yellow 59. A scorching wave of heat passed through the weakening shield, slamming into the armor on his chest. Thud! Yi Xiao felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed by a hand, and the cushioning system in the Zhurong armor emitted sounds as if it were about to fall apart. Where the beam struck, the alloy on the ground was directly burned and evaporated, leaving a half-meter deep black trench. The trench still emitted terrifying heat, with melted metal dripping down. Carl had yet to rise from the dizziness of crashing into the wall. While sliding, Yi Xiao had already begun to counterattack. His body was still moving at high speed, his posture not yet fully adjusted. But the high-energy rifle in his hand was steadily raised, the stock automatically locking onto his shoulder. Beneath the mask in the red reticle, a blood-red frame firmly locked onto the blue glowing sphere on the side of the turret. That was its energy core. Bang! A short and muffled gunshot quickly swallowed by the silence. A specially made bullet dragged an almost invisible line, piercing precisely into the blue light sphere. The energy core of the turret exploded in response, only emitting a few feeble blue electric sparks. The deadly red light that had just charged up and illuminated again flickered stubbornly twice like a light bulb with a pulled plug before finally going out. From the moment the turret emerged to being eliminated by Yi Xiao, the entire process took only 1 second. Yi Xiao pushed himself off the ground, the joints of his armor emitting slight noises. He did not look at the destroyed turret, but instead focused on the trench on the ground that was still emitting smoke. High-energy beam. Melting. Evaporating. The appearance of the skeletons at the entrance of the corridor suddenly came to his mind. That texture cooked from the inside out, resembling glass. So that's how it is. Yi Xiao's voice was very cold. The ones who killed them were not enemies. It was the guards they created themselves, which then went out of control. Carl, trembling in fear, climbed up, glancing at the trench, still emitting terrifying heat, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. That collision just now was not an attack on him, but a life-saving move. If it weren't for Yi Xiao, he would have already evaporated like that piece of floor disappearing from the world. Is this the automated defense system of a third-level civilization? No. Yi Xiao stood upright, slightly lowering the gun's muzzle. This is just the beginning. His gaze beneath the mask was already directed deeper into the darker part of the corridor. As if in response to his companion's death, a faint click of unlocking sounded in the silence. Next, a second sound, a third sound, a fourth sound. Click, 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 click. The dense unlocking sounds came from all directions, from near to far, like a tide. On the walls and ceiling, one by one, independent red lights were awakened by the sound of gunfire quietly illuminating. They began lighting up from nearby, one after another, forming 2 lines composed of countless eyes of death, extending all the way to the end of that pure darkness invisible to the eye. In Yi Xiao's reticle, the red dots representing deadly threats instantly filled the entire screen. The sharp system alarm was about to drown out all sounds. Warning: within a 1,000-meter range ahead, at least 37 automatic defense units of the same model have been activated. Crossfire network has formed. Threat level assessed extremely high. Analysis conclusion: the chance of surviving a forced rush is less than 1. 37 units. This route, which seemed like a shortcut, was actually a design trap, a true death corridor. There was no way out. The two could only grit their teeth and move forward. With every 10 meters they advanced, even if they stood still, the hidden turrets in the walls would automatically activate, lock onto them, and fire. Yi Xiao's only hope now lay in the system's warning, which provided a mere 0.3 seconds of advance notice. Warning: deadly threat. Attack countdown 0.3 seconds. Red letters flashed before his eyes. Yi Xiao's body reacted faster than his mind, and he was already in motion. He suddenly lunged to the left, twisting his body in an unnatural manner. The power boots on his feet overloaded in an instant, forcing a turn on the metallic floor. Sizzle! A bright white energy beam grazed past the right shoulder of his armor. The intense heat instantly burned off the armor's coating, leaving a charred black mark on the dark red metal. Damage reports continuously popped up inside the armor. Yi Xiao had no time to look at them. His dodging movement was incomplete. He had not yet steadied himself, and the long gun in his hand was already raised, its muzzle steadily aimed at the turret that had just appeared. Bang! The gunfire sounded muffled. 20 meters away, a spark of electricity erupted from the wall, and then there was silence. The attack and counterattack ended in less than a second. Carl, who followed behind, felt completely different. Lacking any warning ability, he could only watch helplessly as the beam that could melt metal suddenly emerged. The only thing he could do was maximize the energy shield of his armor, preparing to endure the unavoidable attacks and exploding fragments with his body. Clang! Clang! The shield flashed continuously, and each impact was so forceful that it felt like he was about to fall apart. 20 minutes. They had traversed this corridor of less than 1,000 meters in a full 20 minutes. Every step was fraught with deadly danger. Yi Xiao stopped. The light on his armor's chest flickered, and the shield energy remained at 63. He glanced back at Carl. Carl's armor glowed a dangerous dark red, with shield energy already dropping below 30. He had used up more than half of his ammunition. We can't keep charging him like this. Yi Xiao's voice rang out over the communicator, calm and collected without a hint of panic. He took out a palm-sized electromagnetic pulse grenade from his backpack, covered in intricate blue circuits. If I throw it out, the turrets ahead will target it as well. Yi Xiao quickly explained the tactic, not giving Carl a chance to ask questions. Once it is blown up, it will release a powerful electromagnetic pulse that can disable those turrets for 30 seconds. Follow my command, and we charge forward at full speed. He set the grenade to detonate with a 3-second delay. His arm muscles tensed, and the armor's system amplified his strength to the maximum. With a whoosh, he threw the grenade towards the depths of the corridor with all his might, the grenade tracing an arc in the air before landing on the ground with a light thud. In an instant, in the dark ahead, 3 turrets suddenly sprang out from the walls. The red searchlights immediately locked onto the small object. 3 beams of energy thicker than before crossed and shot towards the grenade. Just as the energy beams were about to hit, buzz! There was no explosive fireball, only an invisible wave of strong electromagnetic pulse that spread out instantly. The 3 turrets that had just fired, along with the 5 new ones that emerged around them, flashed their deadly red lights furiously a few times before all went dark. All the dangers in the corridor were temporarily halted. Charge! Yi Xiao growled lowly and suddenly surged forward, bursting forth with a speed of 40 points. The 2 maxed out their armor's propulsion, leaving 2 shadows on the smooth metallic floor that were almost too fast to see, desperately sprinting towards the temporarily safe dark area. Only 30 seconds of time. They were racing against the clock. Finally, as the overload alarm of the armor threatened to deafen them, they burst out of the death corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a massive round metal door. On the door was carved an ancient and imposing emblem, a star being hammered by a giant hammer. That was the emblem of the Star Forger's civilization. Yi Xiao pressed his armored hand against the cold door. A series of strong energy waves pulsed through the metal from behind the door, clearly transmitted to his hand. It was the stable yet powerful rhythm emitted by a gigantic energy core at work. His heart involuntarily quickened. Behind the door lay the core production area of the Starfall furnace. The curvature engine was right inside. Just then, a muffled sound faintly passed through the heavy door. It was the shouts of pirates along with the chaotic firing of energy weapons. Blow it up. Everyone focus fire. That damn thing's shield is about to break. Medic. Damn it, the third one's arm was severed by that thing. Hold the line. The Red Scale Lord is coming soon. Yi Xiao's fingers tightened around the gun. The pirates had already breached the front door. They were faster than him. There was no time to find any control panel to slowly open the door. If the curvature engine fell into the hands of those lunatics, the best outcome would be theft, and the worst could be its destruction in the chaos. Without hesitation, he took out one of the last trump cards that Qian Jingchen had given him. The thermal cutting device. This tool, designed to forcibly breach doors, was slammed down onto the thickest lock in the center of the door. Activate. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The front end of the device spewed out plasma flames exceeding 5,000 degrees, instantly illuminating the entire dark corridor with a dazzling blue-white light. The sturdy three-level civilization artifact began to melt and deform at a visibly fast rate under such high temperatures, emitting a piercing sound. The sounds of battle on the other side of the door grew louder. Yi Xiao could clearly hear the explosions of heavy weapons and the screams of humans in their final moments. He stared intently at the progress bar of the cutting device, every second feeling especially slow. Finally, with a loud crack, the lock on the door as thick as bone was completely burned through. Rumbling. The heavy door slowly began to rise with a grating metallic sound. A gap appeared. The air behind the door mixed with the stench of blood and burnt flesh along with the hot wind from energy explosions rushed directly toward them. The scene behind the door left Yi Xiao and Carl, who had just escaped death, dumbfounded. It was an exaggeratedly large circular hangar, the ceiling so high that it was out of sight, dark within. Dozens of skeletal starships were parked in the hangar. These scrapped starships sat quietly in the darkness, and just by looking at them one could feel they had once been formidable but had met a tragic end. And in the very center of the hangar, a fierce battle was taking place. At least 20 well-equipped Black Skull pirates were frantically attacking 3 large battle robots. 2 of those robots were humanoid, and one was in a leopard form, all clad in heavy dark golden armor with some faint energy lines visible on the armor. With their gigantic beam cannons and glinting claws, each attack carved a bloody path through the swarm of pirates. Guardian battle robots. There were already over a dozen pirate corpses lying on the ground, some missing limbs, and the air was thick with the unpleasant smell of burnt protein. Just as the door opened, the leopard form Guardian robot seemed to notice the newcomers. Its movements paused as it disregarded the pirates before suddenly turning its mechanical head 180 degrees. 2 red, emotionless electronic eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield, and the exploding flames accurately locking onto Yi Xiao and Carl, who stood in the shadows at the door. A pure and cold killing intent surged forth. Yi Xiao tightened his grip on the long gun, feeling the chilling aura that penetrated to his core. He turned his head and whispered to the already completely dumbfounded Carl in the communication channel, "Hell has begun." The red probe of the leopard-shaped Guardian swept through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Yi Xiao's battle armor in an instant. In Yi Xiao's tactical sight, a red targeting frame immediately appeared, displaying threat source Guardian LV2, accompanied by an emotionless system alert sound. Target has been marked. Surrounding them were the explosions of energy weapons along with the sizzling sounds of people hit by high-temperature beams. The entire hangar resembled a massive meat grinder. He and Carl felt as if they were about to be crushed. Clang, clang. The heavy metallic footsteps made the ground tremble slightly with each step. The leopard-shaped Guardian that locked onto Yi Xiao moved. It disregarded the pirates next to it, still shooting at it, its 4 legs exerting tremendous force, its massive metallic body darting like a golden shadow straight towards the gate. In the center of the hangar, the pirates were on the verge of collapse. A Guardian with 4 arms lit up the cannon on its right arm and obliterated a pirate hiding behind cover along with the cover itself. Its left arm wielded a rapidly spinning chainsaw sword. With a swift sweep, it severed another pirate attempting a sneak attack from behind, leaving a mass of intestines and blood on the ground. Another Guardian was even more terrifying. Its 4 arms were equipped with a plasma knife, a small missile, a heavy machine gun, and a gigantic hexagonal energy shield. The pirate's bullets hit the shield, producing only faint ripples, utterly ineffective. But when it retaliated, it was lethal. Retreat. Everyone retreat. A pirate that looked like the leader screamed frantically over the comms. This isn't something we can. His words were cut off by an explosion. It was too late. At that moment, a pirate whose shield was almost depleted crouched on the ground, desperately looking back, catching sight of Yi Xiao and Carl hiding in the shadow of the half-open gate. His bloodshot eyes froze for a moment. Then an abnormal, crazed joy overwhelmed his fear. "Humans!" He screamed in the interstellar common language, his voice cracking as if forced from his throat. "It's humans. The humans with the Lord's bounty. 1 universal energy crystal core each." The mention of the universal energy crystal core felt like a shot of adrenaline to all the dying pirates. Unable to deal with these robots, could they not handle 2 unprotected humans? This money would be enough for them to leave this hellhole and live happily anywhere else for a lifetime. In an instant, greed triumphed over the fear of death. "Over there. Catch him, and we'll be rich. Forget that metal lump. The bounty is mine." A pirate with a severed left arm fixed his one eye on Yi Xiao, his roar laced with blood. "No one can take it from me. That head is enough for me to use for a lifetime." Instantly, at least 5 nearly dead pirates turned their guns towards Yi Xiao at the door, abandoning the Guardian and channeling their last madness and greed at the figure in the doorway. They, with bloodshot eyes, passed through the flames of explosions, fixating on Yi Xiao at the entrance. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. They were simultaneously treated as enemies on both sides. In front were the charging Guardians, and behind the reedy pirates encircling them. Forward lay the attack range of the Guardians, backward were the automatic turrets in the corridor. Both sides were also dead ends. Carl was so frightened he stopped breathing, his arm muscles straining against the gun, almost cramping. He wanted to turn the gun from the Guardian to the pirates, but his brain couldn't command his trembling body. The image in the scope became a jumbled mess. Having wandered the wasteland for 30 years, he had never felt this powerless, unable to even pull the trigger, feeling as if he were suffocating. Yi Xiao's expression darkened as well. Before him, data was refreshing rapidly like a waterfall. To the left, the threat analysis of the Leopard Guardian was flashing: target distance 78 meters, main cannon charge 67, estimated fire time 2.8 seconds, fire coverage radius 15 meters. To the right, 5 pirate light points were rapidly approaching, with the system automatically marking their weapon types and possible attack routes. The conclusion was clear: their escape routes were about to vanish. Once that cannon fired, regardless of whether it was the pirates or them, they would be obliterated together. Time was running out for him to think further. Countless plans flashed through Yi Xiao's mind in 0.1 seconds, each one dismissed. He had to come up with a surprising tactic, a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, he noticed a special note in the Guardian's enemy locking logic: attack priority, the group of enemies deemed the greatest threat within the judgment range. An extremely crazy yet meticulously calculated plan immediately formed in his mind. He issued a command to Carl over the comms, his voice fast and urgent, devoid of emotion. In 3 seconds, roll towards the landing gear of that broken ship to your left. Don't look back, don't fire, don't stop. Before Carl could react, Yi Xiao moved. The engine of the Zhurong battle armor let out a low roar as he shot out from the cover of the gate, like a cannonball charging straight at the 5 encircling pirates. Madman, seeking death. The pirates sneered, opening fire without a second thought. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of energy beams instantly engulfed Yi Xiao. The energy shield of the Zhurong battle armor maximized the moment it was hit, a faint blue light shield barely blocking the first wave of attacks. On Yi Xiao's screen, the shield value plummeted rapidly. Shield energy 91. Shield energy 82. Shield energy 71. The alarm blared sharply, but Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He pushed his speed to the limit, weaving through the hail of bullets in a zigzag pattern, leaving behind a series of blurry afterimages, each step perfectly avoiding the bullets. The pirates were left dumbfounded. This human's movements were faster than any human could be, just as Yi Xiao was less than 3 meters away from them. He executed a move that no one could have anticipated. His leg joints emitted a sharp sound as he forcibly halted, then violated the laws of motion by twisting sharply. At the same time, the thrusters on the back of the battle armor surged to their maximum. Boom! The immense thrust was not directed forward or backward, but completely sprayed sideways. Yi Xiao's body was flung out by this tremendous force, as if he were being slapped sideways by an invisible giant hand. He had barely left the original spot for the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A white energy beam over 0.5 meter wide and bright enough to blind everyone in the hangar for a second swept past where he had just stood. The beam struck the 5 pirates behind him precisely. That was the main cannon of the Leopard Guardian. Yi Xiao used himself as bait, the pirates as targets, relying on his extreme movement that lasted mere hundredths of a second to assist the Guardian's attack, which was delayed by a fraction of a second, completing a perfect manual aiming. He wagered his reflexes, speed, battle armor performance, and his accurate judgment of this advanced civilization's machine-killing logic. Time was calculated to the very last detail, down to the millisecond. Not even a scream was heard. No explosion. As soon as the 5 pirates and their equipment touched the beam, they vaporized instantly. In place, only a large pit still emitting white smoke remained. The edges of the pit burned and melted, resembling glass. After the flash of white light, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The energy column did not explode, it obliterated everything. Sounds, objects, and people all vanished as if they had been reduced to dust. The 5 pirates, along with their final greed, evaporated into thin air. The energy column burned a large dark hole into the metallic wall of the hangar. The metal by the wall melted and flowed down quickly, cooling into bizarre, shiny shapes. Immediately after, an unseen wave of force surged violently towards them. Boom! Just as Yi Xiao soared into the air, this immense force struck him with brutal intensity. The Zhurong battle armor on his chest emitted a piercing, strange sound. He felt as if an invisible hand had seized him and hurled him backward. The world spun around him. Crash! His back slammed hard against a wrecked ship, creating a human-shaped dent in the thick metal, trapping him inside, unable to move. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he sensed the taste of blood. Inside the armor, a sharp pain from his broken ribs caused him to shudder. Warning! Shield only at 12. Warning, 3 broken ribs detected. Minor internal bleeding detected. The system's voice echoed coldly in his mind. It worked. The troubles behind him were resolved. He gambled his life and that of the 5 pirates to create a fleeting opportunity for Carl to fire. At that very second when the main cannon of the leopard-shaped robot fired and was cooling down, Carl, who had been hiding in the shadows, moved. He peeked out from behind the cover, his Jerome Type 1.5 rifle already resting on his shoulder. The crosshair of the scope was locked firmly on a small point, emitting blue electric sparks. Right at the side rear of that massive machine. It was the energy core that briefly exposed itself due to overheating from firing. Now was the moment. Carl held his breath, every ounce of his focus concentrated on the finger poised to pull the trigger. He fired. Bang! A beam of energy shot out, trailing blue light cutting through the chaotic battlefield. It hit the blue heart squarely. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, resembling shattering glass. The blue light of the energy core dimmed abruptly, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then it shrank inward violently before exploding with a loud bang. Boom! The uncontrolled energy surged chaotically, forming a blue light ring that expanded outward. The massive body of the leopard-shaped robot trembled violently. Its 4 mechanical legs froze on the spot. The red light in its eyes flickered twice before extinguishing completely. It resembled a beast without bones, staggering 2 steps forward before crashing heavily to the ground. A single shot ended it. However, the shockwave from the explosion blasted Carl, who was closest. The shield of his armor shattered into countless specks of light upon contact with the shockwave. He was thrown violently to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The armor was riddled with cracks, dark red blood seeping from the gaps in his helmet and joints. Cough! Cough! Carl struggled to rise, his lungs burning, as if on fire. Each breath felt like being cut by a knife. He lacked even the strength to move his fingers. Yishao clenched his teeth and activated the joint lock. With a grinding metallic sound, he forcibly pulled himself out of the metal dent. With that movement, he felt as if his insides were rearranging, pain causing his vision to darken. Grunting softly, he peered through the smoke and immediately spotted Carl collapsed on the ground. He rushed over and lifted Carl off the ground. Simultaneously, he pulled out an emergency syringe from his waist and injected it directly. "Hold on," Yishao shouted in a low voice. Dragging the nearly unconscious Carl, he ignored the battlefield, running toward the largest wrecked ship at the edge of the hangar. That spot provided the best vantage point. In the battlefield, the remaining 2 robots and a dozen pirates were still in fierce combat. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, no one noticed these 2 figures sneaking away from the corner where such a commotion had erupted. The 2 finally hid in the cockpit of that large wrecked ship. It was relatively intact, and through the shattered window, he could see the entire hangar. Yishao placed Carl against the wall and immediately began to check his wounds. He tore open the damaged right arm armor, revealing a broken drive shaft and a gash exposing bone. Yishao's face showed no emotion as he took out ointment and bandages, swiftly and steadily tending to the injury. His hands didn't tremble at all. It was as if the madman who had just used himself as bait, calculating the enemy and ally alike, was not him at all. The emergency medicine began to take effect, and Carl slowly regained consciousness. He leaned weakly against the wall, his eyes fixed on Yishao's profile. He breathed rapidly, not from pain, but from the fear that surged through him as he came to his senses. After 30 years in the wasteland, he had seen reckless individuals and the most deceitful of characters. But he had never encountered someone like Yishao. It was not that he feared death. It was a sort of calculation of his own life, the enemy's life, and even his allies' lives, treated as mere numbers, coldly evaluated. His earlier rush was not for heroism. Rather, he had calculated that he had a slight chance of survival. This ability to calculate life and death with such clarity sent chills down Carl's spine. He watched Yishao's hands as they bandaged him, steady as a machine. An unsettling thought emerged uncontrollably. Was this truly something a human could do? Or was it a monster wearing human skin? Yishao ignored Carl's gaze. All his attention was focused on the bloody battlefield below. The cockpit was eerily quiet, with only the intermittent sounds of explosions and gunfire echoing from below. Yishao stood still like a statue. His tactical visor transformed every movement of both sides below into data. A 4-armed robot was being besieged by several pirates, its shield nearing collapse. A few pirates attempted to circle behind it, only to be sliced in half by the chainsaw that extended from its back. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Carl's breathing finally eased a bit as he observed Yishao's cold profile, hoarsely asking, "Are we just going to wait?" Yishao did not turn his head. "What's the rush?" His voice showed no inflection. "Let them fight a bit longer. Wait until they run out of energy and ammunition before we act." A good hunter must have patience. Time dragged on, long enough that Carl felt as if time had come to a standstill. Below, a 4-armed robot, after being desperately attacked by the pirates, had its energy core hit by several grenades, causing it to explode. The explosion engulfed 2 nearby pirates as well. Now only one robot remained on the field. Its movements were noticeably slower, the rate of fire dwindling, clearly running out of energy. The situation was even worse for the pirates. Originally over 20, now only 5 were still able to move. Each was injured with broken arms or tattered armor. They slumped behind cover, removing their helmets, gasping for air, their faces a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Finally, the last robot's plasma knife flickered twice before extinguishing. It stood still, completely immobile, its energy depleted. An eerie silence fell. After nearly an hour of battle, it had finally come to an end. The surviving pirates stared blankly for a few seconds before hoarsely cheering wildly. Yi Xiao quietly observed everything unfolding below through the shattered window of the cockpit. He spoke softly to Carl, who could barely sit up beside him. "They're finished fighting." Carl looked at him. Yi Xiao slowly stood up, moving his shoulders sharp, pain shooting through his broken bones, yet he didn't care at all. "Now it's our turn." In the hangar, the mingling stench of blood and burnt metal was enough to make one want to vomit. The thunderous sounds and roars finally ceased. The entire place was as silent as death, littered with the wreckage of spaceships. 5 surviving pirates were sprawled behind their hiding spots. They gasped for air as if trying to expel the terror of moments ago. The battle was over. They had won. A one-armed pirate, head bowed, struggled to bite open a first aid kit with his teeth and remaining hand. Another pirate with a crushed chest plate coughed black blood mixed with internal fragments with every breath. They hoarsely discussed how to divide the treasures, their voices tinged with an unmistakable greed and excitement. Yi Xiao leaned against the shadow of a pile of spaceship cockpit debris. He remained motionless. His tactical visor quietly scanned the 5 survivors. On the thermal imaging display, their life signals were highly unstable, appearing as if they were on the brink of death. Now was the perfect moment to eliminate them. He slowly turned his head, gesturing with 2 fingers stained with dried blood towards Carl, who was barely standing beside him. It was a cold, unarguable gesture. The meaning was clear: clean them up. Carl's body stiffened in pain, but he remained silent and raised the energy gun in his hand. The gunstock pressed against his already cracked shoulder armor, causing his wound to throb painfully. After the life-or-death battle, he no longer doubted any of Yi Xiao's decisions. Pity them. In this cursed place, compassion was the most useless thing, and they had long since lost that trait. 2 figures emerged from the shadows, one after the other. The armored boots crunched on the scattered metal debris, but the noise-canceling system muffled their footsteps. Yi Xiao raised his high-energy rifle. The gun's muzzle was frighteningly steady, and in the visor the 5 heat signatures were locked one by one. In the red targeting frame, the countdown began, marking the last few seconds of their lives. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the empty hangar without any echo. The one-armed pirate opening the first aid kit suddenly froze. His companion felt a warmth on his face and instinctively wiped it with his hand. His hands were covered in warm, sticky brain matter and blood. He was instantly dumbfounded. Enemy. He could no longer shout the word attack, because the second bullet had already penetrated his visor, exiting from the back of his head and burning a fist-sized hole in a metal plate behind him. Immediately after, there was a faint sound of an energy beam piercing flesh. The pirate, who had been coughing blood, collapsed weakly, never to move again. The last 2 pirates finally reacted, their faces filled with the confusion and fear of barely surviving, suddenly turning to raise their guns in retaliation. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Their movements froze in that moment. Each person's forehead bore a smoking black bullet hole. The high temperature instantly turned their brains to ash, and the greed and joy in their eyes transformed into eternal astonishment. It took less than 2 seconds. 4 shots fired. 4 rugged men who had just crawled out from the pile of corpses were precisely taken down one by one. Carl stood behind Yi Xiao. He watched as Yi Xiao holstered his gun, the motion fluid, as if rehearsed. From Yi Xiao's back, there was no sign of joy nor excitement from killing, nor any change in emotion. At that moment, Carl felt his throat dry, a chill colder than what he faced against the robots surged from his back to the top of his head. He finally understood what true terror was, a kind of horror he had failed to comprehend in his 30 years of life. For those surviving on the wasteland, killing was for survival, for seizing things. Each time the gun fired, there was a mix of fear and ruthlessness, willing to do anything to stay alive. But Yi Xiao was different. Every shot he fired was like a seasoned factory master discarding defective parts from the production line. Calm, efficient, as if this was how things were meant to be done. Carl suddenly realized that for these 30 years he had been desperately trying to survive. But Yi Xiao seemed to be carrying out a preordained plan, step by step. No matter what stood in his way, be it robots or living beings, to him, they were merely items to be crossed off the list. Yi Xiao did not even glance at the corpses on the ground. He walked directly towards the first pirate captain he had shot, kneeling on one knee. The action tugged at his broken rib, causing him to grunt in pain, but he did not stop. He deftly pried open a few hidden compartments on the captain's chest armor with his metal-gloved fingers. Click. He retrieved 3 palm-sized glowing blue high-purity energy cores from within. He picked one up and directly inserted it into the interface on his chest armor. Energy replenishing, 12, 28, 55. The shrill low-energy alarm in the armor quieted down. He tossed the remaining 2 cores to Carl. Replenish energy. Carl instinctively caught them, the icy sensation of the cores snapping him out of the bone-deep fear. Yixiao's actions did not stop. He ignored the impressive-looking energy hand cannon and instead ripped off the pirate captain's personal terminal. As the squad leader, this terminal would surely allow contact with their main force. His fingers quickly scrolled over the bloodstained screen. Encrypted warnings continuously popped up on the screen. But with the help of the star skeleton anchor core in his mind, several firewalls were forcibly breached. Soon he found the last record of an encrypted communication. On the screen, the waveform of the audio fluctuated violently. Static. Squad 7, requesting static assistance. This is the ship disassembly site. Guardian. Damn it. The firepower is too intense. We can't hold on. Repeat. Firepower is too intense. Requesting heavy fire unit support. Coordinates sent to flagship channel. Crimson Scale Lord. Requesting immediately. ZZZ. After a shrill sound of electricity, the communication was completely cut off. Yixiao paused for a moment holding the communicator. Crimson Scale Lord. One of the 2 leaders of the Black Skull pirate group, notorious for being ruthless and cautious. He was indeed in this restricted area. Moreover, he was on his way here. Yixiao raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the vast hangar through the lingering smoke. This was the 2nd level known as the ship disassembly site. Time was short. They had to find the level 3 civilization's AI core and obtain the key to the heart of the engine before the Crimson Scale arrived. His gaze ultimately passed over the debris of the ships and landed deep within the hangar. There a terrifyingly large flagship's skeleton lay. Even reduced to mere skeleton and some outer shells, it resembled an ancient monster lying there, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Unlike the surrounding wrecked ships, its command center was surprisingly intact. It stood like a black peak purposely left at the end of the ship graveyard. The thick armor bore countless claw marks and burn scars. Clearly, this was the place the Guardian robots had focused their defenses on. According to the conventions of Level 3 civilizations in constructing spaceships, only the flagship's command center could potentially house the AI core with the highest authority to control the entire factory. That was the place. Move. Yixiao's voice came from the helmet, just a single word, but it carried an irrefutable command. He did not point the way, but Carl understood. Dragging his injured body, he followed Yixiao, stepping over the corpses of their comrades and the fragments of robots, heading towards the shipwreck that resembled a black peak. That was where they were headed next. Inside the flagship's bridge, there was a vast and desolate black space. Yixiao and Carl stepped inside. The sound of their footsteps echoed hollowly against the metal floor, sending a chill through their bones. Everything here was surprisingly large, as if built for giants. The central command platform was towering, surrounded by dozens of pitch-black holographic screens. The air carried a stale, lifeless scent that had been sealed away for a long time. The Red Scale people are almost here. Carl leaned against the cold wall, but before he could finish speaking, the entire structure of the flagship shook violently, dust falling from the metal ceiling above. A heavy engine roar approached, suffocating and oppressive, signaling the arrival of the heavy landing ship. Immediately after, a denser sound of metallic footsteps came from the connecting passage, the steps perfectly synchronized. Carl could even see through the broken window a blinding beam of searchlights sweeping across, casting flickering shadows in the bridge. They are taking over this place. They will find us in at most 3 minutes. Carl's voice cracked from pain. Outside the bridge, the sounds of fighting had completely ceased. In their place was a heavier and more synchronized sound of metallic footsteps, accompanied by a deep, oppressive rumble as the ship landed. The pirates' main force had arrived, and they were taking control of the area. Yixiao ignored Carl's warning. His gaze swept over the entire bridge like a scanner, finally locking onto a rather inconspicuous metal hatch beneath the command platform. The door bore an ancient inscription in the language of the Starforgers, warning highest authority, civilizational heritage, do not open. Found it. Yixiao stepped forward without hesitation. The gauntlet of the Jurong, armor clamped onto the seam of the hatch. He did not attempt to crack the code, but instead activated the arm's thrust function directly. Creak. A piercing sound of metal distortion rang out as the heavily fortified hatch, designed to withstand explosions, was forcefully ripped open. Behind the door was a shock-absorbing inner chamber. A diamond-shaped metal device lay quietly inside, its surface covered with complex energy circuits resembling spider webs, reflecting faint light in the dimness. A Level 3 civilization's AI core. Yixiao reached out to touch it, feeling only a bone-chilling cold, completely unresponsive. He tried to supply a bit of energy using the external power interface of his armor. The AI core showed no reaction. Target Level 3 Civilization AI Core Scan Result Energy. At 0 Deep Sleep, internal energy structure, damaged activation, method requires direct connection to the core from the outside, providing at least 100 units of standard energy. 10,000 units. Yixiao's pupils constricted slightly. The 3 energy blocks he had scavenged from the pirate captain combined with what remained in his and Carl's armor could barely muster 1,000 units. Not even a tenth of what was needed. Outside the bridge, the pirates' footsteps had reached the connecting passage, and their crude shouts could be clearly heard. They were counting the spoils they had taken and would soon discover this flagship bridge, which was still relatively intact. Yixiao, they are coming. Carl, pale from blood loss and fear, exclaimed, "We have no time." Yixiao stood still, unmoving. His gaze slowly fell onto the power interface behind his armor. There lay the core energy outlet of the micro-antimatter reactor. To use the life of Zhurong to activate it. As this thought crossed his mind, the system calculated thousands of potential failures in his head. Once energy transfer began, it could not be stopped. If the AI required an endless supply of energy, or if any problems arose during activation, the Zhurong armor would turn into a pile of scrap in seconds. In this grade A forbidden zone, losing the armor would mean certain death. Carl followed his gaze and instantly understood what he intended to do. A deeper fear etched onto his already pale face. He rasped a low growl from his throat, as if someone had gripped his neck. "Are you going to gamble again?" He nearly screamed. "To bet our lives on a possibility that even the system can't calculate. That's madness. That's suicidal." Yixiao ignored him. His brain and the star skeleton anchor point core were operating at an unprecedented speed. Plan 1, stay here and wait for support. Result, surrounded by the main force of red scale, survival probability is 0. Plan 2, abandon the AI and attempt to break out. Result, in a situation where energy, ammunition, and physical condition are at a disadvantage, colliding with the main force of red scale, survival probability is below 1. Plan 3, activate the AI. Result, Zhurong armor energy will be exhausted in 30 seconds, rendering it completely inoperable. If the AI is not activated or fails to function, post-activation survival probability is 0. If successful, there may be a path to the 3rd layer, gaining a glimmer of hope. Estimated success rate unknown. 3 seconds later, the cold data halted in his mind. 2 options with certain death and 1 unknown with a slim chance of survival. For him, this was not a multiple-choice question at all. He suddenly turned around, tearing open the deformed armor plate on his back, revealing the energy interface that was flashing red. Then he pulled out a spare energy line from the tool slot of his armor. One end was forcefully inserted into his own back. The other end was precisely stabbed into the energy slot of the AI core. "No." Carl's voice was filled with despair. Yixiao paid him no mind. He chose to gamble everything. Buzz, a dull roar emanated from the armor. High concentration energy surged through the energy line, flooding into the cold AI core. Before Yixiao's eyes, the energy numbers on the armor interface began to plummet like an avalanche. Energy outputting. Remaining energy of armor 95, 85, 75. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly. Each decrease felt like a countdown to death. Carl stared fixedly at the AI core. It was like a bottomless pit, ravenously consuming their last chance at survival. Sweat soaked through his back in an instant. Every second felt like a century passed. Remaining energy of armor 50, 40, 30. The AI core remained lifeless, showing no signs of response. Gambled wrong. Carl's heart sank completely, just as the armor's energy dropped to 28. Beep. A very soft electronic sound rang out. In the silence of the bridge, this sound was startlingly loud. The complex energy circuits on the surface of the AI core suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Immediately, that blue light seemed to come alive, racing along the circuits and spreading throughout the entire diamond-shaped device. Buzz. The AI core slowly floated up from the inner chamber, projecting a faint flickering holographic image. Within the light and shadow, a tall figure gradually became clear. It was a giant. He was incredibly tall, with 4 arms, clad in a splendid and ancient robe, his face bearing a sorrow and weariness that seemed to come from a time long past. His image seemed to transcend the long passage of time, appearing before Yixiao and Carl. A hoarse and hollow voice, using the interstellar common tongue, slowly resonated in the silent bridge. If someone can see this image, then the Starforger civilization must have already perished.